Mau gitu? Seru woy! Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukro Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukro Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
mic 1. Thank you. Ooh. Man, life is good here in Bali. Yo, Avery, selfie time? Huh? Guns out. Yeah. Silly faces. Silly faces. Ah. Okay, now, funny, cutesy, cutesy, do cutesy. Huh?
Feels like $1,000,000 when it's yours. Natural order falls to place when we fall to the floor. Underneath the fig tree, look at me, your eyes are saying no. I know what this is and I don't mean to rush, but I'm jumping in the deep end. So it's us. Perfect summer stranger. This is us.
Stop! What the? Oh my!
Lower, sir.
Oh my! Stop it! What the?
That's good, sir.
I think I know what you need.
So it's us. Perfect summer stranger. This is us. Perfect summer stranger. This is us. Dancing with the danger. A perfect summer stranger.
Welcome one and all to the main event of the Bali Major. As we finally get onto the stage, we finally get to witness the best teams in the world competing in the arena to determine who will emerge as the champion of this event. When we came to the beaches of Bali, there were 18 of the best teams assembled. Now though, we've whittled that number down to 8. And after the next 3 days, only one of those teams will stand at the top of the mountain as the final champion of this year's Valve events, leading into the international, and we can witness who truly is the best of the best of the best. If you had no idea, if you're not fully aware of who the squads are that are giving us all the entertainment, that are giving us the best Dota possible, let's just remind you of who the 8 best teams in the world are, who remains in this event, and who's going to go on to win the Bali Major potentially, who you should be rooting for over the next few days.
And so, that which was sealed away so long ago emerges once more. From the assembled many, the chosen 8 remain. Chosen for a conflict where the strongest fight. 4 champions of land, guided by the god of land. On a mission to seal the chalice for good. Forever remembering the destructive power of the god of sea. But the waters rise on the champions of land. 4 champions of sea, guided by the god of sea. Seeking to release the power that was imprisoned wrongfully so long ago. The earth will move and the waves will break. For the chalice demands its champions to come. To seal or release. Witness a clash of land and sea. For the Bali Major awaits.
The final 8 teams remain, and before the day is done, only 6 will remain. The top 8 here at the Bali Major will battle it out. You'll see all 8 teams in action today, and there's a lot of Dota 2 action coming your way, and there has already been a lot of Dota 2 action to get to this very point of the Bali Major. Here to discuss everything and more, I'm joined by Fear, Aurora, and Jack. Good morning, everyone. Fear, how are you doing?
Good morning. After that intro video, I'm pumped up. That was pretty hype.
Which one of the two, though? Because we also saw a talent intro video.
Both. I mean, the talent one was fun and goofy. Then it got into like very serious, locked in the zone, what they're playing for. It was a good combination of both.
We got a glimpse into your workout routine. You just pick up rocks by the beach and smash coconuts with them.
You gotta use
that's how
nature.
I found a loophole though. How do you shave the coconut?
The big rock.
Skill.
You were just hammering it.
It just takes practice.
Okay.
You'll get
All
there.
right. I found it very, very good that you were able to also carve the Ayana Estate logo in there. That worked fine.
Bigger the rock, the better for the fine carvings.
All right, we also had some trimmings done yesterday because we had 4 elimination series yesterday. All 4 series went the full distance, which is kind of unheard of, hasn't happened in at least 2 years. But we had a really long day of Dota, and in case you missed anything, here's Snare to catch you up on the action.
Welcome one and all here to the wonderful Ayana Resorts as we continue the Bali Major. Today's the second day of the playoffs, and that means Elimination Dota is on the cards. But it's a little bit more important than simple elimination games. We start with PSG.LGD versus Team Spirit. We go on to Beastcoast versus Shopify Rebellion. We'll be witnessing BetBoom taking on the side of Azure Ray, and of course rounding out the day with 9 Pandas versus Team Aster. And the reason all these matchups matter is because TI qualification is on the line in every single one. By the time this day is done, we will know who the 12 teams going to the international directly are, and we will know who are the top 8 teams at the Bali Major. So you certainly do not want to miss out on any of these matches. Let's get into it. Rehearsals are done. It's time for some majestic Dota. Let's witness what the Major has to offer. We witnessed some truly incredible things after the first 2 days of playoffs.
This is a hard target to go on.
He is BKB. There's no way you're killing him. Surely.
This is tough.
They're going to activate.
PSG.LGD and Team Spirit, they took each other on in a grudge match where LGD finally were able to get Spirit off of their backs and get a victory which not only confirms them for TI, but also confirms the first top 8 finish for a Chinese team within the year of 2023. Elsewhere, in our Americas matchup, Beastcoast yet again showing that they're going from strength to strength as they were able to defeat the side of Shopify Rebellion and make sure that they confirm their own path into TI for this year.
Can't break them apart. They operate as a triangle, playing together constantly, going for the throne, going for the kills.
Another hack.
Another big crit.
He's
Jim
gone.
plays
It's
into
over.
RTZ, and that's it. GG is called. Beastcoast are going to TI.
We are right now very sadly saying goodbye to the side of BetBoom as they lost to Azure Ray. However, this is a loss that has a lot of context to it. Despite losing this matchup, BetBoom are still technically in the top 12 for the International, so their fate is no longer in their own hands, but they'll be watching every single other game very closely to figure out if that gives them a slot into TI as intended.
PK's gone, they're both gone for
They've done it.
GG is called. Azure Ray will take this series.
Of course, right now we're all burning the midnight oil, which means that the side of Team Aster and Nine Pandas still cannot help but take each other on in some Dota action. So make sure that you are still tuned for this matchup, witnessing exactly how that Dota goes. And as we get to the very end of the second day of the group stages, today, here in the main event, we're going to be having the crowd, we will have the audience, and you at home will hear the roar of the fans shouting about Dota 2 action. So don't go anywhere, stick around with me, your boy Snare, as I bring you all the action and more for this day of Dota 2 action.
And that final series that Snare was talking about, Nine Pandas versus Aster, went the way of Nine Pandas, meaning that Aster has to go the long way around to the international. They have to go through qualifiers and did not qualify based on points. But there's still one thing left to be decided, as he says. We don't know the fate yet of BetBoom and Quest Esports. It's going to be very exciting to watching that happen in front of us. First, let's take a look at what the brackets look like, because a lot of games have been played. Top 8 remains. And Jack, the brackets for this event, what is the biggest surprise for you?
I think I expected Aster to do a little bit better, given how they started the tournament a little rocky, but then they really kind of found their stride for a bit, and I expected them to at least be able to pick up some more points, maybe be closer to clinching TI. And I think besides that, nothing's really been a huge surprise, like just unthinkable. I would say maybe Evil Geniuses out of the group stage was one of the bigger surprises. How they
4 Western European teams. I think that's the
top
first
4.
time ever in top.
That's probably the least surprising development.
I mean, I don't know. So like all the Western European teams are in the upper bracket right now. Then you've got some China, South America, and then Eastern Europe down below. Gonna play eventually at some point, well, whoever drops down from the upper bracket. But I have to say I am a bit surprised that Western Europe has taken all the upper bracket spots.
Yeah.
All 4 of them.
Normally it's like 3,
Yeah.
right? Or 2. Never 4. That's, of course, the big name there, Aurora, is Quest. Coming in 4th from, well, actually not even 4th from the DPC. Team Liquid came 4th from the DPC, but Quest is, for some people that might only watch Majors, Quest is the unknown name there.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely the dark horse, but I'm not so surprised considering how they played all those games. They just look like OG in the past, you know. They just came up from nowhere and then they are dominating all their series and only losing like a few games, maybe one to Gaimin Gladiators, and I'm not sure what the other one is, but it speaks a lot, you know, like if you can take one game off GG, you're pretty much up there.
Yeah, they'll go up against GG again later today, as that is one of our upper bracket semifinals that will be played. With these brackets and with the games played already, we are having a more fleshed out top 12 teams of the DPC rankings, because only one slot, Jack, remains. TSM, of course, looking out from the sidelines yesterday, got confirmed after BetBoom got eliminated yesterday.
Yeah, it's this last major is always like a fun time because you have, I think last year you had a match that directly impacted who would qualify. So it's nice to see these teams, like all the enthusiasm and joy when they qualify, or the heartbreak if they come up short. And there is that one spot left, and I think it's basically, it's down to how Quest does that largely determines how that slot unfolds, right? It's either like them or BetBoom or something based on how this tournament concludes.
Yeah, we can take a look at the DPC scores as they are right now. There are only 12 teams based on points making it to TI, and BetBoom is still sitting in that top 12 sphere. They're at the moment quite comfortable.
Yeah, so I guess the only ones that can contest them at this point is just Quest. So Quest have to get, I believe, second place?
Yeah, top 2.
They got to get a top 2, so BetBoom is hoping Quest doesn't. And Azure Ray, they're still in the tournament, but we already knew from the beginning, even if they win this tournament, they have no chance of going to TI. So that must feel pretty nice for BetBoom, only having to look out for one team. But Quest, they look damn strong right now, so I would still be scared if I was BetBoom, not feeling very secure about that spot.
Yeah, they were able to take games of Gaimin Gladiators before, as Aurora mentioned, and we'll see if they make it to the top 3. Again, no, top 2, Aurora, is a tough ask.
I mean, I'm not really thinking about the top 2. I'm thinking about the bottom bracket because honestly, I'm very sad that LGD and Azure Ray, they are in the same series, and one of them is gonna go home today. I just feel really, in a way, surprised because Chinese teams, at least one of them has always been in the upper brackets, and it's just sad that only one of them is ever going to make it to top 2 if it happens. But it hasn't been a Chinese year since OG. It really hasn't been.
No, and with Aster not making it to TI based on points, it's only PSG.LGD that makes it on points, which means that there will only be maximum of 2 teams at TI from the Chinese region, which I believe is also going to be a first in terms of quantity of teams. On the other side, we also have a region that is doing a lot better. We're going to see Beastcoast in action, of course, as well in the lower bracket. They secured themselves the TI attendance yesterday. And we're going to see them today against the 9 Pandas, as we can take a look at the schedule. That team, together with Evil Geniuses and 2 more teams out of the South American region, will attend TI 12. Here's the schedule for today, as well as we have 4 blockbuster series, Fear. Which one, if you could only choose one series, no pressure, which one would you do? Will you be like Aurora's, like lower bracket games is where it's at? Or
I'm going to be boring and Quest Gaimin. That's going to be probably the highest quality Dota of the day, and I'm always here for high quality Dota, and I'm kind of following the Quest storyline as well too. Like, I've been watching them through Western European DPC. They started out really slow, started to improve really quickly, and now, like, what's their ceiling at this point? I'm not sure. And they're always fun to watch and entertaining, and they're going to be playing against the big boys. Gaimin Gladiators is going to be a true test for them here.
It's going to be a true test for them, for sure. Let's focus our attention a little bit more on our first series of the day. Azure Ray taking on PSG.LGD. Jack, this is the big one. Of course, the whole Chinese region, they're going to be happy and sad regardless of what happens. What do you think will happen, though?
Well, I think Azure Ray actually has been one of the more diverse teams in terms of picks in the tournament. I think they picked something like the most different heroes in the group stage. Part of that we could perhaps tie to the fact that, again, there are no TI implications for them coming into this.
They still have the biggest hero pool right now.
I see. Yeah. But yeah, it's nice for them to, like, figure out what they want to do, right? Because these players, 3 of them are just coming out of retirement, basically. So for them, this whole tournament was about come in, kind of get your feet wet again, start getting acclimated. They've picked up some steam as the tournament has gone on. In fact, I think they've ended several teams in like TI Dreams in a row. I think it was first Nouns and then Bleed, and then yesterday as well with BetBoom. So I don't know if they have the same sort of motivation coming into this series, but they definitely need to pick up and, like, get back on track, and that's Somnus and others have said that consistently in their stream. That's the goal here.
Yeah, they're just home wreckers here, just ruining everyone's chance to go to TI when they have none. Pretty funny.
It's gonna be a bloodbath on the arena once again today. At least they can't crush any more hopes and dreams because PSG.LGD is already secured.
They've
for
got
the
nothing left to play for.
Oh, they do. I mean, that home crowd advantage, getting to be the top dog, just showing up, you know, at basically one tour and crushing it like this. Azure Ray surely will try to do their best to advance here today in the lower bracket, but so will PSG.LGD. And I think it's about time we get the series started properly, but for that, we are heading to Snare, who's in the arena.
We are here at the main event, about to witness the first matchup of the day, which turns out to be a Chinese grudge match as well, as only one of these squads can continue in the tournament. However, whichever team can do so will be carrying the hopes, dreams, and ambitions of an entire region on their back. So let us witness the teams ready to battle it out here in this Battle Royale 3. It's PSG.LGD. Let's take a look at what they have to offer us.
我们的时间在流逝，我们准备大展拳脚。 世界将会知道我们的名字。我们是 AR。
Azure Ray, a team that has come into this event and has dominated competition by surprising everybody, reuniting some old legends, bringing up some new up-and-comers, and of course, presenting us with a new era of Dota 2 action. Give it up for Azure Ray as they're about to get into their first top 8 matchup here at the Bali Major. Let's see what they have to offer, but more importantly, let's find out who their opponent is for this upcoming matchup.
我们有统治 DOTA 的能力，虽然还没被加冕，但我们依然坚强如山。这一次，冠军将是我们的。PSG.LGD is coming.
The juggernauts of the Chinese region, the team that has carried everyone on their back year after year after year, and the squad that is going to make history yet again by going all the way to the finals. It's PSG.LGD. We will witness exactly how well they do in this upcoming matchup, because if they survive this best of 3, you could easily see them in the finals. So give them a round of applause for PSG.LGD. As they get ready, prepare themselves for the upcoming matchup. We know for a fact that this is a team not to be taken by any stretch of underestimation. However, their opponent, probably the worst one for them because they are well known by Azure Ray. 3 of Azure Ray players have been on PSG.LGD. Everyone on PSG.LGD has played against these players for a very long time. So if there's any matchup that you cannot take your eyes off of, it is going to be this one. It might go the distance just like every other match has gone here at the Bali Major, but that's good for us because as fans of Dota, there's nothing more than we want in stellar S-tier competition. Whichever team goes through, doesn't really matter for the sake of TI, but as Dota players, we all know TI isn't the be-all, end-all. At the very end of the day, every single game matters for the pride of being the best. So as we witness these teams getting ready, allow them the time to prepare in the booth, allow them the time to curate their strategies. We know they are well prepared for what the upcoming matches are going to bring us. And of course, everybody that is here, I want y'all to give them the due regard, give them a round of applause. Make sure that you're not just sitting timidly, because these players are not timid by any stretch of the imagination. So, the upcoming match, it's going to be a full 3-game series. I kind of bet, I kind of imagine. However, as the panelists mentioned, Azure Ray, known specifically at this major for being a very diverse team in PSG.LGD, for as long as we can remember, the ideas, the strategy, the creativity of Xiao and the boys has always blown us all away. So I imagine that this matchup is not just going to be good to watch, but it's going to be good to think about. All of you that like to use your Dota IQ to try and understand this game as much as humanly possible, this is a series to pay attention to, as will everyone be throughout the day. We find out more, though, as a draft will be underway shortly. And to bring you all the details about said draft, we've got Shiva and the gang back on the panel. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Snare. We are indeed ready to start the series. We'll get into the draft momentarily. These two teams, as Snare said, are indeed very familiar with each other. In this iteration, though, they haven't faced that many times. Only 2 times before. Of course, once they played during the DPC Tour 3. It was a 2-1 in favor of PSG.LGD, but they also came from the same group, Group B, and they tied that series. So it's about time we get that solved. The tie should be solved. Who is the better team here advancing at the Bali Major? We'll find out in a thrilling best of 3. Fear, going into this game, where do you want to see the focus in the draft as we are getting ready for that?
For LGD specifically, I really do enjoy Shiro's hero pool. he is able to play all the normal things like the Naga, the Medusa, the Morphling, but he has some special flair picks as well, where he'll end up picking a Clinks or a Marcy. He can play that Broodmother too if they want to on the safe lane. I think his versatility is really important here. So for LGD, getting a Broodmother fairly early would be something I wouldn't dislike too much. Just be careful of how you flex it, because they have sometimes flexed Shiro to that Broodmother when it wasn't the best Brood game, and they didn't get the best last pick offlaner. So they have the capability to flex and pick new heroes, but sometimes it's not always for the better.
Yeah, it feels like it could be a trap, Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely some games where Shiro is having the heroes that I would say it's called 1.5. So you're the +1, but you're not really just, you know, farming and then hard carry your team later on. You have to kind of join the fight early or like join the tempo early. But it seems that Shiro is not very comfortable on most of those heroes, but he did do very well on the Monkey King. So I think if they really want to go that route, they should kind of plan it, strategize it, so that he doesn't have to, you know, like think of the game, hey, I think I need more farm to win this game. But then, you know, actually he just needs to join his team to take a fight and pressure the map, just like his Marcy too. I feel like he did so well in surviving the lane, and he had such a high net worth at like early gaming phase, but he didn't really use his advantage to threaten the enemy team and kind of like starve them out of the map. So I feel like maybe they should just kind of narrow down what they want to do today and, you know, like not take a chance against Azure, because I think Azure is the better team in terms of diversity.
Fear, I feel like Fear just likes him because he's a Clinks player.
You know it.
And I think the matchup to watch for this series is going to be how the offlanes go. I think these are two very different offlaners in terms of their role within the team. So New is pardon the pun, a newer player to like this highest level of competitive Dota, and I think PSG has spoken about this. Like they've had some issues with him and their offlane in terms of, can they dictate the pace of the game? When they're strong, do they know where to leverage that strength to help other people? And so that's why they've had to pick Nothing to Say, like always a really strong tempo controlling hero, because they feel that they desperately need that out of their mid, because they often don't get it out of their offlane. Even though New has had some performances where he gets farmed and plays very well. But on the opposite side, you have Chalice, and Chalice is probably one of the better like offlane communicators / in-game leaders in the Chinese scene. I think he's a big part, a big sort of underrated part of why the previous edition of LGD that had Somnus, Chalice, and FY on it was so successful. This guy's in-game comms are, if you watch any of the comms that they've released, are extremely good. He basically controls a lot of the flow of the game. He says things in a very upbeat way, so even if something goes terribly wrong, he'll manage to make light of it. You don't think about it and just go next. And it's very rare to find people who have both the ability to communicate like that and are still solid players themselves. And so Chalice is a huge part of this equation for them. And the other thing that's interesting about this, we've talked about the Chinese teams are less likely to play for this kind of like early tempo timings. Especially LGD prefers to play for scale, same with Azure Ray. So you've seen in this first phase already, there's the Enigma, which they used to eliminate Betboom yesterday, and the Elder Titan coming out first phase from LGD. So they're already thinking about the late game team fight compositions that will enable them to win the battles later on.
Well, I think this ET first pick is, we're treading on new territories. I think Zhao8 here has some 500 IQ plan here. They picked the ET, which means you normally don't want to pick the Medusa against it, because during the sleep you don't get woken up because you don't break the mana shield. So that's kind of a bait. And then maybe Morphling as well as a hero that you don't particularly want to pick into the Elder Titan. So you go for this Enigma Clockwork as a response, but now all of a sudden the Medusa's in the pool. So they picked the Medusa there, which is a good versus the Clockwork, and definitely really good versus the Enigma as well. And Medusa's a top-tier carry right now. Going to the second phase, you ban the Morphling out, you ban out the Anti-Mage, and you ban the Darks here. Now, you have limited options of what is truly good versus Medusa right now. Strategically speaking here, I think what LGD put together, and this is an inter-regional like matchup, they know each other really well. I think they may have the upper hand already, just strategically.
Although they have picked this ET once, right, and they weren't really able to showcase what this hero is about. I think they picked it in the third pick, but then when the entire draft finished up, it doesn't really show this ET has a face. So I hope that they kind of rectify that. And I would say ET is not the best hero for a Medusa lineup, but he can buy the items to kind of adjust, and he's a really great Solar Crest carrier, I think. And with that, you can threaten the Roche very early. And when I look at Azure Ray's heroes, they kind of want to chill a little bit because the fact that there's this Enigma, and Cloudwork kind of needs his hook shot to be able to take fights, unless they are the ones dictating the tempo, you know, maybe they want all their lanes. And now that this Pango came out, I'm thinking if this Medusa will actually have a good time out, because this Enigma is probably going to be a support or whichever regardless, and I think he's going to deny one creep later on anyway. And as a Medusa, you kind of want to take all the farm that you can get, but it's not that great now, and you're gonna get kited by this Clockwork, you're gonna get annoyed by this Pango with all his spells, the Swashbuckle, the roll. It's just, it doesn't seem very comfortable for a Medusa to play against this lineup.
See how fast they can play it here. Rubik looks pretty decent for LGD. Bit of playmaker. A lot of good spells to steal this game. I would be okay with that, but I think the one thing to be said is, yeah, this ET Medusa, it's going to be very slow. These two heroes can't play on the map very quickly, so they need to somehow make some... I was going to say Primal Beast, because you can do the Pulverize through the Rolling Thunder now, right? So that's pretty annoying for the Pango. He does love playing this hero as much as he can, and they just picked a Snapfire instead, so they're just bringing even more team fight now, some more damage to bring with the Primal. This lineup is going to be hinging a lot on how well Nothing Can Say can play this Primal Beast and what rotations he can make, because the rest of his lineup, all their spells are pretty much just to assist his initiations here at this moment.
We have seen Primal's early games get kind of wrecked by Clockwork, at least against some of the European teams.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit different this game. They still, I guess they thought about it a bit, but they still picked it. Again, they want that strong tempo point for Nothing to Say no matter what, sort of no matter how the lane goes. But I feel like their draft is like, with the carries that they banned as well, they're trying to herd Azure Ray into getting some kind of illusion answer to the Medusa. Well, there's the Shadow Demon, maybe like out of the carry role as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if it started banning some of those illusion heroes here in the last phase and save a pick for it. That's good in the lane. I also like the Snapfire pickup. Obviously, you have like some way to disengage out of like cogs and such, but also we see this hero sometimes as like an Enigma answer, right? Because if Enigma stands there with like Black Hole, you can put in this range magic damage or even help get someone out of it. So I like the second phase from LGD. It's like very much like they're making up for whatever weaknesses their lineup has that are missing for them at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Like before this, I am thinking this Enigma might be the support, but then as soon as I saw this Primal Beast and Snapfire, there's no way that you leave this Enigma on the support role, because he will need items to be able to play against this Primal Beast. I think he's one of the heroes that is really afraid of the tempo from, let's say, Primal Beast, this kind of hero, because there's not much you can do, right? And your Black Hole is like cooldown really, really long, and you can't stand against a Snapfire like you mentioned, Jack. But on top of that, I really like this Shadow Demon pickup, because he does disengage this Primal Beast really, really well, and he's really good against the Medusa too with his Disruption. And it kind of just allows this Pango to play far if he wants to. And in a way, I really, really like how the map is going to look like for Azure Ray to drag this game out, for this Enigma to be able to scale and play against LGD's line, because sometimes you need one hero to kind of just, hey, I'm going to take the risky farm. I might die, but like that's okay. But you definitely don't want that on the Pango. And right now, Pango is the only one who can do it, and you don't want the Clockwork to kind of die with the Pango. In the meantime, it's really, really good for the SD to just stay behind the Pango, because you can save him. And also, if the Pango decides to leave the lane and kind of defend the other area, this SD can then stay in the area and keep on pushing with the poison. So I think it's a really, really strong pickup here for Azure Ray.
Yep. LGD here, I mean, we're talking about new in his hero pool. It's usually not very large, but there's still a Broodmother in the pool. It's looking like a pretty good Broodmother game right now. If he doesn't want to go for the Broodmother, his hero pool is, basically Doom Beast, Timbersaw in the pool, Brood in the pool.
I'm surprised Timbersaw still in the pool, although I would imagine that Azure Ray might ban that out next to the Beastmaster, which they just removed.
Well, he gets Timber or Brood here, I think.
Yeah, they're probably thinking about, who do we ban, Broodmother or Timbersaw, which is more problematic.
Surprise!
There we go.
Spider Mama. Okay, so it's a good game here. And the Naga Siren as an answer is also quite good against it, no?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Naga's a really good hero against the Broodmother in general, especially the laning stage. It can be good versus Medusa to a degree, but I think Medusa just takes over this matchup entirely to a point. I think they have lots of AoE magic damage to deal with the illusions here, so I think LGD saw this coming, and they're okay with it. I think both teams are relatively happy with what they have here, but I believe you are on a little bit of a timer if you are Azure Ray, unless Chalice can manage to get to that territory where his black holes can start hitting, and that's always X Factor. They don't really have a reliable way to stop black holes this game.
So yeah, we talked about like the sort of illusion answers that they're going for with Medusa. There is some magic damage to deal with it, but I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know if LGD is going to try to play for these early timings, and so I feel like there is going to be time for Azure Ray to kind of keep stalling out the map and get to items on Chalice. So I actually like Azure Ray in this game.
Me too. I like the Naga pick a lot, and I already really like the SD pick. I think it's kind of a mistake for LGD to give the Pango away, because Pango is known for being one of the best counters against Medusa. So right now, I just think it's very hard for Medusa to ace in the fight, because there's the sleep from Naga, there's all those illusions, the disruption from SD and making her, you know, it just feel very difficult to dish out damage. There's also Pango, and then like, if they have to stop the SD, and what do they have to stop this Enigma's Black Hole, you know, because technically they only have the Primal Beast. Maybe they can rely on this Snapfire to dish out damage in the early parts of the fight, but I don't think it's going to be that easy for LGD to execute their draft.
We're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen here in this first game of the series. If my panel's anything to go by, regardless of who takes it, it sounds like there's a lot of fighting involved. You know, Enigma Black Holes, bit of team fights, and who better to relay the action than ODPixel and Fogged?
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, looking forward to this one here. Azure Ray up against PSG.LGD in this game one. Fogged, we are going to see a lot of action. And overall, you were kind of saying to me, you like PSG.LGD's lineup this time around a bit more.
I kind of do, honestly. I'm a little worried because of this Naga last pick versus Primal Beast and ET. I think these heroes, and even Snapfire, if they're able to find the Naga in the mid game, actually throughout most stages of the game, it could be problematic. So I'm actually going to be looking at Somnus a lot this game, how much he's going to be able to do. And of course, got to look at FY. He's going to be that answer for the Primal. But picking Naga Siren into Primal, it can be a bit tough sometimes. Yes, they want it for the lane, they want it for that song kind of setup, but playing into Primal Beast all throughout this game, it is going to be scary. If they don't get the protection, they don't get the stop on the trample, you could just erase this Naga all throughout the game. But there's a lot of team fight from both sides, so this should be a really exciting one.
There is. And for nothing to say, do you imagine he's kind of got the setup to have a good start, so he is going to be having that early power to make those rotations, try and find Naga Siren early on, and make sure that Load doesn't get the space required?
It's going to be up to the supports of Azure Ray to stop him, right? So if they can make the read, if they can see the rotations coming in, perhaps, because Clockwork and Shadow Demon, they can be pretty good. They can disruption and stuff to stop the aggression, even once we get level 6, of course. For the Shadow Demon, the Purge is nice versus the Trample, so you don't get that crazy movement speed and attack speed. But if he comes from tree lines, definitely has some issues that could be caught there. But we'll see. This is going to be up to lanes, and I've seen this lane in particular. I think we saw the Primal versus Pango. We saw Noob dominate this one. I mean, the matchup overall inside the laning phase was fairly even, but then from like 8 minutes onwards, Noob actually destroyed the game. He actually made this Pango a complete non-factor, so let's see how Somnus does.
You have to be super careful as the Pango, right? You know, if you use the swashbuckle out of position, then suddenly this big beast is just going to come trampling all over you, coming in with the onslaught. So Somnus is going to have to be cautious, especially when trying to play for the runes. You know, when you look to use that swashbuckle to close the gap, beat them to the rune. You might get the rune, but you may pay with your life.
There's some. There's also, of course, there's some fun things. You know, Fear was mentioning about the black hole cancels. So for LGD, they do have two pretty decent preventative measures versus the black hole, depending on how the setup happens. It's about if they get the spells down first. If Stone Gaze gets casted before a black hole, if they drop a splitter on the ground, a little bit tough to always like set these up, but there can be situations where it gets that cancel or just dissuades from Chalice being able to go for these type of plays. We'll have to see it all goes down. I'm going to be looking. I mean, it's Azure Ray. It's FY and Somnus. These two tend to be the ones that I look at for the tempo setting and how much they're able to control the speed of a draft, and they definitely have some potential, but have to watch out for some issues.
Yeah, I mean, we saw FY the other day. Had quite the game, right, on his Tiny.
Unbelievable.
Him and Somnus really just perfectly in tune with one another when they were playing this Tiny puck combo. this time round. Obviously on the clock, similar hero in terms of the ability to initiate.
Oh, and translate. What do we got?
I do not know. A bit of banter, I'm sure. Friendly banter here in the chat here between PSG.LGD and Azure Ray.
I mean, it's old guard versus the new blood. This is probably one of the more exciting matchups you could have in the Chinese region. Just having these retired all-stars that are defeating teams left and right, ruining TI chances. And then we're having, of course, PSG.LGD rallied here. Seems like we're having some small issues here.
No, I think we should be fine. Everyone's in the lobby.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's just some audio issues, just getting things set up properly with the player comms.
Okay.
And we should be all good. So yeah, everybody's in the lobby.
Yep.
Connections are good. It's yeah, just some final tuning here with the audio setup. Make sure the balance is nice and the players are all happy and ready to go. I mean, overall, with these two teams, just sort of outside of the draft, with regards to what you've seen from them right now, which team do you feel is kind of in a better place right now? You say, sure, we've got the old guard on Azure Ray, some very, very big names in the scene. But right now, when you look at these two groups of 5 players, who's been more consistent? Who is playing better at this stage, would you feel?
It's honestly tough because Azure Ray, they just have that X factor lately. I don't know. There's something about them that they just kind of power up. We've seen them come back from massive deficits, right? Yesterday, they were down, I believe it was like 14,000 gold or something when they go for these tiny toss-back plays and this buck stuff. So Azure Ray probably has the X factor. LGD maybe slightly, very slight kind of consistency because they've been kind of a bit all over the place here too. I don't know. This is going to be a really fun showdown here.
No, for sure. For sure, yeah. Both teams, smiles on their faces. They're looking forward to this one. As I don't think either team's going to be too upset after the end of this draft. There's no sort of hero that's caught them completely by surprise. I don't feel. I mean, obviously the Brood comes through later, but is that something that Azure Ray cared about? Do you think they kind of expected it to come through from near?
They definitely have some answers. Of course, that's why they got this Naga last pick. The Pango as well can be decent versus it, but some of the supports can definitely suffer. The Shadow Demon in particular in the mid game, it's like if you're just the positioning is just really difficult when you're playing versus a Brood, playing versus heroes that are just sandwiching on top of you, which definitely could be the case from PSG.LGD early on. Brood definitely feels like a super strong hero right now. I think this hero there's so many different builds you can do too, as we've seen, because we saw at least Amar and we saw multiple other players doing like Tread's Echo, and we're seeing a lot of other players just auras, right? You just play around buffing up and making sure that your super carry becomes that super carry. So, Niu, I imagine this game is an aura game since he's playing with a Medusa, but we'll see which route he does go. Looks like we're underway.
We're good to go.
Let's go, baby.
Looks like the audio is all set up and ready. Just to get on with the action here in this game one. Indeed, the unpause has occurred, and we're ready to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Game one of PSG.LGD versus Azure Ray.
Let's see how many kills we get in this early game, because I'm clicking around. Blood grenades aplenty. I believe we have 3 on one side, 2 on the other, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, actually only one blood grenade only on the side of PSG.LGD. Why are you smiling like she doesn't buy it? Goes for the... Just for the witness.
Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, big shout out to you guys and girls here in Bali. We should have a great few days of Dota 2 ahead of us. Pleasure for us to have you join us here on site.
I mean, we're truly in for a treat this match. And let's see, I've been continuing to... I actually thought we were going to see more ET this tournament. I think ET and Clockwork were two of the the melee support heroes that I thought were going to be very much so on the rise. We've seen a lot more Clockwork. This hero definitely seems to be kind of dominating. Good answer versus ET throughout most stages of the game. Definitely a bit annoying to be able to trade versus Battery Assault. Let's see if he can ensure that he can protect Chalice up here, because that's why they also go for this ET. I mean, it's a first overall pick, so they wanted to have it to be able to counteract this Enigma and stuff like that, so... FY, we'll see how much he's going to be able to protect that boy in the lane. So here we go.
Around the bouncy rune. PSG.LGD could definitely look to try and jump here with nothing to say, being backed up by Planet and Why You Smile. Chalice, he's not going to want to mess around here. Backs away.
They'll get
3. Right, they do indeed get the 3 of them.
Yeah, FY actually able to get the sneak up.
Yeah, just wraps around, gets up to the high ground. Shira and Why You Smile, they can't stop that. So, bit of a boost here for Azure Ray as the game begins.
It could definitely, I mean, this is probably going to be the lane for me to watch in particular, this Clockwork versus ET, because they're just going to battle each other. And FY, he should win most of these trades, especially when he has these Eidolons built up. think until pretty much level 3, it's fairly difficult for the ET to try to go for trades unless he has an absolutely massive spirit from the Eidolons. But playing around Battery Assault is going to be something YuSmile does try to do.
Yeah, definitely one of the more difficult hero matchups throughout all stages of the game for the Elder Titan to play in. We'll see how much FY is able to abuse that.
And I think mid and top are the ones that I'm going to be looking at in particular. Because top, I would say there can be that like exchange where the Clockwork can do very, very well to shut down and really hurt YuSmile. Mid, I feel like Nothing to Say could do pretty decent, although this matchup we've seen it. Even though the lane can go okay for this Pango. See what happens in the repercussions in the mid game.
Bottom lane. We'll set up with the disruption.
I mean, he's got a blast though. Immediately get cleared away.
It's going to be hard with the early setup. So level 2s are hit. You're going to have to be careful on Tianming's positioning in particular. If he uses the disruption early and he gets sort of lack of abilities to save himself, Planet's going to be straight and on top of him. These heroes can be punished by that high burst early in that bottom lane.
I definitely have to be a little bit cautious around using these disruptions. I mean, right now, they're just using it, just illusion spam. Naga illusions, Shadow Demon illusions, trying to just guarantee themselves some extra last hits. FY, they'll get a courier.
In this mid matchup, you know, will we see Nothing to Say take a bit of a lead, or is Somnus going to be able to keep on?
I think he might be able to keep on, but I mean, we'll see. It all depends. It's a bit of a skill matchup in a way. You have a little bit of a base damage advantage on Nothing to Say, but Pango's annoying laner. Maybe slight edge for the Primal Beast.
Hello. We get jumped upon here. Just a bit of harassment. Try and bully him whilst Tianming had stepped back away.
They've got extra regen. 4 tangos on the Shadow Demon.
Definitely feeling a bit of the early pressure on Shiro.
But top you see Shiro, he is suffering, of course, versus these denies.
Not able to get as much a free farm as he would hope for. He's about to hit the level 2 on this next creep, so he can continue to be more annoying, try and close the gap onto Shiro.
It's level 2 Eidolons, they can even start posing a potential kill threat up here. That's why making sure he gives that extra bit of XP to Chalice. I mean, this has been their bread and butter. This has kind of been one of their best strategies, and they worked in the laning phase with this Enigma. Going aggressive. Why?
So want to step up. We'll grab some 2 of the cogs.
Okay.
Trying to focus down YuSmile first with the Eidolons. They'll get him. First blood to be found by Azure Ray in the top lane. He's able to back away easily. Yeah, Shiro very, very low on the mana. Only has a few 1 charges to give him that 100 mana to rely on. This was the lane where we expected to see Azure Ray able to strike first, and they certainly do.
Yeah, FY just playing it nicely. I think just giving that little bit of extra XP so you get the 3 on the Enigma early. They're even potentially going to get the side pull off. Doesn't get the whole creep wave, gets 1 range creep. But a good aggressive move, catching both. Even, I mean, Shiro potentially can go down there. There's just a little bit more damage.
So far, Azure Ray definitely with the hot start across all 3 lanes. Mid's pretty much dead even. Literally dead even, but the side lanes for sure. Azure Ray off to a very good start. Niu's farm. It's going to be a bit of a slow one here at the beginning for the Broodmother. Not having an easy time.
Stack's going to start being made. Planet actually misses the hard camp stack. It's going to start getting contested here. Getting aggro. He's like, this is my area.
Yeah, he won't be afraid to step up and sort of chase him back. He knows that Lowe's going to be perfectly fine left on his own in the matchup against Neo in the lane. So a bit more freedom of movement for Tianming to start moving around the map.
Yeah, definitely feels it's going to be a bit of a slower one from LGD. It's going to be more reliant just around Nothing to Say, making early rotations to secure these side lanes that are starting to already suffer a bit here. He has kind of the dream hero to do that, though. Easy for him to make these rotations to the side lanes. But they do have those good supports in the side lanes that are the answers for the Primal Beast if they're set up for it. Clockwork as well as the Shadow Demon can't stop a lot of the aggression that comes out from him. A lot of denies for Chalice already. And similar build that he's going to go. Not the Vessel perhaps this game since he's playing, not versus a really hero that he needs to go for it on. Maybe just those auras after having an urn. Y has now hit level 3. He's got his boots and his Windlay, so yeah, he can easily get on top of these heroes.
Yeah, Shiro and YuSmile to be very careful with their positioning.
Bottom. 4 stacks. Is there going to be a 5th?
There's backup coming in. Nothing to say. He's going to turn up with the rotation, go straight over towards Tianming with the onslaught.
He got the 5th stack actually onto Niu, but it just wasn't enough damage there.
Yeah, they needed this rotation. Niu's having a tough start down here, so nothing to say. Heads over, gets the setup for the kill.
We'll probably see him be incredibly active moving around. Somnus, though, he's going to try to take advantage of that. Immediately shoves the mid wave in. He's going to get some tower damage off of it. And there's actually level 6 already on Somnus.
Nothing to say. He's going to try and start things with the pulverize, but Tianming's here to back Somnus up. They set up with the disruption, see if Somnus can get a good angle with the Thunder. Onslaught's off in time. Nothing to say. Does cut it a little bit short, though. Somnus is able to get the swashbuckle off. Nothing to say. Attempts to stand his ground with the trample, but the poison comes in from Tianming. Nothing to say. Goes down.
They should get a trade here on the SD.
Jump forward with the cookie. They get themselves on top of Tianming. They will indeed find the SD. The same time, though, up top, Chalice was able to take down Shiro.
Nice moves. I mean, Azure Ray. Quick movements around the map. The SD going toward the mid lane gets him a quick kill with the first Rolling Thunder, and they have to pull both supports mid from PSG.LGD, allowing Chalice to go for this. And okay, he actually is just going to go for the Vessel anyway. Cool. I thought he might just go more of these aura builds since he's not playing versus something that really suffers versus Vessel so much, but let's see if that pays off for him. Hero.
FY's hanging around. They can look to go on Shiro again.
Is already here.
He just TP'd in onto this one, and indeed with Somnus present as well. This is not
freebie.
looking good for Shiro. As soon as he's back to the lane, he's going to get sent straight back to base.
Chalice and FY. These two.
A dangerous part of the map, this top lane now, of how much Chalice has taken over, and with the fact that Somnus is here now.
Yep, DD Rune is actually applying good amount of pressure here. This tower, it might just drop here. This Medusa's going to have to find some space. It's going to be nothing to say. He's got his work cut out for him in this early game.
Why you smile? He's not even going to be able to steal the Wisdom Rune. FY is back over in time, and
he could even go down here.
I think FY could definitely mess with this Chalice. He's going to TP over. He wants to get involved in this kill.
Easy kill.
It's going to be a dead Elder Titan. Azure Ray starting to rack up the kills. 5-2, 3K lead already at 7 minutes in.
Beautiful early game. Laning phase could not be going better for them. Nothing to say. It really does have his work cut out for him with these rotations. He's going to be able to find himself a stack. He's got the Blade Mail queued up. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that one on the Primal Beast before. Mid setting up on him again. There's 4 heroes, in fact. Azure Ray.
He's going to be able to get the onslaught away.
Okay.
See if they want to chase beyond the tier 1. Somnus he'll hold back. Doesn't want to come in with the Rolling Thunder.
I mean, Chalice, they're just kicking up the pace very quickly. It's not even 8 minutes in. Chalice is already in the mid lane with this tower.
They just don't really have the means to stop this. I mean, YSMAR will catch FY, luckily for YSMAR there with the stomp there. I mean, if FY closes in and was able to step on top of him with a battery assault, he might have been in trouble.
Just on the edge.
So he'll live. The tower, it won't. 8 minutes in, 2 towers already been taken by this pressure of Azure Ray around the fact that Chalice had such a good start, such a good lane. There's now Planet.
Might be able to find more Planet.
Somnus thinking about coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Looks like he doesn't need to. FY just on his own, really, at the front with the battery assault. It's enough to set up for another kill. Planet gets taken out. They've got their eyes on this Ancient stack. I mean, can't really take it right. They don't have the damage to do so. At the least, they can just be aware of this and be prepared to come and mess with PSG.LGD when PSG.LGD eventually try to go for themselves top.
Exactly.
I mean, Chalice has got Black Hole.
Is he just going to go for this by himself?
I mean, the TP's coming in for nothing to say. Chalice has to get out of there, and with a quick TP, he'll get out before nothing to say can do anything about it. Nothing to say, of course, will hold back on his own TP. Doesn't bother going up there anymore.
I mean, phenomenal pressure, though. They force a TP up there at the least, even though he cancels. Shiro, he's constantly under threat, and Low is not, right? Low, he's a Naga Siren, so yeah, this moment he's just sending his illusions, being able to get this nice farm down bottom.
I think we've seen before as well what Low's able to get done when he gets space on his Naga.
Very, very true. So far, that Primal's not an issue.
Shiro,
I mean, gets him. Wait, what?
FY's having a good one. 2-0-4, solo killing the Medusa. You can't ask for more than that here from your support. FY.
He's level 6.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
At Planet and nothing to say. They don't want to come anywhere near this Clockwork. He's terrifying.
And nothing to say is the one who kind of has to fix this early game a little bit. And this Clockwork having such a good mid could give some issues.
Somnus is going to get the setup onto YSMAR. Gets kind of stuck on the high ground as YSMAR gets knocked down onto it. But there's the hook shot from FY. Swings across. Is another kill for Azure Ray. 4K lead now.
FY and Somnus on the stage. This is when they hit their power peak. 4K lead. Low getting set up for absolute success here. Shiro, very low level here on this Medusa, level 6. This Diffusal, it's going to be finished super early for Somnus.
It's going to be very, very difficult for him to recover. We'll see a little bit of a pause here.
Somnus probably, FY probably feeling unbelievably good this game after this. 3-0-4, I mean, 7 of the 8. A devastating start for PSG.LGD.
I don't know if you mentioned as well, but nothing to say. He does change.
He changed the build.
He's not going to go for that black.
I was wondering, I was like, that seems crazy versus a Clockwork. Need this BKB to be able to go through the battery assault at the least.
For sure, without that, you're going to have no chance trampling around in the midst of the fight.
LGD's going to have to slow the pace of the game down here quite a bit here to get Shiro back online. But he is going to be constantly under vision. Those early wards, this early aggression that Azure Ray's been able to place, taking out early towers.
Yep.
It's going to make it difficult for Shiro to hide. Low, he's going to be able to hide because he can just send illusions to push out waves and hide his real hero. So it won't be under too much threat of the Primal Beast if he does that. And Azure Ray, they're continuing to look for these moves. FY, he has hookshot, both supports level 6.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Low's hit creeps the rest of the fourth, and they can look for kills.
Yep. Vessel's already done for Chalice.
Yeah, Chalice can farm super aggressively as well, just farming the enemy jungle here 10 minutes in.
I guess the nice thing about the Spirit Vessel this game, I was talking about, it's not like the overall best, but I guess versus Primal Beast. And
Shiro, he's been found. They're able to get the angle there from the mid lane over towards the jungle. And of course, this stage doesn't have any points in the Stone Gaze, so very little ways to protect himself. He will have nothing to say moving over.
He's okay.
It's going to be enough to allow Shiro to back off. That's why you smile and nothing to say. I'll turn towards FY, jump forward with the but FY's going to be able to get the cogs down. It will push back, nothing to say. FY, he's walking away from this.
No
They'll
way.
try with a stomp, but they can't catch him. FY will live, they'll settle for Tianming instead, or at least try for with the pulverize. And indeed, they do get him. They'll get the Shadow Demon, but FY, he's able to walk out.
The cogs, I mean, just really ruining Primal Beast's attempt there.
I mean, they had to react as they did there with the numbers, make sure that Shiro didn't go down. They couldn't afford to lose this Medusa again. They will save him.
No,
and Shiro's going to be able to farm this juicy ancient stack. Will take him a bit of time. It won't be too easy, actually. Maybe
They're
he can't farm.
They might just be able to contest. I think they're going to
Actually,
smoke and look for the fight. Somnus has Rolling Thunder, and I think that's the Diffusal coming on the Courier, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of looks towards the stack, but quickly backs away. It's not at a point of the game yet where Shiro could take those ancients. It's just too many of them. The stack's too big.
And can actually go for this for it here. They're even smoking, looking for the Broodmother. New.
The opening. And that is there. Is there going to be any help for Neo? I don't think they can, actually, with the way that they had to respond to helping Shiro. He's going to get left on his own. Chalice, he won't mess around. He'll drop the black hole to take down the spider.
Why not? With the pace of this game, them dominating kind of this early game, you can just throw a black hole for a core kill. Your Vessel acquired. Continue the push here. Kiss is available. Why You Smile still not quite level 6 for this hold, and they're completely getting blanked on.
And FY nearly getting the connection there with a hook shot.
They find Why You Smile. Somnus, fresh Diffusal.
They're diving the tier 2s. Not a lot that they have to fear right now. Azure Ray with the strength that they have. Why You Smile's gone. The tier 1 tower as well will be taken.
They don't even have to commit forward for him, and here comes the stack. Oh, this would be devastating.
Got to do something about this PSG.LGD. I mean,
I don't think they can.
It's hard. Somnus has popped the Arcane, so he's going to have that low cooldown on the Shield Crash and Swashbuckle to help clear through this.
Oh, this is amazing. The hard camp too. I mean, it's all almost gone.
So much farm.
Kisses are up. Can they get something?
They have to punish this PSG.LGD. They've got the kisses coming in on the towards Somnus. Nothing to say. Onslaught's across the Chalice. They get the setup to bring down the Enigma, but FY pops the cogs. And they'll get the space for him and Somnus to back off. They lose Chalice, but they did the damage. They took the majority, if not all, of that ancient stat.
I cannot believe only one hero dies. The rest of Azure is actually able to disengage. I thought they'd lose at least 2 for that disengage, but not the case. Not even having Song. Confident plays there from them. Arcane Rune is going to be expiring, but damage is done from it. He still has the roll available set up around bottom for this Dusa. Shiro's so fragile versus this Diffusal at this point in the game.
They've got to try and slow down this game somehow, PSG.LGD, but it's not easy. Azure Ray, they have these 4 heroes constantly looking to fight. Somnus, he's in. Has the Rolling Thunder. Of course, Stone Gaze on cooldown for Shiro, so he can't protect himself. FY, beautiful angle
through the
there.
2 of them.
Comes in with a hook shot past Shiro onto Why You Smile, clipping the 2 of them. They're both gone. Azure Ray continue to get the kills.
That was like a triple efficient hook shot. He gets through both of them, stuns him, and he steals the Wisdom Rune even. It spawns as he goes.
Nothing to say, will steal theirs, but FY's here, and he's got something to say about that. He's got him caught in the cogs.
FY.
As quick as he makes the moves down bottom, he'll be over towards here to punish Nothing to Say for taking the Wisdom.
FY, you absolute monster this game. 4-0-7.
They can't deal with this clock. Over in the mid, Neo. He's trying to get Chalice, but Chalice has got 1 charges, and Neo, he's got to run. He's going to go for the TP out. Somnus, has he got the damage? He's not going to be able to find him in time, so Neo will escape.
My goodness, what an early game. 13-4.
Now check this out again on the replay.
Look
Setup
at this.
on a Shiro. A bit of the setup with the disruption, Swashbuckle not the smoothest, but it doesn't matter. Indeed, this angle, FY somehow able to get the pass by and catch why you smile.
And the wisdom.
Gets to both of them.
I can't believe he gets literally the perfect hook shot possible. I mean, I can believe it because it's FY. Oh, and he has blade mail already.
I mean, he's super
this is huge. Great versus the Snapfire in particular. So now he has either he can hookshot and kind of stop the kisses, or he can just pop blade mail, stand in the kisses, or stand inside a trample and stuff like that. It's gonna reflect quite a bit of damage. A cool pickup, a kind of selfish pickup, but well worth it if he's having this type of amazing start here. Full blink dagger now for Somnus. They are cruising. How is BKB looking for nothing to say? He does have it finished. There's still some answers. The Demonic Purge is going to be able to prevent a lot of trample damage.
And Chalice is able to find a way to get the black hole off without getting interrupted. Could cause issues for these big melee heroes that want to run in on the front lines.
Cool, yeah, Chalice, he's actually going to go the old build.
FY.
Shard build, FY.
He's trying to start some action here, just running at the three of them with his blade mail. Neo, he's going to get clipped potentially by the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, they found him. And I'll drop the black hole again for this one. Somnus will get kind of blocked out by the cogs of FY, but it doesn't matter. They still kill Neo off. Defensive disruption, offered up here and low. He's in with the song. Chalice will still die.
But they might be able to set up here for nothing to say.
They're surrounding him.
Thinking about it.
He's going to have cogs and battery soul back up, and indeed with the net, they'll get the setup, but he is going to get bounced to safety.
Nice stomp from Why You Smile. Stops the aggression here for a second. Do they want to keep chasing? Somnus does.
Thinking about it. It's the slow with the defusal. It's under the tier 2 though. FY not going to be able to swing around close enough to catch them as PSG.LGD get back to the safety at the high ground.
FY still tanky in the face of these heroes.
Now they'll hold the tier 2 PSG.LGD. Azure Ray won't be able to push for more quite yet.
But not feeling the counter overall, like the Primal Beast pick in order to address this Pangolier. It's actually Somnus who's just having the edge over nothing to say so far this game. 2-0-6. Haven't seen him really able to like grab the Rolling Thunder, burst him by any means. Azure Ray covering themselves perfectly. Stomp. Won't connect onto the Shadow Demon either. He already has, Kelming already has the Aether Lens too. These two supports are massive.
Yeah, they've gone with the greedy items, as you said, building for themselves, but
why not?
It works out when they're ahead.
Yeah. I mean, your core is, you don't really need to build any of these full support items so much for the Nagasarn at this point. Low is just going to be able to split the map and be kind of on his own for the most part. So I like that they've actually gone this route for themselves.
Yeah, I think it's out of the cause, considering Somnus has potential for escape. Low to protect himself.
Shiro!
Whoop. He's
just dead.
pretty far out on his own. He's very dead. The Medusa gone again.
I mean, FY and Chalice they seem just too comfortable with this combo. There was the tiny Enigma last time, now the Clockwork Enigma. It just has destroyed the safe lane of LGD completely. Shiro is unbelievably poor. And playing into a natural counter, of course, versus this Pangolier.
Yeah, Pangolier having a very good game. Somnus right up there, nearly as farmed as his own Naga Siren. And Low, with this Orchid, he can start looking for solo plays. Nothing to say. Well, the onslaught off in time, but just having to run, very difficult for him to have the impact. And that's sort of in a hero situation. The Primal Beast against the Naga Siren, where as the Primal, you kind of hope to have the edge, but he cannot take that 1v1 now with the items online for Low.
FY is actually hunting him right now. Fine. Nothing to say. He has to. I mean, it's a situation there where he's like, he can't use BKB. If he uses BKB and runs away, it just feels absolutely miserable because he's the aggressor on the team. He has to start getting something to be able to get the space for this Medusa because they're just the space is just not really there for Shiro, and he's playing into Naga Siren, which can be a good answer.
See if he can find Planet.
Shadow Demon.
Now we're going to search the tree line and actually goes for the blind hook shot, but as it is, Planet stepped up between the lanes. Should be, well, I say should be okay. He hasn't actually got a TP scroll on him, so he's going to be stuck in quite an awkward spot for a bit of time here, Planet.
I mean, this is kind of how LGD wants to play, though, full splitting up the map to catch up after this devastating early game. Rocket's even kind of scouting. FY seems to know.
I mean, I think he was convinced the Planet was still down there. They probably saw him around. We cleared the wave, and he obviously doesn't have a TP, so they know that Planet's still stuck on this half of the map.
He's actually sneaking his way out of there. I cannot believe he's surviving, and they're actually setting up for Chalice, perhaps bottom kisses.
Yeah, it's just going to come in straight away. I mean, Chalice will ease the kisses. Actually, the onslaught. Oh. The whole nothing to say in position, and indeed backups there. Nothing to say he's going to have to consider using the BKB if he wants to live through this, and that is he'll pop it on an attempt to get away. I mean, meanwhile, FY did catch Neo.
Oh, he wants to get somebody here to the catch. He can.
And will I manage to force? But the Orchid up, low, gets the illusions out. And Planet, a cookie, a blast. He's trying to run, but the poison's stacking up. Somnus is in with the swashbuckle. They get Planet.
I kiss the thing. They try to go for this play onto him, and they can't.
And in the mid FY, he's going to keep it under the tier 2 tower. As Azure Ray, they continue rolling once more. 18 of 5 lead. Once again, just struggling to slow them down.
Shiro is 1 and 5. All core is just not having any type of game whatsoever. The support's even struggling as much as them too. Sure, right. It's almost an Aghanims finished up for Somnus. They don't feel like they need any type of cooldowns. Immediately smoke up, look for a fight. They don't care about Black Hole. I like the build actually for Chalice. He's gone. It's just him sticking in the back lines and fighting it.
They're looking for Shiro.
Ooh.
He's going to get under the tier 2. A good job he does. They were very, very close to being able to get that catch on him.
Yeah, it's cool that he's gone. This was
I mean, they're going to know that he's going to sweep over to go towards these camps instead. Tianming is looking for the setup, and he's got it.
They've got it.
Disruption's there. He's have to come in. Somnus is in with the Rolling Thunder. Shiro is the only way he can save himself. He's going to get the game. FY's on top of him, and FY is... Shiro doesn't stand a chance. Spiders will be enough to take...
Can LGD get any...
See. Nope. Now get the chance. FY hook shots back in. Washbuckle, of course, both white. Got the shield crash off, so a little bit of damage reduction, but the kisses coming in to survive. Caught by the net. Low up for the fight. Planet forcing Neo back to safety. Low's going to try to continue to chase.
Okay, LGD finally kind of strike back in this one. They lose their Dusa, but they do get themselves 3 much-needed kills, slowing down Somnus's here. But they lose Shiro, and he is the one that needs
recovery. Because despite these deaths, he's still the most farmed on PSG.LGD, which is where you need to see them do.
True.
It's just still, quite the difference between what he's got. Planet halfway towards the Aghanims, looking for just any sort of way that he can save some of his
nothing
team.
to say. The hook shot. Creep actually blocked, but he gets the batteries off.
He is. He's going to be able to interrupt the potential to charge out. BKB is still on cooldown for 20 seconds. There's no escape for the Primal. Nothing to say. He's gone. FY catches again.
FY. What else is there to say?
On the main stage,
6-0-11. I mean, he's been missing the land stage, of course. He is more than halfway. He's almost 3 components on that Aghanims already. This is wild. This is an insane performance. Level 13 as well, too. He is keeping it up with the cores almost.
Tower's going tier 2.
Continuing a full Aghanims delivered on Somnus after that last fight, too. He didn't have it in the last one. He's got the 15 talent as well, too, so... Gonna be able to shred the Medusa inside of his Rolling Thunder. Even though Shiro, he'll have some type of answer.
FY? He's going to find the angle.
Another one.
He's able to get the setup on it. Why you smile? Is there any way they can get him off for him? Neo's going to... I mean, he can't really do much at all. Somnus is chasing down Why You Smile with a slow. It would look for the stomp. Somnus will be able to blink back to dodge it.
Oh, nice place. Why he used the shard to jump himself out.
Somnus tries to chase, but won't clip him with the swashbuckle. So this time round, Why You Smile able to survive. Shiro's managed to get his next item done. The butterfly is complete on Medusa.
They're starting to slow things down a little bit here. And yeah, Innocence ends up surviving from that nice little shard play. Didn't actually see that he was the one who got it from the Tormentor. Whoopsie.
And Lowe's looking for Roshan.
Yeah, it's time to go for it here. LGD definitely gonna struggle fighting around that pit here with the advantage that Azure's got. They are gonna smoke. Don't feel like they can make it there in time by any means. It dies way too quick. It's gonna go down.
She grabs it here. Somnus or Low. They'll let it go the way of Low. Keep the Naga Siren safe.
I think Somnus is feeling pretty damn good anyway. And yeah, they're going to smoke off of this. They're going to look for these battles. Don't let LGD slow the pace down. Nothing to say is also, I mean, he's still also farming. BKB and Kaya-san just finished, has an Arcane Rune. He also now has the level 15 talent, a pretty strong one that he needs.
They'll find Why You Smile.
And the freebie.
Easy catch for the clock. FY.
He'll say space. You know. He was breaking the smoke.
See that item timing coming out for Chalice as well. A few more creeps and he'll have his Blink Dagger. Waves getting pushed in low. Up to the tier 2 bottom, already very, very low down here. So this tower should be gone. Chalice will start to bring in the mid. High chance that they'll be able to take both these tier 2s at the least during this Aegis time.
I mean, LGD is just playing full farming up. Look at Planet. He's actually, I mean, he's also pretty farmed on the Snapfire, keeping up almost with FY. It's more about him getting these creeps, but he's actually 3 components toward his Aghanims as well, too, as a 4-staff, so.
Radiant's top tower is under
LGD is starting to get some recovery outlets here, even though it's been Azure Ray all this game applying that pressure. 22-8.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, that's kind of crazy how Planet is indeed.
He's so
how that he's got the same amount of money as FY. I mean, FY's hit more creeps. FY's 6-0-12. And, you know, Planet, he's only 4-2-2.
I mean,
so I guess it's just the fact that the kills that Planet was involved in were worth that much more gold because of how far ahead Azure Ray were at the start. But yeah, pretty crazy that actually equates to him having the same net worth as FY.
For a bit of a solo play here. E. Enough to save, doesn't look like it. Shiro also getting pressured in mid.
See if they can chase Neo down up top. Chalice, he's going to drop the black hole. He gets the catch onto Neo. Hook shot across from FY. They lock down and kill the spider.
He secures the kill. He's like, mine, Chalice. That's his Aghanims. And Somnus playing alone bottom. He has these 2 buddies on the mid lane to be able to pressure as well, too, as they forced quite a bit from LGD there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just able to get in underneath the tier 3, take the kill, and there's nothing that they can stop him during the Rolling Thunder.
3 minutes still on this Aegis.
Push coming in.
Siege.
Yeah, low, starting to beat down onto the tier 3.
He's got the Dragon Scale, too, for that consistent siege.
See if they can slow down this push. Nothing to say. Goes forward with the onslaught. Backups in, though. As Azure Ray also bringing in the top with Chalice's push from the Eidolons.
Soon on Planet, but first, of course, FY, he's got his finish just a bit ahead of time here. These triple rockets, they'll be frustrating to play. LGD might just start getting constricted into the base here. It's going to be difficult for them to kind of pierce out here now with this Naga. This big, just being able to kind of keep all 3 lanes shoved in. See how Shiro breaks out of it here. See how PSG.LGD answers to this.
He's got a lot of money, Shiro.
He does.
So we'll be able to start making moves towards his next item if he wants to forego having the ability to buy back.
Okay, they're going to smoke to get out. See if they can catch anything here. Still 1:40 on the Aegis.
And they have that Aghanims to bail them out or get them in from Planet if they see the chance for a good play, good setup.
Low, he's got the full butterfly. Shiro does not have the MKB. Low's just walking at him.
And Tamming's going to be able to disrupt himself. And well, nothing to say. We'll still be able to catch him with the onslaught. They've got the kisses and the pulverize. They drop a lot of ults for that. Low's coming in from the side. Tries to get on top of Shiro. We'll catch him with the silence. Shiro keeps his cool, though. To pop the stone gaze here. The net caught him. And Neo, he's got no way to protect himself with the greaves already popped. It's a dead spider.
They're going to keep this push going. We're still up 70 seconds. Aegis, nothing to say. I'm saying to kind of try to clear these illusions here for a second.
Push them back here. 4 versus 4.
Angel's just standing there. He's got Butterfly Heart. This Medusa can't actually hurt him until that MKB's online for Shiro.
And they'll force out the glyph. Got to make a move soon, otherwise these racks are going to be going down. Tier 3. Set up with the Stomp. Nothing to say. Trying to start off the move.
Trying to clear these illusions out, but
Can't push him back.
He's just persisting.
Tier 3's gone, they're onto the barracks.
This Aegis, it's extremely effective.
It's getting clipped by the swashbuckles, the disarms. Shiro having to back away the illusions, just pushing PSG.LGD away from this defense. Backdoor protection will kick back in momentarily, but they've got another wave coming through, Azure Ray.
He's been whittling on mid too with the Dragon Scale. I love when I see these Naga Sirens do this.
It's going to be 2 Tier 3s at the least. And I've got Neo back up, so PSG.LGD, they've got the full lineup back in play for the attempted defense hit.
And Low, he's actually going to pressure. I mean, all 3 lanes still continue to be shoved in. Now Tianming, he's made it back into the fight. He can keep creating these illusions as well if this Naga Siren. Axes are getting whittled down. Aegis will get reclaimed, but an excellent hit there from Azure Ray. And the Rockets to just ensure that they stay inside the base, FY.
Completely trapped, PSG.LGD. MKB's done, Shiro finishes up his next item purchase.
He's going to need every little bit to buff him up. They've got the Solar Crest already done on Why You Smile, but it feels like they need absolutely everything, drums, etc. Medusa needs all the enabling as possible when she's this behind. There's the range racks. That's one dropping. He continues to just poke top low. Dragon Scale is so disgusting on Illusion Heroes. Especially when they can't even kill the illusions very quickly.
Tough ones to take out with his heart and Butterfly done on low.
I mean, look at this. He's poking mid with Dragon Scale, poking top tower with Dragon Scale. I think he's even sending the illusion bottom to poke the melee and range racks as well with it too. That damage, it adds up.
And the Aegis may be gone, but I don't think Azure Ray is going to feel it's too necessary to back away.
No, they're just completely trapped inside the base.
Yeah, they could just keep pushing. This tier 3 indeed looks to be being taken out. It's LGD. Somebody's got to start the fight. Somebody's got to go in first here on the defense. Otherwise, they're just going to slowly lose everything.
They're just getting whittled down. Items are, full items are starting to get delivered for Azure right now in these last few moments too. The Butterfly was just finished for low. He's got a Hex pretty soon. Somnus has a Lincoln's now to protect himself versus the Primal Beast. Nothing to say almost having an Aghanims, but they're making the move on him.
Catch him with the Demonic Purge. Some of the shield crash.
He's trying to hold his BKB, and he will be able to.
Just get the Earth Splitter coming out, though, from Why You Smile. So an ult down. And with that in mind, low, he's just straight back in onto the racks in the mid.
Seems like he just knows they can't focus him.
And they're not even trying, as it seems, to push him back. They're just going to let this Rax go. There's nothing to say. We'll TP in. We'll see if they can punish it. They get down on top of the Naga Siren, but he's able to pop the Manta.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage here, low.
And he's got the song off.
He could be in trouble.
Are coming in, so has to continue to keep his distance and dodge these kisses. Good connection with the kisses. Not quite enough. It's a good effort to try and get low. They won't quite find him.
That was close. The ET Spirit damage amp up there for the kisses. If he hits maybe 2 more, it could be a kill. Now Shiro, he's too far up. He's gone.
And he's not got the buyback. He's spent up there for the MKB.
He went forward so far without his team.
That might be it here in this game one. As Azure Ray, at the same time, they had the Siege Creep pushing on the bottom. So PSG.LGD, they had to pop the glyph. So they've got no glyph to protect themselves, protect these barracks. As they'll get the push back on here, Azure Ray.
I mean, the Megas are coming.
No Medusa. Nothing to say, trying his best. Comes in with the onslaught. Will manage to catch and kill the Shadow Demon. As Somnus hits them all with a shield crash and the swashbuckle. PSG.LGD scrambling back towards the fountain. Somnus blinks in, takes out another. They'll tap out here. GG is called. Azure Ray will take game 1.
Damn. And with quite a statement, too. Pretty flawless execution across the board. FY doesn't die throughout the game. The pressure he's able to apply. And same thing with Somnus dies only once as well, too, when he's in this matchup versus the Primal. The rotations, the movements, everything. The lanes, Azure Ray. They get the ball rolling, and they don't stop this game.
Yeah, there was no slowing them down. I mean, was this always going to be the nature of the draft that Azure Ray had, that if they got ahead, they would be able to do this, they would be able to snowball? Or did you imagine the PSG.LGD would have some better measures to try and recover a tough start of a game with their lineup?
I didn't think the lanes would go that well, but they took mid and top tower super early, right? Chalice was in mid, pushing mid tower pre-8 minutes, so a couple too many situations top where they give up kills. Shiro, I think it's 3-4 deaths super early in the lanes. It gets Chalice, it gets FY to just be able to kind of dominate the map and make all the space in the world. That was a very impressive showing from Azure Ray. LGD, they've got quite a bit to improve on coming into this next game, besides maybe just draft, just the way that they play the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Azure Ray absolutely shown PSG.LGD that they've got to be a bit more wary about trying this do so early in the draft. It's getting to that point of the tournament where some of the teams are coming in with solid answers to this very popular carry, and the speed that Azure Ray played this game definitely was a very solid one. Shiro ends up pretty much lowest hero damage on his team, just did not get to play his game whatsoever, as Azure Ray will take game 1.
A very convincing performance from Azure Ray in the first game of this best-of-3 series, where I think we want to start by breaking this game down on the top lane, because there was a lot of theory crafting that we did before going into this game, but I don't think, Jack, that we were prepared with how one-sided that top lane was in favor of Azure Ray.
Yeah, Fear was talking about this right at the start of the game. That top lane just kind of completely imploded. And then when you have this like clockwork at level 5 just solo killing the Medusa, that's when you know things have gone south. So that made the game obviously really hard to play. But I want to give a lot of credit to Lanham, obviously also one of the better sort of old veteran coaches and players in the Chinese scene as well. I feel like this was a brilliant first phase from them in the draft against LGD. You see that Medusa, you see basically the safe lane being picked by LGD. They picked a lane that not only does pretty well against it with the Enigma and the Clockwork and has scale, but these two heroes, you see the Enigma and Clockwork, they are basically extremely hard for the Primal Beast to play into. So basically daring LGD, go ahead, go pick your Primal in the second phase. They ban the Spirits. They know that Nothing to Say has to play a tempo hero, so there's only a limited pool that LGD are gonna choose from. And you saw, like, not only did they ruin the top lane, but they made Primal's mid-game extremely difficult to play. He almost couldn't do anything until he had BKB. And I think that alone basically, like, won them the game. I feel like the other heroes they had almost interchangeable. Like, obviously other than the Pangolier.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like, you have the strategy where you first pick the Elder Titan. No one's doing this. They come in with a game plan, this is going to work, and then all of a sudden, you pick Clock Enigma, and you're like, oh, we set up for this Dusa. This should be good against Enigma. Then all of a sudden, this lane gets dominated. FY solo killing the Medusa in the jungle at some point. Shiro ends in like 1-7, and I feel bad for Nothing to Say because I feel like he's very limited on what he can pick for this team right now, because New's hero pool is very specific. He wants to play like these summon type heroes or maybe the Timber Saw, which means Nothing to Say has to maybe play the Space Maker. They kind of force this Primal Beast into the game, into the Clockwork. They shut him down, and you're not supposed to win this game with Brood against the Naga in the safe lane as well, so it was very imperative that they won that top lane. If they lose that lane, you see what happens. FY is all over the map, hitting every single hook shot, keeping heroes down. FY had an amazing game.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they lost their lanes pretty badly, but I still think the Primal Beast and Sapphire could do something together. And this Medusa, he's not having a good game at all, but you still need the farm. You still need to take lane creeps more than, you know, like hitting Ancients where you're not strong enough to. So I'm not sure why don't they communicate about, hey, I want to take this farm, so I need someone to follow me. Like, even if the Elder Titan is the one following you and can't do anything, at least he'll be able to break smokes, at least he'll be able to stand in front of you and, you know, like, stop them from advancing and then ganking your Medusa. But that has never really happened. And the other one would be, okay, it's hard for us to go and gank for the Primal Beast and the Snapfire. There's no lane for us to gank. Fine. Why not just follow the Medusa around, and there's definitely going to be someone trying to kick this Medusa out of the lane. That's an opportunity for the Primal Beast and the Sapphire to do something to kill the person, whoever comes in first. And it's not even that easy for the SD to save whoever goes in. Like, ideally it's the Clockwork, and Pango will be the second one. But by then you should be able to just kill this Clockwork with your Primal Beast and your Snapfire. But none of that has happened, and like throughout the game I just feel like this Snapfire has never been around this Medusa to stop the Clockwork from, you know, like making Medusa just get jailed in the cogs. Like, he's just not there.
It felt like PSG.LGD had a lineup that they had this plan, but the plan would only start working around the mid to late game, and they kind of didn't account for the laning stage fear.
I think they got outplayed a bit too on the laning stage. Let's be real here. I think that top lane was maybe it's favored Clock Enigma's way a little bit, but it was just so ugly up there. It was way too ugly. Medusa should have some tools to deal with it. They stepped out of position. I think Chalice and FY here just played out of their minds, especially FY. They really made this game number one just swing in a direction that probably shouldn't have went just by their individual performances. The rest of the lanes, they're pretty okay. You know, mid lane, it was pretty even. Nothing to say for Somnus here. Pretty normal thing. And then bottom lane, you got Brood versus Naga. It went pretty normal as well, but when one lane bleeds that badly, it starts to affect the whole game, honestly.
If you're first phasing an FY hero that's a playmaker and that has such good matchups, like, I think you're licking your lips here. Like, you see an Elder Titan, right? You see eventually a Primal Beast, even like a Snapfire, things that don't really threaten you that much. Like, this is just the freest FY game of all time for him to, like, do what he does best. I also like this Pango pick. Again, this is another difference, I think, between these two teams. Like, you would see an Azure Ray much more likely to pick a larger hero pool for Somnus. So I think, for instance, in this draft, LGD, maybe they see the Timber Saw, which got left through the whole draft. But if you pick that early and you try to flex it, like, this is a team that will pick Shadow Fiend against you. And then they'll pick, let's say, a Void later on to combo against the Medusa and give them some scale. So that drafting versatility that they're not afraid to do, because I think their offlane frees them up to do that more, is like a major difference between these two teams. I think, again, as you mentioned, New's sort of limitations or what they trust him to do in this team, they're not going to give him that many options. I think even on like a playmaker, like a Mars or something, they're not always confident that he'll make the right rotations. So this is going to be a pretty difficult series for LGD going forward.
The biggest issue I have with New right now is that he's getting his set of heroes, but he's not always like Amars gets his set of heroes, but he always dominates every game regardless matchup. I haven't seen that from him yet.
So, Aurora, is it fair to say that maybe PSG.LGD is a little handicapped in the draft, and they also got themselves a little bit in the corner with the opening they just had?
Yeah, I think they are just like we discussed just now. Maybe like it's the morning, it's the first game. They're not like woken up yet. It feels like it's just warming up because everyone seems to be out of place. But it's just the first game. I think they'll be able to do better for the next game.
Well, we'll see. Maybe, you just need a little bit of relaxing morning time before your Dota game. Maybe warm up Dota as well, just the first game. Who knows what's going to happen in game number 2? What I do know is that they were able to relax very well before because they are at the top tier Ayana Estate, which is an integrated resort, luxury all around, ocean views, secluded private beaches. We got a rock bar, jungles, and more top-tier Dota coming your way from the Ayana Estate after the break. Welcome back. We are in the middle of our first series of the day here at the Ayana Estate for the Bali Major. And that means PSG.LGD and Azure Ray are playing each other, where Azure Ray was able to take game 1 of this best of 3 series. Now, these two teams know each other very, very well. And every time they played, which is, I know, only twice, but they did go on a tie on the first 2 games. So we're going to find out if PSG.LGD can bounce back after a quite disastrous game number 1. But potentially they just had this plan that they wanted to try out, didn't work, and now they'll go back to something that does work for them. Let's find out. And what would that be? What would work for PSG.LGD? For that question, I turn to my panel. It's Jack, Aurora, and Fear. And Fear, before I even begin to ask you to answer that question, I just want to talk about the Venno Tidehunter opening on our screen, because that's a first.
Yeah, it does make a little bit of sense here, because Azure Ray, I feel like they're reading LGD pretty well. They leave the Morph in the pool, they leave the Medusa in the pool, they pick Tide into the Batrider, which is already a good matchup, and they're predicting the Medusa to come out, and Tide is one of the better heroes in this patch to just not only lane against the Medusa, but later on just stay on top of her with the Anchor Smash. And the Venomancer, I think Bat doesn't really enjoy playing versus Venno that much. Any hero that can just slow him down so he can't just run into the fight and do the Firefly is a bit annoying here. But other than that, it's just kind of a pre-planned strat, I think, here by Azure Ray, where they think this Venno can work out. I'm going to be very curious to see if it's going to be a 5 or if it's going to be a 4. Is this just going to be their dual offlane, Venomancer plus a Tide here? Not sure if I like that too much. I did enjoy FY running across the map and getting a lot of kills. Being a Venomancer, your play options are quite limited outside of the laning stage. But if you can dominate the lane like you did in the game number 1 there, I guess that's good enough.
I mean, I think the last game we saw that FY he was just fearless, right? He's a level 5 clockwork, but he's like, oh, Medusa's alone here, so I'm just gonna tag along. And he didn't really care if there was anyone else there. He just said, I am not going to let this Medusa farm, and I think he can do the same. He can pull the same thing with this Venno. Not to mention the lane is already pretty straightforward. It's going to be in their favor. But yeah, I agree. I'm used to seeing FI being the moving hero. Oh, will this be the FI hero, or is this just Somnus hero? Because I think they LGD, they banned the Pango knowing what they can with the Pango against their Medusa. So it's a good ban, but this Wind Ranger, I'm kind of curious whether they will just put it as FI's hero or just thinking about this right now.
Yeah, I mean, Azure Ray, they have the biggest hero pool of any team, and they're continuing to expand on that. Not running to run a similar strategy. And that's kind of like the appeal, like Jack talked about a little bit, like maybe our Somnus will just pull out an OD or an SF in the mid lane out of nowhere. All their players can do that. They've got a lot of veterans here.
The 3 maggots, as they call themselves, Chalice, Somnus, and FY. I think I explained before, but it was basically they were on a stream together. Then they stream all the time. They'll be like trash talking each other, and they were playing some mahjong game, waiting for a match to start, and they just basically purposely made like really bad plays or decisions in that game just for like entertainment value, and then that's where the meme was born, where they started calling themselves that. And we're starting to see the metamorphosis from maggots to something far more terrifying as this tournament goes on. The Venno first pick is interesting. Again, as you mentioned with the Batrider, you don't like these heroes that just kind of plant random wards around to give them vision. It's hard for you to initiate and get your blink off. And then I guess if they thought it was going to be another Medusa opener, there's some value there. It's really annoying to play against early on. You have this hero that can potentially like steal or take away some of your camps by just planting random wards. I don't know that it's... I do think it's kind of strange that it's a first phase. I think there was maybe something else that they're trying to block with that. But yeah, they have a lot of options again, and I think they can play pretty fast potentially once again on Azure Ray.
I did not watch a lot of China DPC, but the one game that I did catch though was FY playing Wind Ranger against Medusa and rushing the Diffusal Blade. So that looks like a high possibility of what they might do here as well. So that'll probably push the Venomancer to POS 5. Storm's going mid for sure, so that takes out the Wind Ranger mid option, which means we're probably getting an FY Wind Ranger, which I prefer to see him on over the Venno. Some playmaking capability or the ability to just scale in general, I think is really good for FY. And Azure Ray, they've got to maybe not a draft that you'll see every day here, but that's just kind of their flair. They don't like picking the absolute like meta right now, and LGD, I mean, they've got to pick Nothing to Say, his Space Maker we've already talked about, and they're giving New last pick again, and I feel like if you're Azure Ray, you know what's coming, and you can prepare for it quite easily. So Azure Ray looking pretty comfortable in this draft, even if their heroes are a little bit different from what we're normally used to seeing.
What is coming though? Because Doom is banned, Timber, Mars also banned on the off lane.
Well, they left Brood again.
They did leave Brood, but there's no way they want to do that against it.
There's no way.
There's no way, surely. Because they left Naga in the pool too. It's like, no.
They banned pretty much all the disabled team fight. I mean, maybe except for like an Underlord or something. But yeah, I also like that Azure Ray have gone for this hero both games against the Medusa that has like a diffusal mid game. There was the Pango last game, this game the Wind Ranger. And so they don't necessarily have to just have something that hard outscales the Medusa, but something that helps deal with and kill it early mid game, especially if you have a faster pace going. And then they do have options here. I wouldn't be surprised to see something. Illusion Hero might have a little bit tougher time this game than last, so maybe not a Naga or PL, but there is still there's a Void, I guess. They can go a different route here, and I think the anti-mage is gone.
New is playing a new hero here as well, which is a little surprising because this isn't one of the heroes that they like to pick up for him.
Yeah, I mean,
Underlord.
I don't know about Faceless Void though, because Underlord is very known to counter this Faceless Void, and Medusa SD, they are not that bad against Faceless Void either, so I think they kind of want... If I were to pick someone that can just stand alone and farm, right, it would be a Lifestealer, because I don't mind a Lifestealer being the bomb for the Storm Spirit, the TIE Hunter. It's not that bad against LGD's heroes, and in a way, it can offer much more than just, like Chrono and then like, oh, I want to farm my damage items. I don't think Azure is going to try and pull that. I think they definitely want to try and take this game faster, because there's no way you want to play late game against SD, Ember, Medusa, and Underlord. It's just really difficult, and Azure's heroes are quite lacking in damage as well, because Storm Spirit, he has damage, but his damage equals mana, and without mana, he's just nothing, And this Ranger is already going to be a plus 4, so she's not going to be able to get that much farm, and I think if there's one support that will be getting farm, it's going to be the Venom. It's going to be easier on the Venom, because there's no way you want the Venom to follow the Storm Spirit to do ganks and whatnot, right? So it's going to be the Wind Ranger, and Wind Ranger definitely can't carry this game alone, so they will definitely need like a carry hero that can dish out more damage.
Choose your hero.
Job. I don't like this pick that much, because there's the SD, there's the Ember, there's the Barrier. Like, they have the Lasso and like all these BKB Pierce saves, and it's not easy to kill people, but maybe his job is just to, like make this Medusa feel very difficult into taking fights, because your Omnislash is really, really good against Medusa in a way, but you need to have that damage first. You need to have really, really good laning coming from your entire team, and like with that, you probably can overwhelm this Medusa, because I think Medusa is only going to be farming in like one corner of the map, and it's going to be very, very difficult for LGD to scale as well as Azure.
Yeah, and I think this Jug, they have tempo though on Azure. I think if they can win their lanes, go with the Juggernaut, make things happen, and his Resolution found out last night that Underlord might not be the best hero right now, so especially in the laning stage. So we'll have to see if New can make it work, but it's definitely a tough lane for him, and we'll see if they can get a snowball running on Azure. If they can, and they can shut down the Deucin again, maybe we could have a repeat.
Yeah, I think they had some choices here, some kind of Ursa Jug that plays a little bit faster, gets to that third or fourth item with a lead in the game before the Medusa comes online. But I think based on last game, I like Azure Ray's chances once again here. I feel like they have their number, and they know them very well, obviously, so I'm expecting to see something similar this game.
I think Azure does have this problem. If they don't go all together, they might just set themselves up for failure, because when you look at LGD's lineup, they are pretty good at team fighting. They have the Underlord, the SD for saving and protecting the Medusa, and they have this Ember to just create chaos in the team fight. It's not that easy for Azure to just go in and expect to come out alive. They are not exactly those tanky heroes, so when they go in, they have to be sure that one goes in and the other one follows up perfectly. So I hope that they are gonna execute that well, and we'll see if this, like, will this be a new hero, or new hero.
Yeah, we'll find out how that Underlord is going to play itself out. I hope at least that the lanes are going to be a little bit more even so that both teams get to play and execute their game plan. We're finding out how Game 2 is going to happen, though, and will PSG.LGD be eliminated? Finding out together with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, GVS. Game 2 ready to go here. Fogged, we're going to see if PSG.LGD can put up a little bit better of a fight this time round. And indeed, straight up off the bat, Shiro gets first blood, taking down FY. That's exactly how they want to start this one, especially with how much of a nuisance FY was last game for them.
Yep, he's not a Clockwork this time where he can kind of just run rampant. It's a bit of a different setup. They moved the Wind Ranger pick, perhaps it could have been being flexed, and then they saw the Shadow Demon immediately. They have to make it the support position. So let's see what route he's going to go. He did scout the ward down bottom with that death, since the tower hit him when he was playing in that little spot there to see it. So he will know there's a ward down there, but good kill to start things off. Infinitely better already for Shiro than last time.
I see. I mean, and overall, do you feel that this could be an easier game for PSG.LGD, or do you once again like what Azure Ray's got overall?
I think both teams are a bit pretty happy with what they've got. I do think Azure Ray have some really nice tempo setting if they can get ahead for Lu. I'm just going to be looking at this top lane. How's this Jug actually going to do? Since looking at the itemization from Underlord, I actually like that he's gone this. It's triple gauntlets, so pretty difficult for you to commit. Go for like a spin kill with a Gale.
A lot of HP.
Very tanky, so you can trade back with something like that, Jug. Yeah, well, he's going to have to just go farm the lane. Doesn't want to trade with these two. High base damage on the two of them. But they're definitely, I mean, there still is always, like, it depends how many clicks you get onto them. The Gale, the Blood Grenade as well, too. There's going to be kill threat onto some of these heroes. Who ends up getting that set up first? The Planet, both keeping each other low.
Yeah, and what do you sort of make of what we've seen before from these two and their mid heroes? Somnus on the Storm, nothing to say on the Ember. Who's got the most likelihood of popping off this game?
Oh, let's see. How many stuns actually there is there overall in this game? Nothing to say. He's not really playing versus too many of them, but let's see what build Somnus goes for. Some limited disables, in a way, for sure for this Ember Spirit. Somnus maybe having some more disables he has to play versus, I know, dropping low.
That should be fine, as long as they can get through kind of the first few levels and Lowe's able to get a point in the healing ward. That should allow him and Tianming to stay strong in the lane, but early on, not going to be too easy for Lowe to step up and get CS without taking a lot of damage in return.
Yeah, these key Flame Break pushing him back.
Right clicks,
yeah.
Flame Break and a few punches, it's half of his health.
I mean, yeah, I really like this itemization from New. It's just small, but yeah, starting off like this. Look at this base damage advantage. He has like 20 damage over a Juggernaut. Definitely not the easiest thing for Lowe up here. Looking better for LGD for sure if they're able to get off to their game plan.
Should certainly be more solid. And do you feel like Shiro, are there things that are going to cause him to have the same amount of issue as he did last game, or overall should it be simpler for PSG.LGD to secure in this sort of safe area of the game? Because last time around, Azure Ray, they were able to catch Shiro a lot of times early on.
It feels like it should be a bit simpler. I feel like Azure Ray, they're just master classes of the Enigma pressure that they're able to apply with it. Besides just being aggressive, they deny a ton of farm, so it should be easier for Shiro down here. But Chalice, I mean, he should be able to get some stuff out of here. We've seen this Tidehunter versus Deuce a lot throughout this tournament. Yeah, I'd say Shiro it's infinitely happier. He got first blood, he's set up for success because he's going to be he's just being fed wand charges down here. That's the thing about Tidehunter. You just give Medusa pretty much all the mana back all the time from using Anchor Smash compared to an Enigma.
Yeah, very unlikely they're ever going to be able to kill Shiro in this lane.
Should be much better
with
for
these
him.
two.
And he's actually getting aggressive. Chalice doesn't have the Kraken Shell right now. They've got Blood Grenade, Poison stacking up.
That's a lot of poison.
One more.
It's not going to quite reach, so Chalice, he's okay underneath the tower. Still a few hundred gold away from, yeah, okay, just 100 actually from getting the Ring of Health. So with these next creeps coming in towards the tower, should be able to grab that. And once that's there, Chalice will be feeling a lot safer in this bottom lane.
Yep. I actually thought maybe in this lane it was going to be a lane where he doesn't go for the Gush because he doesn't have like the strongest 4 position behind him just so he can stand down here. But I think almost every game we've seen them grab the Gush anyway. But I feel like most times I saw them with the Techie, so they just always had this aggression that they could put on here.
Mid. Got to keep eyes on this as both are getting a bit low.
Is that skill matchup now that we've seen so many times?
I mean, nothing to say, sort of trying to bait Somnus in because he does have chains available if Somnus steps up too far. But Somnus keeping it safe. And yeah, with the CS pretty much dead even between these two mids. Up top, attempt with the Gale to close in onto Neo. Lowe is going to go in with the Blade Fury, but
tanky.
Not going to be able to kill this Underlord at this point.
And he's got the salve to be able to reset himself. I like salves. Having like 1 or 2 salves in laning phase versus Jug is always really nice to just be able to reset every time the spin comes out. So, yep, doing an excellent job and attention being brought to mid.
Quick setup here.
Somnus.
And with the blood grenade thrown down upon him, FY comes in with a power shot. They've got the vortex grab onto Why You Smile. They bring him down, but they will lose Somnus' life for this. Further TPs to be coming in. Tianming turns up.
Planet.
Gale onto Planet. Blood grenade as well. They should find the bat in return. As FY, he'll have a power shot if necessary. Shackle shot to set up. Oops, off the mark with that, but he didn't need to hit it. He only needs to hit. He only hits the ones he needs to. Yeah. As they still take him down.
Yeah, they strike back. They get themselves 2 kills there. Somnus, an effective trade when there's so many rotations in, but last hits there for nothing to say, pulling a little bit ahead of versus Somnus here. So gonna hit that 6 a little earlier on the Ember Spirit versus that Storm. And yeah, Shiro absolutely free farming. But gonna look to pressure him a little bit here. It's 19-1 though, and a healing Lotus.
Yeah, it's gonna give him a lot of mana if he feels threatened, and he has Planet and Why You Smile here to back him up. They get the setup on towards FY. Planet gets in on top of him with the Firefly.
Great disruption.
It's gonna be FY going down. PSG.LGD continue to make sure that this Medusa has a hot start in game 2. Top lane, low.
TP.
He's gonna try and turn for Neo with the Blade Fury, but TP out in time is there. Low starting to do really well up here. You know, 25 and 10. Sure, not able to kill the Underlord, but Underlord not slowing him down and not being able to out CS him. Low's playing good with the right clicks, good with the creep farm.
Yeah, I mean the rotations is what happens when you start moving your supports so much to put pressure onto the mid lane. You start giving this Jug the opportunity to perhaps go through these traits. But yeah, Shiro, it's a completely different game. So I mean, we're gonna be able to see perhaps both teams get timings rather than one team kind of snowball out of control this game. At least from what it looks like right now.
Yeah, and if this Medusa hits good timings, is this one of the games where there's less of sort of a counter as there may have been last time around?
Absolutely. There's no Pango Defusal, right? It's gonna have to come from either the Jug buying some weird kind of items or Wind Ranger. Right now he's got the Battle Fury queued up to farm. Nothing to say.
See, FY will be able to deny the power in.
He's gonna reset. Okay, I was like, I have nothing to say. Really dropping quite low. He's got the Remnant to be able to reset himself.
Huge amounts of focus from both teams around the mid lane at that point. Power in play.
This should be a really fun matchup as we do have like Medusa farming, but Low, as you said, getting that farm as well too. So, 1K lead for PSG.LGD off of these lanes. How the stacks looking? Planet, he does have a triple hardcam stack, and I believe they did already farm 1 stack from the side of FY and Chalice. And they do have an ancient stack at the ready. Nothing to say. Trying to go for... I mean, can't quite.
Respects the fact that Somnus swings across.
And I wonder if Somnus is going to do the build that we saw now a couple of times, especially from Kiyotaka, where you just go straight for the Orchid to build the pressure in the game.
Low fancy his chances, and he's going to get away with it. The walk over to grab the Wisdom Rune himself. He's going for the TP out. Nothing to stop it. Low, get some free XP.
I love it. Great little move there. These supports are going to be very sad now on the side of PSG.LGD. Level 3 Bat, level 3 Shadow Demon. It's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, give Low his level 6. He'll have it with the small cam. Unlikely, of course, even with the Omni Slash to be able to threaten Neo on his own. You know, Neo walking around with his 1300 HP and a full Vanguard.
But he can threaten one of these, like the Bat Rider in particular, especially if he finds the best, one of those dream neutral items like the Broom Handle or the Courage. I mean, they continue to try to fight. He throws the Omni.
Planet's going to be able to throw him over towards the neutral camp. And the shackle shots there. Blade Fury chased down with the phase boost. Low's easily got it.
But Why You Smile is here to set up now. Low.
Got a Firestorm down onto Low. He has the healing ward out. Still has a Fairy Fire and a few 1 charges to rely on, so Low's going to be fine.
He might be able to turn back in here too.
Shackle shot. FY controls Why You Smile. Why You Smile's turning, trying to get the poison stacks continue to be stacked up on Low, but they come to an end. Another power shot's there. Low comes in with a final right click to take Why You Smile down.
And they're kiting Neo.
They are. Further backups coming in. Tianming throws down a blood grenade. Blade Fury's back up. And with the 3 of them, they might just have the chance to take this Underlord down. Shackle shot again from FY.
Low.
He's got to be careful.
He goes down.
He does indeed die, and in fact, Neo will live.
Too tanky.
They couldn't quite do it even with the 3 of them.
They whiffed the Gale too. I don't think it would have been enough to kill him, but yeah, it doesn't end up connecting there. They stay too long. And in the meanwhile, nothing to say. I believe Solo killed Somnus in the mid lane. Gets himself now a DD rune to run toward top. That's a big solo kill. I actually did not see how low he was.
And you like this from FY? We saw him going greedy on his clock. He wants to try and have some sort of answer towards this Medusa. He's just going to go for the straight defusal build.
It's good versus all three cores when you look at it. Like even Ember Spirit, even Underlord can suffer in the mana department. But obviously versus the Medusa, it's the best one. So yeah, I'd like if he does go for it. We've saw that they build for themselves on these supports on the side of Azure Ray. So I don't blame him if he wants to go down that route.
It worked last game.
Yep. And they don't have anybody else to really build it, especially if the Jug does commit for Battlefield, which I feel like he just has to in this type of game. But yeah, nothing to say. The biggest winner out of everything was Shiro. Shiro got the first blood. He was given a great lane, but nothing to say getting that solo kill. Pushes him up to level 8. Stack's going to be getting worked on here, Planet. We'll be able to finish off that hard camp stack that he was getting ready. He's actually not dead yet. Quite a bit of magic resist on these creeps. FY, maybe trying to get a steal here with the power shot. How many can he get? Gets one. Might be able to get most. I mean, Somnus is also swinging over. He's going to get almost all of the big creeps.
Yeah, Planet's going to get bullied away from this one as Azure are able to pick up the majority of them, and they pop the smoke. See if they can turn it into a bit of action up top. They know that Neo's pushing up pretty far.
They've got Chalice here.
They get the opening with the Vortex into the Ravage. They get the catch on, and nothing to say. They catch the Ember.
Absolutely everything blown onto him at this point. Almost looked like maybe they didn't need it. They had quite a bit of chain stun, but Chalice doesn't want to let anything happen there. He wants to make sure he gets the kill.
They know that nothing to say is having a pretty good start to this one. They do not allow any chance for that potential kill to slip away.
Who got the kill? It was FY. He's actually only 800 or 900 gold away from this diffusal blade. Gonna have it pretty damn early. Could this be situations where he even can catch Shiro off guard with it if he gets it so early on?
Yeah, still just continuing to try and mess with this area, not allow Planet to have that kind of free stack to farm. A neutral camp.
Yeah, that was pretty nice there. Just that ward that they placed from earlier to scout the stacks. Nothing to say. It's been back and forth. Chalice getting this push started now with Meteor Hammer.
Of course, with this focus that's shifted over towards the mid lane, it just continues to give Shiro complete farm down here. There's Medusa going untouched, top net worth, and is only going to continue to grow that lead. With the way that this game's playing out right now, with Azure Ray looking elsewhere. Chalice will now swing back towards the bottom, but at this point, with the start Shiro's had, they're going to need to bring a lock down here if they want to actually kill this Medusa.
I think maybe they give you might give the priority of farm to FY now here for the next few minutes. Like for the next 2 minutes or so, just so he can get that diffusal, because then you actually can threaten Shiro in a way. As weird as that sounds,
for
support
sure, yeah.
Wind Ranger with Focus Fire can do something here. They're going to make the move down bottom. They're smoked, nothing to say. They want to make sure that Shiro can get set up even more for success.
They're going to go straight onto Chalice.
They're bringing the numbers.
Yeah, they're even coming in with the portal to make sure that Chalice is completely outnumbered. As Chalice will slowly but surely go down. Running for nothing to say. Keeping him up there close to the top.
Low is waiting around the portal. He's hoping that someone comes back through it, but no, it's not going to happen.
How's the Battlefield progress going? Not quite there still.
Not quite there.
200 more gold.
Pretty good, though.
In the mid, Somnus. Messing around with nothing to say, but nothing to say does have Why You Smile by his side. 12-minute power rune, it will go into the hands of Somnus.
Maybe not.
Options there.
Denied.
Easy denied for Why You Smile. No shield rune for Somnus.
Somnus has shown the build that he's going to go for, so it won't be the Orchid build. It is just going to be that Witchblade gradual kind of build-up damage build. So different approaches from different players, as we saw. Kiyotaka, I believe he went Orchid all 3 games.
He did.
In the last time. Even though I think the last one, he's not even playing versus a Ember Spirit, he's playing versus like a TA. He didn't care, so yeah, I'd like to see the different approaches from these different players. Less than 2K lead here for LGD. Side of Azure Ray, still getting some very good farm on these 3 cores. And the support, as we said, FY, he is a core, Diffusal's done. See if they can find a big kill to slow down Shiro's progression here.
Yeah, I mean, even if they just get in with like a Ravage, high chance that stun will be long enough for this Focus Fire and Diffusal to shred through the majority of Shiro's mana.
If they can get him like pre-Stone Gaze, definitely they can get the chain stun. Chalice again, though, showing himself deep. They're setting up for him here, perhaps. Oh, he smiles here with the Demonic Purge.
I mean, the rest of the team are going to smoke up and try and capitalize on the fact that Chalice is creating this sort of attention that's getting drawn towards him. They want to try and bait a fight with the tide.
I thought perhaps we were going to see FY put a couple more points into Wind Run just so that he can just full commit forward with his Focus Fire, but does max out the power shot. I mean, it is very valuable, but him having the Diffusal Blade this early does merit for more points in Wind Run early if he wants to full commit.
Coming down here with 4 heroes, Shiro would be the big catch.
They're setting up vision around for him here. Shiro.
They know he's in it. Gale's not going to connect, though. And Shiro, he just immediately Stone Gazes and TPs out. He knows that there's no no place for him down here.
I mean, nice play, honestly.
Very good at escape. I mean, why you small get left behind, but Shiro, he was very prepared for that.
Yeah, but now they should be aware of that defusal on FY. They probably were anyway. He had a Blade of Alacrity queued, or he had a Blade of Alacrity in his inventory when he was kind of running around, so they should know that this itemization's there. Good TP. Tower will drop. Chalice will be able to claim that one. Nothing to say, we'll be able to claim that. Rune in mid. Dead even on the mid laners, though. Maelstrom's done for nothing to say, but Somnus is getting his timing. Witchblade's finished. New. Look at that focus fire. The man is gone, but
gone.
Why? Okay.
Low has got the Omni Slash if he feels it's necessary here. Neo's going to go for the TP out. The Ravage, they'll use it to stop it.
Okay, sure, why not? Kill's a kill at this point.
Low Battle Fury done. So now a chance to see this Jug catch up with the farm of the Medusa.
And you can see the defusal, not only versus that Medusa, the two cores definitely suffer if they do get their mana.
They're going to try and make the jump on Shiro. They know that Shiro's Stone Gaze is still on cooldown.
He used the Manta as well, too.
It's almost a little bit low on the mana.
Got Lasso. Do they have the damage for him?
They bring him low, but not quite low enough. Somnus is fine.
It's a little awkward, though, for Azure Ray. They kind of have to back out of here. No Ravage available. No Mana Storm. They're going to get cut off.
Yeah, we'll see coming in through the portal. See what Neo can find. He's going to try and catch them with the pit. Won't quite get Chalice.
Chalice is tanky. Is he tanky enough?
He's attempting his best to walk this one off. FY will have Focus Fire back up in 10 seconds. Chalice is living pretty long. Low's
turned up.
He still has Omni Slash low.
Shackle.
Good luck to come in on to this. They get the connection onto both Nothing to Say and Shiro, and then they go with the Omni Slash. Low commits him forward, gets some good bounces on towards Why You Smart. Blade Fury's back up. Stone Gaze is there, so Low will have to avert his attention away from Shiro for now. FY trying his best to escape up to the high ground. The Snake's going to chase him. FY will fall.
Low could be in trouble. Healing Ward's dead.
Somnus is backing onto Nothing to Say. He's got enough mana to kill him. They'll get the Ember.
And Low get out. He's got spin. He's got one. He should be fine.
They can't quite finish him. Low, in fact, he's
Shiro
considering getting back in on this.
They're on Shiro.
Chalice and Somnus, they're still pretty strong. The Blade Fury's back up. Shiro, he's out of mana. Low's in on top of him. Shiro, he gets taken out. Double kill for Somnus.
5 stacks.
Will pop. Chalice, he's still surviving through this all. He's even going to go down. He's up.
No way.
He just didn't die. Somnus will. But FY and Chalice, they'll finish Planet. I mean, Chalice, he lives through it all. It's everybody dead on PSG.LGD.
What a fight from Azure. How is Chalice? I mean, FY, okay. FY bought back, but still, I want to see how much, mana burn. Look at the damage distribution, really, from it. Kind of both sides. Everyone just duking it out to the death, but the defusal blade is actually huge. And Chalice, he just survives during all of it. Every little bit coming into play. Nothing to say. Wants FY.
See if he's going to be able to continue to chase him. Now he's out of Remnant, so FY's going to be... He's going to be fine.
Azure Ray, a big strike back into this game.
That's usual. Chalice living throughout it all, getting the levels that he did, and pretty much having the gold for this pipe, just 400 gold away. So next time round, it may just be his teammates as well that just don't quite die. A very well calculated fight as well for Low, the way that he was able to get involved to the point where it's that risky stage, right? You've just got the Battle Fury as the Jug, but Low's still able to have an impact.
I mean, they danced. Like, that was literally a dance. All there from Azure Ray just to be able to get the increased damage from their cooldowns, and he's got a stack to go back to with this Battle Fury, so he is a bit of a bigger winner there than Shiro by any means in the fight. FY, of course, did have to use the buyback for that one there, but man, this defusal, I just watched him hitting like all the targets. I think he burned, I don't even know how much mana he actually ended up burning in this fight, because he was hitting the cores, he was hitting the supports as well too, in the midst of everything from the distraction.
Definitely, obviously a bit of a greedier build from the support, but it's absolutely working from that point. They needed someone to pick up the defusal this game, and with the speed that he got it, he's having the impact. They'll try and set up on him top.
They've got the Demonic Purge, they want to full commit onto him here. Planet's going to throw the lasso as well, too.
If they want this Wind Ranger gone, they know how much of a nuisance FY is. Somnus will zip forward with the Vortex on a Planet. He's got Tianming by his side. So Shiro in on top of the Venomancer. Tianming trying to run further TPs to be coming in. Tianming's actually going to get away. They don't catch him in the pit. Low's turned
Ravage.
Up. So they can turn this around as the hammer comes crashing down onto Why You Smile. They will lose Somnus. He's 3 dead this time on Azure Ray. As Low's got to run with the healing ward. Chalice, this time around, I mean, he's still pretty tanky, but it's the whole team having an effort at taking him out. And Chalice, he won't survive this one.
The Ravage ends up clipping the 3 on the backline, but I think Shiro is just free attacking. I don't think it clipped him on the far right. And Somnus, I think he zipped into a pit. He gets caught out, and they can just heal, reset, and come right back up here for this push on PSG.LGD.
Yeah, definitely seeing how much of a different fight it is when Azure Ray do not catch the Medusa. If Shiro's able to live, he's able to hit. It's just a bit too much for Azure Ray to fight through.
And he's now getting pretty close to his butterfly off of that fight too. Pretty big pickup if he's able to get it.
Mid.
Ooh.
Very nice shackle there from FY, catching Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say.
He's okay.
We'll be able to.
With his long zip.
I mean, Somnus
knows.
He knows that Nothing to Say is pretty low on the mana. He's got the Vortex. They're going to be able to catch him. FY with the power shot.
Oh, he just knew. He tips him. Maybe.
Okay. You'd be sticking around for all that creep cap. Cost him his life.
Punish the greed. Quickly get a big kill back into their favor here.
Why with the Blink Dagger? Already been hitting some excellent angles with the shackle shots. Now they've got to be even more prepared for him getting the jump on them.
Now, I mean, now it's just like him easier access to be able to get the angle to just get into the prime target to go for the focus fire too. See if Chalice next time is going to be able to get a bit of a better Ravage. So he did only catch like the 3 on the back lines this last time. Blink will be the next choice. I think this has been kind of the natural build-up that we've seen for almost all Tidehunters now. And they're looking to smoke. I mean, they're still looking like they want to fight even if Ravage is on cooldown. They're feeling strong.
They've got the Omni Slash up.
Sees the setup down bottom. They want to try to perhaps get Nothing to Say. They might be able to sneak it onto him here. FY's at the ready.
Focus fire back up in 2 seconds.
It is, Why smiles down here. They seem to know this is happening. Ward now, it's going to scout Chalice. Okay, go back away from him.
They could try and pressure this. I mean, 20 seconds and Ravage is there as well for Azure Ray.
Man, it looks like Low is just going to build for himself rather than trying to counter this Medusa. Medusa has the butterfly already done. See if he does look to switch up the build. Playing very aggressively Low. There's the lasso at the ready for Planet. He's thinking about going in.
And there's the jump.
And this is so deep
Can
from
he get
Low.
out of this one? He's able to put the Blade Fury, but Shira blocking him off. As Low.
This is so deep from him. He had to have expected something like that was going to be coming in. Maybe he thought he could just, I don't know, spin TP after a lasso, but there's a Medusa there.
Yeah, they do far too much physical damage.
That was definitely one of the slip-ups I don't think we've seen from Low in the last few games from him at least.
Rough death. 16-14, PSG.LGD holding the lead, and Shiro definitely stepping into the territory where you start to wonder if kind of FY with his defusal is going to be enough of an answer for this Medusa. The other heroes won't be able to offer up too much in regards to taking down this Medusa at this stage of the game.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. That's going to, I mean, slowing down Low. Anytime you get slowed down, when one of these cores dies compared to the other one, it's just going to pump up. In particular, this time, Shiro, one of these cores, just to become that much more massive. Like, his butterfly was finished, he's already got 2,000 gold, and in the meantime, this Jug has not been able to farm anything because he did get caught. Somnus will have to zip himself away. Nothing to Say now has his BKB, so he's still keeping up in farm as well. And he's safer, too. That's the thing, Nothing to Say. With this BKB, he shouldn't die. Unless he makes a big mistake here. Somnus, he can still die, even if he slips up at all here. No BKB to cover him. Sure, he's got status resist, but quite a bit of little disables in the roots.
Now the pits and the chains.
Yeah, they're annoying.
FY?
Ooh.
Not careful enough. FY goes down. Another Tormentor casualty here. At the Major.
Well, I feel like I haven't seen that many of this Major, actually.
There's got to have been a couple.
There's definitely been a good amount, but not nearly as much as when it first got added.
At least for FY, he did die to this Tormentor, but he is also the one that gets the shard.
Yeah. So, you know, blessed and punished at the same time. Smoke, PSG.LGD, feeling strong. Planet is very farmed this game. As we tend to see, I feel like, for these Bat Riders, Blink and Force Staff was ready as done. See who he's going to be able to grab. I mean, ideally wants to get this Jugger to Storm in most situations. Has to watch out for the counter initiation now at this point, though. Chalice does have his Blink Dagger done.
They're waiting for him here on the high ground. Low. He walks into this. He'll be able to get the Omni Slash off. Is he able to walk away from Shiro? Get the Blade Fury and the healing ward out.
It's okay.
It's enough to back away from this one.
Okay.
They're going to try and chase it. Nothing to Say him with the slide chains. Shackle shot thrown out, but the BKB is already there for Nothing to Say, so he can continue to push forward and take down Low.
Ooh, 2 back-to-back kills on the pretty much the most important hero they can get at this point in the game. Huge stuff. Back-to-back lassos. Chalice wants to strike back with FY. New. Out of mana.
Fire. See, the mana's burned, but getting through his HP is going to be a lot tougher.
And he's blocking so much damage with his Crimson.
Somnus, he's playing around with Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say getting very low here, so he'll try and throw out a Remnant. Somnus, he's going to be able to chase this with the Bull Lightning.
Can he get him?
By the chains, jump forward from FY. Nothing to Say, he's gone. FY takes him down.
No BKB on that Ember. They commit forward for him. Neo, he'll tank through all the damage, but a good jump. Somnus, good recognition there. That Ember not having the BKB because he committed it for the jug. They strike back. Medusa, though, Shiro, he is getting to some pretty dangerous territories.
The MKB complete.
Yeah. And how's this Jug's itemization? I know he's been switching it a couple times here. He had Butterfly Q, now he's got Scotty Q. Maybe feel like he can still switch it to the MKB if he feels necessary. Somnus will be able to claim himself a nice one. He gets his Arcane Rune up top. Yeah, Shiro, massive at this point. And it also is with the backup of a Shadow Demon, so multiple different illusions that are going to be set up. But the 3 cores on Azure Ray, they're keeping it close with the other cores. It's just Shiro who's that real big difference. Yeah, I'm waiting to see what Low does look to itemize if he does switch it up. Looks like the supports on the side of Azure Ray, they're going greedy, but they are building now a little bit more for the team. I think a first Linken's is done, so looking to get some coverage versus these single target disables. In particular, it's mostly just that lasso, of course. Pretty far in Veno. I mean, he's just been quietly just hitting creeps. Well, very, very close game.
I want to make active moves now with Shiro, that he's got this MKB done on top of the Butterfly.
Just play around this Medusa.
Get the chain set up.
Chalice.
He's in a lot of trouble
here.
I mean, they're bringing in the Underlord as well. Chalice, he can't run from this. He's out for 50 now. They'll turn towards jamming as well. He's tried to help out. He'll also get taken out.
This is the timing for PSG.LGD. They're going to force as much as they can here around this Dusa.
Yeah, they're super strong at this timing, and not a lot of answers at all from Azure Ray for Shiro Medusa at this stage. 18k net worth.
They need to split them up until they have an itemization to kind of deal with it here. Somnus far from BKB, Low. As we said, we'll see which item he does actually full commit for here versus this Dusa. We'll take whittling this tower down. I mean, whittling, I say. Killing it pretty quickly, Shiro. This Medusa is massive.
Now, where do you think you can go next with the arms? Okay, it's just going to
go Scotty. I don't think you need to go too crazy. Just tank up a little bit more. It gives you kind of everything that you want at this point in the game. Shiro already, he's dishing out the damage, so just a little more survivability. He's just being set up for success. Look at these stacks. And looking at the Shadow Demon, always have to factor this hero in, of course, too, because he is getting quite farmed, has Philosopher's Stone, Blink, and an Aether Lens. Aghanims is pretty damn devastating this game, playing versus the Tidehunter. They can easily just break him, even setting up multiple of them onto the Jug. This could be annoying. And Low, he commits. Okay, so it is going to be the Scotty. Doesn't mean that evasion is going to be problematic.
They definitely have a good attempt at killing the others. I mean, FY.
They don't have damage. They just poke him. They take away his mana, but that's it. Oh, they actually throw the Venom.
I mean, he ain't dying.
He's fine with that.
He's nowhere close to dying in here.
He actually takes like pretty much 0 damage, and that just might be a call to go Roshan.
Wow, 100-second cooldown.
Don't know.
Tian Ming put to waste.
I don't think they would have been able to really contest it anyway on Azure Ray, so let's see how much they get out of the map. They probably should know that this is happening, but they're going to get the push going.
I'm going to say, get pretty low there. And died. Okay, it does have the regen rune.
Pushing the limits. They'll be able to get it, but Azure Ray get themselves a tier 2.
No, looks like they are going to give the Aegis for Shiro as he fills up a slot. I feel like it's pretty unkillable, but they want to play it safe, make sure there's no chance of this Medusa dying.
He's the building hitter. They probably just want to siege. I think that at this point in the game, PSG.LGD maybe just set themselves up to go for this push, and just that's where you challenge Azure Ray. Yeah, you guys are getting some farm, but are you going to be able to deal with this Medusa on the push? Can you actually kill her? Low, Scotty's done, almost has that big level 20 talent that's going to be coming online. I have to say it, of course, too. I don't know if I didn't get to say it this time around, but this is the one few lifesteal that goes through Medusa's mana shield, so let's see if it does make a difference here for Azure Ray. Yeah, this push, it's commencing.
The halberd done on Chalice, so at least some way to slow down Medusa's push a little bit.
FY actually using his focus fire into bottom tower, forcing a reaction.
See, the option for Shiro actually going to be the BKB rather than the Scotty.
Okay. Very defensive.
Allows him to stand his ground, fight without the threat of being caught by some sort of ravage into a focus fire potentially.
Hey, Shiro, he does have what, almost 5,000 net worth advantage over the Jug, but looking at Low's levels, he's actually level 20. So he's at the same level as this Medusa, even though this Medusa's been getting all this free farm.
And Low.
They're actually setting up down
And
here.
down here with FY and Somnus.
This might catch them off guard.
See if Low can start it. He's in with the Omni Slash. He'll bounce
Bouncing.
around a decent amount. Shiro is very low on the mana. They go forward with the zip towards Planet, trying to finish on this map, but they both get clipped by the Stone Gaze. Low and Somnus.
He's
out
in
to
trouble.
Cautious. As Low, he's going to go for the blade for a TP out. Chalice comes in with the Ravage. With the help of Tianming, they do take out Planet. See if they can get more. They'll get Why You Smile. They catch the 2 support. Chalice is going to be able to get the Meteor Hammer down onto Niu. The backup comes in for PSG.LGD. Nothing to say turns up. As Azure Ray, they've got a split from this.
Are they all going to get out?
He's into the trees. He TPs away. Chalice also able to get away from this. Azure Ray, they will manage to escape it.
They literally get away with murder. A Ravage to disengage, but honestly worth it.
Or FY.
FY, maybe he won't.
Around.
Blink. He's got it.
He's also good.
Oh, wow. That's huge. Into this Aegis, into BKB reveal of the Medusa. They cause panic. They cause disarray here from PSG.LGD.
A difficult move to execute there.
Yeah. And Low. Can he actually walk over and perhaps even steal a Wisdom Rune? Might be possible here. He already took his. He's not going to be able to. Slowing down the momentum, though. This is the Aegis push timing that LGD wanted to ideally kind of set up here with that BKB purchase. The 3 cores are farming. Azure Ray. They're feeling confident. Gem now purchased up for Somnus. Oh, and they're scaling.
They are. And you know, but when you look at the sort of the scaling of PSG.LGD, nothing to say. Starting to fall a little bit behind.
And Neo as well too.
It's going to be a lot resting on the shoulders of Shiro. This Dusa could be turning into sort of a 1v5 situation. You know, 4 protect 1.
They do.
Shiro alive in these fights, and they'll stand a good chance. But we did see that down bottom. I mean, Shiro, sure he didn't go down, he didn't lose the Aegis, but his mana did drop pretty quick to just the overwhelming damage when Azure Ray are able to fully focus the Medusa in the midst of the fight.
And that's before Low does have anything like that, MKB or anything like that. Low is just building his own items. He's worrying about that later on. He's like, okay, got my Scotty, I'm tanky. That definitely helps a lot too there. If he didn't have it, maybe does die down bottom. He now has the Aghanims too in a second here too. So
gold.
He's looking for timings. He's looking to scale and go for this for the late game. Sure. He's looking, I mean, he's honestly looking pretty good if Azure is able to keep this up.
And if Lo can kind of get in with the rest of them and kill the rest of the team, Jiaming will get caught. Another kill for Shiro. Yeah, as this joke definitely itemizing to kind of kill everyone else and then deal with the Medusa when the rest is gone. And there's a good chance that they can do that. They've got heroes that can kind of back off, can kite the Medusa after a start of a fight where they get in and get squishies.
Can they get Chalice here? Shiro, he's here. Should be able to kill this Tide.
Has Ravage in a second if he wants to try and live a little longer. Tries for the TP out, but the root still connects.
It was
he won't pop the Ravage for this one. He'll accept his fate.
Back to the push. They still have 50 seconds on the Aegis.
He's dead for a while. Down for a minute. No buyback on Chalice.
Okay. Is Azure Ray gonna are they gonna react or are they gonna push bottom to try to force?
I mean, they're gonna take some hits on the base here.
Yeah.
Shiro.
This Rax could be in trouble.
This is a difficult call now for Azure Ray. Do they try and slow down this push, or do they just have to let the damage be done here?
They're cutting the wave. They pop the glyph to try to clear this wave, but the counter glyph coming out from PSG.LGD, they're consistently going here.
Yeah,
they can
should
Rax.
get this unless some sort of fight comes in quickly. I mean, Lowe's TPing back over. They have the glyph. Still 30 seconds without challenge, without that front line. It's hard to start a defense.
Somnus, he's TPing back, resetting his mana.
I mean, Low, they'll jump forward here with a swift slash.
Shackle won't connect.
And Shiro doesn't care too much, still standing his ground. Planet tries to get the lasso, but indeed the Lincolns catches him by surprise.
Planet now in trouble, maybe.
He's low on the mana. Got the disruption to try and keep him safe. Shiro also with the Stone Gaze ends up catching onto FY. FY's gone, Somnus will zip him, commits him with the BKB. He's trying to finish off Planet. Another jump
Omni
forward
slash.
for the second should be able to get him.
Well, that's just a Swift Flash, actually.
See Low. He's trying to push back Shiro. Shiro's going to go for the BKB TP out. They got the push done. They got the melee racks. They just want to cut their losses. They won't be able to save Niu, though. The Vortex is there to stop the TP out. Azure Ray will come in with a couple of hits, get 2 kills off the back of this defense, but the defense not coming soon enough to keep the melee racks alive. As LGD, they get the objective.
It's just the melee racks, though. They have the heroes to be able to counter that. I mean, Low, he gets a big kill on the retreat. That's going to be getting one component of that MKB finished. And now back the other way. Chalice, he's back up.
And then they can push for this. I mean, off that defense as well. They get the kills, and Low didn't have to use the Omni Slash itself, so still has the ult.
Yeah, I thought that was actually it. And it just looked, yeah, he just had picked up the Aghanim, so Swift Slash. Shiro, he actually commits the gold here. So he's got a Silver Edge. This potential scary moments here if he does show himself.
Half of them to jump into the base.
Into the base.
Chalice, I guess if he sees a chance, could get him with a Blink Ravage, but it's hard for them to full commit because of the saves that they have. You know, disruption coming in onto Shiro can mean that it's not too simple for Low to just go forward and drop the Omni Slash onto this Medusa.
This is still neck and neck, really, and just this Jug just continues to get these items. Even as big as Shiro is, I feel like Low is starting to get to these points of these answers to have to deal with him.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just going to be up to these catches. If they keep catching Chalice outside the base for them to get these push, maybe Roche is going to be a big indicator of who's going to be able to get this one in these next few, if they get these pickoffs. LGD's looking for it.
PSG.LGD coming out with the smoke.
Tense moments.
Chalice, he's going to be the focus here. The Planet starts things off with the lasso. We'll get the halberd off in time onto Shiro, so that makes some of the immediate damage that comes out in return, and will pop the Ravage this time in an attempt to escape.
But he's got no buddies.
There's nobody here to help him. Chalice, he will be gone.
These deaths these deaths definitely mean a lot. Aghanim's now finished up for the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, and even if he comes in with a buyback, Ravage was dropped, so no Ravage for the next 2 minutes for Azure Ray.
Can PSG.LGD set up for the push here? It's 50 seconds till we find out how long Roche is going to be, too. That's a couple deaths now for Chalice. Those are painful ones. But you see Azure Ray not overreacting to it. They're still going to be able to get themselves this farm here on these side lanes.
Time for a bit of a push on this tier 2 tower top themselves. The tower is going to push Low very close to the gold for getting the MKB completed.
He's still very farmed. I was looking to see if they were building any type of solar crest for him. They prioritized, as we said, the Lincolns from before versus the Bat Rider. They just want the big items, it looks like, on these supports. A Hex even queued up now for this Venomancer. Shiro getting the push started bottom. He's got the Shadow Demon behind him.
Starting to TP back.
Yep. Aghanim, as we said, for the Shadow Demon is done, so that break, as well as the double Demonic Purge.
Chalice will be back up in 5, but no Ravage, we say, for the defense.
And they push Shiro off here.
Well, trying to step in, they'll get the connection with the Shadow Shot. Vortex to drag them back as well. In with the Swift Slash. They're holding back with the Omni Slash for now. Use the Blade Fury to back away.
Low's in trouble.
KB in the Stone Gaze. They're focusing Chalice to get the lasso off onto Low, but Low, he's able to get the Omni Slash off. See if it does enough damage. It's been split pretty nicely. He'll get caught again. Low
Shiro
on his ground and heal up. They're taking the mana out of Shiro. Shiro's still alive. Jump forward for Chalice with the gush. Shiro, he's going to get protected.
He's alive.
Disruption. He's still alive, but he's incredibly low. Can they finish it? The tentacles will get him. Chalice finishes the kill there with the tendrils of the deep.
FY does buyback too, but they lose the Jug. I mean, Low, he actually committed the gold there. Doesn't have the buyback, he'll get the kill, but an expensive hold there for Azure Ray.
Double buyback. I mean, they can back up, they can reset PSG.LGD, wait for Shiro to get back in the game, and then almost certainly look for the Roshan.
I mean, this Omni Slash was pretty pathetic. It did like 0 damage. I think I think they had the Crimson Guard active perhaps onto them or something there, because it really looked like it did almost 0 damage when he jumped onto them.
Let's have a look again. And we see that the way they start things, they're able to group them together, but there's a lot of buffs being pushed out here with the Crimson, the Pipe.
Yeah, I think he did. I mean, either way, he did have almost both of them there, but they do get the Chain CC. And I guess they didn't get the Lincolns to throw onto him either, because he did get lassoed from Planet, pulling him right back into Shiro's hands.
Yeah, Low just not doing quite enough, and
not quite enough.
Definitely a little bit of a sigh of relief for Azure Ray that they did actually kill Shiro at the end, because Shiro, he nearly got away. That final tickle with the tentacles of Chalice's shard was enough to get the kill. Yeah, still definitely a scary one there for Azure Ray. I believe as well, because before that fight, Courier, it did have the full MKB on, right?
Did it die on it?
Yeah, it got taken out.
Oh, that could have actually been the difference maker.
He would have had the MKB otherwise before he went in with that Omni Slash. He didn't have it.
Maybe it would have been
getting sniped somewhere.
Yeah, if he's able to even like sit and get a couple extra hits off too, could be the difference. But I think he was broken as well too. That's the other thing about the SD versus this Blade Dance. You need to break the Blade Dance, then there is no Blade Dance lifesteal even if you do stand your ground versus something like Dusa. So lots of layers for PSG.LGD. Level 20 now also hit for Niu, so we saw that, the Omni Slash not do the most damage there. Now he has 15% more atrophy aura reduction.
All right. I mean, they're smoking up. They know they've got to try and bring the fight here around this portion of the game where Roshan will be back up in a few seconds. They head straight towards the top.
Gathered around Shiro, they're very strong.
I mean, they do have Ravage now, ready to use from Chalice. But indeed, just still a minute where MKB's just not going to be there for the Jug.
And there's the jump.
They get the drag back with the lasso. They get a quick catch onto Tianming. I mean, Azure Ray, I don't know if they can still try and take this 5-4 versus 5. They do have the buyback available on Tianming. Low's TP'd over.
Like you said, the MKB's just not on him.
So much. He's going to try and make the jump here. In with the Swift Slash and the Omni Slash.
Disruption.
They've got the Ravage. Follow up with the
done.
tentacles. They try to kill YU Smart, but the Crimson and the Pipes there. YU Smart still alive. Finally he falls. Shiro moves in with the Stone Gaze. The healing wall being microed off to the side, but PSG.LGD, they're able to find it. Low's in trouble. They've dragged him there with a Vortex. They've got the root onto Low, but Low, he's going to live for now. He's
Swift Slash
through it all. Gets another Swift Slash off. He's getting so low. They will kill him. He's out for 100. The buybacks are coming out from PSG.LGD. They want to force this fight in their favor so they can be the ones to take the Roshan. And with Low out for 90, Tianming as well out for 90. No buybacks on the two of them. PSG.LGD, they should be able to secure this for themselves.
Heavy buybacks needed for them to get this one here. Honestly, and if Low had the MKB, I feel like we could see something completely different there because he was standing his ground, getting the lifesteal kind of going.
He's got it now, but yeah, sort of two painful fights that they've had to endure without it that definitely hurt much more than that they could have if that courier wasn't sniped earlier. That's PSG.LGD. A heavy investment with the 3 buybacks. The big one, of course, being that of Shiro's, but he's back in action with the Aegis on him now. So that level of safety, level of protection, Chalice is going to get caught out separate as he's now gone for nearly 2 minutes with his buyback on cooldown. They can look to run it down mid.
Oh yeah, they've got a good window to push here. Shiro almost 25 also. Yeah, he can commit his gold soon having that Swift Blink. You can see how much attention they're trying to kill. Even these supports, these auras, honestly, new.
Yeah, he's saving the team multiple times here.
We've seen Underlord kind of suffer a bit here at this tournament, but this, I mean, the Crimson and everything is definitely looking super valuable versus this damage. 20 seconds. See if the Jug's able to hold it without Chalice.
It's going to be a hard hold.
This could be. They could get Megas here. They have quite a bit of time without the Tidehunter.
I mean, they could go for tier 4. They know that Chalice doesn't have buyback.
Okay, they're actually just committing for mid.
They're looking to end it.
Okay.
Somnus, he's going to have to come back and do something to slow this down. He'll start fueling the mana back up in the fountain. They've put the fortification. They've got the 4 of them up now. Azure Ray.
Counterglyph from PSG.LGD. They're keeping the creeps alive.
Can they keep this push from PSG.LGD away from the base? Somnus, he's going to go with the zip and onto the 2 of them. They'll try with the shackle shot, won't connect.
Low.
Disruption going to be popped up onto Shiro. They've got the catch on FY. FY's gone. He does not have buyback. Low commits it onto the fight. Shiro, the mana's
good damage.
Going to be once, and he did pop Stone Gaze before he died.
That's true.
He won't have ult here on the respawn. Shiro attempting to stand his ground. Nia, they're trying to back out. At least Nia's out of there. Low trying to heal up with the blade.
Trying.
It's giving him a minute to sustain. Not enough. He's out, no buyback as PSG.LGD, they turn towards the Ancient. They'll look to close this up as there's nothing more to be done. GG is called. PSG.LGD take game 2.
Whew. Long fought battle here, but Shiro, he ends up being able to hold his ground. This Medusa's strong enough. The auras, they kind of make the difference in these last few team fights for sure. Great persistence, and getting these catches, I feel like, on Chalice were pretty big. I feel like that kind of allowed PSG.LGD to keep themselves just that little bit ahead to get these push setups over and over again to force the reactions from Azure Ray. Pretty close game, though, overall, but PSG.LGD just a little bit more ahead.
Yeah, and just at that point where it looked like Azure Ray were going to be able to hold them off. Honestly, MVP, whoever got the Lowe's courier.
Yeah, it does feel like it. That MKB.
If that MKB was there for that high ground defense down bottom and for the Roche fight, maybe Azure Ray would have had a chance of swinging this one back around, but it was not. His sort of growth gets completely stopped there at that point. And PSG.LGD able to close it up very, very well. Good awareness also to just go all in with the triple buybacks at that Roche.
Yes.
They buy back, they get the Roche, they get the Aegis, they know they can end it. Chalice gets caught again. Did get caught a few times this game on the Tide.
He got caught quite a bit, and it was difficult for them also to address the backline, it felt like, for Azure Ray, because they actually just had to commit absolutely everything to kill this Medusa. So I actually ended up just watching the Shadow Demon free casting spells every single time. He's just able to get the disruptions, get every type of little save and break onto this Juggernaut a couple of times. Well executed from PSG.LGD.
There we go indeed. This time back to making the Medusa work out here. PSG.LGD, they get the game 2 win, pushing this series to a game 3. 1-1 now between PSG.LGD and Azure Ray.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Fog. The tie, and we need to figure out who takes the series in the end. So a third game will be played. We're waiting a little bit though, and let's first break down how this second game happened the way it did. I'm joined by Fear, Aurora, and Jack. Jack, this game, Medusa turned out too strong for Azure Ray. Jack, that's not you, Jack.
Yeah,
my bad.
That's not Jack.
Oh, hey, Reza, how you
different.
doing?
Hello, guys. Yeah,
early today was
been
Jack.
working out. Yeah, a little bit.
I knew that too. My brain just did not turn on.
Good
But
to see you again.
Rezo, good to
Yes.
see you again. I know it might be bittersweet to have you back on the chair.
Yeah, I mean, too bad that I couldn't last longer as a player in this tournament. But
What?
here I am. You know, I'm an analyst by day, player by night. But yeah, I'm here. I'm happy to be back and analyzing these amazing games that we just saw. Azure Ray not being able to, I mean, I would say draft well this particular game because I mean, I felt like it was an out draft because there's nothing to stop Dedusa, especially like with the Shadow Demon on top of her. Yeah, like they had some momentum going for them with like FY and Somnus making the plays and like delaying the game and you know, making it even. But at the same time, like Juggernaut build wasn't like necessarily there to deal damage to help, you know, kill Dedusa in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned in the draft I would want Azure Ray to kind of go in together when they take the fight, but so far, after the early fights, they're just going in one by one. It's like they're playing a relay or something. Okay, here's your turn, here's your turn, here's your turn, and then everyone's just wondering, oh, where's the damage? Who kills Musa? There's none. And there were quite a few questionable moments by this TIE Hunter. Just really, I would say it's feeding. Like, he's giving them too many kills, and we did discuss and say like, oh, he's the only one who can shout the wave and farm, but then he's also the most important target, as in the most important hero in their team when taking a team fight, because he's the one with the Ravage. He's the one that can stop this SD from saving, stop this Bat Rider from doing his thing, pulling, you know, like someone towards his cause. But I don't know, he's just making this game already so much more difficult than it is.
Yeah, I mean, I would say as a TIE Hunter player, like there's a point of the game, like for the first 15-20 minutes, you feel like you are unkillable, and that's the truth. But after some point, you gotta like make a switch where you gotta play a little bit different, not as aggressive as you did in the first 20 minutes, because at that point, people will already have damage to break through your Kraken shell and like kill you. And after like maybe like first few deaths, you would need to understand that there's no like there's no limits that he can push anymore and play a little bit safer.
Yeah, and I think Shiro in this game was pretty pissed off from game number 1 with his Medusa. He was like chain feeding the game, didn't have a game, goes into game number 2 here, gets Medusa again, but has a polar opposite game here, just doing so much hero damage, ending with a good score line as well. He had a pretty dream Medusa game, and I do like the fact how LGD, they're all united to play under one carry, and I generally prefer these type of drafts. Like, you have your hard carry Medusa, the Bat Rider Phosphorus, you're building 4 staff, Glimmer Capes, you got Pipe Crimson, Atrophy Aura on the Underlord as well. On the other side, you kind of have like 2 carries here, where I feel like FY is the secondary carry. He's just building items to try and do damage, but at some point here, between the two of them, it just feels like they couldn't take the team fights. And I also want to point out the Shadow Demon breaking the Blade Dance on the Juggernaut. It kind of ruins the hero. His whole identity is to be able to be very tanky, get that level 20 talent, get the Blade Dance crit heals, life steals, but this Jug did not feel like he was that unkillable force in the front line here, and that really kind of like picked apart Azure Ray's lineup.
Yeah, I also like the point that Gunnar made in this game that LG lineup had like way easier time showing the lanes out, because they have like Shadow Demons, Ember, and Duza like with Mantas, a lot of illusions. But for Azure Ray, they have to like show on the lanes actually to push them out, and it makes like way easier for LGD to catch them on these lanes. And they don't really have any good mechanics to push the lanes back. They don't have Manta on Juggernaut, like Venomance is usually not enough, and you know.
Yeah, that's kind of why we saw Chalice just dying over and over again, trying to get these waves out, but somebody's got to do it.
Someone's going to do it. I think this game was also, it was more even in, for the majority of the game, also because the laning stage wasn't as big of a of a walkover as it was previous game, where we had the Juggernaut still having a rough lane, though. I think that's maybe the part where Azure Ray kind of fell short a little bit.
I mean, I think his team already is lacking a lot of CC. It's just one Ravage, and you're against Medusa lineup. Medusa doesn't really care about Ravage. Like, you need damage to actually be able to threaten her, and that's why I think Azure is lacking in here. But also definitely the lanes, like I mentioned, if they don't win their lanes hard, they can't execute the draft at all, because they can only like some straight fly in and then shackle, and then what happens, you know. But yeah, I just hope that they won't draft this way again. Just have a more stable lineup. I'm sure they will be able to do better than this game.
A more stable lineup from Azure Ray is what is demanded, what is requested for a third and deciding game. We're going to find out what's going to happen in the third game, but not before a little bit of a break. Getting ready here for game number 3 at the Bali Major, and I'm sure the players are already back in their seats as they can't wait to play the Dota 2. Although, they might just want to get back in their seats because it's such a comfortable seat. DX Rays are, of course, one of our sponsors for this major. You can enjoy the same world-class comfort as our fantastic Dota 2 players. Check out the website, and if you are a US customer and you use the Bali Major discount code, you get 5% off. So make sure to check that out as we are also comfortable and ready for game number 3. I want to know, Fear, what you want to see change, because I feel like we've seen 2 games and we, both games, know that the teams could have done better. It both didn't really feel clean, apart from maybe parts of Azure Ray game 1.
Yeah, I mean, these are lower bracket elimination games, so you're always going to get a little bit of that scrappiness and not clean gameplay because you are fighting for your lives.
Yeah.
But overall, like, what I want to see, it's hard to say because I just want to see LGD they play more stable, I want to say, as far as drafting goes. They draft more stable, but they don't play as stable as Azure Ray. Azure Ray, one of their charm is they just pick whatever the hell they want, and they find a way to make it work. And I think they should continue down that path. But for LGD, they didn't make sure Shiro just has a good laning stage. I just think that game 1, his lane went so terribly wrong that it just became a problem. I mean, I think they call him the irresponsible carry, but he needs to be responsible in this game number 3 here if they want to continue on in this tournament.
Whoa, we already weigh in. We have the Tidehunter again, this time with the Techies, and a Timbersaw very early on Aurora. It looks like we already know what New is going to play.
Not a new hero, but a new hero.
But he won with a new hero, not a new hero.
Well, maybe he's trying to say, it is a new hero, it is my hero, so now give me my hero. I don't want to play Underlord anymore. I mean, I think maybe because Azure took the Medusa out, so definitely that's not a strong enough reason to pick Underlord anymore. Like Rezo, you mentioned, he's just a really shitty hero right now, especially for the Poshi. Just doesn't do anything as well as other heroes that can do, especially Tidehunter here that Azure prioritized in game 2, and now again they took it like right off the bat. Like they don't even care the lane matchup, they just want this hero, and I can't understand that because it's a very stable hero and it just helps you to adapt your draft a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I think for these teams right now, the Shadow Demon is a huge priority since they like this edgy carry, like, you know, the Dusa, the Juggernauts, the Naga Sirens, and I think whatever team has the Shadow Demon has a big advantage on the others, just because, like, you know, you have this lane show mechanics, you have a save, you have initiation against the enemy carry hero as well. Like if you get first spell on him, then he's gonna have troubles fighting. So I think it's gonna be addressed one way or the other, and whoever gets the Shadow Demon is gonna have a big advantage in this series.
I think Azure should definitely try to snatch it because they have the 3rd pick first, right? They can ban whatever they don't want this Tidehunter to be facing, and then they just take the SD. I think it's really good against Brother and somewhat good against Timbersaw because you cut his health and... Oh wait, no, that's the old SD. My bad. But in a way, I just think SD, just like you said, he is very good against edgy heroes, but he's also kind of very good against like strength heroes because you kind of want to keep advancing, but all his spells just makes you very, very like you can't move basically. So Medusa has already showcased that I'm already slow, but like having this SD on the other team, I literally can't move. I'm just gonna stand there and like hope I get something, I guess. But Timbersaw, in a way, he is much more mobile than others like tanky heroes, I would say. But I still think it's very difficult when the Timbersaw goes in and he doesn't kill anyone and he has to reset his spells and take the longer fight. I don't think it's what Timbersaw really wants, because your team might, you know, like all die out and leaving you alone to fight the other heroes on the other enemy side.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's just like necessarily good against Timber, but it's good against Betrayer because you can save your cores from being initiated on. And yeah, Azure Ray is not taking that path, so maybe LGD will think about that.
Yeah, it just comes down to how good is Shadow Demon when there's no like Morph, Dusa type of heroes.
Yeah, it's not as cool. So it definitely needs a purpose.
Yeah.
One way or the other. Like whether you have your edgy hero to play with or you have like something to counter from the enemy lineup.
But I will say my favorite games so far at this tournament have been games where Morph, Dusa, and Naga have all been banned. Because now we get to see some new carry heroes. Some heroes that actually have to have a laning stage. You get to see more trading, more efficiency things. Whereas, you play against Morph Dusa, it feels like the laning stage, except for game number 1, Dusa got kind of crushed. But that's kind of how Dusa works in general. It's either it crushes really hard or it feeds. Where there's a lot of other matchups where you can pick these carries like Clinks that Shiro does like to play. Very volatile, where there's all these little things that happen in the laning stage matter so much. Like if you can get on top of the Clinks in the lane, this hero can feed like crazy. But if you don't manage to get on top of him, he can do a lot of work to this Tide Hunter.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
But the Naga Siren is still in, or is that just not good against PSG.LGD with Timbersaw?
To me, it seems like the Naga Siren is always good in this match.
It
For
does
some
feel
reason.
like it.
It does feel like it, right?
You could be dissuaded because you are playing versus Timber. There's no way Naga's good versus Timber.
Yeah,
I would
it's not.
imagine, but
at the same time, you can still like keep the waste, and it seems like she always gets to her farm and like her timings very well.
Yeah.
No matter what hero he playing against.
that's kind of why people are early picking the Naga, though. Like,
Yeah.
is it
Yeah.
worth like late picking in this scenario instead of something more?
I mean, I think on this
catered to
18th
stopping
pick,
Timber?
they can choose whether they want to go for like PL or Naga.
Maybe they're just thinking not to put too much pressure on Somnus because they already have the Tyra and the Tyra is gonna be exposed towards LGD. So they're thinking if we take Naga, maybe the best she can do is just 50-50 the lane against Timbersaw. But like, what else then? What can we do? Because look at their supports. They don't really have anything to start the fight. They can only kind of react against LGD. So maybe they don't want Naga to be in their draft because it can kind of be very laid back and it's not going to stop this Bone from farming because, like you mentioned, Bone is a very different carry hero. He doesn't need to, go to the NC camps and actually get farmed. He can just, shove the lanes and then get out. Like, he doesn't have problem finding farm nowadays. But he does have a weakness, which is he cannot be the only win condition.
That's a very good pick.
I love that pick, yeah, as well. I was thinking about Ursa as well for them, but Faceless Void makes even more sense. Because it's really hard for Timber to pressure him in the lane. He doesn't really care about his spells. He can always time walk, and it's just like LGD has no save. So whenever he like Chronos somebody, he has Snapfire ult and take his damage towards the Chronosphere. It's actually a wonderful pick.
Yeah, I mean Clinks hates playing versus heroes. Well, one Chrono, you
Yeah.
are dead every single time.
Yeah.
Every time I think about Ursa, I just scrap it from my memory because it feels like no matter how good of an Ursa game it is, nobody
Radiant
picks that
team
hero.
back.
And there's a couple games I have seen it get picked, it just can't survive the laning stage. But
PSG.LGD
somehow Void
turn to
slipped
battle.
my memory here. But this is one you're playing versus Bat and Timber, right? The time dilation is amazing this game against every hero right now. They all have multiple cooldowns, and I think having a really good Void game is being able to fight without Chrono, and if it's good time dilation game, it makes it that much
10
easier.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
that's definitely a brilliant pick from Azure Ray.
Do we think that this Timbersaw is
5
going mid? Because we have
seconds
Azure Ray banning out the Underlord. So they think that maybe they want to shift the Timber to the mid lane?
I think they just want to make sure that Void is going to have a good game no matter what. So they're preparing for that. And for the last pick, they still have the very last pick, so they can counter the enemy mid anyway. So they don't really care what they're going to pick.
How important is it to have a save against Faceless Void? We saw yesterday one of our first ODs of the tournament. Is that still an option?
I think it's not that easy to play OD against Faceless Void now because your cast range for your second spell is not that far, and you kind of don't want to expose yourself before the
Radiant
TIE Hunter.
team back.
So if you want to fight against like Chrono and Ravage, it's definitely not very easy for you to just go in and save someone. I would actually want to say this Winter Wyvern or nothing to say. He has played quite a few times. I don't think it's that bad, but there are some answers from Azure Ray's side because they have quite heavy magical damage, right? And Faceless Void can kind of be one of the heroes that makes Wyvern's game pretty bad. Ooh.
Damn.
Why?
Do we like
My
this? Do we not
question.
like this?
I'm not sure.
Isn't
I
Void
think Azure
also
Ray.
a counter to the Tinker? A little bit?
I don't know if that's a counter. I think
not a counter,
Tinker's
yeah.
really hard to catch for Void.
Yeah.
So
10
in that regard, it's
seconds
fine. But
remaining.
what is Tinker countering in this game? Normally when I see Tinker, it's
5
versus some
seconds
illusion
remaining.
heroes, right? And they have none of that right now. I guess you can make an argument playing Tinker against like these tides and stuff. You can spam them down. This is a kind of like a crazy pick here from LGD. We talked about New's hero pool and how you need to be responsible on nothing to say here and just play like these stuns for the game. And they don't have that many stuns, just their supports here and nothing to say. Just like, this feels like a cocky like swag pick. I'm going to pick Tinker. I'm going to carry this game. And you got some options now if you're Azure Ray to counterpick this. And you know Somnus has a big hero pool.
I think Zeus is amazing this game, no?
It is.
Like there's I mean, they have some supports to get on top of him, yes, but it's very... Oh, you decided to go for this one.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, I think Zeus is really great for the team fight, but they might have some map issues because LGD does have the Timber that can, you know, like stand in front and do some pressure, and then this Bat Rider and Clockwork is just really annoying. Like they can both just stand on each lane, and then this Clinks is gonna, you know, like connect to either side if they feel they can kill whoever is defending that side. And I might be a little bit copium here, but I feel like the Tinker is out here because they want to buy back to the fights where Azure has already used all their ults and kind of take the fight back again. Because in a way, like Clinks, there's no way Clinks carry this game, right? So they need someone from the mid to carry the game, but there's not many heroes left. And if you talk about TA or Lash, sure, they're good against FE in a way, but there's too many damage, too many stuns, too many things to destroy their game aside from this Chrono. So it can be very difficult, but having this Tinker, I just think they want to play the annoying game, you know, like just mentally torture you for like 60 minutes and then we win because you use all your spells and we have buybacks.
Fierce, said it, there's no way Clinks can carry this game.
I mean, he has to carry it in a different way, not in the late game. He's got to channel the inner me from 2015 here and run around the map and make some space and hope, you know, nothing to say can just take the late game.
You know that commercial by Michael Jordan? Be like Mike. Be like Fear. Just carry. Make this play. But to me, it's like either Tinker's gonna 1v9 or Azure Ray lineup is just way more stable and solid and they're gonna take it slower.
So they put all the responsibility on responsibility man, nothing to say here.
Correct.
Looks like it.
All right. So who's gonna advance? Is that responsibility well played?
I mean, he's a great player, but I feel like it's really easy for the supports to just shut him down, and I think Shiro's job is very difficult. So if they do win this game, I think Shiro has to play the Clinks game of his life.
All right, channel your inner fear. Play the Clinks game of your life, Shiro. We're going to find out what's going to happen together with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, the deciding game here, ladies and gentlemen, between Azure Ray and PSG.LGD. We're getting the nothing to say Tinker coming in here, Fogged. What do you make of it? Do you feel this is a game where indeed this Tinker can kind of 1v9, or do you think there's too many issues for him coming out from Azure Ray's draft?
Oh, and this looks like a really hard game for PSG.LGD, I gotta be honest. I think they have to make some magic work around cooldowns. There is so much team fight on the side of Azure Ray. Sometimes that can hurt, of course, if they don't layer them properly or anything like that, and LGD is able to take advantage of it, but this Tinker pick, for me, feels almost forced in a way. I think they were maybe put in a position where they're like, we need this super kind of carry for mid, we ban the Storm, Ember tried to set up for it, but there's still another Spirit left. All these Spirits do have merit versus Tinker. Yeah, the lane can be a little bit annoying for them, but in the mid game, if they're able to get on the Tinker, that's kind of always the answer. If you get on Tinker, you might just die. Let's see if there's some hidden tech up Nothing to Say sleeve, because I think I'm seeing him queuing up a Phylactery on Tinker.
Yep, Phylactery Tinker.
Okay.
Oh, so you've probably seen it in your pubs. We'll see if it works out here for him.
I've only seen it in pubs, so let's see if that's going to end up working out. I personally really like the way Azure's draft is set up here. I think they have great late game scaling. I think they have a lot of answers and stuff here. This Timber could get to some realms of being incredibly tanky if he gets off to a good start to protect and body for this Tinker, but this Timber could get, strong to body for the Tinker. Lots of robots in this game. But yeah, let's see how these lanes end up going down here. Could be difficult. I'm going to be looking at top. I'm going to see how much YU Smile is able to put the pressure to be able to protect Shiro, because this doesn't sound the easiest here for a Clinks.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think they sort of saw this game, or at least with regards to what they know that Azure Ray was going to want to play, like that made them want to go for the Shiro carry Clinks here?
I'm not sure, honestly. He just really likes the hero, so maybe he saw something where he's going to be able to just like sneak around the fights and play around cooldowns, but doesn't look that easy for him. Playing versus Void, Chrono, playing versus all this heavy damage that's coming in. Hero can be pretty fragile if he gets caught inside of these spells.
I mean, will the lane be easy for him, or do you feel it could get pretty difficult for the Clinks in the safe lane?
It feels pretty hard. I think it's, like I was saying, I think it's all up to YuSmile how much he's going to be able to do. If he's going to be able to like bonk heroes back with the cogs, can he disrupt FY's harassment? Because it's not easy to lane versus Techie's Tide. Wind Ranger Tide, it wasn't nearly as strong as this one. So just the gush plus those right clicks from a Techie's is very, very difficult to deal with. Okay, let's see. A mid, nothing to say. He should have a good time in the lane in particular. We'll just have to see what ends up going down in the mid game. Yeah, cool thing. I actually like the point that Aurora was saying was kind of cool though, because it's a very it can be a fast-paced lineup with no cooldown reliance, really too much for the side of PSG.LGD in comparison to Azure Ray, but we'll see if that actually plays out in practice.
Sure. So far, not done too bad on
Not
this.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good.
She's still able to get the last hits despite FY and Chalice's constant pressure.
Yeah, he's having to use... He had to use a ton of mana already at this point, but there's a lot of wand charges, of course, they're going to be giving up here. Both lanes just giving up stick after stick after stick. Bottom, this should be a pretty damn good lane for Neo. He should be quite free down here. Unless he makes some really big mistake, he should be able to farm down here nicely versus the Void and the Snapfire. Yeah, and they're actually slowing down Luke quite a bit in these first few waves.
Mid pretty much, I should say, they expect the lead here for nothing to say. Playing nicely around the laser. I'm sure Somnus has still got abilities to get the CS with, but not so many.
Yeah, he should come out ahead on denies. Last hits maybe he'll look just maybe like 1 or 2 ahead, maybe something like that for nothing to say, but denies are going to be the big one to look at for him.
Planet trying to get aggressive down here. Well, whilst Neo might not die, Planet certainly has to be a bit cautious if they find the chance to turn with the Scatter Blast and the Cookie.
Who got the Lotus? It was the Snapfire. But pretty damn happy with that one. The Lotus, and he is definitely suffering on last hits, but it's similar as the Clinks in a way. Level 3, not quite onto the Clockwork Shiro. He steps up a little far, FY.
Mid Somnus. He's going to have to back up and look for the refill from the bounty ring. The spam for nothing to say, getting a bit too much from him in that mid matchup right now.
Yeah, and Death Pact is actually doing a decent job of actually getting Shiro some good farm up here, because he's just tankier than I think they anticipated with the spam that they've been able to throw onto him. Planet taking away this ruin. Somnus. Planet maybe even trying for a solo kill. If he finds a good positioning there, he could have maybe gotten him.
And this is a good couple of waves where Somnus has had to miss out on.
That's just huge.
Nothing to say, getting good space now in the mid, keeping the waves pushed in as well. So almost certainly going to be another entire wave, perhaps, that the Somnus is going to miss out.
Massive. 20 and 8. Oh, wow. That's quite a big advantage now at this point. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Phylactery. Like I said, I haven't seen that one in a program just yet, so to see what he's going to be able to make do with it. A lot of damage harassment.
Yeah, adds up.
Yeah.
When you're coming in with this kind of essentially buffed up laser, that laser hits harder than ever.
Yeah, all 3 lanes looking pretty good. Chalice is keeping up that farm, but the pressure that's being applied to low is definitely a little bit more than it is onto Shiro at the moment here.
Yeah, Shiro's dealing with it.
Yeah, he's handling it. EU is sitting a little bit low here down bottom. Should be okay if he's able to just reset back up with the regen. Yeah, Shiro getting the last hits.
Yeah, Clock's just doing a great job. Well, making sure that Chalice and FY always held back far enough that Chalice is never really able to get in on top of Shiro in this lane.
Yeah, it's like free regen, Death Pact. All right, maybe that's why he wanted it, right? He saw that they have this harassment lane, but he's like, all right, I can sustain for it. I have Death Pact constantly. Not free farming by any means, but doing pretty damn well. Low starting to recover bottom. FY.
He's
in trouble.
He's got a wand and a fairy fire and a lotus. There goes the lotus, there goes the wand, there goes the fairy fire. What?
He actually gets down.
He nearly jumps away, but that final right click coming in from YuSmile will claim first blood for PSG.LGD.
Good chase forward here. Pesky Clinks, level 2 tar bomb online. He's able to get that little bit of extra connection. Level 2 battery assault too. Yeah, lane's looking nice.
Yeah, this is a really good start for nothing to say's Tinker.
And Neo, he's almost got his Vanguard down bottom. He's already free farming, and definitely some damage issues in the early game on the side of Azure Ray to push this guy out until they have, I mean, in particular, the Snapfire Kisses. Their damage is not going to be able to force Neo out too early. Power runes, with that advantage here now with YuSmile. He wants to set up for it for nothing to say. And he should be able to body for it. He'll just grab it.
Somnus, even though he got that refuel, he's back out of bolt charges again.
Yeah,
and
ready.
Another round of the spells for nothing to say in a few seconds is going to put Somnus back in a position where just staying in this lane, it's proven to be very difficult for the Void Spirit.
Ready level 6. And nothing to say can just keep resetting and coming back here. Low. He does not have time walk. It's close.
Oh, they got him!
They got him.
Big kill. Big kill on the bottom lane. It's going to push Neo halfway through the 5. He gets that 6, and this lane's going to start to become unplayable for Low.
An excellent start for them for this year. Chalice also.
I mean, Shiro and Why You Smart, they're able to bully the tide.
Off the mark.
Blast off. They won't catch him with the blast off. They will get him with the cookie.
And look how tanky Shiro is.
He can kind of stand his ground, especially with the backup of Planet. Planet's turned up to the top lane. They cannot kill Shiro. And it's going to be Tianming going down. As they get the snap, FY and Chalice push back under the tower. As PSG.LGD have had a great hold so far of all 3 lanes, making this early game very, very tough for Azure Ray.
I really think that they thought this Clinks was going to be a lot more fragile, but you're seeing why Shiro does like to play it. He is ridiculously tanky, and he just keeps, every time, Deathback to back up, he's healing. So the harassment from Techies, it's being answered. A 3k lead just off lanes. Wisdom Rune, double claimed.
And FY.
He might just find another one.
Why You Smile? He was there waiting for him. FY's gone. Why You Smile? It's his turn in this series to have the good game on the clock.
Devastating lane start here. Azure Ray have big ultimates once they do get their levels coming in here, but they're getting pushed out of lanes. Towered bottom already drops.
And they're getting completely crushed on all fronts here.
Yeah, these lanes looking fantastic here. Almost a phylactery also finished up to nothing to say. They might have to just kind of start breaking lanes, moving the supports around to try to get some levels, because they don't claim the Wisdom Runes, they lose the lanes. Where are you going to get levels for the 2 supports now on Azure Ray?
I mean, it's just going to be such a hard game for Somnus. You know, on the Void Spirit, definitely they're kind of the least of the popular of the spirits right now, and for good reason. If you have a slow start, you can become very underwhelming very quickly.
And Low, I mean, Neo could just continue to play to kind of bully him out here every time he shows into the lane. This Void not going to have a good time recovering in this game after this lane. New? He's just going to keep diving him, keep the pressure onto the tower. The time walk is used, but New is probably just going to commit onto him.
They'll catch Why You Smile.
Okay.
Somnus, he's got another Astral.
Is he dead?
Oh, this is going to hurt if they didn't get it. They got the sticky mine. They needed to find that. They needed to find something, Azure Ray. They'll take down Why You Smile. It's something. It's not a lot.
Right, Low is just, I think he's like, he gets one last hit and then has to time walk every single time with Mew. Yeah, he's now going to force him out of here, Blue. Oh, Low tries to time walk, but it actually doesn't get rid of any of the damage. Mew, let's just go for the kill.
He's got Tianming coming over to help out, so
I mean,
back away.
Somnus feeling that pressure. He's queued up the Midas Owen. Not something you see too often on a Void Spirit.
Oh, no.
That does not feel good.
No. I mean, yeah. That's basically Somnus kind of conceding that this game's kind of over. You do not go Midas on Void Spirit unless very, very bad things have happened.
Yeah, these lanes just, I don't think they anticipated these lanes to go this way. This is excellent stuff here from PSG.LGD. I think Black, it's done. Oh, nothing to say.
I mean, if they're able to pull this back somehow around the recovery of a Midas Void Spirit, that is going to be definitely one of the more impressive things we will have seen this major.
Chalice, he stepped up a bit far. Shiro, he's setting up for him here. They have rotations. More than enough damage. There's a phylactery.
Yeah, this phylactery Tinker, it hits hard. This Tinker, I mean, nothing to say. He is absolutely primed to just completely take over the entirety of this game with this sort of start. He couldn't have wished for anything better.
No, I mean, godly stuff. It's all 3 lanes, right? All 3 lanes looking so good. The supports, as we said, took the Wisdom Runes away, so how are these support levels on the side of Azure? Level 5 is actually in on FY somehow here, but level 4 only on this Snapfire. I feel like you just have to give them a lane. You might just have to do some kind of weird stuff. You give this Snapfire mid, but Neo is in the mid lane now, and he can actually look to dive the Snapfire if he steps up too far.
I mean, they can't kill Neo.
I'm looking at bottom. Nothing to say. Looks like he's potentially trying to sneak onto Low here. Is he going to be able to just burst him?
Hard for him to chase him down when he hasn't quite got the blink. But still can give him a nasty bit of a shot.
That's probably like throw some rockets down here. He's getting kind of low.
Top lane.
Shiro.
Trying to get him. He's going to get back up. I mean, nothing stays ready to come across. The Ravage will catch the 2 of them.
Get the damage.
Shiro, he'll get taken out, but they will certainly lose Chalice for that.
All right, that was a cool looking Ravage. It caught him on the hook shot. Flies in the air as he comes through. FY. He get away? Looks like he will. Yes. But Niu, look at the pressure. Takes bottom tower, rotates toward mid, bullying the Snapfire back. Jianming not getting much experience in the mid lane. He needs this XP so badly on the Snap. He's the early damage for the game, especially if Somnus is going Midas. Somnus spamming help. Midases.
Midas, where's Chalices? You know,
it's kind of a Midas. It's a meteor hammer, you know, it's kind of a Midas.
Indeed, but yeah, as you say, Midas, at least for Low, he's got his finished. You know, Low's Midas is done.
So they're really going to look to slow the pace of this game down. So yeah, we see that cool looking Ravage there.
And killing Shiro,
it's something
for sort of the morale of Azure Ray. But they're definitely going to be feeling that overall, this Tinker, I mean, all three cores, but the Tinker in particular, nothing to say. They know what's coming.
He's set up.
They're going to know what's coming. This Tinker having this sort of a start, nothing to say. He doesn't throw away these sort of games.
They're contesting the Ancients too. FY dropping low. I mean, nothing to say. He's like, oh, give me this. This is juicy. The laser. He'll get some. Heavy rotations.
They've got the Chrono, but yeah, still with not quite having the 6 on Tianming. They absolutely need the kisses to come into play. Otherwise, killing these tanky cores in the Chrono, it's just not going to happen.
They got the majority. I think it was only like 2 or 3 maybe even for nothing to say, but does cause all of the Azure Ray heroes to kind of swing over to try to protect that Insomnus. 0-0-1 still doesn't even have his Midas. Instantly shows himself top. Niu, he has a haste rune. They're going for him. They're looking to push him out of this lane. And Niu, he just wants to hit towers. They might actually just stand and body the tower here.
Yeah, there's no damage on the map right now that threatens Niu.
Nope. Nope. It's until kisses are online, this Timber is unkillable.
And even then, I mean, he's already got the cloak coming out, so that magic resist will be there for Niu.
And he's got the occult bracelet too. He got the dream. Cloak plus that versus this magic damage.
That's the timing for nothing to say. Blink Dagger and Phylactery done at 13 minutes in.
Now he can look to get. Now he can probably look to get these snipe setups onto even somebody like onto Low perhaps if he's able to get like a couple different salvos of the combo.
Oh, for sure, yeah. If Low's pushing out on his own, yeah, this Tinker can chase him and very easily kill him.
Look at Chow. I mean, disintegrates this Tidehunter. All right, this is cool. Chalice is never going to be tanky this game.
They can kill everyone.
Oh yeah.
Pushing out on your own it's going to guarantee your death. Nothing to say. We'll turn up and he will destroy you.
I'm glad to be totally wrong. I really thought that LGD was going to have some troubles, but these lanes have proved completely otherwise. Shiro, he is. All 3 cores pretty much dead even net worth after these lanes. And the supports, as we said, just thriving. Wisdom runes, you can see how much focus FY is putting on it. They're like, we need to make sure that we get them. Somnus is actually the one to say, move over, I need it.
He needs it.
Get out of my way, supports.
He needs a lot of them. He's got the money now for the Midas.
Okay, a 7k gold lead already. They're gonna go, I mean, this feels like they kind of have to go for a smoke play to try to slow down this momentum here with their big ults. This is online.
Has to connect. They have to connect. We're Ravage into kisses or Chrono into kisses. It's the only way they kill, or at least have a chance of getting close to killing any of the cores.
Yeah. Even this Tinker is getting pretty tanky. That's why this build is kind of cool, the Phylactery, right? Like, yeah, gives you this big burst damage, but look how much HP Nothing to Say has because of it too.
Yeah, I mean, if you get it at good timing, as Nothing to Say had done so this game, this Phylactery rush is, it feels so strong.
It really does. Right? It gives like what 350 or something, kind of a 354 HP or something like that. It's a lot for a Tinker. He's got a wand and gauntlets, all these little things. It's a bunch of HP on the 3 cores. Not your traditional soup like tanky ones, but even the Clinks with these death packs is tankier than I think they expect too. He of course also got Nickel Bracelet.
Planet. Eyes on Planet. This might be a kill they can get. I mean, Planet's gonna. Some of the last one of FY, they get the cookie forward. Planet will die, but not that FY going down in return.
They're gonna look for perhaps more here. Cut, catching him off. Niu. He's going behind.
Hookshot's at the ready for Why You Smile if you can find the angle. He's gonna turn. And Low is forced the Chrono. He's got to run with this one. I mean, he's trying to hit with it. They have got the kisses coming in.
Is it enough?
Ravage. They get onto Nothing to Say. Bashes are there. Nothing to Say is still alive. He's getting to the side. Somnus will finish him though. Astral Step comes into play. They have brought down the Tinker.
Low is somehow still alive.
I don't know if they can get more though. I mean, Xiaoming, he can.
Okay.
Scatterblast finds an extra bit of a kill off the back of this as he takes out Why You Smile. I mean, considering they're about 7k down, it's something.
It's something needed. It costs them everything though, right? It's a Chrono, it's a Ravage, it's Kisses, it's every single one of those ultimates, but they will get the big kill at the least, and they get low out. I actually thought for sure he was going to drop.
Just a little bit unfortunate that it wasn't actually Somnus that got the last touch on Nothing to Say. Ends up being Tianming who got the gold from that kill.
Yeah, he's sad about
it. But, I mean, when you're in this position, I guess as a team, you don't care who killed the Tinker. You just want him dead at whatever cost. They do get him. It's a bit of a slowdown for a PSG.LGD, but they're all back on the map now. Low. They've got eyes on him. He's going to try and time walk away, but with a blink forward, goodbye to the faces forward.
Shiro, 6 Deso stacks now too. He's the one setting up for these ganks. They wanted to see them do this on the panel, but after these lanes, I mean, it's even easier for Shiro to do this with this early massive advantage, really. Deso, DD, he's going to rip these heroes apart. There's no ults. Azure Ray, they need time to back up, try to be able to get these to be refreshed, but LGD playing fast. I mean, tower bottom is just dropping. Shiro with this DD is shredding it.
Yeah, they can't come out and defend once they don't have the ults. Somnus, he's trying to step up, but they got eyes on him.
They don't have ults already. Kisses, 20 seconds.
Nothing to Say is heading over towards the bottom lane to help out with this one. This is a difficult defense for Azure Ray to try and put together.
There's a Blink Lasso Planet. If he's able to get Somnus, they have the burst as we've seen.
Shiro giving the information.
Somnus.
He's ready. At least to dissimulate in the Astral Step. He's quick and will manage to escape before the lasso comes in.
FY.
TP's in on this one.
Incredibly aggressive.
He's going to be fine with the fact that Nothing to Say has actually turns his attention over towards the mid. Wants to join Why You Smile in an attempt to take down Chalice. Hooked
they're killing him.
Another round of the spells from Nothing to Say will bring Chalice down low for Why You Smile to finish him.
Secondary
they get Tianming as well.
Nicely done. Nothing to Say Tinker. Having the dream performance here. Another tier 2 getting pressured. It's dropping. They're not giving space to Azure Ray. After these lanes, there's literally nowhere for them to go, nowhere for them to buy time.
He's starting to mess around with low top.
The Clockwork's already stalking. Why You Smile? He wants him.
Hook shot on cooldown for 30 seconds.
Low.
I mean, he might have to make a Chrono TP play. I think he dies otherwise. I mean, he's going to time walk back, but the vision's going to be there from Why You Smile. He'll drop the Chrono, but I think he might still be in trouble as he has to live. He'll get out with the time walk. He will survive, but indeed it's having to be these situations where Chrono just being used to keep him alive.
He might get caught off too. Look at Shiro.
It's a bit risky. I mean, Hookshot's back in 15. Low's got to get out of this one. Shiro.
He might find him here.
They know that he's backing off like this. Low hill up for the TP back from the tier 1. Doesn't make the dangerous walk back towards the base. Meanwhile, they get near.
Okay, I mean, that's a pretty good kill, and that was... I guess they had to have used Oh, they didn't actually use the kisses. That's actually crazy. They didn't have to use the ult. I guess some multiple mines connected onto him there. Not bad when you're at this deficit. We'll have Ravage and Kisses for the next upcoming one.
A 7k lead still for PSG.LGD. Shiro's farm completely out of control.
It might still be time for Azure Ray to look for this hunting. They also have FY with Spirit Vessel, so versus these tanky cores, this could be the difference.
Here's the combo. Ready to go off the back of the smoke. Last time round, they were able to get big kills. They were able to catch Nothing to Say. He's definitely top priority, him and Shiro.
LGD playing it smart, though. They know that their ults are back up. They're going to look for a fight here. They're actually just going to force the Roche, get that Aegis to be able to protect one of these cores versus the big ults.
Yeah, they'll take this nicely. Regen route as well, pumping on Nothing to Say. So we can just pound out the spells. Roshan, not a chance for him. This Aegis will be theirs.
Azure Ray nowhere near the realms of being able to contest that one here. Now, Aegis coverage versus big ults. They're going to give it to Shiro. Probably means that we're seeing Azure Ray might like full commit onto something like Nothing to Say in the next fight.
He's going to catch Tianming.
Tianming.
Try to escape, but the hook shot's there.
Maybe. Solid movement, PSG.LGD. Somnus. Get the power rune. Nope, Shiro gets it. It's a haste. I mean, Somnus might just have to double jump or hide himself. Lasso. Not up on. Not.
They're going to go for Chalice top.
Oh, he's dead.
He's not going to want to put the Ravage here. Doesn't even get a chance to even consider it. It's Nothing to Say.
They want more.
Too much damage to be taken, and FY. And they're not back with the flame break. They'll be able to jump away, but Neo's in underneath the tower with the Timber Chain. FY taken down.
Set up around top too. Wisdom Rune's going to soon be spawning if PSG.LGD want to stick in the area. Might just be able to steal that one away again. relentless aggression. Cooldown's up for Azure Ray, but they cannot connect together here. LGD just swinging from bottom to top very quickly to be able to look for these heroes. And yeah, we're seeing Chalice is having such a rough one. There's just way too much burst damage to be able to bring down this Tide. He cannot act as this frontliner. Wisdom Rune, Azure Ray puts a lot of attention to it. Give it to Somnus again. Oh, they're hunting him.
They're going to catch him. Hook shot into the core pushback. It's enough to Sable to set him up for nothing to say to burst him once more.
Man, I've been saying it for quite a lot in this tournament, but Clockwork has just looked unbelievable. Why you smile? He's looking. It's like what FY was able to do earlier. Just seems like he always has the wraparound here onto low. Another push commencing. This tier 2 still low from earlier. Up moves. 11k lead now. Continue to grow it more and more. The supports are catching up to the cores, Owen.
And they have to somehow find a way to piece together their ultimates.
But they're getting out farmed, out moved, out everything. Really, it seems like so far here from Azure Ray.
He's going to have the axe for the next fight. Nothing to say.
Massive. And he's got Ags. Why you smile? The 5-position Clockwork is. He's got a casual point booster. He looks like he's going to go for 4-step, but I wouldn't even blame him if he just goes to finish up that Aghanims.
They're trying to chase him, but they can't quite catch him.
Even if you get him, look at his HP pool. You'll have to commit kisses, and you might even still not get him. Somnus, pinging him out up top. Planet at the ready to go for the jump. He's got nothing to say connecting.
Still trying to push back Why You Smile. In fact, Why You Smile, he's going to go back in on them.
He's tanky.
He goes for the hook shot. Starts to move on to Tianming. Nothing to say. Ready with the backup. And of course, he's got that axe. He's got that upgraded laser good to go. It's Tianming gone low. He's going to have to run. Again, might be forced to put the chrono if it was trying. He's not going to get the chance as Lasso's there from Planet.
They might just keep going. Chalice trying to get back. Neo's cutting him off.
See if they can finish him. Now they certainly can. There's no way out of this for Chalice. A third hero to be found. PSG.LGD. Making this game look impossible for Azure Ray to recover.
Yeah, they're making this one look so damn good for themselves. They're saying that first game, it was a one-off. Good itemization, Neo, Pipe. They're so tanky, Owen. All the cores, the supports, everybody at this point. Even if Azure Ray gets the catch, it feels like they maybe can kill one of these heroes, but maybe not even one of the cores. They need time, but at this point now, time doesn't even feel like it's going to be favoring them. Sure, they have these Midases, but LGD just growing that much faster. Net worth just continues to accelerate.
Just holding the high ground here, Azure Ray. Now they'll come up with the smoke.
And like a desperate one, they have to get some type of connection here. They have to slow down the momentum of LGD somehow. But who are they going to kill, and what are they going to get out of it afterwards, even if they do get the kill? Because all the lanes are shoved in. New.
It's got to be a catch on either Shiro or nothing to say.
I don't think you can. Timber's just going to walk up. I mean, is he even going to die? You'll have to commit literally everything.
Do they want to do this? They're hesitating. They know that it feels bad to go on Neo.
Definitely does not feel nice. I guess if they land like the triple mine connections and stuff like that for the magic resist reduction, perhaps. But either way, then they could just get turned on. They literally have to commit everything for him. Yeah, they do not want him. Shiro has his BKB finish now too for the next one. Aegis is gonna get reclaimed, but he's gotten so much out of it. Top net worth still. They're keeping neck and neck with their cores. All three just 13k to 14k net worth. Great distribution. Yeah, those supports. Soon to surpass Chalice and maybe even catch up to a Midas Void Spirit.
Smoke time now from PSG.LGD there.
Yeah, they're swinging.
They will not be afraid to take the fight into the base of Azure Ray with the lead that they have. They're going to swing around towards top.
Oh, who's going to die?
And FY's out.
And TS is in.
Oh. He's got to get out of this one. Tianming's going to get found.
I think they saw low for a second. Planet's on the hunt.
He has got TP available. He's actually just going to opt to take the twin gate back towards the bottom half of the map. So low will escape.
That was scary for a second. Planet's like, all right, we have so much of a lead. I'm buying a gem just in case of anything to constrict the vision even more so. They have absolute control of PSG.LGD. Neo?
They're going to try and jump him.
Can they bring him down?
They're making an attempt on this one. Hookshot's going to miss. As New, he's ready to just go back in, catch out FY, jump forward for nothing to say. Azure Ray, they've got to run, nothing to say. He's up onto the high ground. Chalice, he'll put the Ravage to hold the two of them back.
He might still die. There's level 3 rearm. Nothing to say, doesn't want to full commit for it. They're a Ravage to disengage. They can't even scratch New.
I'll force out the glyph. Free wave coming in. They could keep this push going. New ready to tank. Shiro ready to do the damage. So that's the Ravage gone. They do have Chrono at the ready. Follow-up is still very limited. It's going to be the potential level 1 kisses, not quite hitting the level 12 yet, Tianming.
I even think if there's like some 4-man Chrono or something, they won't have the damage to deal with these heroes. And LGD, they'll just force them back up, pick up these next few items. They're so damn ahead, Owen.
Gonna see if they can maybe try and catch one of them split away from the rest of the team. Why are you smiling, Neo? They are together, though.
I mean, Neil can hit there. Neo's like, please cast your spells on me. They might just have to settle if they can.
It's a big if. Chrono is there. Kisses coming in. Can they kill Neo? They can.
Okay, but Low's dead.
The life of the Faceless Void and maybe more now. As the jump forwards in from Planet Lasso onto Somnus. They lose 2 for it. They're almost certainly going to lose more. There's nothing to say. He's ready to keep on chasing. They cannot escape this Tinker. Triple kill for nothing to say.
He's having the dream Tinker game, really. They have to commit everything for Neo, and we see after just quick clean up his Shiro. Nothing to say, come in. The Rack's getting pressured. No creep wave just yet, but we're seeing how impossible it really is. They barely even can bring down this, this pesky Timber Saw.
Definitely won't be able to now with that BKB. Pressure coming in with the bottom lane and the mid lane, pushing up towards the barracks. 4 dead on Azure Ray.
I mean, that's all their ults committed, and they just get slapped in the fight anyway. And Rack's gonna drop. Planet wants to maybe go for more here. But they'll back up. They're happy with their hit. They're just gonna make Azure Ray suffer even more.
Always opting to play it careful. Of course, in these low bracket situations, when they have this lead, there's no need to make any hasty movements. So PSG.LGD, they've got many ways to see this victory out. The lead they have right now.
They're trying to just play it as clean as possible, you know, show Zhao Wei that they're still in top form here.
Opening onto nothing to say, but
BKB.
He's going to get popped, and now he's going to be ready to turn. Jump forward from Planet. He gets the lasso onto FY. They want to get rid of this techies. Why you smile is falling low. Somnus will manage to get him. But they've
Look
lost
at the damage.
FY, and now they've got to run.
Nothing to say is killing everybody.
Jump forward, another laser, another life as Tianming falls.
Well, you get away.
I mean, there's going to be the buybacks. They're worried that they might lose low here. Jump forward. Chalice is going to go with the Ravage on towards Shiro. They're trying to take down the Clings, but the BKB's up. Shiro can step back low. He's in on top of Shiro, but he's got to escape with this time walk as him, Somnus, falling low.
Chalice, is he going to be able to get away, though? New, he's got his number. Whoop.
He's able to get the blink off in time. Nothing to say, refuels.
He wants blood.
Back. Ready to chase them down. Chalice turns with the gush, but nothing to say. He's in. Rearms there. Another round of spells burst the tide out of the game. Chalice gone.
Chalice tries to give him the high five there. They just keep tipping, nothing to say. This has been an absolutely godly performance from him on the Tinker. Low. Jumps in, but yeah, no way he can touch this Timber Saw. You can tell that Azure Ray, they felt the state of the game here for the majority of this one.
I mean, we knew they felt it as soon as Somnus queued up that Midas.
Oh yeah. As low, the Hex reveal from Shiro, an instant kill.
And FY, he's on the run. He'll try his best to hide through the trees. We'll be able to juke down to the low ground with the 4-star, so...
And TS wants him.
They might indeed jump the base. Nothing to say. Does he want to go in? He won't. He'll hold back with the blink.
His BKB was up. I thought he might actually jump in there.
I think he's definitely tempted. I mean, if they step up for the wave, he would go for it. They'll settle for taking the Tormentor.
Chalice has been surpassed by the support Planet. It's gone ahead of him now. So high level. So much control. 26k lead. Free reign. Start to finish is, Azure Ray now trapped in the base. They're both just spamming the taunt on each other.
Let's bring in the bottom wave. Ults will be back and ready. At least the Chronosphere and the kisses. Ravage still down for 50.
It doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
they're buying blade mails.
One more attempt, sort of the wombo combo.
Like Chalice is like, all right, screw it. I'm going to Blizzard the best way I can do anything. A blade mail to try to reflect some damage or something versus this Tinker. It's been a rough one for Chalice in this game. Back to hunting. Why you smile? Triple rocket. He sees him.
He's going to scout them all out. He's in with a hook shot. They get the follow-up lasso. As that'll be completely out of the game low. Dead for 50.
They're going to die this time.
As well. There's no bikes to be had. Yeah, they're going to look for the cleanup.
The blade mill into me.
Tries to stand his ground, Chalice, but not a chance. They're all dead here, the three of them. No buybacks available. Creeps are coming in.
What a display of dominance this time around from PSG.LGD. Pretty much no slip-ups in this game at all. Dominant lanes and then just an immense snowball. 2 racks is dropped. Somnus high-fiving his buddy.
That's all that's left to be done here.
Yeah, he's like, let me Midas the catapult or something. Hey, he'll get the Midas up, but now this is continuous high-fives.
Just teasing around with him. As the tier 4s are focused.
They know they deserve the win.
Yeah, this was just straight up outclass, outplay, outdraft as well from PSG.LGD, and a definite reminder that if you're going up against this squad, you've always got to be prepared for the nothing to say Tinker to come through.
Somnus, he's going to try, but he doesn't even hurt the Clockwork. Look at this. Why you smile? They're all tipping him. He's tanking everything, and he's going to survive.
He's not even going to die.
Oh, man. Ah, that tickles, he says. Nice Clockwork line.
And they'll chase him outside of the base.
They just want, I think they're going to kill him and maybe GG out. Kill the Clockwork and then call it.
They're going to find New. They put the ravage, but the BKB was already there from New. New's going to be perfectly fine. Low pots the BKB. Tries to target.
Look, they're chasing him.
Chrono catch on and nothing to say. But there's no damage to threaten this Tinker. Why you smile? Still surviving. Chalice. He's in with the gush. Can they bring down the clock? They can. They'll get Why you smile.
And they call it.
They call it. This game is over. This series is done as PSG.LGD will take it 2-1, knocking down Azure Ray.
This one was a beat down from start to finish. Yeah, literally 0 slip-ups and things that people do have to worry about for PSG.LGD. They're one of the few teams, actually they're the only team that picked Clinks. They're the only team that really picked Tinker, and we're seeing why. This was quite a display of dominance.
Yeah, it really did. Yeah, Shiro having a fantastic time in the lane. They couldn't pressure him at all despite having a strong combo tied, and the techies, the sustain of the safe lane Clinks proving to be too much. Nothing to say. It's Tinker. As you said, and I think as the panel said as well, that you look at the heroes of Azure Ray, potentially on paper, they have ways to catch the Tinker. The problem was this game, he just got so far ahead so quickly, absolutely smashed the matchup in mid against Somnus' Void Spirit. And yeah, Somnus just had to play full recovery mode, going for this Midas. It was at that point that we kind of knew, I think everyone kind of knew, and I think Azure Ray kind of knew that this game was over.
Yeah, and it's like these small items actually are pretty cool. Like, yes, like Timbersaw is going to be tanky, but something like even Clinks, I don't think people anticipate that how tanky this hero gets so early, going for the Falcon Blade, going for this Death Pack constantly. He's sustained perfectly through this lane, so maybe other people might look at this, get this idea. It looks good, and yeah, PSG.LGD, they dominate.
They do indeed. Azure Ray able to give them a bit of a challenge at the start of this series, but as it progresses, PSG.LGD coming out and showing their strengths here. As this game, this series, it's going to be PSG.LGD's. They'll take it 2-1 against Azure Ray.
2-1 for PSG.LGD. Give them a round of applause for that incredible performance. Congratulations, amazing gameplay that we saw from PSG.LGD. I'm standing here with Innocence, Why You Smile, and of course, Jack, my homie here for translation. Take a stand in the middle of the podium. Why You Smile. This man right here has been playing Dota for a long time. So firstly, I want to ask you, sir, it's been a long time since you've been playing on the main stage properly. What's it like being back on the main stage in front of an audience playing Dota like this again?
当然恭喜你们 Y 队和老干爹这次比赛获胜。那么已经有一段时间了，你们没有机会在主舞台打比赛了，对吧？那想描述一下你的感受，能终于回到主舞台，在观众朋友们面前打这样比较重要的大型比赛。
很爽，很开心。
Feels great, feels amazing.
Amazing, I can imagine. So tell us, right now you are the last TI winner from the Chinese region, still playing Dota. How do you keep your motivation up after all of these years, being that last man standing? Do you still want to win another championship at this point in time?
那么现在你是在中国区最后一名，就是赢过 TI 的冠军的选手，就是继续还在打。那你怎么保持就是去打比赛的欲望和动力？是不是再想拿一个？
那是肯定吧。然后最主要是有志同道合的朋友一起做一件事情吧。
Definitely, and it's great to have people who are of the same mind, the same state, wanting the same things to go and try to do that together.
So right now, Mister, you are going to be going into the top 6, of course. Of the teams that are left, how much preparation has the team been putting into those squads? Is there anybody that's left that you've been specifically looking out for in order to improve both your team and to make sure you can beat them when you play again?
那么这次进入6强，在剩下的队伍和对手之间，有没有队伍就是你们特别想去研究或者想办法去针对？
就剩下的没有交过手的都想再打一遍吧，包括小组赛打过的都想打一遍吧。
Pretty much everybody. If the ones that we haven't played or have played against, we want to go up against pretty much everybody.
So after you've gotten this victory, I want to ask a big question. You are at LGD, the team that has been representing the Chinese region for a very, very long time. Do you guys feel any additional pressure knowing that you are one of the teams that can go on to still win big events, especially when the rest of the region isn't looking as strong right now?
那么说一下老干爹战队，当然你们就很久是代表中国区的一支强队。那在这种情况下，你们有没有感觉到就是更多的压力去代表中国区，为中国区争光、夺冠这样的？
还好吧，虽然是独苗，但是我觉得我们依旧，我们主要还是在跟自己，然后在做对抗吧。就是无论输赢什么的，都是要从自己反复中去总结自己哪些没打好的点。因为我们每个选手，我们还是有年轻的选手，然后依旧在对抗不同的选手。就算是我跟晋阳的老选手，也会有不同的情况在失误，但是时时刻刻最主要还是怎么把自己做到最好吧。
It's more about ourselves. Even though we have some newer players, we also have some experienced players like myself and NTS, and we still make mistakes during the games. So we want to do our best to figure out our own problems and solve our own issues. Focus on ourselves.
One last question before I let you go. Nothing to say, got to play Tinker. We all enjoyed it a lot. Whose idea was it to look in the draft and say, yeah, this is the time for Tinker, especially because he's been playing very differently this whole tournament?
就是感觉你们这次比赛给 NTS 选的英雄就有点不一样，然后这一把终于拿出了他的一个绝活 TK。那么在 BP 中是谁？就是你们是怎么讨论这一次的选择？
我们在后面3、4手点英雄的时候有自己的顾虑吧，但是那个时候，静翔说他想玩 Tinker， 然后当时我们就觉得我们可以搭一个更好的 Tinker 阵容，我们就这样决定了。
By the second phase, we already had some idea that we'd like to set up for this Tinker. He said he wanted to play Tinker, so we kind of tailored our draft to making it a good Tinker game.
Well, it was an amazing Tinker game. Thank you so much for the game. Everybody give him one more round of applause. But why you smile, Innocence, TI winner, and right now still in the Bali Major. We're going to be witnessing over the course of the next few days him and his team playing more. So one more shout out to him and back to the panel to hear more about what they thought about game number 3.
Of course, congratulations to PSG.LGD as they keep their tournament lives alive and knock out Azure Ray in the process. We're going to break the game down and tell you exactly why everything happened the way it did. I'm joined by Resolution, Aurora, and Fear. Rezo.
Not Jack anymore.
Not Jack anymore. This time, you know, he was on the screen. It's hard to miss. No, this game was we gave PSG.LGD a very clear framework. Well, they can do it, but they have to, you know, Shiro has to play the game of his lives. Tinker has to get all the responsibility and carry through, and they did exactly that.
No, I think we are completely wrong about how the game's gonna turn out.
I'm trying to give a positive spin.
No, we are completely wrong, and LGD just like straight up won all 3 lanes and like keep dominating the game. And it seems like Azure Ray did not have like any windows of like even like making this game back or like making it even. For Somnus, his last pick clearly didn't work. He went Midas and like tried to catch up the whole game against nothing to say Tinker, and Silence also like completely lost, and there's no really place to be made.
In his defense, as a mid player, you should not be expecting supports to be moving to the rune by 4 minutes. That's what happened because the Bat Rider literally just, let's deny this White Spirit of his rune. And Tinker is already so good against White Spirit in a 1v1 matchup. Imagine like getting nuked all the time and still not having the chance to get this water rune to kind of just secure your CS. So from then on, his fate is just doomed. And I mean, it's a Timber off lane, right? So there's no way this Faceless White is gonna outplay the lane. So yeah, they just kind of just got their fate decided from there. And yeah, maybe the Zeus pick is looking much more significant now.
Yeah, it could have been a really good pick as well with Zeus, but maybe he's not thinking that Zeus is a decent hero right now anyway, so they decided to go for the Void Spirit, but, you know, clear not go the way they wanted to be.
No, I was going to say the biggest problem I have with the drafting situation here, clearly if you lose 3 lanes, either the other team is just mechanically a lot better than you, or you messed up in the draft, and this won 3 games, so there isn't a huge mechanical skill difference between the 2 teams. But you pick the Clinks, you counter the Tide, that is fine. You pick, later on, you pick this Void versus Timber matchup, and that lane is kind of like a wash. You're not expected to win that lane, so you're already losing your off lane, your safe lane's drawing, and then you save your overall last pick for your mid laner, who's supposed to counter the Tinker. This is supposed to be your one advantage in this game, and then you get dumpstered really hard in that, and now all of a sudden, you just bleed on all 3 lanes, and it's just kind of how this game went. You have nothing to say, complete free farm on this Tinker. You're supposed to slow down his timings. You're supposed to find some type of hero that could deal with this. He thought it was Void Spirit, but it was like 16 minutes in the game. He found himself going Brown Boots Midas, realizing he was not in the situation that he wanted to be in, and the game just kind of crumbled from there.
I love also the NTS purchase of Phylactery. It made the game look even like more one-sided because like they had such a huge damage to burst this Tidehunter, like which you don't really expect, you know, this early on. But with the Phylactery, it was even easier to make this rotation and kill twice this Tidehunter on the top lane.
Yeah, this game number 3, we had a discussion about who should be the MVP, and we did go for Nothing to Say Tinker, but there was a very close second place for the Clockwork from Why You Smile, Aurora.
I mean, I just think, sure, Tinker can buy this item and be all flashy, right? But in the end, it's still the supports who set up all for that. You can't just ask a Tinker, blink in and kill someone. No, you can't do that because he will die. But then Clockwork is the one that's always like, hey, Tinker, I can go in for you, come right now. And then he just made all the kills happen, and then that's why this Tinker got so far ahead, and then nothing from Azure Ray's side can do anything. She's just too fat, too big, too far ahead. Yeah.
We did have to go for Nothing to Say though.
Yeah, I mean it is a team game. He ended up going 12-1, doing 50,000 hero damage himself, crushing his lane. Like, come on, like you can't ask for more from a mid player in a game like this. Like he made the Tinker work, but this game just looks so one-sided because everyone on LGD worked as a unit and made it happen.
Yeah, especially when he was the one calling for this Tinker. I thought it was actually like the Xiao 8 idea to go for the Tinker, but it was Nothing to Say. It was like setting up for Tinker game from the second phase straight up, as Jack told us.
Yeah, it worked fantastically for PSG.LGD. So top 6 guaranteed. Now they were already in the top 8. They did already secure TI with the extra 300 points they got from top 8. Now they'll have 400 points extra, as in 100 points extra compared to top 8. But now in the top 6, and they are waiting for their opponent. Now, just a heads up, the way that the upper bracket teams drop down when it's the upper bracket round 2, it's a flip. So the loser of Gaimin Gladiators versus Quest will play PSG.LGD in the lower bracket, if I am correct, which I with 95% certainly can say, but who knows, I'm sometimes wrong as well.
I mean, all we know is whoever wins these 2 series in the lower bracket will be eventually playing a Western European team.
Yeah.
A lot of Western European teams out there.
There are.
Upper bracket.
Scary.
Let's see. Someone's gonna be their Grim Reaper. We all know that at TI 11, Western European teams were only eliminated by other Western European teams. But I'm sure that someone will want to change that trend, and we're gonna find out if someone has the capabilities to change that trend, but not today, because today we are still continuing in our lower bracket, and PSG.LGD gets a little bit of a rest. I quickly still wanted to close the book on Azure Ray, who of course has just played their last series. Game 1, Rezo, looked insane for them. They definitely have glimmers of hope. Of course, their goal is to go through qualifiers. It always was, because they didn't have a chance to make it to TI based on points here anyway. But you've seen both Aster and you have seen Azure Ray. Only one makes it through.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aster has a little bit better chances going through the qualifiers in Azure Ray, but I mean, Somnus and FI, they're doing such a huge work for this team, so maybe they can, you know, carry them all the way to TI this year.
Maybe they can. We'll have to wait for the qualifiers for that, of course. I think a lot of lessons are learned at the Bali Major for Azure Ray, but they couldn't beat PSG.LGD. Our next series, 2 different regions. We are going to have South America taking on Eastern Europe, with Beastcoast taking on 9 Pandas. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more Dota 2.
So, that which was sealed away so long ago emerges once more.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu, seru woy! Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back to the Bali Major, where things are heating up here at the third to last day. That is third to last day. We are finally in the arena. We got the players in the booths, and things are definitely getting nice and warm and toasty here at the Ayana Estate. And if you want to dress for the occasion, check out the new H&M summer collection to make sure you are well dressed, airily dressed, and ready for some sunlight. We're getting ready for some Dota 2. So we are in the lower brackets at the moment. There's 4 series today, 2 in the upper bracket later today, and we already have had 1 series in the lower bracket where we saw PSG.LGD eliminate Azure Ray. And we're going to go on to the next one. It is Beastcoast versus 9 Pandas, and I am joined by Fear, Aurora, and Resolution. Fear, going into this series, any general thoughts about the matchup in terms of how you think is going to play itself out? Because these 2 teams are pretty different.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think Beastcoast, since they brought on Jim Park, they've looked really good. Maybe this is just, you know, the honeymoon phase a little bit. I'm not getting too familiar with how Jim Park plays. He's busted out heroes like Meepo, which was a big surprise. His hero pool seems like whenever he plays, he's the center of attention for the Beastcoast squad. So it's really going to be up for 9 Pandas to find a way to try and shut him down and make sure he doesn't have the best possible game. But I'm liking how Beastcoast has been looking so far.
Yeah, Beastcoast making it this far in the major also means that there will be 4 South American teams playing a TI-12 Resolution. That is unheard of. Like, we've never had that before.
We've
that is
never
crazy.
had that before, and it's very crazy. Yeah, especially like considering how you know, before it wasn't like so hot. This region has been popping off and like improving a lot. And I mean, to me, it's not. I mean, it is a surprise. It's a big surprise, but this tournament, Jim Park and like their squad, they've been like playing so well that I'm not surprised. Like going from the group stages that they're gonna secure their invite and, you know, be on that stage along with the other teams. And these 2 teams, to me, they're like very different in the way they are splitting their resources, because like Jim Park is usually like the very first one, but for 9 Pandas, like I think Kiyotaka is taking more space as well, like along with the Ramses, and these teams like they're relying more on the 2 cores instead of like having just one big one.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched 9 Pandas games. They kind of want to try things like other teams are doing, which is having a stable draft. Initially, I thought, I don't think that's suitable for them, and I commend their bravery for trying it in major games. But so far, they have been trying to just figure small things out, and they have adapted really well. Because I mean, they beat Esther, one of those teams that would, you know, like have this very bureaucratic, solid system. But if they beat them, it means that they understood the system already. So I just think maybe they have, you know, evolved, leveled up.
I mean, but you can say that for both squads. I wanna start by focusing on Beastcoast in this series. Yesterday we saw Beastcoast as well. They also had a 2-1 against Shopify Rebellion. Fear, that was a series that for a long time we thought that was just going to be Shopify series, but Beastcoast just smashing it out of the park.
Yeah,
Jim Park.
Jim Park has been smashing out the park for sure. Get him every time. No, I think specifically that matchup went the way it should have went if Beastcoast were to win, because Shopify Rebellion is a team that has very solid early game. I would say very solid mid game, but lately that's not even been true. And then their late game kind of like taters off in a lot of their games, whereas Beastcoast is a lot different. Like your early game, you don't know what you're going to get. Mid game, you still don't know what you're going to get, but their late game is solid. So if they ever took it to the late game against Shopify Rebellion, I would highly favor them. And they managed to do that in every single series. They came back from Shopify's early game, played the mid game, made a couple good plays here and there. Then it went into the late game, and they just overwhelmed them, because I think their team fight execution and just the way they itemized and played the game, I think Jim Park is just, his confidence level on these carries to make these plays is just, I don't know, like it's out of nowhere. It's just like, this guy's just getting kills out of nowhere. Whereas Arteezy feels a little more stable, has to have the game going exactly the way he needs it to win the game, and the unpredictability just got him in the end.
To me, it seems like because has this energy in them, like to fight through no matter what, like no matter how behind they are, they just like keep going, keep trying. And this is what I love to see from the teams, like this warrior mindset of like, no matter how hard it is, we're gonna try, we're gonna like find these little things that you're gonna, you know, will turn the game for us. And Jim Park has been absolutely amazing. Like the way he was like starting fights for the team, he was like the first man in, and you know, making this unique plays that not like many other carry players would do. You know, just like having this huge background from probably like pub games in his own region, and like, you know, being this flashy player.
Yeah, the Beastcoast has had top performances in that region. They came first, and second in all 3 tours respectively. That was great, but their LAN performance left a little bit to be desired with a 9-12 finish at Lima. In Berlin, they didn't make it out of the group stage, so they went a little bit downhill, and then of course they added Jim Park, but Aurora, it can't just be him that allowed this team to level up. Surely there's other players that have just found their groove.
Honestly, it can be. Because sometimes team games are just very brutal. You would say, oh, it's a team game, you know, like one person can't change so much effect, right? But I don't think so. If the team hasn't been finding their right foot, they kind of struggle with even making good communication or like trying to play the draft, execute it as 5 men, then you have a very big problem. But it's not on one man's responsibility. Still, when having the right person coming in and he is adapting to whatever you have set as your foundation, then it's not going to be too bad, because right now it's just the old players have to figure out, okay, this is what you feel confident in, fine, but this is also what we have been doing. So it's just, it takes that one person to be open to just adapting to the team, because you are the minor, right? But then like you can't say because it's a team game and it's not a one person thing, because ideally you want everyone to be, you know, like just do it for the team, but not everyone in the team will be willing to do that. And when you have someone like Rezo mentioned, Pop Stomper, you know, he's hungry, he really wants to make his appearance in the major, in like just with all the big boys, you know. And you have someone like that, I think they just found the right piece, the last piece of the puzzle.
Well, if you're talking about hungry, the opponents of Beastcoast are quite hungry as well. 9 Panda, they are so hungry. These 9 Pandas, they will wait for no one. They want to take the stage right now, so we want to start this series for them and for Beastcoast, and we're going to head over to Snare to do so.
We are here at the main event at the arena with the crowd ready to go for another matchup of Dota 2 action. And right now, the Chinese region has 1 representative left, but between South America and Eastern Europe, that is going to be whittled down to 1 of either region. So this matchup, I promise you, is going to be incredible. Everybody make some noise for the side of Beastcoast!
Las olas son despiadadas.
Victoria o derrota, nos adaptamos al momento.
Visco viene como la marea alta, así que ten cuidado.
This is the South American squad that has taken the world by storm. The team that remains in the tournament to represent an entire continent. They are the conductors of chaos. They are the creators of carnage. It's Beastcoast. Give them a hand, one and all. They have held it down for the South American region for so long, and they're willing to do so yet again here at the Bali Major, looking for their first championship since forming as a squad. However, to do so, they need to get through a very tough opponent. So let's take a look who they need to go up against in the form of the Eastern European giants of 9 Pandas.
We are ready to fall on our force at our rockfall. Land Pandas are here, ready to rock the stage.
This is a team that has been known to be fearless, a team that has been known to be ferocious, but more importantly, a squad that will never stop fighting. I give you one and all on your feet for 9 Pandas. They are going to be competing up against each other for a berth in the top 6. 9 Pandas having paved the way for Eastern Europe, not just as a team individually, but because of them, BetBoo might be in the international, but they don't really care about that anymore. Now, it's all about whether or not 9 Pandas can continue to go from strength to strength. That being said, Beastcoast, year in, year out, we've all counted them out. We've all thought that this team is washed. They'll never get as far as we think. But year on year on year, they continue to amaze us. They continue to surprise us. So we know that the upcoming series of Dota is going to give us all the wonders that we love from this entire region, from both sides, in fact. So everybody, sit down, grab a drink, and be quiet because Dota is about to kick off. They send it back to the panel to analyze what's about to happen between this titanic clash of Eastern Europe versus South America.
Thank you very much, Snare. Beastcoast 9 Pandas ready for battle indeed. 9 Pandas has had quite the interesting year for sure. They came steadily third, apart from they came first in one of the tours, but third on the other. So they have attended all 3 majors. 9/12 in Lima. And then in Berlin, they unfortunately couldn't play with their full roster. They had Roger stand in for solo, and they came third. And they would really love to improve upon that record. Now they're with their full roster. Of course, they are already guaranteed to TI, but I think that they just really rezo. I bet that they really want to beat that record that they have set in Berlin.
I mean, I feel like every team that has Ramses and Solo on, they just want to win everything because they're like, these guys are so motivated and so ambitious. So they don't really like, they feel like it belongs to them, you know, in a way that this is why they came third in the previous major. I mean, they wasn't with Solo, right? But still, like, Ramses is a big driver in that team to like motivate other players to be confident in their gameplay and like just keep going. And I'm surprised, like, I'm actually very surprised that this team is like out of these 3 in the Eastern European region, like along with BetBoom and the Spirit, that they are the ones that are making like the best results in the majors, having like not, you know, as flashy players right now as some of the think, but Kiyotaka has been popping off like a lot, and he's like also the big factor in their success within these major, you know, lands victories.
Yeah, perhaps Ramses and Solo, 2 of the players that have some of the most major attendances, and on top of that, when they were in VP, some of the most major wins under their belt, and perhaps Fear that experience is able to rub off a little bit on Kiyotaka, Miero, and Antares, who are more new to the scene.
Yeah, that's always been like it's like the recipe nowadays for building a Dota team. You take some experienced guys and you sprinkle in some new blood, some fresh talent, and try to put them together and see if you can make it work. And for 9 Pandas, they've had pretty decent results up and down. Still need to make their footing as being like considered one of the best teams to overtake some of these Western European teams. But if there's a place to start, it's going to be now.
Indeed, it looks like maybe we might have some audio, but we'll find out. That's fine. We get some more time to talk about the teams because we didn't really cover 9 Pandas that well before we saw them take the stage, Aurora. And this team has definitely gained a lot of momentum. We saw them yesterday against Aster. They 2-1, so it wasn't a clean series, but
No
they
series
definitely
has been. No series has been.
No
clean.
series has been. What is it with that? Is the competition, Aurora, just more like flat?
I think maybe the teams just respect each other a lot. They don't want to make moves that they think we used to make this kind of moves and it's gonna be alright and we're gonna achieve it. But they're just we saw a lot of hesitation, right, in their moves. But I really think they're just trying to be respectful. They don't want to lose this. Everyone don't want to lose this, you know. So it's not that they didn't prepare well, so it looks like it's not clean. But sometimes it's very nerve-wracking, you know, and like. Maybe some of the teams, they kind of just didn't have the chance to play other teams as well, so they don't know what they're going to pull out. And it's just difficult to be that confident up front, like, unless you are really, really the best of the best. And it seems like the other teams are not on your level. But Quest has already proved it differently, so I think maybe everyone is just trying to take a step back and, you know, like, figure things out before they take 2 steps ahead, I would say.
Who wants to learn something about Antares?
Me.
All right, you got it. So they went on boot camp, obviously before this major. They were boot camping, and in their pastime, when they weren't playing Dota and scrimming, there was a lot of football being played.
Ah.
Who in the team do you think was the best at playing football? of the
Is that
5
American
players.
football or soccer?
Oh, soccer. Sorry, the normal actual football.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I know the answer to this, so
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Who's the answer?
Am I spoiling, or should they?
No,
guess?
it's fine. You want? Okay, let's give them all a guess before Fear does a
I
guess.
think it's Solo. He's been practicing his football a lot in the past years. I mean, I know he's old now, but I think he
Aurora?
still got it.
I'm gonna be bold and say it's Ramses, because what he has been doing this tournament, he's just been passing the spotlight to Kiyotaka, right? So maybe he's really good in, passing the ball. I don't know.
You wanna get the answer?
Ramses definitely doesn't pass the ball. That one.
He does not.
I mean, it is Solo actually. Yeah.
It is Solo. Apparently, Solo used to also play football professionally, but Antares also used to be a professional football player, soccer player. Sorry, Fear.
Sorry,
And
American
so-
on the panel.
Yeah, but he's been grinding it. So I thought it was a very interesting story because it's not the first time, and it definitely won't be the last that we see a Dota player or just in general an esports player coming from a physical sport onto a video and esport purely because the physical sport, like sometimes you get an injury or something, you have to sit behind a computer, and all of a sudden all you can compete in are sports with your mind in that one. Fear.
I mean, that's what kind of happened to me and how I got into gaming as well. It's like I played a lot of sports, and then I tried to play basketball, and I just wasn't tall enough, so didn't make it to the varsity team in high school, and I got sad. Played PC games.
Oh.
You channel your
Sorry for
inner competition, right? Like,
Yeah.
that competitive drive. It has to go somewhere for a lot of people, and either it's traditional sports for some people, others like to find it through gaming.
Sorry if it happened to you. Your height was in the way of
I
you
know.
making a basketball
Unfortunately,
career.
I couldn't be 6'5".
Yeah.
Really?
Unlucky.
For the rest of us, we just didn't really want to touch grass because the graphics outside is not too good, but it's been great in Bali. I mean, so far, there has been a lot of rain for the past few days, but today's been looking really good. I don't want to jinx it, but I have been known to have this curse where, I root for this team, and then they lose immediately. So I'm now countering the jinx.
Do you want to make a prediction for the series with that in mind?
Okay, I won't predict the outcome, but
Okay.
I will predict the hero pick. We have seen the MVP in the last series, the last game. But guess what? There's also a really good Tinker player on 9 Pandas. I really, really want to see him bring out the Tinker again. He hasn't been playing this hero for the group stage, I believe, but there were actually a few games where it's very, very possible to pull out the Tinker and it can be a good game, but he didn't really do that. I guess maybe they just want to adapt to the meta or something. Like, you can't always just rely on pulling out the Tinker. Maybe teams have prepared for your Tinker since he dominated the game with the Tinker. So I mean, I really just want to see it again, He's just really, really very on point with his Shiva usage and just his blinks, his BKB, everything is just super on point.
I don't know if he worked out the trauma after playing his gaming in Gladiators and within 15 minutes when there was 4 people in his lane, killing him over and over again.
Yeah, I think that will sway you from playing your Tinker for a little while.
A little bit,
Yeah, I'm gonna predict it's gonna be a 2-1-4.
4, yes?
Four? You didn't hear me? Sorry, my mic didn't catch.
Alright, no, again.
Yeah, say it again.
It's gonna be a 2-1-4.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that
I
makes
think,
sense.
Yeah.
Totally, yeah.
I think that's a well thought out answer for sure. And the 2-1 would make sense considering both teams have their strengths and merits. I think a lot will come to depend on the draft though, as we are waiting for that one to kick in. I do want to go back a little bit to 9 Pandas and their play style, because when you're thinking of Kiyotaka Tinker, which everybody loves to see it, because the times where it did work, which was not against Gaimin Gladiators where he lost within 14 minutes or so, when it does work, he is the type of player that plays without fear. Sorry.
True, I don't play with him.
No, he actually does play. His coach is no fear.
Literally.
I couldn't set up for a nice pun there. But this is a team that I think when we're talking about the mix of experienced players and younger players, the ability to just go, don't worry about anything. I think, Rozo, that I think Kiyotaka embodies that, especially when he plays Tinker.
Yeah, I think for young players, they don't have that many experience of you know, losing games or like making a mistake, so they have that, you know, baggage holding them back from making these fearless moves. So that's why we can see like these thinkers just like, I think like they just can easily go into the state of flow, and it takes like way harder for experienced players to join to the same state of flow where there's like so much background that you have and you need to like work on. And if you don't, then it's harder for you to join that state of flow.
I have one question before the draft starts. Why are they called 9 pandas? Who are the other 4 pandas, or is there...
What? Why would there be 4 more? Oh, because there's 5
players.
Well,
I mean,
first
there's
of all,
6 pandas.
you know that a team is not just the players. You have a coach, Panda
Yeah.
6. You have a manager, Panda 7.
Okay.
Analyst, Panda 8.
And the CEO.
And the
Panda 9.
CEO, Panda 9.
There you go.
Got him.
Figured it
No
out.
more stuff. All the others are fired.
All right, we are in the draft. Beastcoast will be second pick, overall last. I feel like that's been an important factor that we've seen in the first series that we saw today. And it is Radiant side for them. 9 Pandas first pick. With the Bow Rider, the Clockwork, and the Pugna band so far, we get quite a few of your usual suspects left in the pool, though, because Bow Rider, Clockwork, I mean, I understand the bands, but at the same time, those are not your traditional first phase band. Where's the Morphling? Huh? Timbersaw? Huh? Medusa? Huh?
Undying, huh?
Undying, huh?
Oh, he's gone.
Tempest, no, there's Undying.
Enchantress.
Enchantress, huh? Huh?
Oh, there's a lot of heroes in the pool still, so
Yeah.
it's going to come a lot down to when you're getting games like these where the bands are different from probably what you expected. There's a lot of thinking involved in how your pick or how these bands can influence the next 4 picks. So 9 Pandas doesn't really care. They just pick Morphling. They're like, we're just going to pick this hero, deal with it.
Yeah, I actually felt that Morphing was been falling off a little bit for a while, but now I see it first pick again, so I'm not really sure. Like, non-Pandas just love their Morphing, right? Just on the Morph. Even the game they lost yesterday, he was like 4-1 and 6 or something. He was like doing well.
Not my fault.
Not my fault.
But it
Even
was still a
again.
hard Morph game at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, it was. It was. Against Draw, especially, it's a hard one.
I mean, I think Joe is still okay against Morphling because you are the traditional counter towards Morphling, right? But then to make Joe work in a lineup in this meta, I would say it's very, very difficult because if you don't secure the tempo early on, this Morphling has like the entire map to farm. He's never gonna fail at scaling, and it takes a really long time for you to be able to touch his high ground and like force him to come and defend. So yeah, Morphling is still looking like the best carry pick.
Oh, that's 2 heroes we had on the bedroom lineup yesterday, and we lost the game, by the way. But it was, I think these 2 heroes are working very well together. They're just like applying so much pressure on the side lanes, and if you have like a decent mid that can rotate towards these side lanes, it's gonna be like very easy game to get an advantage of. There's a Meepo ban right away. Jimpak already showed that he can play that here, especially he lost that against Morphling and the Broodmother, of course.
We also see Templar Assassin and SF banned out against Beastcoast quite frequently for the very same reason. There's a Templar Assassin already, and it kind of has me worried because if you have to focus one player that much with your 3 bans, you can't really protect the heroes that you picked or you plan to pick with bans.
I mean, they're gonna get countered anyways, right? Because they have a first pick, so like Beastcoast are gonna have advantage on the counter pick going on. And I think for 9 Pandas, the 3rd ban should be not SF, but should be Naga actually. I think Naga is way better. There you go. Get banned.
Yeah. And speaking of, sorry, go ahead.
No,
I was going to say, speaking of comfort for Beast Coast, this Mars Silencer, it feels like they would have picked this almost regardless of what 9 Pandas did.
Yeah.
They have this, they played 5 games now together on the same team with an 80% win rate. So they're just like going for their comfort, and I think the way Beast Coast really want to play is like you get this Mars, you got the stun out of the way, Sacred most likely will play, but Dark Mago can play it. But it's all setting up so Jim Park can be that 1v9 type of carry. You get your team fighter with it, you get some more team fight with the Silencer, probably get some auras later on here as well, and just make sure that whatever Gym Park plays, ideally they pick him as late as possible to the point where he feel like he can carry the game and be that ultimate win condition, and that's mainly what they're drafting for. Whereas a lot of other teams are like, they'll change their win condition depending on the game, like maybe it'll be some Kiyotaka or something as a win condition, or maybe the offlaner wants some last pick to try and shut him down. But I think for Beastcoast, they have a very clear plan of how they win games, and I think that's why they're doing so well at this tournament as well.
Yeah, I think the way they draft their 1 and 2 cores are also very deceiving. A lot of the times you would see, oh, Lashrak at mid, and you think, oh, the Lashrak should be the one they play around, and he should be the only win condition, because there's no way in your pub games, if your mid picks Lash and your carry picks something that is even more greedier, you already feel like as a 3-4-5 you don't want to play the game anymore, you know. But that's exactly how Beastcoast roll, you know.
You just see the drop and like, I don't want to play.
I've been there.
Exactly, but that's how Beastcoast plays, and Darkmago, he is the type to just adjust his item build to make sure the game works. But anyway, this Grimstroke, what do you guys think?
I mean, I'll just go back to your point of picking a hero sometimes and not wanting to play the game. That's normally when I pick Grimstroke and the rest of my teammates decide I'm going to pick 4 ranged heroes. And all of a sudden, I don't want to play the game anymore. So hopefully they have a better plan.
The Mars combo is not enough?
No, I think it's fine. Like, Silencer's okay, but when you play Grimstroke, I think you need like 3 melee heroes on your team. So I would expect them to pick more melee. And we've seen a lot in this patch too on how important it is that the 3 heroes running around together can make things happen on the map. So ideally I want the mid and the Mars to be melee. Gym Park can play whatever he wants. As long as it's good for the game, then I'm totally okay. Maybe we'll get some last pick anti-major, something like that. He'll find something that's good for the game here, but Grimstroke is a hero that just needs to constantly be getting kills on the map here and playing with some melee type heroes.
Yeah, he definitely needs some good playing partner as well. Like if you play with the draw range, it's not gonna be the same as you would play with the Jack or like Monkey King, right? I do love the 2 support picks from 9 Pandas because they don't want to really mid yet, because Beastcoast usually the team that want to like very last pick the Gym Park hero, so they can't really do that. They have to pick him right now because they don't see the mid, otherwise they're gonna get countered, and it's not what you want to do from the second pick scenario. And for 9 Pandas, the Solid Disruptor is like a legendary or like classic. You would say it's good to see him on that hero. He was one of the best who was like really playing a lot on Disruptor and like making a lot of moves, and we all remember this Dark Seer Disruptor combinations that they had in VP as well. It's gonna be fun to watch.
For sure. Let's find out which Beastcoast which melee hero they'll go for.
You know what?
That's not a melee hero.
Pseudo melee hero. He does suffer against range heroes, and most melee heroes suffers against range heroes. And the thing is, Lashrak, the way he does damage, he needs to be in front. And the items that he built are usually just frontline items anyway, so he is kind of
like Yules and Blink that he usually does on the Lashrak. No, I mean, this team is like, they don't care whatever, like, they actually don't care what they see. They just want to make their lineup, with these 4 heroes, like, being insanely strong in team fights, so they can make all the space that is needed for Gym Park to join the game after all.
I mentioned Beastcoast, they like to play for the late game. Normally I see Schofield play this Grimstroke, and he's probably like going to be 0-12 at some point in this game, but he's going to eventually find that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
He's going to get it eventually, then the impact is going to come flowing through.
I love how you predict this already. Like 0-12 is going to happen. There's no way this guy can beat 10-0 on the Grimstroke.
Don't underestimate Schofield, especially on some of these ranged heroes. He's known for his very, to put it nicely, aggressive positioning, right? He will place himself like between tier 2s and tier 3s at 4 minutes into the game. He likes to waste your time and have you chase them around. Generally, you'll see him on melee heroes because of that, but he likes to sneak in a Rubik and Grimstroke every once in a while. And sometimes it's brilliant, or sometimes he dies a lot, but either way, he will find his farm, and that's all he really needs to do in a game like this.
So he dies, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
And we have like I'm not going to call it a saying or anything, but in the North American region, when you play against Schofield, you just let him play his game. Don't get baited by him. Yeah, if he's running behind some tier 3, don't like TP4 heroes to kill this guy, because it's very tempting. It's just like, it's just Schofield. Just let him wander by himself, he'll get bored, and then he'll come to you.
I have heard that before, that is funny.
I'm curious if Iron Pandas is actually preparing for PA. I know PA is not the hero that is good at all here, but it is a Gym Park hero, and have seen teams like actively banning the hero. And we have mentioned we want at least one more melee to abuse the Grimstroke spells, right? So I think PA is not bad, but I'm not sure if she will do well at all against a Broodmother Rubik lane. It doesn't
PA
look
is
right.
really bad against Morphing as well
Yeah.
as a core matchup.
I think you give up on the melees at this point. Just accept the fate. You have a Grimstroke for the Ags. Maybe it'll play with the Mars at some point. He does like to rush the Blink Dagger. But just pick the best hero for the game. Something that can lane versus Brood, do well against Morphling at some point. I'm not familiar like what carry players are prioritizing when playing against Brood, because it feels like you kind of just get kicked out no matter what at 6.
I mean, usually there's a Naga or like Alchemist or, you know, Meepo that are good, but they all banned. But I do think that because Beastcoast has really good cores to deal with the Broodmother in the game, because Leshrac and Mars are the ones that can, you know, come to the lane and not care about spiders at all. So they have that going for them, definitely. And for Kiotak, I wonder if there's gonna be like a Tinker game, but it might be too greedy to have that.
Tinker.
You know, with the Broodmother and Morph, they'd rather have some.
Is the Silencer and the Soulbind not enough to sway you away from that?
Yeah, the cooldown is so big, so it's not that much of an counter towards.
I think Ember is gonna be for them, right? Oh.
Keeper of the Light.
Keeper.
Auto mid.
All right.
Wow, that's
Okay,
gonna be
actually, I want to mention, I thought he was going to pick Lina, because it is very difficult for Beastcoast to find this Lina. She's fast, she's going to stand behind, she's going to have the 1000 range with her Ether Lens. So that's why it's actually very difficult for Beastcoast to want to kill this hero. But Coddle works too, because one thing Coddle is better than Lina, aside from, you know, like boosting this morphing, right, is that he can get a variety of items and still does a lot of impact in the team fights. And with that saying, nobody can actually kill this Coddle. I feel they can't catch this Coddle. The only thing is they should know how to position themselves so they don't get into a situation where they set up with the arena and then they have the global following up, then, you know, like they just can't escape. I think if they are being very careful with that, it should be fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Duza is really that hero for Gym Park that can make flashy plays, you know, later on in the game, as much as SF or like Sven that he was playing before, or even TA. But it definitely gives them a good win condition and good timing where they could go like high ground with the Manta and Butterfly, and there's not much the 9 Pandas can do about it.
Do you get double snake if you soul buying? And
You do, yes.
Yes.
maybe that's a strat.
That's cool.
Well, yeah, I've seen it before. They ran this at Dream League, I think, actually. I remember watching a game of theirs. And the one thing I'll say about Gym Park, though, is Deuce is not a flashy hero by any means. He can play it. But the one thing that he does almost on every single hero is buy this item called Silver Edge. And he does it on Medusa, too. And he uses that item to... And he'll buy like a Blink Dagger too. He just likes to play very aggressively no matter what the hero is and just get into the fights. So we'll see if he can end up doing it in this game as well. Morph is pretty good against the Medusa here. Coddle is a bit of an X factor. We'll have to see. I'm a little worried for the Leshrac in this game, and will he be able to scale? Is he just going to go some Yule's build and Blink and not being able to frontline? Hard to say.
Hard to say. That's the type of game I would like. A back and forth game. Morphling versus Medusa. Who would have expected that carry versus carry matchup at the start of the day? Looking forward to it though. We're going to enjoy the voices of Fogged and OD Pixel for the game.
Thank you very much, Shiva. We've actually got a guest for this one. Gunner's going to be standing in for this series with me here, ready for Beastcoast versus 9 Pandas. Gunner, great to have you with us. Looking at the drafts, that Medusa coming out as the last pick, I think the first thing I've got to ask you about with that, do you think 9 Pandas, is this an oversight from them leaving it in, or do they just not care that Parker's going to get his hands on this Medusa?
I think teams have started to move away from being really scared of the Medusa. Also, the Morphling matchup, you still are attack speed, a lot of her intelligence. So I don't think it's the pin that's going to stop 9 Pandas from winning the game. I think they're pretty confident in this one because I talked about this in the draft that they have Brood and Morph, which I think are two of the best cores that you can just pick up right now in the game.
Yeah, I mean, because for Beastcoast, what do you think sort of made them want to go a different way with their first two picks? You know, focusing sort of the Sacred Mars, getting it backed up by that early support pick, rather than throwing the Brood in as one of their first two. Why did they not want to play it themselves?
I'm not too sure. I know Beastcoast have been playing a lot of teamfight in this tournament where they kind of just win the game off of fighting all the time. we've been talking about Jim Park a lot this tournament, I think. Everyone, you know, this guy's been really flashy, so he fights a lot. They were talking about the Silver Edge on the panel, and he always wants to kill heroes, no matter how the game is going. Even for Shopify, they're down 10,000 gold, and Jim Park is just setting up kills across the map. So I think they just wanted to get heroes that could take the fight to them.
Gonna step up here, push them away for the bounty. Sacred will grab it. Looks to be the 2 for 2. Let's see how the setup with the side lanes go. So top lane, we are going to have Ramses backed up by Solo on this Morph Disruptor. They're going to be up against Sacred Mars and Schofield Grimstroke. Grimstroke, you know, not a hero that a lot of teams are touching right now. What do you feel that Beastcoast as a team, they see in it, and what do they see in it here? What do you think Schofield was making the call for to get the Grimstroke in action this game?
I think it's most likely a way to deal with the Morphling, because if Morphling's the strongest hero in the game and you can make a copy of him, then you have the strongest hero in the game. So that and probably a little of lane push, dealing with the Brood Spiders. You have I think one of the big things in the patch is the map is really big. There's a lot of camps, so the ability to push lanes out on supports is really helpful. Which is, I guess no one really picks the hero, so no one really knows what he does, so we'll see how it turns out.
We'll see if Schofield's going to be annoying for Ramses, maybe if he was even able to find these opportunities to clip him from the fog, catch him with these silences. Look at it like the mid matchup. I think Kiyotaka, by the end of the draft, he had quite a few options left open for him. Goes the way of the Keeper of the Light. Do you like this sort of final choice here for Nine Pandas? Is this kind of offering them something that they were lacking in their draft beforehand?
Yeah, I think they kind of had a choice of either committing to this full triple with the supports, like a triple ranged support duo, where they have Rubik, Disruptor, and Coddle spamming spells from 2,000 range. And Beastcoast can never actually get this team fight off. Mars can't press Arena, Leshrin can't do damage. And I think it's usually easy to pick that stuff versus the Silencer, because the global won't really affect you if you're not committed to a fight. So I kind of like the direction that they went the Keeper of the Light. It's starting to get more popular. I know Nigma's been playing it a lot in the season with Mikey, so we might see teams pick it up more and more.
Still has the potential to farm super fast, and if you get good time in those bots, you can be very, very potent with those early movements to back up your teams on the side lanes. See, top lane, Solo. A glimpse back on Schofield. So Schofield can stand his ground. He's got the Ink Swell, not actually going to catch Solo with the stun. Solo can continue to chase this. Schofield, he's still got Fairy Fire. He's ready if necessary. Salve also there, so he's good to go. Just straight up trade with him. And so far, it doesn't look like any of the lanes are having any cause missing out massively on the farm. I mean, do you anticipate that one of these matchups is going to start to get a lot harder anytime sooner for one of the sides?
There shouldn't be too much action. Both of the carries don't die. They're Morphling Medusa, and the offlaners both also just want to farm and get their gold. So I think the biggest thing is going to be around 5 minutes to 6 minutes on the Siege mid. Specifically around 9 Pandas. They want to play around this Coddle when he gets 6. He wants to use Solar Bind, nuke down the Leshrac. Leshrac wants to push the tower with the Siege, so that's going to be the really big timing to see how the early game shakes out.
On top lane, this should be first blood. Sacred chases out Solo. He'll get the first kill on the board. I mean, Sacred on his Mars, he's had some pretty impressive performances, and one of the reasons why they'll happily grab it and secure it for him first in the draft. We'll see if he's able to turn this fantastic start into another one of them.
Yeah, I'm really curious, because Mars, we have a nickname for him of the God of Poor, because he usually has a pretty rough time in the lane, and it kind of transitions in the game, but when you give him a really good start, he gets a fast blink, he sets up a lot of arena kills in the early game. It's really scary. The Sheep and Refresher that people get late game turns out to be really powerful at some point.
Yeah, I mean, are you sort of a fan of, in terms of build on the Mars, always kind of the blink, the BKB? You don't like some of these offlaners do try and make the Meteor Hammer work?
Bot lane on Singer, he's going to go down.
And Mira is able to pick up the kill. Nothing that can be done to hold back.
Yeah, I think the biggest of Mars is just his utility from arena. So when people used to try to go like Armlet and Desolator and just play off of the God's Rebuke.
That sounds kind of pog.
It was really fun to watch people do it and supports die, but I think just the utility of pressing arena in general, especially versus a range core like Morphling, where you can play around this block of ranged attacks, is really nice.
We'll have a bit of a pause here. And looking at the CS across the board, I mean, that mid lane, definitely a fair few denies that Dark Margo's been able to get in. So whilst Kiyotaka, of course, has had the availability to clean out the waves easily with the blast, Dark Margo taking away some of that XP from him, giving him a bit of this advantage in the matchup.
Yeah, one of the nice things is on Dire mid, you have this medium camp right above you, or a large camp. And so he's been stacking this camp, kind of farming it every other minute. So he has the ability to kind of catch up.
Sure.
So it's not going to be too bad for him. But yeah, Keeper of the Light is a hero that you want to be ahead. You're going to get fast boots of travel. You buy Vessel in this hero a lot of the time, which is kind of a weak item. And it's also a snowball item. You need a kill to have any value of the item. So anytime this hero starts to fall behind, it can get a little worrisome.
And the game plan for Dark Margo, if he gets this lead, has this good start, it's going to be able to pressure this tower first before he moves to sort of top to pressure the Morphling's tower, or can he make those moves before he's actually taken the tier 1?
I think he'll probably look to just run top pretty early in the game. He doesn't want to fight this ball from 9 pandas in the mid lane. Keeper of the Light really strong. It's hard to take this tower, but the Morphling, if this hero has to jungle very early, he gets his tower taken by some random rotation, it can really hurt his speed of the game.
Bottom lane, decent damage over towards Miro, but we'll be fine. So that's the safety of the Lotus. Well, there's 1 charges that he pops. Parker himself also getting pretty full on the 1 charges here, so once they get upon him, he will have those 1 charges. Getting mangoed up as well. Miro's trying to chase Parker. They do have the fact that Solo's come across with the gate, gets the glimpse back. Parker is in a whole world of pain now. They'll take him down with the +1.
Nice warp gate from Solo. Goes across the map, gets the kill. Ramsey's also, he's playing Morphling. He doesn't really need to be babysat the entire laning stage, so it'll free up Solo to connect to his fellow support.
Definitely have to be more cautious there. I think as well that was actually a few of the mangoes maybe even...
Oh no, he's going to get glimpsed.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, Solo. He's ready to get him, and indeed... Oh! Actually not going to have the vision of him soon enough, so Parker's... He's going to be fine! Solo not quite having the sight on him to set up for that glimpse back, so... I mean, Parker, he doesn't know how close he was to being very sad that...
I think Parker actually had a ward and he placed it on this warp gate, and so he caught vision of Solo. Very thankfully that he caught vision of Solo.
Yeah, that could have hurt. I really would have dying and then being sent back. It's one of those situations that Disruptor can really kind of send you over the edge, really tilts you with if he catches you with those glimpse plays early.
We're going to see the supports kind of collapse on mid on the 6th rune, shield rune for Dark Mago, so a little lucky on this one.
That's an easy kill for Kiyotaka and Antares. Blast too much. Margo considering if he can maybe chase one of these 2 down, but it'll be held back by the Solar Bind. Easy space for Antares to break away from him. Dark Margo not going to be able to punish them here. Bottom lane, Miro, he will get punished. Quick turn with the Arcane Curse in the last word. They set up to take the Spider down and free up this lane. A little bit more for Parker to continue to get the CS and have this lead at the moment against Miro in this bottom lane.
Yeah, nice read from Beastcoast to go on the Broodmother. The second they see the Rubik mid, they know that he's left alone. And I think they kind of bait him in with Stinger a little, so really good pick off.
They get the glimpse back onto Sacred. Good spear, though, to create the distance between him and Ramses. So Sacred, again, able to survive. Even if they try for the burst, he's still got 1 charge as Lotus, so he's okay. Nice matchup against Ramses. CS for him, 30 for 5, but yeah, 46 for 14. Ramses, as we saw and you said earlier, getting left in sort of the 1v1, completely handling this Mars. Feels no threat whatsoever. He's getting every last hit.
Yeah, this, even though he's getting every last hit, he's kind of starting to fall behind Dark Mago on the Leshrac. So I wouldn't be surprised if this Morph gets kicked out, it can start to feel weird, especially when the Medusa doesn't get kicked out. Having it kind of lopsided where 1 carry jungles and the other doesn't can start to feel really bad. Especially if you're offlaner and this Brood is just going to farm and not really buy much utility items. We'll see what he goes, but a lot of the Broods have been going for Echo Saber into like a BKB and trying to be more of a right-click core. And so that can kind of feel bad for the Morphling if he's left behind.
Dark Margo, they'll swing around towards the bottom lane for the easy kill. They get the setup onto Antares. He'll turn up for the kill and quickly resume back towards the mid. Same time, Kiyotaka, he's got his eyes on Sacred. Any way out of there for him, he's on his own. It's too much magical burst. I mean, Sacred gets the spear off, drops the arena, pushes back Kiyotaka with the rebuke. He's still alive. He is going to get glimpsed back. He's still not quite dead yet, Sacred. Finally, he falls, but it takes a lot of effort. Now Dark Margo's going to look to get kills in return. Turns towards Solo, takes out the one of them. Ramses, he's got to be careful. Will immediately remove the bug. That's enough to allow him to waveform back to the tower. As Beastcoast, they'll be able to punch back, but they do lose their offlaner.
That was a really sick arena. He speared him just out of the range of the arena, so he almost lived if it wasn't for the glimpse.
Yeah, really did his best to live as long as he could against the efforts of the 3 members of 9 Pandas. Not quite enough to survive, though. 4 for 4, it's a close opening here. 8 minutes in. I mean, The numbers are as even as it gets. I mean, when you consider the heroes that we're having in play, do you think there is a team that's a bit happier with the outcome of the laning stage so far?
It's hard to say. I think both teams in their heads are thinking that, you know, don't worry guys, we got this late game, we got this. So I don't actually know if I'd give either team the edge. It's probably the team that's able to break the safe lane tower first. So whether 9 Pandas can end up taking this tower with the Brood or the Leshrac goes to top and kicks the Morphling out, I think that's probably the biggest factor of who's going to win the next 5 to 10 minutes.
So Darkmargo just continue to hover around the bottom lane, clearing up the camps. Sort of here with the Arcane Curse. Schofield connects with the Stroke of Fate.
Medusa's really low. He's dying to spiders.
These spiders!
Oh no.
Oh dear. That's a painful death there. I mean, the spiders a little too spooky for Jim Park. They get the glimpse back on Schofield. The spiders, they're still good to go. They're going to get both of them. They might even get, I mean, Stigger's got to be careful.
He's okay, but that feels really bad. You bring your mid, you bring both your supports. The Brood walks away. He doesn't even have a ward there. And then your carry dies, your support dies, and now they're going to lose the tower.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts big time there for Jim Park. We'll see if he returns towards the bottom lane. He does not. He's going to go straight towards the top. He doesn't want to go anywhere near that spider for quite some time again after that bit of an incident.
Yeah, I was about to compliment how Beastcoast have been kind of controlling the Brood and saving their tower, just like I was saying, where they needed to protect the tower, but now it's kind of done. They lost all this safe lane. They're probably not going to be able to go into this bot side of the map for a long time. They're infested right now, so they need to take a tower on the side of Beastcoast, I would say.
Well, they have got the arena back up for Sacred. I mean, with him and Darkmargo, maybe they can make something happen. Darkmargo's going to step back to base, but when he does come back out, he has got a haste in the bottle, so.
He also has Yules, which I actually really like. He's one of the only Leshers that still go Yules. Most of them buy the Bloodstone.
Schofield. These spiders continue to be quite a bit of a problem. Gets dragged back into them with the glimpse. He's out. Another kill here for Miro, who's really, really taking over this half of the map.
They're going to catch the Coddle mid, maybe.
Setups there from Darkmargo. Stun to follow up. Now pop the global silence to make sure that Darkmargo can continue to push forward to take the kill or get the Fairy Fire off. And will still die. Darkmargo in return might be in trouble. They get the spear connection. They lock down Antares, but Darkmargo will fall. Static Storm laid down by Solo. He's looking towards Stinger. A few right clicks and the tower hits will do it. Ramsey's also swinging over to get involved as they turn towards Sacred. Won't be able to chase him, but fair damage to push him back. I mean, they dive in, they get the kill on Kiyotaka, but they lose 2 heroes for it in return, Beastcoast. And now they're going to take damage on their own tier 1 mid as Ramses. He'll start the push.
They might even lose it if the Brood wants to connect over from bot, but they probably don't need to use the resources. It looks really good. The Keeper of the Light instantly dies during the global. The Rubik also dies, but just the Disruptor is too hard of a hero to dive into with Silence, with Glimpse.
A really good move from 9 Pandas to connect with the numbers that they did there. Make sure the Beastcoast do not get away with that deep play beyond the tower. See mid Solo. Go for the glimpse. We'll see if these two have the damage. I mean, with Miro coming in from the side, they'll have a decent shot. He's able to put the spear onto the spider, hold Miro back. But Miro, they'll continue to chase forward. Darkmargo is ready to hold him back. Yule's combo into the stun. They focus the spider. He's going to try for the TP out, but the overwhelming damage here from Darkmargo with the Pulse Nova is enough to take him down. They get the curse, the last word onto Solo to allow them to take out the 2 of them as Beastcoast. This time they hold their tier 1 tower and they'll push back towards 9 Pandas as Miro sticks around a little too long.
Yeah, both teams are kind of just trying to get kills really hard because of how slow the game's been and everyone just farming their own jungle. And it's not really working out for either team. Besides maybe the Medusa. Medusa's really happy. He hasn't seen a hero in a while after those 2 deaths.
Yeah, he's kind of caught up, especially considering what the death down bottom from Jim Park. It did sort of cause a situation where Ramses was starting to get the lead in farm, but as we can see right now, they're back on straight even.
Bot lane, Sacred's maybe going to get caught by the Glimpse.
Should be easy to finish him off. Yeah, Antares. Quick with the burst, the Lightning Storm and the Fade Bolt. Not a chance for Sacred. They're keeping the leading kills, 9 Pandas. They can get back to looking to take this mid-tier 1 off the map.
3rd time is the charm. They will get it. Put the Leshrac's in a TP in, maybe try to get a catch.
Should get some sort of Yule setup. It's going to get held back momentarily by the telekinesis. Still on top of Solo. Gets glimpsed back, though. As that's him out of the picture, Darkmargo. And Schofield, he's now left alone. As Antares gets back in, takes down the Grimstroke.
Interesting. And they're, at least the Glimpse now means that he can take this top tower, so they'll open up some of the map, at least for their team to kind of play around the
He's a bit scared of Kiyotaka. He
yeah,
doesn't actually want to stick with this.
Interesting. It's looking pretty hard for Beastcoast to kind of maneuver the map. It's a little scary for them because of how much map that they're kind of being cut off. Again, the nice thing I was saying earlier is Dark Mago doesn't really go for this really greedy build of Bloodstone, Boots of Travel on Leshrac. He goes like fighting, ganking, kind of spirit hero, where he goes Yule's Blink and then sometimes even just Kaya, just for more damage. So he's ready to go. The second that his supports kind of respawn, get resources, he'll probably look to finish this top tower off.
9 Pandas there also ready to go. Stinger is going to get spotted out.
He's just dead.
I mean, it's sort of what you earlier, just the way that 9 Pandas, they have so much poke from quite the distance that they could just spam super freely without punished. And these squishy heroes like the Silencer, they don't stand a chance. And Static Storm's down quickly though. Make sure there's not going to be any immediate follow-up after the arena. They'll still try and fight this though. Parker steps in with the Stone Gaze. Got the opening stun onto Key Attacker. Will blast them back. Try and run. He's pretty speedy here on the call. He's able to turn, get another blast off. Now Parker, he's running low on mana. Miro, they're backing on top of him. They couldn't kill Key Attacker. The global comes out. Attacker. Dark Margo making a bit of a recovery in this fight, but the fight is not over. He's going to get glimpsed back.
Can they catch him?
They've lost 3.
He's a blink, he's a blink.
And they've got, oh, indeed, the stun. It's going to be dodged by Dark Margo. Yule's into the blink out. He'll get away.
That's pretty good, honestly, all things considered for Beastcoast. They are deciding that they want to hold this bot jungle from the Brood. They don't want to give it up. They don't want to go to the top side. So they have to throw these bodies and take these fights. And all in all, it's not the worst. They get some kills. They get a return kill. The Keeper dies. It's just the Medusa dies, which is the worst thing that can possibly happen for Beastcoast.
Yeah. Yeah, Parker kind of getting held back a little bit there. His farm's still good, still up on the top 2, but turning up to the fights or getting involved in the fights inadvertently has not proven to be too healthy for Parker right now. Dark Margo just absolutely keeping the team in check with how much he's finding with these little cleanups. Turns up, gets out, 5-1 and 3. He's doing a lot to rectify what's been quite a tough early game for Beastcoast other cores, especially Sacred, who is now starting to fall quite far behind.
Yeah, the one nice thing is they are down like 3K, 4K gold, but their cores are still kind of at the top of the net worth chart. And the Mars is kind of the thing that's holding them back. He's really poor compared to his counterpart in the Broodmother, but he doesn't really need gold to do his job. He just needs to be able to press arena, which he has been being able to do in most of these fights. He hasn't been dying before getting it off. So it's better than it looks, I think, for Beastcoast. This gold is not a disaster for them yet.
Sacred might be being taken down again here, though. Static Storm's laid down. Far too much damage for the Mars to withstand as 9 Pandas. They'll take him out, and now with the push coming in towards the tier 2, they can look to try and pressure this nice and early, just 60 minutes in. See what sort of a defense comes out from Beastcoast. Dark Margo will show up. Starts to clear out the spiders very effectively as well. That'll be enough to push them back. Dark Margo continuing to hold the defense here for Beastcoast.
Beastcoast is probably playing for... It looks like they're going for Scotty on the Medusa, so they're probably going to look to play around some Scotty into Roche timing and just full commit, walk down the lane with Medusa, end the game. Because Scotty is still really good versus Morphling. The item doesn't actually work through BKB anymore in the new patch, but Morphling does not buy BKB really. So very good in that matchup, and I would say that's probably going to be their strongest timing. The Mars isn't going to get any items for a long time. He actually switched up from the BKB to a Yule's just to find a cheaper option. The supports as well are not really getting any high impact items, so the second is Medusa gets an item, I don't really see a point in Beastcoast waiting.
Already looking to try and make something happen with the smoke up on Sacred, Stinger, and Schofield. See if they can catch this spider, find Miro.
Hard kill.
They know he's around. Smoke's going to get dispelled on Schofield. They know he's in this camp. They get the setup here. There's the jump. They're in with the arena, but the BKB's out. Miro, he turns straight towards Schofield. Will bring down the Grimstroke, and with the remainder of his BKB, he'll TP out. Miro gets the kill, gets away, despite the attempts of 4 heroes from Beastcoast to catch him.
It looked scary. The Ogre camp gave him a little stomp, and he got stunned, but they didn't find him in time. They couldn't get the chain stun. And a really nice play by Miro. Now Jim Park finishing up the Scotty. He's only about 100 gold away. So Roche is also top. So we might see Beastcoast try to either get to top right now and instantly Roche, or kind of, they have to do this smoke again, I guess, to kind of recontrol the bot area to take out the Radiant Roche. It's going to feel a little awkward right now for this next minute or so for Beastcoast.
I mean, can Beastcoast force the Roshan without looking for a kill beforehand?
I think they might have to. Nine Pandas just has a better map playing team. The Keeper Light pushes lanes, they have Broodmother, and the Morphling's just been able to exist anywhere he wants on the map. Whereas for the side Beastcoast, Bars, every time he's shown on the map, he's died. He can't really exist anywhere on the map. And so Beastcoast is kind of being funneled into staying together in this very small area of the map, and they can't really play around. So the longer and longer that goes on, you kind of start to lose everything. So at some point, they're going to need to turn the gas on and need to fight for every part of the map that they can.
See again with that replay. They tried their best to get that jump on the Spider, but Miro, quick fingers with the BKB. And having the awareness that he had just enough time with that BKB duration to get a kill before he has to get out.
Yeah, it's also always funny to see the Yules during their BKB, and they just randomly get lifted the second the BKB ends. Makes those BKB TPs even scarier now.
It does,
because you can't mess up the timing.
Yeah, not easy anymore with the BKBs, and not easy when you're playing those jugs and life stealers. Gotta be ready for that catch coming in instantly when the debuff immunity comes to an end.
Nice surround on this bot tower. The Keeper of the Light just travels on the spiders, kind of encircles the tower, so there's no way for Beastcoast to defend outside of a glyph. Looks like they're going to try to, but Nine Pandas might just go Roche. They kind of hit their timing, so it's go time for them.
Now, did Beastcoast sort of let this happen, or do they pull together an effort to threaten this Roche attempt?
It looks like they're going to try to fight this. I think they have to. They got the Scotty on Medusa, and this Roche could be the end of the game if Nine Pandas gets it for free. And it's already starting to drop really fast.
They've got to get there soon. Can Beastcoast make it there in time if they wish to go for it? They're kind of hesitating.
Doesn't look like they'll make it.
And they're not going to be able to make the call soon enough. It's not quite set up.
They're also under a ward. Looking a little scary for them.
I mean, yeah, they'll surely know that there's going to be something up there. Yeah, they'll take the ward down. Nine Pandas, they've got all the info they need. They're able to finish Roche, get the Aegis, picked up onto Ramses, and they'll actually head away. They don't want to run into this fight. They know that Beastcoast, playing under that vision that they took down, were going to be looking for a smoke themselves. They don't want to get caught by it, Nine Pandas. They'll look to reset and force Beastcoast to kind of waste time looking for some action that they probably won't get.
Yeah. It's a nice read because Beastcoast, again, they need this team fight. They have Bars, he has to team fight. They have Grimstroke, Silencer supports, they only can team fight. And so even if you lose the Roche, you can force a team fight to happen outside the pit. So Nine Pandas make the read that you can just play the map. You can just farm for another minute or two before he uses Aegis. They'll just walk away. Just don't give Beastcoast the fight. It's that simple.
And they didn't quite have the Agnums that you get done on Ramses. They've got it now. Gets delivered out. So Ramses will be very well prepared for the next fight, the Ags and the Aegis.
Morphags has to be the item of the tournament with the hero. I think he's still 100% pick rate and ban rate in this tournament.
I think there was one game. We did it. I think it was one of the series. I can't remember the match, but I think it was even sort of. I think it was Bleed series on the tiebreakers day. But I think outside of that, every single time we've seen this the old water boy in the picks or the bans.
Yeah, he's gonna look to just turn into the Medusa, steal all of her stats. Something I wouldn't be surprised we actually end up seeing Jim Park go as a Moonshard. Has kind of been the pseudo counter to Morphling, because he can't steal percentage of your attack speed. It's one of the better ways to actually be able to play versus the hero.
Fight.
Yeah.
That's pretty big brain.
But it looks like he's going to go for Butterfly just as a way to exist in the fight versus Broodmother and Morph and not just get destroyed by all the random attacks. It's looking hard. It's looking really hard for Beastcoast.
Yeah, do you like sort of the build-up from Miro this game? The Mage Slayer, BKB, and then looking for the Manta next as the Brood.
Yeah, I've been a huge fan of Mage Slayer since it's such a fun item. I love just hitting a hero and they just do 35% less damage. So I think it's surprising that he didn't buy a pipe though. I think the more common route would just be to buy a pipe and do a very similar thing for your team.
Yeah, I guess he feels he can build for himself. And Miro, he's just going in. He's terrifying them as well. Beastcoast, they run away from this spider.
He's trying to give vision for Glimpse, but not in range. I think it's good. Again, he was playing for the Echo Saber kind of right-click build, so this is probably the middle ground between utility and just straight damage.
Yeah, I guess he feels sort of the rest of the team have got themselves covered, right? Both supports have got a Glimmer, Key Attacker's got a BKB, and Ramses, he's a slippery fellow on this Morphling, so
yeah.
He's like, you guys don't need the pipe buff. I'm just going to build for myself and become this additional carry.
Yeah, and again, it's like there's 3 cores it feels for 9 Pandas, and even like 1.5, maybe 2 for Beastcoast. This Mars is not really going to have much impact. He ended up buying his Yules, and all this item does is it catches heroes if you're ahead, and using it when you're behind just always feels bad. So it's going to be really awkward for them to fight. I'm not sure the best way for Beastcoast to take the fight. It probably has to do with the Medusa just killing everyone.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Parker this game to do something crazy. And his farm is still fantastic.
Stinger's going to get caught.
He gets found. Parker should be able to get at least the butterfly done in preparation for when the inevitable high ground push comes in. 9 Pandas still continuing to play sort of split and farm up during this Aegis. They've only got a minute and a half left on it, but they're going to be continuously happy with the progression they're getting. Ramses just a recipe away in terms of gold from his BKB. So they're going to hit this really strong BKB timing on their 3 cores.
Something we have not talked about is the Schofield Ags on Riverstroke.
He's making his way there.
He's almost there. He's only about 900 gold off. And this is pretty good after they change the BKBs. The illusion has 95% magic resistance.
95%.
Cannot be stunned because it's debuff immune the entire duration. So
what you get one of these of the Morphling, and it could be pretty terrifying.
Because the Morphling will steal your Medusa. So now you're kind of stealing them back for your... I could see something happening if he's able to get this.
Anders as well, because certainly indeed this Dark Portrait might just start killing him.
You know, maybe shooting for the stars a little here, but I think it's some combination of that and the Medusa as their chances.
It could work. I mean, we're going to get to see it before the end of this game, no doubt about it. So maybe the power of the Dark Portrait. I mean, and you sort of said this yourself from the draft. This could have been just the plan all along for Beastcoast. They're like, well, we're going to put this Grimstroke, not a support right now, until the moment we get that Ags against their Morphling.
Yeah, I don't know the exact game. I watched it in one game in this tournament, and it looked okay. So the hero's not, terrible, but I don't think he's been able to have much impact because of his cores. I don't think it's necessarily his fault. Leshrac is not the greatest combo. It doesn't really pair well with the ult. He kind of commits his go in, but he doesn't have the mobility early game, like an Ember. You press Inkswell on an Ember, he's going to just Remnant in, and he'll stun heroes. Leshrac doesn't really have that chance. And the Mars, who could do that, hasn't had the game to do it. So it's been a little tough for him, but maybe this Axe changes it all.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine, obviously Ramses himself, he'll be able to turn and threaten the Dark Portrait, and it kind of has to be him, right? Him and Miro, the 2 right clickers. The other 3 heroes are indeed not going to do anything against that 95% resistance that this Dark Portrait has. So eyes on Ramses to deal with that when it comes out. Because if he doesn't, it will kill the rest of his team.
Yeah, you have to right click it. Yeah. So no other option. If Morphling doesn't focus it for the first few seconds of the fight, it will kill him.
Yeah, exactly. It will be a big mistake. So I'm sure Ramses is prepared. They'll see that act soon being shown on Schofield. See how well they deal with it.
The mid. Catching the Brood.
He's going to get the BKB off in time. Miro trying to charge down Dark Margo. Dark Margo's able to get away. Miro's going to opt for the TP out, but he's going to get caught by the Yules. If they're able to catch him, put a stop to the TP, they'll get the kill. That's Miro gone for 50.
Really, really nice catch. Especially also the thing happens where he gets Yules at the very last second of BKB, it cancels his TP, and good kill.
So if they can go for anything whilst the Brood is dead, the rest of 9 Pandas, they'll quickly back off to their half of the map. Geartacker, he's got the next grab, the Hex is in.
Yeah, this Cuddle hasn't really done much after the early game, besides running around the supports. He's just been pushing lanes, collecting it, giving space for his Morphling. I think this Hex is kind of the turning point of the hero, where it becomes really strong. Jim Park, though, he's got his items. He's really farmed. He's got 20,000 net worth, still climbing, has Butterfly now finished. I'm surprised what his next item will be.
Yeah, see if he's indeed considering that Moonshard you talked about, or we'll go for some sort of Silver Edge, I like sometimes. They have to grab their Wisdom Rune away from 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas, they've got Miro back in action. See what they can set up for out on the map. See if he's coming in.
Dark Mago has a Shield Rune for this next fight, which is actually really big. The Shield Rune is really crazy to me. It lasts 90 seconds, I think. Just gives you 50% more health. You just can't die. So he'll be able to run in kind of carefree. Still has this BKB up. He didn't have to click in the mid lane. So Beastcoast has an opportunity to actually win this team fight.
See who 9 Pandas can catch. With the Ags on Schofield, it wouldn't be a bad catch to immediately eliminate the Grimstroke if they find him.
Schofield's playing so far to the right. He doesn't want to get caught.
Yeah, he knows with them off the map, they're probably approaching from behind. They get the jump onto Sacred. Got the Static Storm, trying to focus him.
Schofield.
They'll get the link onto the two of them. The BKBs are out, the Global's there. They've lost Schofield. See now if Dream Park can stand his ground and put the Stone Gaze. The turn back over towards Ramses. Ramses turning to the Medusa himself. Ramses is caught by the stuns. He's out. They've managed to kill them off and maybe get more now as Dark Margo pushes forward with the BKB. Mira has to lay down the webs and run.
The Dark Portrait.
It's chasing them. It's soon to come to an end. Mira taking a good few hits from it. I mean, they do lose 3 there, Beastcoast, but they do get Ramses. I mean, 9 Pandas not without casualties in that one.
That was probably the worst the fight could have gone. The Schofield blinked in, I think, a little aggressively and got instantly caught, so he didn't really get like a second round of spells off. But this Dark Portrait, I was following in the fight, and poor Solo.
Did it do a lot?
It just killed him from 100% health. He was just getting chased by it. He can't click a button on it. He can't slow it. He can't stun it.
I mean, yeah, someone's got to be prepared to deal with it. I guess that time round as well, because Ramses got caught and taken down. He's kind of the main guy that needs to deal with that Dark Portrait. And if he's gone, ain't nobody else going to be able to do much about that.
Yeah, the Morphling has to focus it. So it's really cool that if this Morph gets gone on and he's the one being stunned, he can't deal with his own illusion.
Yeah.
Coddle can't deal with it. Rubik can't deal with it. So maybe it's on the Brood, but even at that point, it's just a lot to just commit to just one support. And if Schofield is able to live in these fights and actually get, a couple rounds of Ink Swell off, maybe a couple Stroke of Fates, the fight, I think, is supposed to be a lot easier for Beastcoast to play.
And Schofield's going to have all the tools to have his positioning. Obviously, with his Blink Dagger queuing up the Glimmer next. He's got the cast range of the Psychic Headband. 9 Pandas are going to have their work cut out if they want to stop Schofield from getting to press the buttons, getting to press the Dark Portrait at the start of the fight.
Roche is up. It looks like they're going to get another free Roche on the side of 9 Pandas. Jim Park's kind of moving his way down there, but it seems really slow. I don't think they're going to be able to get there in time. Unless some crazy warp gameplay happens right now.
That should be a free one for them here. See if they get there next time online. Dark Margo, he has the Hex complete. So that last fight, how's Sacred doing on his BKBs? Got enough for the Mithril Hammer, but still 1,300 off from having it completed.
His game is very bad. He's behind the Rubik in net worth, so...
Rough.
Again, the nice thing is all he has to do is press Arena. He has done his job if he presses Arena. That is it. End of story. So he has not that much on his shoulders. It's a lot on the Leshrac, it's a lot on the Grimstroke. Medusa, you just sit there and hope that at some point they die before you do.
Smoke time from both teams. Beastcoast not afraid once more to fight into the pickup of the Aegis and the cheese that 9 Pandas claim. Of course, 9 Pandas with those pickups, they want to force the issue, trying to deal with this mid wave. But already Illusions will have the wave pushed right up to tier 2, so they'll have to spend a bit of time bringing that wave round. Same to be set up top.
You get a catch on the Brood in the mid lane.
See if they can lock him down. They've got him with the spear, the follow-up stun, they've got him. Miro's gone, and now with the BKB, Dark Margo wants to try and chase for more. He closes the gap, had the Yule set him onto Solo. Solo, he's caught as well. He's going to get glimmered, but it won't save him. They see him, they take him out. Ramsey's trying to get in on towards Dark Margo. He's going to get caught by the Stone Gaze, and they're going to take Ramses down potentially. He's able to get the waveform off. Blink out from Dark Margo. Dark Margo's able to get away. The Hex is there, and Dark Margo turns back in and sets up for them to take down Ramses the once.
The Dark Portrait's chasing Kiyotaka. He can't even enter the fight.
I mean, they get the spear onto Ramses. They're ready to set up for a second attempt here. He's able to put the man to jump forward onto Dark Margo, but Dark Margo's up into the air. He also up Ramses as well in return. Dark Margo's still alive. They push back Ramses with the God's Rebuke. Dark Margo, he's going to live through it all.
Excellent fight. A great catch from the Brood mid into another chase up from Dark Mago, and then Morphling just dies twice. It's looking really hard for 9 Pandas to fight into this team fight draft from Beastcoast. It's getting to the point where they got their items, they have the strength, and now it's up to the 9 Pandas to find a way to dodge it.
I mean, and what you said, I mean, we're sort of watching Ramses, but whether the portrait comes out and suddenly the rest of the team, they can't really get over to help him. Right?
Yeah, because the Morphling was in Medusa form, so it was a Medusa illusion, so they can't kill it at all. And the Keeper of the Light and the Rubik were just kind of stuck waiting to enter the fight, but they can't.
I mean, yeah, it's seemingly a difficult situation for 9 Pandas now. They had that lead, and a few times now they've had the Aegis, they've had the cheese this time around. It didn't matter. They're still not quite able to outplay Beastcoast in these team fights. I mean, what would you imagine the comms are like right now for 9 Pandas? Like, how are they looking to change their approach to these moves? What do they got to do differently to be able to tackle Beastcoast in these team fight situations a little bit better?
I think they're feeling like their front line isn't strong enough. I guess there's too many stuns, so the Brood and the Morphling can't really play this like aggressive, push out lanes, get your BKB off, win the game. And so they're probably struggling to find a way to lock down heroes and like allow the supports to play behind some sort of front line. Because every fight always seems to be Beastcoast just kills a hero. Some guy gets stunned for 20 seconds and he dies.
Yeah, and with the outcome of these fights as well, and what Parker's been able to pick up from them, he is starting to get super far ahead of Ramsey's Morphling, about an 8,000 gold difference. On top of this completed Butterfly, Daedalus, he's closing in on being able to get this Swift Blink upgraded as well. Like, he's getting fully stacked 34 minutes in. This Medusa's terrifying. And as we've seen, they've not only got the Medusa, this dark portrait of Ramses. It feels like too many carries for 9 Pandas to deal with in these perfect fights that Beastcoast are being able to set up against them.
Yeah, it's been the 2 cores of Beastcoast have been top of the network the whole game. And it's felt like there's been no contest for 9 Pandas. They can't really deal with them. And all the Beastcoast supports have to do is just click all their spells, and the supports have ended up carrying every single fight. But again, it's like very nice played by both sides of Beastcoast. Like, the supports have been great positioning, getting all their spells off, getting the arena off, getting the silence off, and the cores have just been hitting their spells, getting the position in the fight. They focus really good targets every time. You know, the second the Morph enters the fight, they all turn kill him. So really nice team fight execution so far.
Beastcoast not afraid to get a bit of a push going themselves now as they're up to the tier 2 top. Parker ready to present himself, knowing that it's very difficult to kill him, even if they're able to get the jump onto this Medusa right now, of how stacked he is.
The interesting thing is Aegis is dead for a really long time. I don't think Roche starts spawning for 4 more minutes, so the game's kind of open. Beastcoast can either choose to keep farming, they can choose to try to end the game, force them back. It's kind of the ball's in their park now.
I mean, yeah, for Beastcoast side of things, how would you imagine they're kind of considering playing this one out? Do they need to force it, or do they just keep waiting for 9 Pandas to bring the fight to them and just taking the advantage that way?
I think they feel really confident just to keep existing on the map and getting more gold. At some point, the Mars is going to get this Hex finished up. He has the BKB now. The Leshrac and the Medusa keep scaling throughout the whole game, so they're not too worried. Again, they're the ones who have to take the fight, so they're just going to keep trying to set up the map where they're near an objective or they're defending an objective. So pushing out the lanes to hitting the towers or kind of catching them when they're pushing your towers is kind of the goal for Beastcoast.
Dark Portrait's going to be back up for this defense. Centaurus going to try and set up onto Dark Marga, but Dark Marga is able to break the combo here as he self-fuels with the globals out. BKB's going to be popped by Ramses. Sacred comes on the backlines with the arena. They've locked out Solo. Solo's gone. Ramses is core. The 2 of them dead. Miro's got to run. He's into the trees. He's going to try and hide here. Pull up for the TP out. Meanwhile, outside of the base, Sacred continues to get the further catch and set up onto Antares. It's 3 dead on 9 Pandas.
A great fight. That's the defense that they were looking for. They find an objective, they get all the kills, they jump on the backline. Medusa has Swift Blink ult. There's an arena, there's nothing for 9 Pandas to really do.
I mean, yeah, it's got to be frustrating for 9 Pandas, right? This is what sort of 3 back-to-back fights that have began on their own terms, and they're just not going the way that they would hope for. Beastcoast slamming them down each and every time. These fights, they're never going to get easier at this rate for 9 Pandas. Like, how do they change the state of this game? Because right now it's looking like Beastcoast, they're going to be able to take this one home.
It's really hard. Schofield did get the ideal fight. He got a soulbind on both the Morphling and the Brood and got Dark Purchase of both of them. And the Morphling just got deleted at the start of the fight. So it keeps seeming like, you know, you can keep saying, oh, Beastcoast keeps getting the perfect fight, the perfect jump. But if every fight and every jump is perfect for Beastcoast, then what is the solution for 9 Pandas? Which I don't really see the solution as of now. It's looking pretty tough. It probably revolves around this Hex and trying to burst this Leshrac when he's being a little too aggressive, or killing the Mars before arena. But it's just hard for them to actually have the opportunity to kill the heroes of Beastcoast. Beastcoast just goes, and you don't have a choice.
Yeah, their jumps have been excellent. 9 Pandas.
It's even the Aegis hasn't been enough. They've had Aegis twice. It didn't do anything either time. And so now you can't even say to yourself like, oh guys, don't worry, we'll get 3rd Aegis. It'll be different this time. It just, you need to do something different. I also like how Schofield just keeps taking illusions of the Manta of Morph and just running it down at them. keeps cutting every wave. The supports are just terrified of the Morphling illusion. There's nothing they can do. It's really good for vision too.
I mean, is there any sort of item that get the catch onto Stinger? And Kiyotaka pots the BKB for this effort, but Stinger's going to be perfectly fine. See if they can get anything more from this. I mean, jump forward from Dark Margo. He's looking for Solo. Solo will get Glimmer. They've got the Hex on a Ramses. He'll still get the BKB off in time. He'll turn, take out his illusion. Now looks towards Dark Margo. Dark Margo getting low. They'll bring down the Lash. Maybe they can find more here. No, the jumps in from Parker. The arena's out as well. They've trapped Ramses. They've trapped Miro. Ramses in trouble. He's falling low. Will manage to waveform away this time as Ramses gets out. Only just. Pandas finally finding some sort of trade that does benefit them there as they do get Dark Margo. And they manage to get everybody else out apart from the Disruptor. They're only lost there.
But they see Kiyotaka on a ward actually. They might catch him.
See with the jump force, Sacred. Get caught by the Hex. Good pushback to make sure he doesn't get caught by the stun. But he's up in the air with the Yules. The Spear's there to follow up. And indeed, Kiyotaka is not quite respecting the fact that they potentially have vision on him. Mira's going to try and help out in this fight. But the fight, it looks like to already be over. I mean, Kiyotaka's gone. They don't want to stick around for this whatsoever. Mira has to back off.
It was a good fight until that. Now it kind of feels even worse. The Roshan it's a late spawn, 2.5 minutes until it spawns, but I thought the fight was going to be amazing for Beastcoast. They catch the Rubik, they catch the Keeper of the Light at the start, but they don't get either. Rubik actually has a BKB, so the Mars can't do anything to him. But it's kind of one of those things where 9Panda just runs out of juice after like 15 seconds of the fight. Once their BKBs are down, they don't have a solution to all the stuns from Beastcoast. And it feels like the game just keeps getting harder and harder every minute for 9Pandas.
I mean, Parker's farm's just insane. It feels like if he gets one more team fight under his belt, he's going to be close to maybe even doubling this Morphling's net worth. He's 15,000 gold ahead.
Yep.
Crazy numbers. You know, obviously has the Ags, has the Shard. He's just got really with the Tread still in play, one more slot to replace in a Moon Shard. I mean, if this game continues for 10 minutes or so, he's going to be completely stacked.
Yeah, I don't even know if he needs 10 minutes, more like 3 or 4 minutes.
True, yeah.
With all this farm. And now both teams just want to set up for Roshan. It's Radiant, so advantage for Beastcoast on the Roche fight. So they'll probably just save buybacks on all their heroes if they can, which is right now only the Mars has buyback for them. So it's not a huge advantage, but again, anytime that Beastcoast kind of gets to take a full 5v5, it's an advantage for them.
Ramses!
Nice spear.
They get him with the opening stun, and then the Dark Portrait out upon him, he just because it's completely destroyed. As that's Ramses gone, 480. Push coming in now from Beastcoast. I mean, Pandas, they have to get out of it. They've got to run. No fight to be had. The creeps coming in. Beastcoast, they can look to push hard. Antares, he's also been spotted. Get some safety here with the Glimmer Cape. These two not quite have the detection on the front line, so Antares will get the safety to blink away. The Dark Portrait was still looking for him inside the base. Won't catch him. They'll smoke up with the fourth, and they do have buyback available on Ramses if they want to try for some risky high ground defense. Parker, he's just straight in. The buyback will come out. They get the Hex on a Parker. Buyback from Ramses. They're focusing the Medusa. He's getting more mana. They're going to be able to bring him down. Parker, he's out. The defense, it will begin, but they'll still lose Miro. Ramses has got to be careful. He bought back for this one. Backs away from Sacred. Now let's get back in with the waveform. They'll take out Sacred. He gets caught by the stun Ramses, but they're outnumbering Beastcoast this time round as 9Pandas will hold, push back Beastcoast, and they'll get a fourth here. The Hex catches Stinger on the retreat. Triple kill for Ramses. The buyback pays off.
It was a aggressive blink. He gets Disruptor ulted, doesn't get the Stone Gaze off. And that's kind of the one thing that's moving them to fights. He blinks into Swiftling in the back line, presses Stone Gaze, but when he doesn't get that off, they can actually just focus him.
Around the mid, Kiyotaka, he's maybe seeing if he can get more from this. He's found the chase down onto the Grimstroke. Schofield gone as well. It's an effective team wipe as 9Pandas. They do what was seemingly the impossible there against this strength that Beastcoast were building up. They defend the base. It's obviously an expensive one. They have to use 3 buybacks to push them back. But it's a big pushback. Opens up the map for them to get Roche, get this Aegis, and maybe get some damage done whilst the entirety of Beastcoast is dead.
This is also the third, so there's an Ags, which I don't really know who will take it. Maybe the Brood, or the good old spinner snare.
He's holding in the backpack for now, so maybe considering, I mean, who else is making sort of a claim for it?
Maybe Kiyotaka to give them more of a team fight, to try to contest this team fight from Beastcoast. Or even the Rubik, I could see. Because the Disruptor did have Ags.
Yeah, they're passed it over to Antares.
This Disruptor Axe is probably the one way for 9 Pandas to win a team fight. Whether they get the mute on the Medusa, doesn't get BKB and ult off when he has to finish BKB first. But for the Leshrac, even if they start, they just need to kill one core, I think, on the side of 9 Pandas. Once one core dies, the fight is really free for them. And it's also a free Rax.
See, they might be able to clear out these illusions in time. They do. They've got the glyph, so they'll hold this. I mean, 9 Pandas, they'll smoke. But this is where it gets risky now for 9 Pandas. Sure, they've got the Aegis and the Cheese, but they're playing now in a portion of the game where buybacks weren't forced out on Beastcoast. 9 Pandas, they've got a few of theirs on cooldown. A wrong move could be deadly.
Looks like they want to jump, kind of following one of these waves, but Keep the Light will back. He'll push top out. He has Octarine finish, has the Illuminate damage, so every wave will just die to him anytime he wants. It's now... I think it's still on Beastcoast to like not feel pressured. 9 Pandas feels pressured with this Aegis. They lose one fight, the game's over.
Yep.
They kind of get one hero picked off even, maybe the game's over. So
Margo, he's going to be able to get the catch onto Solo. And Solo gone for 100 seconds. The first dieback to occur as his buyback still cooldown for 5 minutes.
The line has been drawn down the mid lane.
And if they go for this again, if they get another catch onto the big ones, Miro and Ramses. Sure, they are the two with the Aegis and the Cheese, but if they get those out of the game, it will be game over for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I think there's nothing really stopping them. This Disruptor was kind of the pivotal part of how they bursted the Medusa the first time. And now that they don't have it, there's not really a way for them to kill the Medusa. So he can just do whatever he wants.
I think they jump. They've got the jump on the Ramses. They get the Hex. To be protected right now by the E-Blade. They'll put the BKB, try and turn towards Dark Margo. They'll put the Fortification. Stinger, he's sort of frontlining right now. They've brought Ramses pretty low this first time round. Antares telekinesis him back under the tier 4, trying to keep him safe and away from his own Dark Portrait. And Dark Margo, he's running up towards the tier 4s. Antares himself has the BKB to run. They turn towards Miro. They've caught Miro with the Hex. They've got him with the form. No, the BKB is there in time. Miro able to get the BKB off before the spear connects into the wall of the arena. The BKB soon to be finishing though. Miro, he's still caught by the follow silence. Miro is glimmered up. Turns now back in with the stone on towards Sacred. Sacred and Dark Margo falling low. Dark Margo still somehow surviving throughout it all as Miro out for 2 minutes. No buyback on the Spider.
Will they be able to get these kills while the Beastcoast is trying to get out?
I mean, Parker has been caught by the Hex. Dark Margo's going to jump back in. He's got the Hex. He's got the stun follow onto Ramses. Ramses trying to remove the silence, trying to remove this Phantom's Embrace as quickly as he can. He's caught. Margo Blink still on cooldown for a few seconds, so he won't be able to jump into the base. Ramsey should be able to reset.
I think 9 Pandas will be able to hold. A little expensive for them. They lose the Broodmother, dieback, they lose the Aegis, but Throne's not dead. Probably the best they could hope for in that situation. And Disruptor is alive. They're way back into winning a fight is here. It's just so much damage from either the Dark Portrait of the Morphling, whether it's himself, or the Dusa, all these Dusa illusions that can't really be killed as well. Everything just starts dying. The second arena's placed down by Sacred, 9 Pandas can't maneuver the fight. I don't really know what's the next item that will change the situation. He's going for MKB on the Morphling, but he hasn't really been hitting, so it's not really been an issue of doing damage. The Broodmother has a Butterfly now, but he also hasn't really been able to hit and do damage. So the question is what are they going to do to actually be able to kill the Dusa or kill the Leshrac? Which is, maybe it's this Nullifier. I can see the Nullifier as a way to purge the Yules that they have, the 4 staffs, and a way to just kill the hero that they see. Which is the one way that they have to win these fights.
Setting up with a smoke bottom. Stinger will show himself as he drops the curse. They know he's in the trees, but he's got a lot of friends here.
There's no buyback on Stinger if they catch
Schofield. Got to be careful if they get this jump, and they do. Sacred is not going to be able to latch with the spear. BKB's out from Antares and Kiyotaka. They're on the retreat. The Global comes out, Ramsey steps forward, he's looking towards Schofield. Schofield is able to turn with the Phantom's Embrace onto Ramses. Ramses with his own BKB, waveforms away, hops with the TP out, he's out before the Stone Gaze freezes him in position. So Ramses will get out.
They lose the Rubik, they use their BKBs, but don't lose the Morphling, don't lose the game, and there's no rush for 3 minutes. So it's up to Beastcoast to kind of be the ones to push this advantage. And it looks like they're just going to walk down the lane and try to kind of force something here.
Maybe at least get the buyback out from the Rubik.
It's so cool that Schofield just every time that there's a Morphling Manta illusion, he just steals it. Gets his own illusion, and more often than not, the illusion actually has found a hero and just started to pressure the hero or kill heroes. So this Ags on Grimstroke was a really good timing for them, it turns out.
It definitely seems it may have been the plan all along here for Beastcoast, because it's looking like a solid one. There's the Nullifier done for Miro. So maybe that item that will, as you say, enable them a chance to kill one of these sort of unkillable causes it seemed between Dark Margot and Parker for quite some time.
Yeah, so Nine Pandas have really good base defense because they just have this Keeper of the Light, one of the best heroes in the game at defending your base, but the question is always, you know, is defending enough? You need to win the fight and actually win the game, so...
And look at this Dark Portrait go. It's pretty much taken down the racks. They'll jump forward, they get the Hex on a Dark Margot.
Low.
BKB from Miro, they want to full commit here on towards the Leshrac.
They can't enter the fight.
They have to step back now. E-Blade will be thrown out, but Dark Margot is keeping his cool. He's still at the BKB ready to pop. He'll pop it now. Now back away from the base. They'll look to get the other waves pushed in. They're going to try and punish this. They get the catch. They get the glimpse back. They caught Dark Margot on the attempt to retreat. They've got it. So if they can find more up to the high ground, they'll look towards Stinger. Stinger's going to try for the TP out. They'll catch him at the start. As Nine Pandas, they have to move out fast to the base to sort of cancel the escapes from Beast Coast, and they succeed. They take out 2 of them.
Yeah, Beast Coast ended up not dewarding this cliff ward, kind of behind on the tri-camp. So caught the retreat for the Leshrac, they got the Hex on him, and now here's Nine Pandas opening. They got to kill Nakor.
Yeah,
unfightable.
They might be able to force a situation where Dark Margot has to consider the buyback, and then it'll be Beast Coast that will have a core in a position that could get a bit tough. On the side of Nine Pandas, time has passed. Ramses, he has his buyback back online. Miro, he'll have it as well, just a few hundred gold away from it. So Nine Pandas, they definitely got through a tricky part of the game that they ended up in after that buyback situation, that buyback defense earlier. They managed to push the game onwards to a point where it really could go either way. 27-32, 1k lead for Nine Pandas, as close as ever right now. They look to Schofield. See if they can burst him. They make the jump. They've got him. Schofield out as well. Parker will put the Stone Gaze. They turn away from him. Buyback comes in from Schofield. But this Standing Storm is it Solo is able to get in. He's able to catch the 3 of them. And now they turn towards Parker. Parker's in trouble. Saving himself a Sacred. Parker's gone. Sacred's gone. The buybacks, they're all coming out now here from Beast Coast. As Nine Pandas look to step back. The arena is going to get laid down. It will catch Miro. Looks like the spider might be left behind. The BKB's out there. No, Miro, he'll still die. They get Miro. Can they get Ramses? They've got him with the stun, the silence. They will. They'll kill off the 2 claws. The rest of Nine Pandas TP away. But this time it's Beast Coast having to go all in to defend here. 4 buybacks coming out. I mean, and having to do so because of Solo getting that fantastic 3-man catch.
That was an amazing Static Storm. The Nine Pandas cannot ask for anything else other than that from Solo.
This game's crazy. We're 15 minutes in, and I mean, we'll see what Beast Coast can do now, how much risk they can take, whilst none of their team has buyback available. They desperately want to be able to maybe force a buyback out of Miro or Ramses, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. Roshan potential's there. That will be up in 20 seconds. It looks like Beast Coast might just settle to try and set up for that rather than trying to force these buybacks out.
Yeah, it was a really hard position for Beast Coast. Their kind of instant stun has always been this Lesh with the Hex the whole game. And so if he's the one who wants to buyback, he's kind of waiting for a random spear from the Mars. So in the end, it's kind of that Nine Pandas dives in, so he's able to buyback and get these catches. So turns out that the fight's really good for Beast Coast, but they did use 4 buybacks. They used it on all 3 cores. They used it on the Grimstroke. So now Beast Coast is in the position where lose one fight, you just lose the game.
Yeah. They will get the Aegis, by the looks of it. Obviously, with the 2 cores down on Nine Pandas, they won't threaten this. So no buybacks. They're going to have to be very clever with who they put the Aegis on. I mean, who do you put the Aegis on?
Probably the Leshrac.
Still on the Lesh?
I think so. The Dusa hasn't really been dying, and you need this guy to go in.
They're going to opt for Parker to take it.
Okay. They're just going to let him do everything.
Yeah.
Let him be frontline. And
Sure.
there's also an Ags, which I don't know who it went to.
I think it must have been, well, it wasn't Sacred, so it was Silencer.
It was Silencer.
It was, they give it to Stinger.
I thought they might give it to the Leshrac.
Yeah.
Kind of have a way to let him kite out the fights more, but there's a nullifier on the Broodmother, so kind of lowers the value of this Ags. And the Silencer Ags scales really well if he ends up getting to level 25.
Oh yeah, if he gets that mute, yeah.
Also, it pushes out lanes. It gives him another way to push lanes out, so not the worst Ags in the game by far. It's still a really strong Ags, but we'll see how much impact it has in these coming fights.
Dark Margot actually just buys his own.
Yeah, that's probably also why. Yeah. He had the parts in the courier, didn't want to kind of waste the gold.
Nine Pandas, they know that, as we say, the power has fallen into their hands now. They get any of these kills against Beastcoast, and they could look to take this game one. 5 minutes. 5 minutes the Beastcoast have to be as cautious as ever. I mean, 5 minutes, would you imagine Beastcoast just don't leave the base during this time? Is that how you play this out now with the buyback situation? What do you do?
Yeah, you have this Aegis, so it feels awkward, right? Because you want to use this Aegis, but
it's so risky.
I don't think the Dusa can't really die. He's always the one dying last, unless they use everything on him. And
oh, well, that's kind of why you wouldn't have minded seeing it on Dark Margot instead.
yeah, I think that it would actually give them the opportunity to move around the map, because the Leshrac could feel free to just blink in, kind of get one kill and trade his life for it, and Medusa's able to blink in second. But now it's all on Jim Park to just push out the lanes by himself, blink in first by himself.
This wraparound for Nine Pandas. Beastcoast coming out along this mid lane like this is definitely a risk.
Nine Pandas need to catch the supports. If they catch the Silencer or the Grimstroke, that's how they win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been, you know, that sort of mid to late game was the Schofield show with what he was doing in terms of impact of his Ags. But as we saw now, it falls later on. It's over to the side of Nine Pandas with Solo. He gets a good static storm. It could be game over.
Now Beastcoast is moving into this big jungle. They want to get this catch.
They're in here.
Mira's going to pop the smoke.
It's going to pop the BKB super early. They're going to try and get the catch onto Parker, but they're hesitant with how heavily they commit for this. See them turn now back over towards Miro. They can push back the Spider. Global's been popped. They'll protect him with the E-Blade. BKB as well. Bush used it by Dark Margo. They really want to kill this Spider off. The arena's down. They'll get him. Miro's gone for 100. Ramses, a waveform across. They've got the Static Storm on top of Parker. Solo's out, though. He got his job done, though. He did lay down the ult. Ramses, he'll opt to get out of this one with the BKB TP. He'll make it away. As Beastcoast, they'll hold the high ground and make sure that Nine Pandas don't find the fight they were looking for.
Nice catch. They get the Brood, and Nine Pandas try to save him. Use everything. Keeper of the Light trying to stick around. He even gets binded to him at some point, but it's really hard when Nine Pandas doesn't get the jump on one core. They have to. Every fight has to be one guy dies to Nine Pandas, or you just don't have enough damage. It's just they're so tanky at the side of Beast because Medusa and Leshrac, all these heroes just build HP at this point. So if you spread your damage too thin, it's not enough.
And Dark Margo having to deal with the defense. But, of course, does have the bots too, so can join the team. 40 seconds where they don't have to worry about the potential Static Storm coming out from Solo.
There's still 80 seconds left on the Aegis, and you know, tier 5 neutral items in 5 minutes. Maybe the teams want to have a little fun, so we'll see how this push, but they just go high ground.
Parker's in. Takes out the tier 3. Dark Portraits out of Ramses. Sending them to the Medusa to try and deal with. So Dark Portrait that's been summoned out by Schofield. I mean, the Portrait's just ripping through the barracks. The range racks are gone in the mid lane. They're trying to push on forward for it. Parker trying to take out the Ignis Fatus. He's going to get caught once more by the Hex. It still feels strong with the 50 seconds of Aegis left. Ignis Fatus ends. He can maybe potentially look back towards the barracks, but the fortification will get popped here by Nine Pandas. Beastcoast step back, Nine Pandas. They've got Solo back in the game. He has got his Static Storm ready. Bring the mana low on Parker. Parker could caught once more by the Hex, but he's forced back to safety.
Feels like they don't do any damage to the Medusa right now. You just can't die. Now the Illusions will just probably take out the racks. They can't deal with the Dark Portrait with the supports and 3 mid-racks.
Instant smoke for Nine Pandas. This is where they were able to hit Beastcoast hard last time. When Beastcoast backed off from the push and get chased down. Dark Margo was able to pick up a lot of gold there, many bounties, as that area of the map hasn't been explored for quite some time. Can Nine Pandas catch Beastcoast from this? I feel like after last time Beastcoast, they should be heading straight back to the base because they're going to know that Nine Pandas are likely to just be chasing across the map, seeing if they can find any stragglers.
Yes, there's a 60-second window with no Aegis but no buyback. So can Nine Pandas actually get something in the 60 seconds? They shouldn't.
It's a small window, right? Just sit in the base, sit in the fountain.
Yeah.
Wait for these buybacks.
It's just 1 minute. You have the melee racks mid, so you don't really need to push out mid lane. And bot, you could just defend as a team in your base. So just kind of hide, don't do anything.
I mean, they're heading out at a risky point. I mean, maybe just sort of playing to the strength that maybe Nine Pandas would just never expect this. You know, Beastcoast to look for a fight in these final seconds. Like, it's not too long whilst they don't have buybacks. It's still 30-40.
If you find the enemy side of the...
Solo! It's a good catch. They get the jump onto the Disruptor. They found Solo. He's gone. He was not ready. They did not expect this move to come out from Beastcoast, whilst, you know, 9 Pandas would probably have been keeping track of the buybacks and felt that Beastcoast would have been waiting it out. Beastcoast, they strike just before 9 Pandas expect.
Yeah, the nice thing is every time you're the aggressor, even if you die, it takes time for them to get to your base. So even when there's 40 seconds left in their buybacks, if they're the ones jumping, it doesn't really matter if they die. By the time that 9 Pandas got to their base, they're safe. So free kill and solo, he's going to have to buy back if they want to defend the racks.
So the TPing back here in preparation, 9 Pandas. The attacker trying to slow things down. They get the Hex onto Dark Margo. See if they can punish him. Dark Margo's able to put the BKB Global Silence comes out. BKB from both Mira and Ramses, but they're going to get frozen by the Stone Gaze. 9 Pandas push back. East Coast, they'll back off as well. They've got the tier 3. Another set of racks exposed.
And buyback forced.
Dark Margo's going to start clearing up the bottom lane. So to make sure that once this happens, there's a little chance for rat potential. Key Attacker's headed down here on his own. Not going to have anywhere near enough burst, or maybe. I mean, he's got the control with Ignis Vatus. Dark Margo still a bit too tricky to find, and now the backup comes in. Sacred's here, and Key Attacker sticks around. He could be in trouble. Sacred, does he want to go for this? He's going to know the backup's coming in for Key Attacker. Ramses heading over. Schofield, a bit of a dangerous spot up on the high ground, but will manage to get back over towards the rest of his team in time. 9 Pandas, they look like they want to try and take this fight.
Great ward right now on Ramsey.
I mean, Parker's in with the BKB. The static storm was there, but the BKB was already out from Parker, so he doesn't care about it at all. He's able to move over towards Mira. Mira caught by the Hex. The Brood is gone. No buyback available for him. As Mira's buyback still to be on cooldown. They've got to get out with the rest of them. The Snake catching on to Ramses. They've got the stun locked down. Ramses is out as well. As Beastcoast, now it's their turn to push it down the lanes. Ramses, as I say, he can come back for a second chance, but Mira, he's gone for a long time. Dark Margo goes over towards the mid, trying to see if he can get the catch on a Key Attacker, but Key Attacker was quick with the Hex jump forward for Dark Margo. He's able to close in. Ramses buys back in response.
Nice little poke from Dark Margo, forcing out the buyback really early. And 9 Pandas is on a ward. Schofield just kind of playing on this cliff ward in the bot jungle, and it opens up the entire game now for Beastcoast.
4 versus 5 defensive for 9 Pandas. We'll see how well they can pull it off without their Spider.
And the jump Hex on board.
They've got the catch. Ramses, he pulled back for this. They get the spear. Ramses, he's out as well for good. They've caught Ramses. 2 cores without buybacks here on 9 Pandas as Beastcoast. They should have the opening now to close this one down. They're on to the tier 4s. Is there anything that these 3 members of 9 Pandas can do left alone? Key Attacker and Solo, what can they do with this? They'll look towards Schofield, but Schofield just creating the space for the rest of the team to take down the tier 4s, expose the Ancient here. 60 minutes in, GG is called. Beastcoast will take this game 1.
Really nice team fighting, I think, from Beastcoast. I think that's kind of what won them the game. It was really hard early game. They're really far behind 9 Pandas, but the way they execute these fights is just pretty amazing.
Yeah, they had to really keep their cool in these final moments. I mean, both teams having the opportunities in that late game to take this around. Both teams having scenarios where buybacks were gone for pretty much the entire lineups. Beastcoast, yeah, I mean, it's sort of the beginning of that final play, coming out with that smoke as their own buybacks were about to come off cooldown, catching Solo by surprise, and then just making sure that that fight that 9 Pandas tried to set up down bottom would not go their way. It was a close game 1. It was a great game 1, back and forth. But yeah, Beastcoast able to do it. Parker, 56k net worth. This was some pretty insane stuff in this first game.
Yeah, very, very impressive by Beastcoast and Parker. He's been impressive this whole tournament, so hopefully they keep impressing.
Yeah, it ends up 1100 CS and 1062 GPM on the Gym Park Medusa. Beastcoast will take this game 1.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Gunnar, for commentating that first game. That was a Beastcoast victory, but boy did 9 Pandas make them work for it, and it definitely bodes very well for the rest of this series as well. We'll see if 9 Pandas can, of course, force their way back to a 3rd game to it. It's in the lower bracket, so everything on the line here. Elimination is imminent for one of these 2 teams. We're going to break down game number 1, though. I'm joined by Rezo, Aurora, and Fear. Resolution, this game was the amount of times that I went to sit back down here thinking it was over.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was crazy.
It was crazy. I think that game should have ended like 20 minutes ago, but, you know, some blinks from Gym Park made them, you know, work a little bit harder for it. I mean, at the same time, they gave like 3 Russians for the 9 Pandas lineup, and I feel like at least 2 of them they could have contested. They were ready for it already. By that time, they had timings, but they kind of like just let them take it, and, you know, they kind of like made the, you know, 9 Pandas take a lead from those Russians in the game. I mean, I would say like I was wrong about Dark Maga not being, you know, the second core in this team. This game clearly he showed that he was like super high net worth. He was like doing a lot of moves with this Blink Dagger and Yule's build that he had, and also he was like scaling a lot with it too. Like usually you don't expect that Leshrac to scale when he goes for these items, but he was like second net worth almost like, but for the majority of this game.
I mean, isn't that because the Mars was too poor to begin with?
No, I mean I think he was the one who was initiating fights even more than the Sacred Mars.
Yeah, I want to say even though he's poor, he's doing so much more than the Colin on the other side. I'm not sure why they bought the items they have, but I was thinking if they knew the Dark Portrait is coming, why not just buy Lincolns on both of your heroes and then put on the Brute, put on the Morphling? That is like significantly harder, I would say, for Beastcoast to take the fight, because they were kind of begging on this Dark Portrait to do damage too, right? Like during the BKB, all the calls pressing BKB, and like the Leshrac has to wait for the BKB to go down. But yeah, it's just I'm not very convinced with how Rubik and Kodo spend their gold.
Yep. But on Beast Coast side, I will say though, like this was a pretty Beast Coast game, right? Like all the things you expect from them. You've got the Grimstroke in this lineup. He died quite a bit getting to that Ags. We knew he'd get it there eventually, and the impact that it would have into the game. Sacred, same story. They first picked this Mars, doesn't really have any net worth, kind of transitions to like around similar net worth to the supports in this game towards the end. And they're all doing it just so Jim Park on the Dusa, it's all about him. Get him all that net worth, hope he can carry the game, and I think Dark Mago overperformed in this game on his Celestial. He doesn't go your traditional build of the Bloodstone first item, just run in, have a battery behind him. He goes Yules and Blink and plays the fight a bit more tactically, finds his opening and picks and chooses his fights, which is a lot different than how a lot of these other Leshracs are playing. But put that all together and they just found themselves in a situation where they finally make it to the late game. They buy out the time. 9 Pandas is ahead in that early game for the longest time and mid game, but they find a way to just claw back into this game in Beast Coast faction.
Yeah, I do want to talk more about this Grimstroke though, because it's only the second Grimstroke that has picked the entire major. And I know he died quite a little bit, but it doesn't matter. We saw the Dark Portrait Illusions Aurora, they were crushing it.
He hit the 10 death power spike.
He did, the 10 death power spike.
I mean, I probably wouldn't even know, but like Fear mentioned that Scofield always has this like very weird KDA on this hero, like too much deaths and then like no kills or something. But like he will always own like the late game because he has this Dark Portrait. He's just vibing, you know.
Yeah, I mean he was 4-10, which is a good score for him, I would say. Like normally I'm used to seeing like some like 1-12, but he'll always get his items and have a lot of impact. You saw how much like this illusion did in these fights. It had a huge impact, and that's all he plays for.
You know who was also vibing in this game? Stinger. He was like forcing into the fight with his silencer to just like right-click people. It was like so funny to watch. He would just like force himself on the high ground to hit his this Broodmother once and just died after that. Like it's not usually what you see from position 5 support, who is just like, you know, trying to take a good position and like hit his spells from the back. No, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna be there.
We heard Snare say it at the very start of the series. Beastcoast, otherwise known as the Bringers of Chaos, and this game was no different for that. Of course, we're going to have a second game, and potentially a third. But first, I want to give a quick shout out to the Ayana Estate where we're at right now. And if you're looking for a holiday destination, this estate has it all. It has the secluded beaches. It has so many different pools. Like lots of different pools for everyone. For every pool that you want, there is one. There's infinity pools, ocean view pools. Actually, almost everything has an ocean view. It is gorgeous. So make sure to check it out. And we're going to enjoy some of that estate right now as we head into a break before game number 2. A second game between Beastcoast and 9 Pandas, and potentially a third. We'll see though. 9 Pandas, I think they got a little bit of a taste of what it's like playing against Beastcoast in that first game, and it's a constant battle. I think that's the biggest takeaway. So you got to go for a draft that can go toe to toe with Beastcoast, and of course we're soon going to find out what they'll draft against Beastcoast this time around, as we should be in game number 2 very soon. Before that though, joined by Resolution, Aurora and Fear. Aurora, if you are 9 Pandas, what changes would you make? Did you feel like there was anything draft related in that game that 9 Pandas could have that would make them better prepared for Beastcoast?
Draft wise, maybe it's still better to have that Lina over the Coral, because this Lina, like, you can stun people, right? And you have Rubik and Disruptor, Broodmother morphling your team. Technically, you have those that means you cannot like apply very stable pressure, because you're always trying to just find the heroes, press spells, and then like hopefully you kill them. That's not the way Coddle works. But I mean, that's the way Coddle works, but not the draft works. So I would just hope to see much more stable lineup from 9 Pandas, but not to the point where they sabotage their playstyle. Because I have seen them playing, you know, like proper engage, and then like the main core, and then the secondary core, and then just 2 supports to make things work. But at this time, I just feel like having the hero to be able to do more than one thing, it's good enough. But I also feel might be itemization problem over here, because I think the Coddle was quite decent in the lineup, but it's just, it didn't seem right to me to have like Vessel and then just BKB, so all his networks not doing anything, it's not helping the team.
I also feel like if your first pick, don't first pick the morph. Can you just like pick it on 8? Just first pick some support. Let them pick 2 cores, or not 2 cores, but 2 heroes, and then you can pick your morph, and then you can have 2 bands. That would make a lot more sense, but this particular game, they're going to be second pick, it looks like, so.
But I think the draft was honestly fine. It's just like the adjustment I would make from their side is that they need to be playing more towards like the Victor and not like towards more farming, because Rubik and Coddle, they were taking a lot of space, but they were not translating to anything. Like they were not trying to set up any moves. I think like the one hero was doing the most moves in that team was like solo Disruptor with his Aghanim's and like Blink, and I don't think they can like rely as much on solo making moves, and rather like having like a little bit better itemization, especially like for Morph as well. I say he went with the build where he would buy a lot of defensive items like Skadi, Manta, BKB, Satanic, and Aghanim's. And I think for Morph in that particular game, it would be way better if he had like some damage items, like, you know, maybe even Silver Age. We've seen a lot of Morph players, they would, you know, buy Silver Age to make more plays on the map, but they would just like they weren't really looking for these type of openers in that particular game. And I think that they need to, you know, switch that a little bit if they want to win, especially against a team like Beastcoast, that they're like keep constantly making pressure on you, like keep making these windows that you can make mistakes on.
So who do you think is the best player on 9 Pandas to give overall last pick?
I think it's Kiyotaka.
Kiyotaka? All right.
Yeah.
So like that's the thing I see about 9 Pandas a little bit is, if you pick like a Morph or Medusa for Beastcoast, those heroes are kind of your win condition from the get-go. I think Beastcoast will play around that really well, where 9 Pandas, maybe Ramses needs to get some inspiration from like Shiro or something and learn some clinks or something like that to play a little bit faster to maybe enable Kiyotaka's later, like, they're not very stun-heavy heroes he likes playing in those later picks. Like, he likes playing Coddle and Tinker, these type of heroes. So maybe you need to get a little more active to make his last pick work out, because when you have overall last pick of the game, you want the freedom to be able to choose anything and already have a well-rounded lineup.
Yeah.
I don't really like the 9 Pandas bans this game, just because like banning TA in that slot is just like shows how much they're afraid of Jim Park, because that hero is not particularly good on any other teams, but you know, for this team they decided to ban it, probably because they have something prepared already, which TA is gonna be like good against, but I'm not a big fan of bans like this.
Yeah, I mean, he gets like 2 respect bans almost every game. It's been the TA, and now the Meepo has been coming out in the second phase bans a lot when he plays.
This will be if Sacred plays the Mars, we know Dark Mago sometimes plays it, but so far it's only been a Sacred. This will be the 5th Mars game that he plays, all on the main stage of the Bali Major. They really like him on that hero.
arena hype.
Arena hype. Yeah.
I mean, I think for Beastcoast and Nine Pandas, they have like the similarity in terms of playing comfort heroes. I just think Beastcoast does better in itemization. Like they have the mask on very low net worth, right? But he wasn't wasting his gold on items that wouldn't help the Medusa. You know, he was itemizing to help this Medusa be the win condition, and he did that perfectly. But for Nine Pandas, I would say my bottom line is if you have to play your comfort hero, meaning like not the best for the lineup, not the best if you already pick a win condition in your early phase and you still pick greedy heroes, I really just ask that they itemize properly, because you can't always have 3 cores that need priority at the same phase. You kind of just need to take turns and cover each other.
Yeah, I mean, as for Kiyotaka, like the only last pick that I know that him, you know, being excellent as is Tinker, and other than that, he's usually playing this type of like spirit heroes, which is you know, Storm or Ember, and those heroes are not particularly needed to be picked last. So it's better to leave the last pick for Ramses and, you know, just rely on your core being better than the gym part, and you know, make a solid lineup with a really active mid from Kiyotaka that they usually prefer to have.
Yeah, it would make sense too if like you're gonna ban Meepo every game, and so means there's literally no niche pick from Beastcoast that can counter your spirits anyway, and spirits are already fine getting played in the early phase. I doubt Darmego will play Huskar, this type of heroes, because he seems to be very comfortable on the Lash, and no one's banning a Lash, so I think they will not be letting the hero go anyway. So yeah, I agree. I think they should just pick the spirits and just have a much more stable lineup to play, because this is elimination series.
Yeah, I would ban the Lashrack still. I think Dark Magoo is the best Lash on this tournament right now. At least like from the games I've seen, he's been performing excellent. And it's the hero that is really good against Broodmother as well. And you know, Undying too. So it's good to ban out this hero in this phase.
Let's see if they respect it as much as you both do.
I think they're thinking about the Naga, but there's already the Medusa, right? So I'm not sure what are they hesitating.
Shadow Demon is a hero that I think could be good for 9 Pandas. Most of the other, I mean, they're just going for damage, but...
Yeah, I would love to see Shadow Demon instead of Sky Mage way more.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
I think they have the same problem as last game. They don't have this initiator sort of hero. I think it's not bad if they pick the faces right after this, but it's also going to be very, very difficult because it's just tempo-wise very, very slow. You're not complementing the Broodmother and you're against this Mars Medusa lineup, so I'm not sure whether in terms of catching up would be fast enough to counter against Beastcoast.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sky, they're thinking about the Storm a lot, and Sky is purely because they expect Storm from Beastcoast and they want to counter it preemptively. And on top of that, if they leave the Storm for them, it's going to be a good like 18th pick to pair with the Sky, because they prefer. And the Shadow Demon makes it even juicier to pick a Storm that slot.
10 seconds remaining.
But Shadow Demon, I feel like this hero has a huge win rate, right, in this tournament. It's oh, Leshrac. They still went for it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It worked out great. You know, why fix if it ain't broke? Sure, they'll go for different support duo, but...
Yeah. I'm just wondering why there's such a high importance on this Broodmother in this series. It's not something that like 9 Pandas has been spamming in the tournament at all. But all of a sudden, just Brood has this huge priority when the other team has Mars every single game. And you're in a situation too. Sure, Kiyotaka, I'm glad he's playing a Spirit this game, but that's kind of feel like what they're lacking at last game. You do pick a Broodmother, but your mid laner doesn't really make any rotations, not like a Storm would. So you're kind of forcing Kiyotaka to play this Spirit type of gameplay, which he can do, but from what I hear, you kind of want to give him last pick too and give him freedom to play something that's more just he can play alone with.
No, I think it's more of their comfort zone. Like when he was playing this Spirit type of heroes, he's usually perform excellent at them as well.
Yeah.
I think against Aster, they did pick Storm Spirit in all games, right? Or
yes, they did.
Right, yeah.
They had like 5 Storm Spirit games in a row on 9 Pandas.
Well, perhaps the only thing that they considered to be going wrong in the previous game was having the Keeper of the Light against the Leshrac. Of course, I mean, we're talking about Beastcoast crushing 9Pandas game 1, but it was very close. It was an hour-long game, and it could have easily gone the other way still as well from the looks of it. So perhaps now they feel like they got what it takes to deal with a fairly similar lineup from Beastcoast in game 2.
Are they not respecting the Grim Stroke? They have a spirit now.
Yeah, but they don't have the morph.
Yeah.
So not making copies, not being able to make copies of the morph is maybe enough to sway them away from it.
I wonder if 9Pandas is gonna look for PL in this game, because it's very good against Tusa, Shadow Demon, and Mars. Not as good as against Leshrac, but they can still manage. I mean, when you pick Broodmother like this, you kind of like set yourself on a timer, where you're playing against Dusa, and the later the game goes, the less impact the Brood is gonna have.
Yeah, we saw that in the last game as well, how that kind of worked out there. Very curious to see if they're gonna pick a Stinger hero or Schofield. I'm imagining Schofield might play the Shadow Demon. Instead of making illusions as a Grimstroke of the enemy Morphling, he can just make illusions of his own Medusa as a Shadow Demon, so similar type of gameplay here.
Easy. What other thing do they need that may be pairing well with the rest of what they have?
They need something that stops Storm, I think.
Control for Storm.
Yeah,
Control for Storm. Alright.
But there's no Sky. Silencer is not in the game.
Banned too.
Other control is things with instant
Disruptor's
hexes, Lions and Shadow Shaman, but we haven't seen those in a little while. They could always go for more damage in a Snapfire to combine with the Mars if they really wanted to.
Yeah, but I think they're looking for a partner for Dusa, because Shadow Demon is most likely gonna be with Mars, and they need some either melee dude to help out with the Sky, or like if they choose the
it is a Spirit Breaker. I was gonna say that hero, but Storm Spirit is, like he can dodge a thing, but it's really good against Skyra, Mother, and possibly Undying, because in a way you think Undying want to stay and harass the lane, right? So then this Spirit Breaker is kind of free to just play 3-man, join whichever, and it's just really good for the Lesh as well, because when you charge from afar and then before this Storm is 6, it's just very pressuring for them to play, and they might just draw too much attention on the mid lane, and then it's really good for the Medusa and the Mars to kind of just have a free lane.
Yeah. Go PL. Just
I think it's PL, yeah. PL time. Undying is gonna secure your lane, and later this game goes is better for PL.
Won't you always charge the real one, even if you double? Can you not also just click the real one?
Well, if you click the real one...
No, click the portrait for the real one.
Can you do that?
You can't do that.
You cannot?
Oh.
For enemies, I don't
No, you can't do that.
I would do that every game if I was a stunner.
I mean, he sees the charge coming and presses Doppel, and the stun doesn't connect, so it's a good dodge.
Okay.
I mean, Leshrac, of course, is good versus Peel, but you play around the Ags a bit more in this patch, and there's no other hero that is good versus Peel here. And I think you do want to play for that late game. I don't think you want to play some timing. If you always have the option to out late game your opponent without being too greedy and feeling like you'll get ran over, I think you should try and do it. And I think in this game they could. Well, they're going to go a similar route, I suppose. Don't like this as much as the PL, but this is their choice here. It's going to hit a much faster timing than a PL would. So they're going to be online a lot quicker. So I think the window for 9Pandas to win, it's not going to be a small window, but it's going to be a lot quicker, where this Alchemist does have his items available, the Radiance, BKB, probably the Blink Dagger, and then he'll be able to play with the Storm and the Brood. So maybe matching the tempo of his other cores a little bit better with the Alch pick.
Yeah, I think they're kind of stealing it from Beastcoast, because they pulled the same thing, Alchemist and Storm, but they had some problems with their itemization, like the Storm bought Bloodstone instead of Hex, and then they couldn't kill the Warflame, and it's the same thing here. Like, if they can't kill the Medusa, I think they're just gonna suffer the SD, like just purge this Alchemist and he can't reach anyone. It's not that easy, but I definitely think they have a chance.
How about you, Rezo?
Yeah, I think Beastcoast lineup has a better late game, but overall, like 9Pandas has such a huge window, and if they win their lanes, they can just like completely snowball out of control.
Okay, so you think 9Pandas end relatively early, or otherwise Beastcoast will win late?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see the 1-1 here in this series, just because I love these teams. I'd like to see more of them.
Are we gonna have another hour-long game if it does happen? These two teams, they do seem to, they seem very keen on dying on each other's high grounds. So let's find out though if we're gonna have another game like that. It is time for game number 2 with OD Pixel and Gunner.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game 2 here between Beastcoast and 9 Pandas. I'm here with Gunner. Gunner, once again, we're going to see Beastcoast go the route of the Gym Park Medusa. The question is, if 9 Pandas, do they have a bit of a better response this time? Especially when we consider what they finish up with, they want to go the route of the Ramses Alchemist, who did have a phenomenal Alchemist game the other day.
Yeah, so Beastcoast went for the exact same 3 cores. So it's kind of, they are telling 9 Pandas it's up to them now to figure out the solution to it, because it worked out so well from the last game.
Might have a chance for first blood here. Schofield tries to get the disruption off, will succeed in doing so. So I think bringing enough numbers to turn this round. Schofield's into the trees, he's going to be able to get away. Stinger charges forward on towards Solo. Solo able to turn and get at least a 2-man decay off. Stinger doing his best with the body blocks. Solo, he'll still get away. Another concoction coming through Ramses. He'll be able to throw it the way as Stinger. A stun holds back the Spider. They'll try and push forward, but again, the God's Rebuke pushes back the 3 of them. Stinger's going to be saved. He'll get out as nobody falls.
That was way too close. And a lot of it's, Stinger did the boots trick, where you buy the boots and you sell them so you can get to the mid lane a little faster. Because of that, he had no items in his inventory. So maybe if he had an item, he gets a kill on the Undying, or maybe if he had one, it wasn't as close for him dying, but worked out in the end for himself. And it looks like Bannerons are going to be probably 3 for 9 Pandas, unless Schofield has something to say about it.
Do here with a concoction. I mean, 9 Pandas, they'll take the 3 bounty runes, so it's a good job for Beastcoast that Schofield at least was able to set up for one of them. So 9 Pandas getting the majority of the gold to start things off in this laning phase.
So last game, Sacred had a really rough lane on the Mars, and he still recovered. He did his job in the game. He did his utility, so I would say this lane's even harder than his last lane was with the Undying and the Alchemist. So it's going to be kind of another trial for him to be able to get out of this lane unscathed. And it's also Alchemist, right? You don't want this hero to have a good lane, so a lot of pressure on this top lane to do good.
Good usage of disruptions here, making sure that Ramses doesn't have as easy of a time of finding concoction targets. Could slip him up later in the laning stage. Ramses isn't too careful.
Has been killed.
And then in the safe lane, I would say this is probably a stronger lane than Beastcoast had in the first game, now that they have the Spear Breaker. Really good body for the Brood, so I would say the lanes are pretty much, they should be about the same what they were last game, with probably even more emphasis on trying to connect to the Storm, because Storm has this very weird timing where when he's level 5, it's his worst point in the entire game. Because if he dies on level 5, dies before the Siege Wave, it turns out really hard for him. So will Beastcoast put more pressure on him mid? I would say so, because he also can't jungle as fast as a Coddle, or as, you know, without taking as much damage.
Kitaka having to be careful. He gets caught by a stun. In a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and 9 Pandas doesn't have the same Morphling that can be left alone, but even Alchemist, once he's level 6, he's pretty free to be left alone with the Chemical Rage.
Yeah, we've got to look out for sort of those twin gate plays. If Solo's able to swing around on the bottom lane, can catch the Radiant safe lane by surprise. So he's got that few levels and a point in the tombstone ready to make the ganks.
Lane's already turning out pretty well in the first couple waves for 9 Pandas, so if they can keep this lead, this is one of the drafts that can just snowball. Like their goal was last game, I think, was kind of to snowball, but Alchemist Storm, right? These heroes actually have ways to kill heroes on their choice. They have their own stuns, so they have the ability to make their own plays. So 9 Pandas cores, when they're ahead, will feel much better about trying to close the game out a lot earlier.
Yeah, well, and how do you sort of rate the potential for Gym Park this game on his Medusa? Is this going to be another sort of situation where if he does get ahead, does push it late, that 9 Pandas will run out of sort of tools to take down the Medusa carry?
I could see if it goes late, him kind of 1v5ing, but I think this mid game should be a lot harder because 9 Pandas kind of has tools to take these team fights now. With the Storm and the Alk, they're actually the heroes that can play the fight. Stinger?
Yeah, they're going to get him. Tries to charge away. And Taurus will catch him. So first blood for 9 Pandas on this bottom lane.
Yep. nice start again for 9 Pandas. So last game, they had a really, really good start. They got the first Roche, they got the second Roche, but it wasn't enough to stop the Gym Park Medusa, like you said. But will they be able to do it this game?
So far on the CS, it's they're definitely a whole lot rougher. Gym Park just 10 last hits right now. I mean, you look on the other side of the map. So Ramses having a very, very free start in the lane.
Kiyotaka's jungling. Schofield's going to kind of find him here. But he should be fine. Maybe he just steals a last hit or two.
Almost pop him with the poison. He's going to do a fair bit of damage to Kiyotaka on the way out here. Won't quite connect with a 4th stack. He does now, though. It's definitely going to be a bit annoying for Kiyotaka.
This feels really bad. He's missing so much XP on mid, and Leshrack's just free farming.
And I mean, meanwhile, you know, Sacred, he's doing all right here. He nearly actually gets the chance to set up onto Solo. Definitely spooks him as Solo's forced to drop the tombstone, as Sacred was close to getting the angle to really getting him under the tower with the spear.
Yeah, this tombstone feels really bad now because Sacred is able to just have the wave kind of push into him because of all the zombies and just collect a free kind of double wave in his tower. But Storm's game is bad. Every time his level 6 gets delayed, this level 5 timing just feels longer and longer. And so the supports of Beastcoast can keep looking at trying to collapse mid, probably in about a minute or two, and stop the Storm from having a really good game.
Yeah, Schofield's definitely being quite annoying for 9 Pandas in this early game and being bullying back Kiyotaka, and then when he swung back around towards the top lane, he was able to snipe Ramses' courier, which is going to hold his treads back for an extra minute.
Yeah, he's also a Bassi in base, so that's, you know, 1,300 gold that's just missing from Ramses. The lane's pretty chill so far, but it's kind of being an advantage on 9 Pandas in the side lane, but on mid.
He might need help. The charge is coming in. The stun's going to connect. They're TPing over now, but it's not soon enough to do anything about this as Kiyotaka taken down. Darkmarga really forcing the issue around this mid lane. Stinger with that backup. I mean, they're definitely doing wonders against the Storm in this laning phase.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do versus Storm. You want to shut down his early game, because if he gets off to a good start, we've seen a lot of Storms this tournament kind of pop off and just snowball the game completely, but he's going to have a rough one, and it's hard for this hero to recover. Question is how 9 Pandas will respond, because they don't really want to go to this Alchemist and pressure it out, so it's kind of falls on the Brood now to kick the Medusa out, but the supports don't really have the greatest potential. Like the Undying. Like an Undying shows up to your lane. Are you that scared if he can't dive you? So 9 Pandas might start to feel a little locked in their lane setup soon.
He's just going to sort of have Antares hover around the mid, pick up some XP. I mean, already, look at this Schofield. He's just got eyes on Kiyotaka. He's looking to mess around and make sure that he can't find this camp easily. It's not going to be a nice camp for Kiyotaka either, as well as the Mud Golems.
6 minutes in the game, and he's just barely level 5. It just feels so bad for Storm Spirit to be in this position.
He's going to have to come out with quite the recovery to have an impact in this game.
The one nice thing is Ramses is complete free farm. He's going to have a really fast Radiance if that's where he chooses to go, and finally gets his treads now, so caught up in his net worth. But on the other side, Sacred's having a much better game than he did last game.
Schofield, he's going to have to set up in the mid. They have the disruption. Darkmarga won't commit straight away with the stun. Try and run Kiyotaka down a bit. The damage of the Pulse Nova, it's not enough to kill him, but still enough to keep him very, very low.
He has Arcane Boots. He can stun if he really wants to, but Stinger goes down in the Tri-Camp. I think he canceled his charge because it was too deep on the Storm, and supports just catch him out.
You drop the Tombstone for that one. But the fortification, as the mid lane tower does start to get a bit of a beating. With all this focus around mid does mean that Ramses should be on track for a good Radiance timing. He's kind of been left untouched on this top lane. He's getting that free farm as the out.
Kiyotaka gets level 6, so kind of has somewhat recovered in the game. Honestly, pretty impressive for them to get out of this phase in the game, as you know, as bad as it looked, it could have been a lot worse. So he'll be able to catch up, farm the jungle, and it also gave Skywrath a lot of XP by him being able to sit mid. So now he's level 5, can go bot, and maybe even kick out the Medusa.
Solo trying to start things. They get the silence onto Stinger. Stinger is taken down. Antar is doing it again with the setup. Killing spree already for the Skywrath. Darkmarga, yeah, he doesn't want to go in on this. There's too many of 9 Pandas for him to deal with right now.
Yeah, so something interesting last game was Beastcoast chose to keep going to the Brood lane no matter what. They even lost the tower, they lost the jungle, and they kept throwing heroes at this bot lane, trying to force the Brood out. They died a lot doing it too, but it was kind of their decision to keep, you know, slowing the Brood down as much as possible and not caring about the rest of the map. So in this game where it's going a lot better for them, and it seems in the early game, it's not a complete disaster. Maybe this works out. Maybe they kill the Brood. Maybe they don't die trying to control this jungle. And they also have the Spirit Breaker, one of the better heroes is Brood, to catch him out.
Stinger's going to get back out on the map towards him, but completely on his own. And meanwhile, the supports of 9 Pandas, they're swinging over towards the mid.
They want to use the Storm. He's finally level 7, but...
They look towards Stinger again. Look on course if TP does come in from Sacred. Sacred ready to fight. Schofield, he's going to die here. Kiyotaka takes him out with the final overload. Solo, they'll drop the tombstone. They're going to look to zip forward and play aggressive over towards the tier 2. Darkmarker's able to put the 1, but underneath the tier 2 tower, he'll get taken out. See if they can punish this Beastcoast. Solo will fall. Same to be said for Antares. They at least get the 2 supports. And big stuff for Parker. He's the one to get the final touch on them. So the dive is successful in the sense that it takes down Darkmarker, but it does end up feeding kills to the Medusa.
It's not the worst for 9 Pandas. They forced the Medusa out of bot, so they get the free bot tower. Ramsey is also super free farming right now. But it is Jim Park getting a lot of kills in the early game. And last game, he put everything he had, all the resources he had, to great use. And he just skyrocketed in net worth.
Next TP's back into action around the mid lane. Kiyotaka having Antares and Solo by his side. If Beastcoast were to try for anything more there, won't be the case. As Jim Park backs off into the jungle. They'll try and invade this area here with the Storm. See if they can catch out Medusa. Jim Park will be the big catch. And they'll settle for Stinger. So again with the Ancient Seal set up in the drag back of the Vortex. It's too much control for Stinger to run away from. They keep finding these supports, but not quite able to get the chance to find Jim Park. You know, the Dark Margot's down here beyond the tower. They'll hit him with the scan.
It's a really deep dive, but they might get him.
They might indeed walk into him. They get the setup. Ancient Seal's there. A quick Mystic Flare from Antares, and he's gone. See if Kiyotaka can get out. He's still got a bit of mana to play with. Antares, he'll be left behind. He'll try and look for the neutral tonight. Won't find it. Jim Park takes him down in time. The TP more over, but Kiyotaka's still got plenty of mana.
Nice charge dodge. Gets out, unless the Shadowman's trying to TP in front.
I mean, Schofield, he'll get the disruption set up, and Sacred, he has got Arena. He steps up, he's able to get the setup here with the Arena into the Spear. Solo will pick up the Arcane Ring. There's still enough mana for Kiyotaka to get away, and Solo, he actually turns and takes down Schofield. He's building up the strength here with the Decay, with his Arcane. I mean, Beastcoast, they might struggle to fight this Undying with the amount of decays that Solo should be able to get off there. Spear him off to the side, it's another
They don't have the
decay.
damage for him.
He's got up to 32 strength that he's stolen. They can't kill this zombie.
Now Medusa.
And Kiyotaka and Antares, they collapse straight back in onto Parker. Parker's got Dark Margot with him. Kiyotaka did fall short in the mana again to make this attempt Solo. He'll get the kill, but finally he'll get caught by the spear, taken out, and indeed in the river, Dark Margot was able to chase down and finish off Kiyotaka.
But now Miero comes over as Brood.
Dark Margot tries to turn with the stun, but the spiders are out and it's too much as Miro picks up the kill. They can push in on this one.
You know, Ramsey stuns himself in the tri-camp. They just don't stop fighting. He gets out though. And it looked really good. There was a nice disruption into stealing the Arcane Ring from Schofield, but he just died. And Kiyotaka tried to turn with him, but he ran out of mana. Dark Mago had a nice stun on the lane, or in the river, and kind of turned the fight from there.
Quick moves from 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka straight towards the top. They want to try and punish Sacred as he steps back up to the lane looking for farm. He'll get the spear pushed back on to Ramsey, but not before the concoction comes flying out his way. Quick moves here from 9 Pandas. They look to play to keep this lead. 4K advantage. They'll take the tier 1 top.
Anytime they make these plays away from the Alchemist, especially, he just gets so much space to farm. Where Jim Park feels the need to show up to the fights, and he's still farmed. He's the second in net worth on the Medusa, but Alchemist doesn't even have to show up, so he gets to farm even more than the Medusa right now.
Yeah, very likely that Ramses hits those sort of early timings that you need to see from 9 Pandas, from their Alchemist, to be able to get to the point where they're just going to have the potential to run over this game before Beastcoast, before Jim Park's ready.
It's a pretty interesting read that maybe they realize that Beastcoast, their game plan is to just keep kicking the Brood out and stopping the Brood, so now if the Beastcoast keeps playing the same way, Ramses is not going to have a hero in his face for another 5 to 10 minutes. Just creeps.
Yeah, complete space on this top half of the map. There's just no way the Beastcoast can get over to this area. The way that the rest of 9 Pandas are playing, just keeping Beastcoast trapped on their half of the map.
Even Kiyotaka's just farming the tri-camp, so Medusa really has nowhere to go. His Ancients are stolen. He doesn't have a Manta yet, so he can't push out the lanes for free, and kind of just being stuck together is the best thing Beastcoast can do to play the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Unless they get a catch on Storm right now.
This is a tricky one. They need to get some sort of disruption into the stuns from Sacred and Dark Margot.
Radiant's middle tower
Quick
has
dodge
fallen.
with the charge. I'll put a stop to that move. They're smoked up at the moment. Sacred, Schofield, and Dark Margot. So they're sort of in position to block any sort of smoke movement down the mid lane. Hard for Beastcoast to get an angle to get any of these cores. They start making moves towards Miro, but Miro's already backing off. Indeed, as you can see, Rams is just getting more and more space. Able to farm through his triangle stacks. Tries with the setup, but they don't want to commit too much for a solo Undying. They pull back from that.
Oh. That's no good. Not the greatest.
Well, there we go. Jim Park he'll offer up a tip for that. All right, a little bit of time where Ramses is off the map. Sometimes the neutrals get the better of you.
This is one way for Medusa to catch up and farm. Gives him, 40-second start. Just keep farming Jim Park. You have 40 seconds advantage on the enemy carry. And it has been a really good game for the Medusa. He's 4-0-0. He showed up to a lot of these fights, which is pretty impressive. Most times you think of Medusa as, guys, I got to farm for 15-20 minutes before I show up to the game, but really nice TPs on mid to react to these dives. And showing his aggressiveness, always wanting to be able to fight the enemy and try to not just be passive about how the game is being played out. Ramsey's about to have BKB, so what we'll probably see is it'll hit 15 minutes. He'll get this BKB, and him and the Undying will just go to Roche and try to kill as fast as possible.
Solo's in. He's popped the ult. Not sure he's going to find anyone, though, as Beast Coast seem to be aware of this. They're back under the tier 2. 9 Panda's not able to get the catch. Now, Beast Coast themselves will be a bit more set to try and turn and take the team fights themselves. With Sacred having the Blink Dagger complete.
Yep, Sacred's ready to do fighting. He can arena. And the Mars Medusa combo is really good. You get the arena out, and it kind of forces people to fight, and then you press Stone Gaze, and people can't fight. So kind of a die situation once it happens to you. But 9 Pandas, they do have the BKB on the Aug. They're about to finish the BKB on the Brood. And Storm doesn't really have to come into these fights until his other cores get to show him what's happening. So it isn't as easy as it was last game, I would say, for the side of Beast Coast to win these team fights. And now will 9 Pandas choose to Roche? I would say this is probably one of the better times to Roche. It's dire, so it'll keep... Once you Roche on your side of the map, it kind of sets up the timers for the following Roche to keep spawning on the same side of the map. So if they get this cycled now, it'll kind of just be a good setup for the rest of the game. So we'll see what they choose to do. Ramsey's going to go kill some illusions. And even now, it's as well, they have all their tier 1 towers. So it's just so hard for Beast Coast to kind of push out the lanes and farm the map that it's kind of, they're just all stuck together, and Dark Mago is not really going to have the kind of game impact that he had last game, because they ended up taking this top tower pretty early in the last game, and now they're kind of trapped.
9 Pandas, they're going to get eyes on Stinger. Oh, Shadow Amulet.
Charge.
Into the charge. And he's able to charge through them all. Can they pull it back in time? They can. They'll catch up with the stun. So Stinger not getting away with that one. And 9 Pandas in position to enter into the pit.
Yep, they're going to get this Aegis, and you don't necessarily need to win the game with this Aegis, but they're going to, in their minds, win the game. They're going to try to get a 12k gold advantage, try to get 1k per minute.
Well, they do look over towards trying to get the catch onto Key Attacker, but he's able to zip out. In fact, he wants to zip back in, gets the Vortex off onto Sacred.
Nice disruption.
Able to buy Sacred a little bit of time to potentially walk out of this one. Turns with the Tumbler's Toy, pushing them back with the Spear. Connect with the slow. Keep chasing him. Concoction is going to be there in a second, but he's able to get the blink off. Concoction will still connect, and he's able to create enough distance, but they won't chase any further. Sacred, able to live.
Delaying the Roche this is the best they can do, especially if they're not giving up kills for this. They're just kind of buying time. It's just more time for the Medusa to hit her timing. She's going for the Scotty again, which I think that this is a worse Scotty game than the last, because Alchemist has a BKB and Brood is about to finish BKB, so it's not the greatest versus the cores of 9 Pandas, but it's a way for him to tank up and kind of deal with the supports, especially. Like this Skywrath, it'll let him actually catch the Skywrath and kill him. They're waiting to kill Roche? For the Storm. They want to give Storm the Aegis. Aegis on Storm, they're going to take the Warp Gate bot, look for some kills. They see the Spear Breaker taking these Lotuses, so they might just jump up for free.
Yeah, I mean, Stinger, he's sort of just been target number 1 every time. Oh,
Another Shadow Amulet.
He's going to have charge in a second. Is he able to get away? He's actually going to go for the TP, but they've found him with the Mystic Flare. We'll get him once again. 7th death here for Stinger.
Nice read to know that he wants to take these Lotuses. They see him on the wave for half a second, and he's already warp getting down, picking him off. 9 Pandas don't have as good tower pressure. It's kind of on the Brood, but Brood doesn't really fulfill this, like, the older, you know, you spam spiders, you take towers instantly. So a lot of it is going to be on Ramses to want to take these towers, but it seems like he's kind of content farming. He has Blink Dagger now, ready to keep killing, but we won't see him probably go for, you know, a melee Rax push until probably an AC, I would say, is his next item. And once he gets that, it's kind of go time.
Still maintaining the lead, but not necessarily growing it, at least in terms of the carry-to-carry matchup. Parker keeping that gap as closed as he can. See down bottom, they get the opening onto Kiyotaka, charge across as well, not quite able to make him pop the Aegis. Stinger, again, these Shadow Amulets causing a bit of issues for 9 Pandas to quickly find kill opportunities onto him. Stinger, he will get caught again though. Antares once more throws down the Mystic Flare, shuts off his escape. Miro steps into the base, they take out Schofield as well. The 2 supports of Beastcoast dead.
Alright, this is their opportunity to push. Supports are dead. They use the Shadow Demon ult even if he respawns, so... And there's still an Aegis on the Storm. He doesn't even go down the one time.
They're coming back with the TPs here. Sacred will turn up for the defense. And
Question is, do they burst? I don't think they can. I don't think the Brood will die. I don't think the Alk will die. It might just be a call to just give it up, but no, Jim Park TP's back.
The charge onto Ramses, but necessarily not going to continue with that. And they push them back, and they'll settle for that Beast Coast. They're happy with stopping the push for now.
They defended. Their goal there was to defend. It wasn't to get kills. It was purely to defend the tower, and they accomplished their goal. But still an advantage for 9 Pandas. They're up 10,000 gold now, and it's just going to keep growing. Ramses is going for a Scotty. Kiyotaka is buying Orchid. I've been really liking Orchid on Storm. A lot of people have started buying it at this major. And it kind of gives Storm the opportunity to kill these heroes, especially like even the supports. Like the Shadow Demon will just die. The Leshek will just have to use himself or die. And so it gives him this play potential that he doesn't really get when he kind of skips it, goes for more of like a Witchblade build. It also builds into Bloodthorn, which is really good versus the Butterfly that Medusa might want to buy at some point.
Kiyotaka is going to get the big setup onto Dark Margot top. Dark Margot go for the TP out, but it's too much here from Miro. And Antares joining up to help take down the Lesh. Dark Margot out for 40 seconds. And with 9 Pandas in position, they could get this top wave pushed over. Maybe start threatening another tier 2.
I like how Ramses is just on the other side of the map, farming a big ancient stack. They don't feel pressured on 9 Pandas is what this says to me, that they are confident, just keep getting items, because every minute they're getting 1,000 more gold than the other team. So now they're up 11,000 gold, and I would say by the time this Aegis is over, they'll probably be close to, you know, 13k gold up. And what do you do to stop them as Beast Coast?
Beast Coast gonna try and catch them. Maybe split up with this smoke.
I mean, they are being very greedy. The Undying TP's back, they go to Tormentor, and if this Tormentor, once this dies, it'll show. And they might know that every hero they catch is only going to be, you know, by himself or maybe with one friend.
Kiyotaka spawning things out from the cliff. Good information, knows that Beast Coast were trying to set up to make some sort of move. A minute left on the Aegis. Antares behind him, ready with a level 2 Mystic Flare to combo most of these heroes down during a Vortex. Beast Coast. See how far they step up into their own triangle. Still a risky spot.
It's another game where Beast Coast are the ones who need to take a team fight, and 9 Pandas, the big advantage they have over last game is that they now have the opportunity to take wave shove and jump. The Storm can jump, the Alk can jump, so they kind of actually have these small play opportunities versus last game where it felt like they couldn't team fight, they couldn't really pick off heroes, and they were just sitting ducks until they lost the game.
They're going to just try and take out Jim Park here. They're in with the setup, defensive disruption comes in. It will cost Schofield his life, but it gives Jim Park the chance to pop Stonegate. The player comes down on towards Stinger, they throw out the concoction in the way of the Medusa. Inside of the arena, they at least get the kill. Parker, is he out with the TP? No, the Vortex is back up. Kiyotaka able to put a stop to Jim Park's escape. Get the snake off, but he's surrounded by 4 of them. Another concoction is going to be ready soon as he's gone. They take the fight here, 9 Pandas. Solo able to survive through it all. They get the big kill, taking the Medusa off the map. As 9 Pandas, they can run it down mid. Look to take this tier 2.
Yeah, they're at the position where they just have so much jump. It's just so hard for Beastcoast to play. Anytime a core is missing, they can get jumped. And 9 Panda just feels so free to play the map because they also don't feel the threat really of them being jumped themselves. The second they start on the Dusa, Shadow Demon goes out of position to save him. And now the Deuce is also somewhat out of position in the arena. It's a good arena. It catches the Skywrath, but it's not enough.
No chance of escape. As Jim Parky plays his only chance there to try and TP out. Gets a bit of a burst amount of the snake at the end of it all, but not at a point where he can stand his ground, kind of 1 versus 5. Still needs that, at least that next item after the Skadi, trying of course to get the butterfly, but it's going to take him time. And off the back of that fight, the gap back to just continuously blowing up between himself and Ramses. Ramses nearly 20k net worth on the Alchemist.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has no items coming out. He bought 4 teleport scrolls on the Alchemist, so doesn't ever want to get caught out without being able to be with his team. And I think they might just farm until next Aegis. I don't think they're just chilling. They have no stress in the world. They're vibing and just keep getting gold. But Beastcoast are sweating right now. They need to figure out what to do for the next couple minutes.
This is going to be a tough one. One for them to swing around. Not an impossible one. Definite hard one. So it's going to have to come down to some pretty insane high ground defenses, good initiations from Sacred, and trying to take these fights in a manner where somehow Ramses does not get on top of them, because this out, hitting the timings, he's able to blink in BKB Chemical Rage, even get on top of the Medusa. Down to the fact that he's got the Skadi, he'll be able to stay on top of them and be very hard to kite away from.
I think the biggest difference in this game is the supports of Beastcoast aren't as strong versus the cores of 9 Pandas like they were last game. Last game they have this Grimstroke that's kind of able to control all these fights, and now this game, the Shadow Demon, every fight, it feels like he has to save the Deuce who's getting jumped, and then he dies. And the Spearbreaker has to charge in, and then he dies. They have these jobs that it just feels really hard for them to get out and commit to this longer fight.
Staying up. The attacker's gonna, ooh, he's gonna get him. Up top, see Ramses, he's made the jump over towards Schofield, they throw him up with the Yules. TP's coming in, it's going to be a buyback for Stinger, as they're desperately trying to do their best to at least make sure that Jim Park can back away from this. He can.
Very costly. A buyback and Stone Gaze. Now 9 Pandas, nothing is scared of them. Beastcoast is going to kind of limp away from that. And sure, the Deuce lives, but you buy back on the Spearbreaker, you use kind of your big ultimates, and the map is now open for 70 seconds. Roshan will not spawn for 2 minutes, so 9 Panda is probably just going to keep waiting. And thankfully for the side of Beastcoast, that means that they will have Stone Gaze back up. They'll have everything ready for this, but the question is, how do you choose to take the fight? I don't think they can actually contest the Roche that easily. I think their team fight is not strong enough, so they'll probably need to wait till the wave is, you know, it's a base fight.
Watching this area, I mean, 9 Pandas, if they see anyone out of position, they can try and jump.
I love how 9 Pandas are playing around the towers in this series. They keep surrounding the towers and trying to find the jump on any hero that is defending them, and they just, no hesitation, keep going.
Yeah, key attacker. Not afraid to just sort of poke and try and see if he can get any sort of setup. He can do this very freely with any threat being caught by Beastcoast. Very close to being able to go towards his next major item. 3,700 gold at the moment on the Storm.
We're going to go for Shivas. I like the Shivas. It's really good versus the Leshrac, and kind of reducing any of the heal. It gives you another slow, and it also just tanks him up. It gives him this free feeling where he can just jump in and he won't instantly die when the fight starts.
They'll be able to take away Beastcoast Tormentor. Shaft for solo, he'll have the tombstone, grab ally ready to go for the next few fights if Beastcoast do threaten one of his cores. He'll be ready with the save.
The nice thing is Leshrac is approaching his BKB and Sacred has finished his. So you're going to have this double BKB timing. Jim Park will hopefully hit this butterfly timing in the next minute or so. And it'll be one of those things where if you get all of your items, even though you're down 18,000 gold, you might have, it might be closer to a 10k disadvantage because the other team is building items. So there's a world where this next kind of 30 seconds to a minute timing can be Beastcoast favored if they end up fighting this Roshan.
Definitely a little unfortunate for Parker that by the time this butterfly comes out, we believe that Ramses has, he's got the MKB, so if Ramses can find his way on top of the Medusa, these fights are still going to be very difficult for Jim Park to stand their ground. I mean, Roshan, not likely to see any chance of Beastcoast heading over for this.
It also seems that this timing is just like 30 seconds too shy of them being able to contest Roche. The butterfly is just about to be finished. The Leshrac had a heal after picking up his BKB blink, and so not really much for them to do in terms of this Roche contest.
Yeah, he just on Kiyotaka, Cheese on Miro. Also got the blink on Antares, so he's going to be ready to quickly get in position so he can always find the catch with the silence, the follow-up damage from Mystic Flare.
Ramses are trying to find Stinger, but... Oh, the charge out. He looks fine. But Ramsey's going to push out all the layers, farm everything, and like you said, he already has his MKB, so really farmed. I don't think there's anything that they need to wait for. Oh!
They're still going to catch him. Kiyotaka. Leaving no survivors here. Stinger just cannot hide from him, and now Kiyotaka's going to look for more. He's also going to be able to find the setup on a Schofield. They'll turn towards Dartmugger. Dartmugger will get the BKB off. He's trying to TP away, but the physical damage is too much. Miro gets the double. It's 3 dead on Beast Coast. As 9 Pandas, they've got the opening for them to easily take this tier 2, maybe even push to the high ground.
And even unfortunately, they don't get solo. His tombstone comes up just 1 second and gets, grab allied. He's all safe, and Beastcoast, they only have the buyback on the shoutout. Even Dark Mago has no buy, and I think even if they buy, this Rex is probably forfeit.
Yeah, Ramses is going to push so hard with how much farm that he has. Fortifications there. Just Sacred and Jim Park alive. Tier 3's gone. Not able to start any sort of defense. Jim Park tries to step forward, they just go straight onto him. They've got the Vortex into the concoction. He's going to be covered by the arena from Sacred, but they're pushing forward with their BKBs. They'll take down the Medusa. Jim Park out for a minute. Schofield dead as well under his own tier 4s. As 9 Pandas, they'll push on towards the barracks. Get the opening stun onto Miro. Ash is coming out as well, but Miro's back up to full HP with the cheese. Kiyotaka jumps in. Vortex on a Sacred. Sacred's out. They'll take the 2 of them down. I mean, they don't have buyback, of course, on either the Medusa or the Spirit Breaker. They will get solo. Can they get anything more Beast Coast here? They're 3 versus the 4 of them. Stun onto Ramses. They'll kill the out. I mean, it's a defense. They get the spear back as well onto Kiyotaka. They'll kill the Storm once.
Dark Mago blinks in kind of aggressively. He's not going to be able to kill the Storm.
BKB's back up. There's the Yules to hold back Kiyotaka, but indeed himself has to get back towards the fountain. They get some kills out of this, but Beast Coast, they have to use 2 buybacks, and they don't stop the push. 9 Pandas, they can continue to keep it coming here with the 3 of them. Sacred jumps in, quick silence. Now from Kiyotaka, they can't stop this Rax from going down. 9 Pandas, they'll get what they came for. Now leading with a 25k gold lead, 31 minutes in.
Nice push. Not the cleanest, but it ends up being really good for them. They force out buybacks, they get a lot of kills. They lose the Alchemist, which hurts them, but in these kind of games where you have 3 cores, it doesn't hurt to lose one of them.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things to fall back on now with the lead they have, 9 Pandas. A little bit of a hiccup here or there as they look to close the game up. It's unlikely to throw them off the course towards the victory. As Sacred tries with the jump. Indeed, doesn't get the catch himself. Dartmugger will have the Yules into the stun. They don't have any follow-up, and Kiyotaka almost sort of dancing around with them there, teasing with the ball lightning.
He's really low on mana.
He's got Antares by his side. Sacred jumps in, will get the arena down, but Kiyotaka's got enough to jump over the wall of the arena. Spear will not connect. Sacred, he has to bail out with the BKB TP. As Kiyotaka gets away. And Dark Margo, he'll get caught in the mid. He has got buyback. Very likely to maybe be forced to use that as 9 Pandas. They'll have Kiyotaka fuel back up in the base. The rest of the 4 of them, they're ready to get it running down mid.
Nice little, taunt from the Storm there. He waves his hand, tries to give them a high five, and baits the Mars into going in, wasting BKB arena.
Look at the setup on Sacred. Sacred, he's going to get glimmered and defensively disrupted. Parker trying to hold his own here on the high ground. They get the ult onto Miro. Punches there from Ramsey. Jumps straight forward. Silence as well on a Parker. Zip forward. Kiyotaka's got the pullback. They're able to lock down the Medusa. Jim Park, he's going to be out for good. Dead for a minute. They catch the Medusa on the high ground. No buyback available. It's down to the last 3 members of Beast Coast to push back 9 Pandas. As the BKB is there from Dark Margo. 9 Pandas, they'll hold back for now, but they can almost certainly look to go again. No Medusa for a while, and Dark Margo, of course, having to buy back to try and put together this defense. Creeps, they're going to be moving in. The backdoor protection is going to be gone.
There's not much they can do to defend, but I think once the Spear Breaker's alive, there's a chance that they defend the bot racks. And just don't throw bodies. They don't really have any buybacks. It's only the Alchemist with buyback in the whole game, so just waiting on to see what happens on this bot lane.
They can keep it going here shortly, Ramses. BKB maybe on cooldown for 40 seconds. I mean, Chemical Rage is going to end, so they'll respect that here as 9 Pandas pull back, at least momentarily. They'll still lose another tier 3 tower, though. Beastcoast, a lot of damage being done to the base. 9 Pandas getting very close to reaching that 1k gold per minute lead here in this game too.
Just Alchemist things. He has a full Abyssal about to be finished if he sells his treads, and Storm just finishes the Shivas. They have all the items that they need. Roshan doesn't spawn for a few minutes, so I would be surprised to see 9 Pandas just kind of go again. They just smoke up, try to get another pick, and it seems that every time they jump, Beastcoast isn't able to get this turn fight like they did last game. And so on the side of Beastcoast, I guess their goal right now is to try to... They're kind of in 9 Panda shoes, I think, of last game, where you need to jump one hero and kill one hero and hope that's good enough for you to take the fight out.
It's so difficult though with indeed how quickly 9 Pandas have always been the ones to consistently jump them. Smoke up from 9 Pandas. We're going to see if they can find any members of the Beast Coast stepping out to the base. They get the setup on the Schofield. Jim Park is just going to use that to TP out. They'll lose Schofield, but they'll get Jim Park back to base. Kiyotaka, he's going to come in with a 2-man Vortex. He's caught onto Stinger and Sacred. Sacred getting pushed back down to the low ground. He has to put the BKB in the arena, push the back with the spear, but the physical damage here for the Spiders takes him out. Dark Margot enters into the midst of the fight. He'll pop his BKB. He has to back off himself now, Parker. The Stone Gaze, but there's 3 dead now. Beast Coast, they're just down to Jim Park and Dark Margot. The stuns coming in, the Vortex once more for Kiyotaka, dragging them forward. Ultra kill for Miro. It's game over. GG is called. There's 9 Pandas will take this game too.
What a great game from them to just kind of bounce back from the first one. It's nice in this game, it kind of starts off the same. They have this advantage from the lanes, and this game, I think that their draft kind of feels a lot better for them to play. It gave them more play potential, I'd say, from their mid and their carry. They're actually able to use the advantage as an advantage rather than just somewhat of a hindrance, it felt like in the first game, where they felt like they kept having to go and it never worked out.
Yeah, and this is sort of the bottom lane duo, right, of Miro and Antares. They ended up doing so much. Miro not dying at all that game, 10-0-12. You know, last time round, definitely fell off a little bit as the Brood, but this game completely untouched as it comes to an end. A solid, very convincing performance here from 9 Pandas in this game too. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it does mean we're going to be going towards that game 3 to see who can come out on top, because the series now stands 1-1 between 9 Pandas and Beast Coast.
Thank you very much, Gunnar and OD Pixel. We are going the distance with a 3rd game in typical Bali Major fashion, of course, because so far no playoff game has not gone the distance. And I am 100% correct in saying that, because the only one that was potentially 2-0 turned out to be a forfeit, so that one doesn't count. It's 3 gamers all the way through, and we like to see that. This one, though, was a bit one-sided. I will say that 9 Pandas did run away with it. We knew they had an early timing. They were able to hit it. Maybe a little bit of resistance from Jim Park, but not enough to really bounce the game back from Beast Coast. I'm joined by Resolution, Aurora, and Fear, and we're going to break the game down. Fear, this game got out of control for Beast Coast so fast.
Did, and you got 3 more gamers on the panel here, too. Well, Jim Park, this game, he kind of got a bit lucky in this game as far as, like, his lane didn't go very well, right? But he managed to find ways to get kills from nothing, in my opinion. He TP'd mid, gets a double kill, gets a tombstone, but with all that even going his way, it still wasn't enough with the advantage that you were able to get on the 9 Pandas here. And I think of Kiyotaka, why doesn't he play the Storm more? He's now 9-1 with the hero. He looks so much better on this hero than playing like a Coddle or something, and I feel like if they're going to pick this early Brood, this is exactly the type of hero that he needs to be playing in these games as well, and I think they exploited really well the fact of, like, they know in the offlane, Sacred, he's going to play this Mars no matter what. They picked Undying to punish, and then they picked the Alchemist to greed it up there, and Ramses just got ahead in this game and never once felt like he was threatened.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just doesn't want to become the next Arbet, playing Storm every single game. But I would say maybe they have found the loophole towards this mask thing, so they like Beastcoast like to sack their mask, right? And it just comes to me that the convenience of sacking this mask is working so much in favor of the Alchemist. That is also one of the greatest last pick here, like I've seen in the major. I just think they probably have to have some adaptations to their draft, because I feel like Nine Pandas has already figured them out. You can't just pick the same heroes and expect the same things to happen again, you know. Because when I see Lash, I know it's a Beastcoast thing. I don't even think it's that good of a Lash game, but it's just their thing, and it's not really working out either. So they probably, in my opinion, they probably have to make some adjustments to the draft.
Yeah, I mean, Kiyotaka, he had a rough line to start with. Schofield was running onto him, like he would pressure him in the jungle. Then the rotation from Stinger, like this, they put so much pressure from the Beastcoast to stop the storm, and he still had such a good time in this game. That means like we are not probably gonna see any more of his storm later on in the draft, and they need to find a replacement for that, because like Kiyotaka, he's very active, and on top of like with the Antares, they have like so much pressure going on for them in the game, so they need to like stick with it, kind of like dual pressure, and you know, rely on both of the side lanes going well. Like, I mean, Miera went 10, 0, and 12 this game as well. He never made a mistake. It was also like very beautiful to see.
And we said at the start of the draft, with the 3 cores coming out for Beastcoast, that were exactly the same 3 cores as game number 1. We said, why fix if it ain't broke? Nine Pandas, they did make it break eventually, but was it just the Storm Spirit? Like, will we see Beastcoast Fear go for this one again for these 3 cores?
Definitely the Mars, yes. The other ones I'm not sure about.
Okay.
But I think for Nine Pandas, the hero that was underrated, or we didn't talk about enough, was probably Antares on a Skywrath. This may have just made the difference for them as a team. We saw him playing the Rubik before, not super impressed, but his laning with the Sky maybe got Miro the game that he wanted to have here as well, and making these kills across the map with the Storm Spirit. He looked much more comfortable on this hero, so maybe that's a big adjustment that Nine Pandas can make in the next game. As far as Beast Coast goes, they're probably still going to take Mars, but after that, maybe they'll second guess the Medusa pick.
I mean, the first game they banned Antares here, they banned Tekis, they banned Skywrath, and they banned some other hero just to make sure that he didn't have a good game. But this game they kind of let it through, and that's why, you know, he has such a big impact.
Yeah, they focused on keeping the Medusa more safe by banning out the Darkseer, the Anti-Mage, and eventually also the Rubik. Yeah. So maybe not as much aim for the supports, and maybe Antares will get targeted again in the second game. What changes would you like to see, Aurora?
I mean, I just think I want Beastcoast to win, because to me they're the dark horse, and having 4 SA teams in the international seems like very new, very refreshing. But yeah, they have to have some answers. You know, you can't lose 2 side lanes and expect your mid lane to cover that, because they did kind of trash your mid lane, but it's not enough, and it's not even the best hero to do that either. Because yeah, he's been buying the dagger on the ledge, but you're still going to come off a little bit short compared to Spirits and maybe Park, because you're not that fast. But yeah, I just really want to see them second guess the Medusa.
Yeah, we just want to see also players who's maybe a little bit more on their comfort heroes, although actually there's a lot of comfort being picked on the side of Beast, because there was also a lot of comfort for their butts, because they were sitting on the DX Racers chairs, official sponsor of the Bali Major, and within your reach as well. Make sure you head yourself over to the website and grab yourself a chair. And if you are a US customer and you use the discount code Bali Major, then you get a 5% discount and get your own DX Racer chair. And of course, we are also going to be comfortable as we're waiting for game number 3 of this series. We'll see you after a break. Beastcoast versus 9 Pandas. Game number 3 coming your way here at the Bali Major for our final elimination series of the day. One of these two teams will not be making it to tomorrow. Well, they will physically, but not in their tournament lives. Don't worry. Everybody's happy and healthy. I'm joined by Resolution, Aurora, and Fear. And we're getting ready for the draft of this third and deciding game. And there's a lot of lessons that are to be learned. I do feel, Fear, like we're seeing a little bit of a mini meta develop between these two teams. And I'm curious where you think it will head in this third game.
Well, I know where it's not going to head, and it's probably not going to head with Stinger playing Spearbreaker again. That last game, he ended up going 1-14. Shadow Amulet first item. Gave me flashbacks to some pubs I played in the past. Wasn't the greatest performance from him in this one. I'd like to see him play more of the team fighters. He's really good on the silencer, and heroes like this that can just add more impact to the game in that direction. So hopefully we get a bit more of that. And I think, once again, when you're playing at Gym Park, the game plan should be pretty simple. It's been working thus far. Just pick a lot of team fight around him, or pick some heroes that buy some auras. You don't need to be really flashy and pick these heroes that can just pick off across the map. Just eventually let Gym Park do his thing. He itemizes very aggressively. You just got to help him get there.
Fan service question. What needs to happen for Gym Park to play his Shadow Fiend?
The other team picks Timber.
Alright, that's it?
I think so, yeah.
Ah, seems pretty simple. Let's find out. Beastcoast will have first pick this game where 9 Pandas is Dire. And second pick, we got Templar Assassin instantly banned. There is a lot of respect for Gym Park on the side of 9 Pandas. We got Pugna banned as well. Previous game, we saw also Morphling and Enigma banned in this stage. Reza, where would you like to see this draft go?
I mean, I'd like to see the bans from Beastcoast, which are like Undying and Storm in the first phase, but they decided to ban the Pugna. I think Undying was a big problem actually in that last game, because he secured the lane for Alchemist and could have been like any other hero. But for Alchemist, it's even scarier when he's coming out of the lane with such huge free farm that he's you know, like double of the net worth of any other core in that game, and it led like to very quick victory. And I mean, the Storm for Tiyataka is just like, it's just very good. Like, even if you stop him on laning, he's still gonna like be making all these plays with Antares and making so much pressure on the map. And if you don't have like a silencer or like any other, you know, silence hero, then you're gonna have trouble dealing with him in the game.
But I also really like this root ban. I think this root pick has quite enabled 9 Pandas to do their thing for quite a while. But what I see it is Beastcoast have supports that can't really do with Broodmother, and that's why they're taking it out and just allowing more space to draft the comfort heroes that they want, but still make it work. Like you guys mentioned, the SB is not really working well. I agree, and I noticed that he bought Windlace as he walked out the lane. I'm not sure if I missed it, but I didn't see any Blood Grenade either on his in his inventory, and just thinking maybe they thought, oh, it's a good hero against Brood, and you know, we can just pick it and it'll work. But sadly, it proved that it didn't work. So I guess just taking out the Broodmother will make things easier.
They need to get out of the laning phase to make sure they can deal with the Brood later. But this one didn't happen. He was like too much sacrificed to do anything in the game later on. I think 9 Pandas in this game, I think they're gonna be aiming for the Enigma pick. That's why they banned the Silencer. And Mir is in love with that hero, I'd say. He's been playing it a lot. We'll see if they're gonna decide to go for this one, or they're gonna stick with like Morphling.
We've got a little bit of a change though. Beastcoast opening with the Bat Rider. Both teams putting a lot of thought in these opening two bans. It's not that common that we see on both sides the teams going into bonus time for their first couple of openings, because that's something you can theorycraft time and time again. You can run it back with your coach, with your captain. But yeah, a lot of thoughts going into this one, and it is Enigma Morphling that 9 Pandas managed to pick up.
Yeah, they're sticking to their guns here, but I have been not super impressed with this opening so far from them. Like the last game where they got like the Alchemist last pick, they picked a Storm Spirit. All that type of drafting was a bit refreshing to see, whereas this is pretty telegraphed from 9 Pandas of what they want to do exactly here. And Beastcoast, I mean, they might just pick Medusa again at some point later on, but maybe I'm just bored of seeing more First Dusa every game. That could be a part of it, but they're definitely going to take something that's good versus the Enigma at one point in the game here, and they're going to choose to go for the Rubik here. Very curious to see if they're going to play this on 4 or 5. The Batrider, is that going to be a support? Will they move it to the core role? I know Stinger really liked his Enchantress at one point, which could be really good versus Enigma in the laning stage. But do you want to prioritize the early laning stage, or do you want to prioritize the late game? I think for Beastcoast, it's pretty clear they'd rather be comfortable in late game situations instead of just trying to snowball the early game.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of either opener, to be honest. Like on the side of non-pandas, I feel like opening 2 cores like this isn't necessary. And at the same time, Beastcoast, I think they're choosing to open with the 2 supports, and it's kind of like a weak opener from the first pick, since you're gonna get countered anyways. And I'm not sure.
Yeah, they aren't exactly the heroes that can pressure Morphling either. They don't really have this strong burst or, you know, like just constant damage. I mean, yeah, you can argue bad is one, but it's just when Morphling is out, he's gonna buy a lot of dispel, he might have BKB. It's just these 2 heroes doesn't seem like they have any answers for Morphling at all, and Morphling is already shown in the first phase, but they are not dealing with it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they just got bored of Dusa, which I think isn't really a good thing here, because the Dusa was on 8 was an amazing pick against Morph and the Enigma. Enigma had a hard time playing against Dusa in the game. And on lane as well, it's pretty annoying, since you can just like kill the Eidolons all the time. I think they still need to ban an Undying on the Beastcoast, and if they don't do it, they're gonna have once again the huge troubles from the top lane. You know, Morph is gonna be super secured on top of it with Undying.
Yeah, and it can be quite fast tempo for 9 Pandas if they decide to, you know, like if they win the Undying lane and then the Undying can go to the Enigma's lane, and the last game is gonna happen again. They just win 2 side lanes and it's impossible for Beastcoast to come back from that.
I think Beastcoast might want to consider, just from last game, how good, banning the Sky, is what I was going to say. Just ban Antares' hero, ban the Storm. Those 2 heroes proved to be big reasons why 9 Pandas won that game number 2 there. So now 9 Pandas have to show something new that they can win with. They showed their Storm Sky was really good. Let's see what else they got. Beastcoast is asking here.
Well, I will say that Enchantress is still in the pool, as is the Techies, which Antares is also very good on, both of them.
Yep, I was thinking Ember Techies.
Yeah, I think Tech is an amazing hero this game, on top of Undying. I think this is gonna be like their opener in the next phase for 9 Pandas, and I wonder what's Beastcoast gonna prepare for this.
Do you think they will pick the Lash again?
I don't think it's a particularly good Lash game, but they don't seem to care about whether it's good or not. They just pick it anyway. They need some melee dudes to enable their supports, since like they're kind of like more of a backline. But once again, do you really want to pick Mars into the Morph and give him such a free lane, especially when there's like for example Undying might be coming as well your way. Mars is gonna be sacked again, and there's no really pressure on Morphing. There's the Undying.
Dying is already there.
If we're talking about not caring if it's a good game or not, I think maybe they will consider Kunkka, because he is a big Damago hero, and in a way it's not that bad because you can't really lose your lane and you can definitely help your side lanes.
Kunkka is an unusual hero for sure. I haven't seen him in years.
He played in the group stage.
They did?
Yeah, Beastcoast did.
I remember it was a Timbersaw game, right?
I don't think they won, but they did play it. Because I remember having a big talk about... I mean, I personally generally just don't like seeing Kunkka this patch. It's very difficult to execute and win games with.
10 seconds remaining.
But Snapfire, that is a hero that is picked oftentimes against the Undying. So it makes me wonder, is the possibility of this Batrider being a core, or is it going to be the Snapfire? They're both pretty flexible. And I know Beastcoast, Dark Mago's, one of his specialty heroes is this Batrider from a while ago. He can play it. I'm sure Sacred can play it as well, but so far they've only played it mid and pos 4. But
yeah, I mean, it can be both. Let's see the next hero they're gonna open.
I mean, if they want to keep it open, they'll just pick a carry here, right? And then it was still no nothing.
Should we pick the Medusa?
And I think it's perfectly fine to pick your carry right now. Like, you see most likely your offlane matchup, you see a Morphling, you see your carry matchup. You don't really need to see that much more. And I think holding this flex could be that valuable to just...
I mean, I feel like Duza is their best choice for sure in this slots because they already banned PL, Naga, and Meepo 9 Pandas.
Alright, we got some cores now.
Snapfire and Bat a core.
Most likely, unless
and then Elder Titan.
Rubik mid or something.
Unless
Elder Titan versus Morph in lane though. Elder Titan core has also been talked about, but I don't think we've seen it.
Like ET Snap lane?
ET Rubik lane. Or ET Betrider lane.
Could be anything. Everything's so in the air here.
Yeah, it feels like they have 4 supports right now.
Yeah.
4 supports to Gym Park have a good game.
Potential last game of the major. They want to, you know, pull out all the stops here. Show us everything they got.
I don't know. I feel like the 9 Pandas just drafting their own thing. And Beastcoast are kind of like falling towards what 9 Pandas have and try to counter this. And
that's
from
just
first pick, it's not a good, you know, strategy to be doing, in my opinion.
But I think it's just because 9 Pandas just showed everything right away, right? You just pick your offlane Enigma, your carry Morph, and your first 2 picks on second pick, so they kind of like here's what we're doing, try to counter it type of situation. And what is very concerning, I would say, for Beastcoast is they had their comfort available if they wanted to pick the Mars.
Yeah.
But even though that was available, they chose to forego it. So that kind of makes you think that they might be experimenting or they lost faith in just picking Mars that early, which isn't a good sign because they've been very successful with it up until last game.
Were 9 Pandas the team that were doing Enigma position 4 in this tournament, or it wasn't them? Because to me it seems like this Enigma can still be flexed and they can counterpick with another offlaner, but like whatever they see from the Beastcoast coming their way.
I know Antares plays it, I'm not sure if he's done it this major.
5
I
seconds.
think I can check that out. Antares has played one Enigma game and he's lost.
Alright.
So, he's done it.
Sorry?
Oh, that's it.
He's done it.
I mean, I'm just thinking Slug looks really good on Beastcoast here, and they can potentially be quite a few heroes for 9 Pandas to pick on the offlane if it is a Slug on Beastcoast side.
Yeah, it looks like Beastcoast is convinced that we are looking for a Miero hero still on the side of 9 Pandas. They're running out the Legion Commander and the Beastmaster. That would mean that Enigma is indeed position 4, and Wind Ranger goes mid with the Morph and Undying on the safe lane.
All we know is we just need a Gym Park hero for Beastcoast.
Yep.
Unless he's going to bless us with some carry Elder Titan versus the Morphling, which would be super pog, but I don't think that will happen.
Yeah, I think the ban is gonna be Medusa and the pick is gonna be some Lycan less pick for 9 Pandas.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Some Lycan, you say? Well, we got the Shadow Fiend ban, so unfortunately not gonna see the Gym Park Shadow Fiend. F in the chat.
It would have been good, actually, this game.
Give me that Shadow Fiend last game.
Yeah.
Beastcoast.
I wonder if they're going to be kicking themselves for not picking that potential Shadow Fiend a bit earlier there.
And nobody would have banned out Elder Titan.
I mean, look at these bans. Like, only one of these bans was not targeted towards Gym Park, and that was a silencer, so...
The respect.
His pool is severely limited here.
The respect is there, for sure.
Well, PA is still in the pool.
Ooh. I think we were talking about this earlier.
We did talk about the PA, but mostly in combination with the Grimstroke.
I think Axe is gonna come their way, and it's gonna be such a free Axe game. And 9 Pandas are gonna close this game super easy.
Super easy.
We have seen Axes do very well in lanes, but later on in the game, we've also seen it fall off hard.
Yeah, not this game.
If they can survive.
Bounty Hunter.
Alright, that's spicy.
That's unusual.
This is a spicy though. Let's see who's playing what. I'm very curious on the side
Has
of
to be
Beastcoast.
offlane bounty, right?
No,
yeah, for I mean, actually no. Antares is gonna play Bounty Hunter,
okay.
and Miero the Enigma.
Okay, I can
Why is
kind
this
of
good?
say this. I can kind of say this. So PA is like she's having this blur and she can farm all the camps pretty efficiently, right? Even though not fast, but having this Bounty Hunter is just gonna destroy that security because he's good against Wiki and all those Mueta slow heroes or Invi heroes, and he's just gonna stalk them out, right? And PA is kind of similar, and you don't want Beastcoast heroes to always be around PA. You want all 4 of them to be kind of like terrorizing 9 Pandas lineup. So this Bounty Hunter is just gonna follow this PA all the way, and it's great because they have a Wind Ranger. So this Ranger can potentially be the assassin to this Phantom Assassin.
I mean, that is very concerning because, like, when I look back and I think of PA, most mid laners always want to play Wind Ranger against it. It's a very, very good matchup, but they don't care. They picked it into it, and then they picked a Bounty Hunter, Phosphor. Little sus, I don't know. But
yeah, I
PA
would prefer
sus
to
too.
have Axe there for sure. On the side of 9 Pandas. I'm not a big fan of Bounty Hunter pick.
Not even on +4? You would
Not
rather
even a
see an
+4.
Enigma 4 and something else from Yarrow?
Yeah, I would love to see the Axe there instead. But, you know, it's all on the Jim Park again. Like, whether he can carry this game.
Jim Park, can he carry Beastcoast to another round on the lower bracket, or will 9 Pandas continue their run here at the Bali Major? We're finding out as we're heading over to Odie Pixel and Gunner.
Prepare for battle.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, the deciding game now here between Beastcoast and 9 Pandas, and some exciting ways to end both of these drafts. Jim Park Green and a Jim Park Special, the PA, to close this one up. And 9 Pandas, a hero that we don't see too much, Bounty Hunter. There's going to be the choice here for Antares. Gunnar, what do you make of this?
I think they banned all of Jim Park's heroes. He was getting kind of limited, and, you know, PA was still there. It's one of his heroes, so it was a little scary to pick his hero, I think, because you need to deal with the Enigma in the lane. And 9 Pandas made the choice that Enigma will be fine versus PA. And so they just need a melee support. And Bounty kind of fits that. I haven't really seen this hero that much, but at the start of the patch, it was destroying every single pump I played. He would just take the warp gate, he would kill the other lane, then he'd come back to your lane and kill your lane. So I think the biggest thing is probably how he moves, I think, is the kind of deciding factor on this Bounty. The warp gates are still really strong kind of to rotate. They nerf them slightly, but if he's able to kind of break down the top lane by connecting to the Undying, connecting to the Morph, that could be the opening that 9 Pandas need to take this win. Parker's also dropped 2 rapiers in the chat.
The battle
Looking
begins.
forward.
Yeah, I mean, if we get there, it will be a whole lot of fun. Could be one of those games. I mean, both teams having their big old carries to gear up here. Ramsey's on his Morph, Parker on his PA. Could get pretty crazy. I mean, is there the potential, though, for one of these teams to be set up for a good start on the lanes and perhaps snowball when you consider the lineups?
I would honestly slightly favor Beastcoast. I think Sacred is really good in these ranged kind of damage dealers. He plays Weaver a lot, he plays Snap a lot, so I think probably Sacred's really comfortable in this kind of game. Dark Mago plays Bat Raider a lot, and, you know, Jim Park, anytime you play heroes that are off meta but you're very comfortable with, I always give you like a slight advantage. Because Mira's not used to playing versus PA that much. And so Jim Park plays PA, so he's the one at the advantage in this matchup. I also think PA should be one of the better carries versus Morphling because she doesn't really care that much by losing her attack speed. She has it built in her W in the Blink Strike, so she'll be able to do that. And also, it's really hard to turn into her. She's blurred at every single fight, and she just jumps on your support, kills them, goes back to blur, and it's really hard to play around that for Morphling.
Talking about Darmag on this mid matchup on the bat against the Wind Ranger. How does this normally fare between these two heroes?
It's a pretty even matchup. It can be kind of awkward in the level 6 range because even if you try to chase her down, she can focus fire and run away, which is one of the best things you can do versus Bat is run away and kill him. But the laning stage is pretty even. I would say no one should really have a big advantage. It's only going to be, you know, the classic Bat Rider. You take too many stickies, you get kind of frustrated that you can't walk into the lane when you die. And in the top lane, it's another pretty stable lane, it should be, for both sides, honestly. Radiant has 2 nukers, so they just both click their spells and shove the lane in all the time, and the other side is Morphling Dirge, which I would say is probably the most picked combo of the tournament as of now. You just kind of drop these heroes and they'll go even versus anything they lane.
Yeah, Ravagers should be set up for some pretty good farm here with the backup solo. See at bottom how much pressure Antares can put on to Jim Park on these early levels as this position for Bounty. Definitely going to be likely that after that point where Jim Park finishes the laning stage, starts to hit the jungle. Could be annoying, but this is with this bounty sneaking around and staying on top of him. Yeah, well, they're able to sort of provide that assistance for Jim Park, or at least find the areas that Antares won't be able to just stay on top, sap the XP, and interrupt his farm.
The biggest difference between Jim Park in this game as opposed to a lot of his other games, which has been like TA, Medusa, even Meepo, is hold that thought.
Well, they're going to try and go for Miro here. Got the stomp.
Dagger in one.
Should have a good chance of taking him down. He's got the one charges. Oh, he's under the tower, but jump forward for Jim Park. They'll get first blood. He's going to take the tower hits, and Antares will make sure that he pays with his life. See if he can chase out anything more. Won't be able to. Stinger too speedy. So first blood, but does cost Jim Park his life.
Still worth. It's a lot of gold, this first blood. But the scary thing is the difference is that PA needs an item to farm the jungle. She needs her Battle Fury to actually accelerate her farm. The Medusa, which we've seen, he got kicked out of his lane pretty early, but he's able to recover. He has split shot. His TA as well, he just recovers in the jungle. So this laning stage is really important for Beastcoast in this bot lane. If he gets off to a start, he gets Cornucopia, is able to sit here, exist for 7-8 minutes. That's his golden time. Once he gets the Battle Fury, everything's clear sailing from there.
Yeah, I mean, and nowadays as well, is there any flexibility with the build as a carry PA, or you have to go Battle Fury route?
There's not really. I think you need to buy this Battle Fury. You need to farm. There's so much map now. It's 40% bigger as advertised, and so you just need to be able to push out these lanes and farm as fast as you can.
Big hits coming in from Stinger. Antares. I'm going to step back from that one.
Good lane. Advantage for Kiyotaka. Playing this lane really nicely. But again, it shouldn't be anything too crazy. Dark Maga will be fine. They'll just farm. And the nice thing is both teams have the opportunity to rotate mid, but both of the cores kind of need the supports in their lane. Like Enigma doesn't want to be left alone versus a PA, and the PA also can't really be left alone. So this bot lane is kind of locked in until Solo rotates.
Solo will head down, drop a decay onto the two of them, keeping Jim Park low. He's got a salve coming out in the courier. Jim Park should be able to stay on lane. They'll punish it top. Indeed, the burst is there from Schofield and Sacred. They instantly get aggressive when they realize that Ramses was left on his own.
That was really nice. He got the cookie on him, and he didn't get the strength morph off, so they just click all the nukes, and he just dies.
I mean, they're really trying their best to dive down here. They want to try and make something happen in response for losing their own carry top.
He has to cancel.
Yeah, they won't get anything here. 9 Pandas. At least they'll push Beastcoast away from the tower, so they'll get some good pressure in with the creep wave. Make it hard for Jim Park to get across and benefit from this wave dying under his tier 1.
I mean, this feels really good for 9 Pandas. They're denying all this XP, all this gold. Jim Park is like trying to sap as much as he can in the tree line, but now he's even spotted.
They know where he is. So he's going to get any assistance. The tombstone's down. They're able to jump across to the neutral camp, but Solo's there waiting for him as they'll take Jim Park out.
Nicely played.
And it's just going to be at least kind of 2 or 3 waves being lost to this tier 1 tower.
Also, the Elder Titan might get caught by a stun.
Antares gets one more touch with the Janada. He has it. 9 Pandas. They may lose Ramses on the top lane, but they definitely make sure that it's worth it with their presence down bottom. With the 2 kills, they get the tier 1 tower pre-6 minutes.
Really good. This is exactly what they needed. The PA can't really farm jungle. He's now stuck here with Orb Corrosion. Doesn't help his farm. No boots, no treads, and he's kind of stuck with a really slow game.
They're going to try and kite Dark Margo out here. Kiyotaka dancing around him with the focus fire. He's going to be able to finish off the kill. Nothing to be done there. Stinger cannot save Dark Margo from going down. 9 Pandas starting to get this early game lead.
I like this skill build from the Windrunner as well. He maxes out the Windrun and kind of lets him just kite the bat. The bat can't do anything if you can't get on top of the other hero. And lane's going great for 9 Pandas again. This team just winning the lane every single game, get this really big advantage. And again, I would say this draft as well, the Windrunner actually has play potential. He's able to have a stun. He's going for this Atos build. He'll be able to catch, and they already took this tower 6 minutes in the game bot. So all the cores of 9 Pandas are going to feel really good right now.
Yeah, now, would you sort of agree with what the panel was saying? They were saying, this PA picked into a Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger having a good game. It could be quite the nightmare for a PA.
Yeah, it's one of the better matchups because you have built-in evasion, so the PA can't burst you, and you buy Maelstrom, so you already have a way to pierce the evasion. Top lane will be fine.
Oh, they've got the dust. He's going to try for the TP out. But Schofield, he has got telekinesis at the ready. Antares, he'll steal a bit more gold on the way out. But there's no escaping this. They'll take down the bounty.
Didn't even get the Wisdom Rune, I believe, so. Nice try. But yeah, I think the win matchup can get iffy if the PA is ahead, because there's the win doesn't really get that much agility or armor. So she'll have like this 7 to 8 armor for the majority of the game. And so once this PA gets Deso online, it's really good. She just one-shots the win, even with just Dagger through Wind Run, but if you don't get there...
They're getting freebies now. I mean, Miro and Solo, they after taking down that tier 1 bottom, they swing around towards the mid. They catch Stinger on the way over. Kiyotaka's going to start to get the wave pushed in. They're ready with the wraparound on the high ground. And Miro, of course, he's level 6. He has got the threat at the black hole.
I also really like the Dominator Miro's buying. Going up the tempo.
They're going in onto Dark Margo again with another round of the focus fire. Kisses are coming in, but Dark Margo, he's taken out. As they dodge the kisses, I mean, Solo trying to do his best to dodge them. Sacred
Lotus
should get him, surely. I mean, Solo is actually able to turn and get enough of a decay off. Solo's going to live. They don't get anything in return at Beastcoast, as they've got to back away. The Stomp will catch on to the two of them, but 9 Pandas, they have Kiyotaka pushing in on the Schofield. Double kill for Kiyotaka. Well, the quickest, the shortest black hole of his life there, Miro. It's all good, though. They still get a 3rd kill. The black hole there just for Flair.
Yeah, he clicked the spell and the hero died. The goal was accomplished, but Kiyotaka might get caught.
Well, he got the lasso. He's sticking around a bit too long. Kiyotaka, he's away with a wind run, but gets the shackle shot. But indeed, he does get punished for that. Was not quite ready for Beastcoast to strike back after 9 Pandas. They win that initial engagement. Kiyotaka, he overstays his welcome mid.
Yeah, a little greedy for him to kind of stick around for that long, but see this
the impact move. Poor old Miro. He'll still be happy, though, with the way that they won the fight. I mean, what happened? They just sort of canceled it himself?
There's like this fade time where you try to cancel the animation, but then you cancel it like a little too late.
Yeah.
The cooldown is like so fast as to when you start the animation. Going on bot lane, Sacred's gonna get caught.
Yeah, back to business here for Miro and Antares. They'll kill off the snap. Dark Margo and Schofield are here. And they've got Stinger as well. I mean, Kiyotaka's wrapping in from the side. He's got the Atos set up into the shackle shot. Focus fire on the Schofield. They'll pick up another. 10-4 now. 4K lead for 9 Pandas. Willing to get Stinger back. He's got no fight to be had here. Losing his teammates. It's very difficult for Beastcoast to trade back. They've got to desperately just do what they can to take the attention away from Parker so their PA can somehow get this farm online, get this Battle Fury.
Looks like he has the Battle Fury being delivered right now, so wait. He does not. It's the first component of Battle Fury being delivered.
He's got a way to go. Of course, whilst this is happening, Ramses is getting good amounts of space. Of course, Kiyotaka, he's the one at the top. These kills that he's picking up. Ramses, in comparison to Parker, he's going to be able to get the superior farm right now as the Morph. It's a tough early game here for Beastcoast.
Yeah, their heroes don't really have the best team fight as they have in like the first game specifically. They don't really have this Mars Arena to fight around. Sacred is going to go for a mech, try to buff up his teammates, but the Batrider, Dark Mago has been having a really rough game. This matchup mid didn't go the way I think they planned, and he's kind of in this tough situation where it's so hard to just walk into the 9 Pandas lineup. There would be a Tombstone drop, there's be shackle shots, there's an Atos, even though there's just a black hole threat, and so you can't really just enter the fight like you want to on a backcourt.
Set up here on the mid. They're ready to dive close towards the tier 2s. Atos into the shackle shot. Schofield doesn't stand a chance. They'll come in with the TPs. Can Beastcoast punish this Stinger trying to get the stomp up, but he gets interrupted by Antares. They'll get the lasso on a Kiyotaka. Kiss is coming in as well. Stinger will fall. Kiyotaka will die in return. Beastcoast, they find one. Can they get anything more? Parker trying to turn towards Solo. Has to jump away. Mirror stepping in. Malefice is there. They'll get the PA. Jim Park to fall. 3 dead on Beastcoast. Antares and Solo ready to chase for more as they look towards Dark Margo. TPs are coming in. Decay from Solo. Dark Margo wants to get back in, but Ramses is here. John Shaw with the adaptive strike as Dark Margo gets popped. Solo still alive here. They weren't able to quite punish the Undying. Send forward the Spirit. The stomp set up onto Ramses, but they just don't have the firepower to chase this Morphling.
Nice dive. It looked really bad. Every time Kiyotaka dies here, it feels really bad because he's just so farmed and having so much impact. So it's got to feel good for Beastcoast getting those kills, but just not able to get out and start bleeding more and more kills. 8,000 gold advantage now, only 12 minutes in.
Quite the lead indeed, and again, around this mid, somebody tries to step up. Sacred tries to get some sort of farm out of this one. It's going to fall pretty low. The Hellbear Smasher will be taken out in time, and under the tier 2, he'll survive. Get the sleep on to Miro. Gonna try and chase him, but the black holes are the ready. He stands his ground, does get put to a stop by the telekinesis. Schofield able to cancel it. Scatter blast over towards Mirror. Three of them will not be able to continue to chase him. He's too tanky to take down. Dark Margo is trying to chase out these supports, but he ends up losing his life for it and getting nothing in return again.
The supports on Beastcoast are both level 5. Still, 12 minutes in the game. This is the hardest part about the game. It's not the gold, it's not the kills, it's the fact that your supports aren't even level 6. If Rubik had spell steal, maybe he gets the black hole, maybe he turns the fight, but instead he's just kind of a sitting duck. And I think it's on Beastcoast to try to get the game out of this mid lane.
Okay, attacker, he's just getting catch after catch. Finds Schofield around the mid. TPs are coming in. Maybe Schofield can live this time. Power shot comes flying through. Schofield's going to tick down loads of the urn, but the heals are there with the mech. Sacred turns with the kisses. Trying to see if he can burst through Miro. Miro getting low. He's attempting to run with the pick pop, but they'll get him. Sacred brings down Miro. East Coast finding something without losing anything themselves initially. Get Sacred. He will still end up dying as the focus fires back up. Kiyotaka gets back in. Takes out the snap.
I think Beastcoast need to try to get out of the mid lane. It's too easy for 9 Pandas to just have all this control. The tower's dead. They're just controlling both jungles. The Ancients are being farmed by Ramses. The 4 of them are playing on the right side of mid. And it just seems like Beastcoast is falling into this trap where, sure, they maybe get 1 kill, but they just keep falling farther and farther behind in gold. And Parker doesn't even have Battle Fury. He's still about 1,000 gold away from it. So what's really the solution to this?
This Morphling Ramses, he's going to hit some great timings. Manta's done 14 minutes in. He sticks around, is able to steal the Wisdom Rune. Level 12. Parker, as you said, level 9, and a fair few thousand gold behind that of Ramses' farm at this stage, 14 minutes in. Maelstrom done now for Kiyotaka. He's going to have it even easier of a time getting these quick kills when he gets the catches to lead in on the fights.
I don't think 9 Pandas should feel the need to kind of take their foot off the gas. They obviously they can because they're in such a strong lead, but it's so hard for Beastcoast to walk into them. If they just keep playing up together, maybe it's the Gleipnir they're waiting for, but I don't see a way for them to fight. Also, the Dominator 2, the Helm of the Overlord, is coming out for Miro really, really soon. And that's probably their go time. They're going to Roche with it. They're going to take tier 2s with it. Potentially even end the game.
It's not going to be easy for Beastcoast to deal with that at all. They can't kill it off easily whatsoever with their heroes. Not until kind of Parker's in a position to fight, but...
Yeah, normally you hope your carry is able to be able to kill it, but when he doesn't even have Battle Fury yet, it's a really hard situation to ask him. Especially to even show up to the part of the map where it's pushing. It's just so much farm that he would lose.
Yeah, it really just sort of seems those last few moments where just the rest of Beastcoast throwing their bodies in towards the fight in the mid just to do anything they can to take attention away from Parker, give the PA some sort of space down on the bottom, but did indeed end up feeding a lot of gold and XP towards 9 Pandas.
Good news is Battle Fury is about to be finished after 1 more camp. And he'll be able to kind of eventually catch up. He probably needs another 10-15 minutes of just farming to catch up to the game, but I don't know if 9 Pandas will give them that much time.
Yeah, they're going to be able to play fast. As they're into the pit, this Roshan will be easily there. There's no contest to be coming out from Beastcoast around this. Let's see what 9 Pandas can go for with the Aegis push. Looks like a key attacker to take it. Ramses continuing to just take up the space in the mid lane. There's very little that they can jump in with. He's got his Manta done, also has the Shard. So even harder for them to catch and punish this morph, despite where Ramses heads out to farm on his own.
Nice ward spot on the warp gate, so they're able to see everyone from 9 Pandas, across the map. And that also does mean that Kiyotaka is fairly alone outside of Ramses, so maybe Beastcoast looks to jump him if he goes aggressive on this wave, but he should be safe. Maybe he's the one that's going to go on them.
Kiyotaka teasing around with Dark Margo, won't go for the full commit there. Still 15 seconds until focus fires back. If the fight does kick off, though, we'll see Ramses with his farming positions. He's ready to start farming close to the rest of the team. He's ready to join fights now.
They're going to try to catch the Bat Rider. He's cutting the wave. He's going to TP? He'll be fine. Beastcoast is they're getting parts of the map. They're actually able to farm. They're pushing out these waves. Jim Park has been pushing out all bot for the past couple minutes, so it's not completely hope is all lost for them, but...
Kiyotaka's going to see if he can find him. It's the opening with the Gleipnir. Focus fires there, so he'll try and jump over to the neutrals. He's got TP backup coming in. Jackal shot, Kiyotaka tries to catch him through the neutral camp, but Jim Park's already a fair distance away. He'll be fine for now. But the TP's coming in, but They really don't want to try and tackle this Kiyotaka Wind Ranger. I mean, Kiyotaka's got the Aegis. Schofield looks to be the one that's going to get left for dead here, as Miro and Kiyotaka will take him out. And get back on grabbing the creep wave down bottom, getting another push going. The track's out to Dark Margo. Ramsey zips in with a waveform. Another kill to be found. The gold lead just continues to grow here for 9 Pandas.
So it's so hard, but you know, Jim Park lives. Best they can ask for. Anytime Parker lives, it's you know, it's not a loss. And it looks like he might be even going for an Ags. He has a Blade of Alacrity.
He did, yeah. He picked this up despite having the BKB queued up, and you know, still has the BKB queued up.
Playing Sacred, gonna be a free picking.
I mean, Kiyotaka with this lead, he's just having such an easy time running around the map and killing anybody who shows on their own. As indeed another one to be found for the Wind Ranger on a killing spree. 8, 2, and 4. Nothing has been slowing down Kiyotaka's impact this game.
It is an Ags that Jim Park is doing.
All right.
So
do you like sort of the call to go for this rather than for the BKB?
Yeah, I think the BKB isn't really going to do enough. I think even the Desolator with the Elder Titan kind of reducing all the armor if possible would have been kind of a cool idea, but I can see the Ags because it lets him, if he gets 1 kill, he can maybe move on. It also sets up for Divine Rapier.
All right,
he was
Rapier.
all chatting out.
He was
before the game. I
mean, if there's some way he's able to pull this off and turn this game around, it's going to be very, very flashy, very impressive to see. This is a hard game for Beastcoast.
I think if he does get Ags and Rapier, this game's all in his hands. But that is, you know, 7,000, 8,000 gold away. So
it's a while away.
We have some time.
That's the pressure. It's not slowing down from 9 Pandas. Miro getting the push going onto the tier 2 down bottom with Ramses and Solo. They'll put the fortification, Beastcoast. This tier 2 definitely going to be going down.
Kiyotaka is trying to catch on Parker.
He might just find him. As the focus fire's ready, they get the setup, the angle there for the shackle. He's caught Jim Park.
Really big kill.
Very few points of the map saved for Jim Park to farm right now. Was lucky to get away with as much space as he did in those previous moments, but tries his luck up on the top side of the map, and Kiyotaka, he's having none of it.
I really like how 9 Pandas are moving on the map in all their games. They kind of have a ball of 4, and they switch out who the 5th guy is. Sometimes it's Ramses and he's farming the other side of the map. Here it's Kiyotaka, and it enables them to get a lot of gold and sometimes these pickoffs, like right now. And it's really nice to see that they're not really scared of being aggressive when they're only 3 or 4 heroes together. Now Gem's going to be picked up by Bounty, close off the map even more, take out all these wards, and Aegis does expire in 40, so they probably aren't looking to end the game with the Aegis. Usually it's always the second Aegis that you want to end the game on, but it's starting to feel pretty sad right now for Beastcoast.
Just being able to take these tier 2s with the push of the Helm of the Overlord. Beastcoast. They're just going to have to let this pressure onto the towers come in, really. They still have to be so hesitant of showing heroes. We saw how Kiyotaka has no fear of just committing in with the catch, the focus fire, and very little ways of Beastcoast stopping that sort of play from being successful time and time again.
Yeah, Ramses has Ags. Kiyotaka's almost finished with his Ags, and I also kind of like how Miro's, this Dom, the Helm of the Overlord, is making it so he's not really playing around a black hole. So that means Rubik's not really have the opportunity to steal it either. So he's going for a blink, but I also feel like that's more just positioning, just to exist in the fight, maybe get a Malefice off. So it's been pretty interesting to see how 9 Pandas move. Inside of Beastcoast, Parker has the queue up. He has Aghanims queued into 3 Rapiers. So
It's the build that will turn it around if he can get there. He's got to go for something crazy.
I think that is probably their best shot. I think that the items on the other heroes are just kind of... The Batrider has BKB Blink, but I feel like that's just a vessel for your P to do damage. The Snapfire has just Mech Blink, but that's also just... If he's gonna... Oh, almost died.
Power shot nearly catches Sacred, yeah. Look at the Tormentor, and they'll get out. It's a nice one here. Stinger to grab it.
It's a cool one. We saw it used earlier in the PSG versus Azure Ray, where the Elder Titan was kind of just dodging ganks by stomping around, so a pretty interesting shard. Also, the cooldown kind of matters a lot to have just a really short cooldown on Echo Stomp for defending your base, which seems like Beastcoast is in that position. Bot lane.
Bottom lane. Dark Margo tries to push out. Shackle won't connect. Does have BKB and TP.
Great power shot.
He's able to play with the blink though. He's deep into the trees. They'll see him and they've got him. Kiyotaka able to catch him with the shackle coming back available.
There's a really, really nice power shot to just cancel the blink for that extra frame to almost let the bounty get it, but nice catch on the shackle at the very end. A little greedy because it's so hard. You don't want to pressure BKB in these situations because it feels so bad. And the game's already bad and you don't want to make it worse, so it ends up going down. And 9 Pandas might look to go high ground.
I think they will, yeah. They know that they're so strong and they have this lead right now.
They see Sacred on a ward.
They've got to try and get out of this top lane. Beastcoast. Solo. Drop the tombstone. Sacred will be able to deal with it. And Parker, he got part 1 done. Aghanims is finished. Just has to get that goal for the Rapier. See if they can prolong the game enough to allow Parker to get this.
If they win this one fight, maybe he gets an Aegis with the 2. PU with Rapier is one of the things that can kind of win, I would say, like any game, no matter the situation. So he has to always get it. The question is always, can you actually get this timing? And I would say, honestly, the way 9 Pandas is playing, I would not be surprised if he ends up buying this Rapier.
He'll absolutely get, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to play. They're playing a little slow, right? They're playing to confirm win the game. They're not doing anything crazy. They've been kind of avoiding the high ground. I think probably after this first game, it stung a little when they kept going high ground and dying. So maybe giving too much respect. And now Jim Park will finish this Ags.
Yeah, Ramses has played super, uninvolved. I mean, 21 kills for the team. He's only been involved in 2 of them, but it's allowed him to get these solid timings. Insane amount of farm, 17k net worth on the Morphling. BKB is going to be on its way out. And this is pretty much the point where Ramses should be ready to join the team and look to push high ground himself. Bottom, another catch, another kill. Kiyotaka gets Dark Margo once again. See if they can find more with this smoke top. Solo and Antares on the hunt. Ramses is going to try for Stinger. Antares is in with the track, in with the stun. He's continuing to pick up these kills. Beastcoast, they're trying to cut their losses, but they won't get Schofield away either. 3 dead on Beastcoast. Ramses ready with the high ground push.
Parker's probably just telling his team, guys, I'm not going to TP back, defend with everything. I'll have a Rapier and we'll win.
I mean, that's the only game plan they have right now. Black Hole is going to get dropped solo on a Sacred. As they take out the snap, the mid-racks are exposed. 9 Pandas, they'll get 1 set.
Kiyotaka TP's top, trying to find Parker.
So Parker can play his way out of this one. This is pretty scary. Is there any way he can avoid this? He's into the tree line. They don't have eyes on him. Parker will live. He'll get back to base.
Now maybe there's a lasso. There's a blink on the bat, so maybe he gets some random catch on this mid lane. Maybe there's something.
He's going to try and get the dinosaur. It's going to get healed up. They won't even let that fall there. Solo with the Pavis and the Soul Rip. Making sure that gold doesn't go the way of Beastcoast.
All right, Parker has moved on. He has purchased a Yasha.
Oh, disappointment all round. It certainly is. Opts to just buy what little that he can with the money that he has.
Probably feeling like the game
on hold.
Might be ending before he can get that, so he's trying to buy as best he can. If they get the Windrunner here, this could be really big for them.
Let's see if they can jump him. Straight away, everything thrown down onto Kiyotaka. It's enough. They kill the Wind Ranger. Can they turn this into anything more? Ramses, he's going to go straight for Stinger. Stinger trying to get the stop up, but the adaptive strike's there. Stinger's out. BKB from Dark Margo. They're on the retreat now. Trying to make sure that they don't lose too much in returns. Ramses, he'll close the gap onto Dark Margo. Dark Margo's going to have to blink up in a second. Not soon enough. Ramses pots the BKB, turns into the PA, jumps forward, kills him off. They get the Malefice on it, was Sacred as well. As Antares and Ramses swing across. Mirror finishes off another. 3 dead on Beastcoast. They might lose Kiyotaka, but 9 Pandas, they're quick to avenge him.
So much damage coming out from the Morphling. He turns into the PA, it gives him this Blink Strike, gives him a dagger. He's able to chase down the Bat Rider the entire fight. He can't kite him at all. And then it's so hard for Beastcoast to exist in these fights.
And into the base they go. Schofield watching from the side. He's got to be careful. He's got the Stolen Windrun to play around with. Tier 3 falls. The top rack's open for 9 Pandas to continue the push. Miro tries with the jump. Again, Schofield being very slippery with the blink and the Windrun. He'll get back to the fountain safely. He's actually able to steal the tombstone. The damage done on the top lane there. The melee rack's gone. Kiyotaka at the same time. He's looking to take down Roche.
Looks to be a free Roche. Parker comes back to the base now. He'll get this Helm of the Overlord bounty. It looks like he's just going to finish the Manta. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see him give up on the Manta and just go back to the Rapier. I think
They get that Rapier dream back alive.
Yeah. I think it's just too hard.
He's spending up on the Manta. But now after this Manta, surely the only way is Rapier. Let's see. What he queues up.
He just wouldn't bait us with, you know, the Rapier emote in chat and not buying one. That would just be unfair to the viewers.
Yeah, we've got to remember, indeed, he did commit to the all chat with the emoji at the start. We'll see what he queues up next. As it is, though, Roshan goes the way of 9 Pandas, Aegis on Kiyotaka. Antara's already looking to scout out some action. He's got eyes on Schofield, bottom lane, Kiyotaka. He's found Dark Margot again. It's another dead bat. Antara's with the setup onto Schofield. He'll be able to do it solo. And Parker, he's going to try and jump Antara's here. He can't finish him off. And Kiyotaka, he'll be able to hold back Stinger with the shackle shot. Stinger, he'll go down. Parker, he's got to get out of this. See if he can. In the mid, solo. He's in on top of him, and Ramses, he's around as well. Parker keeping his distance, and in fact, 9 Pandas, they won't waste any time chasing him. So Parker, he'll be okay.
Nice little illusion bait, tries to fake him out, but Kiyotaka isn't really falling for the bait. He's literally walking directly at Parker.
He's so close, but
believe in
under the
yourself.
cover of the blur, Parker will be a little too evasive.
Nice read by Parker not to farm that one camp, cuts the trees. He's going to TP to base.
He's got to get back. This bottom set of racks, this final set of racks is going to be going down soon. They'll start the defensive with the kisses from Sacred. They've got the full team back up, but the range racks is gone. They've just got this final melee Rex left. We'll see the jump from Dark Margot. He's in with the lasso onto Solo. They'll drag him back, but Solo, he's still good to go. He's able to heal up with the Soul Rip and the Decay. Sacred jumps forward, center set for Parker, but Solo, he's back up to full HP. The Gladmere catches onto the two of them. Sacred goes down. Parker jumps back to safety. Sacred does have buyback available. But the racks, they're gone. As the Mega Creeps are out for 9 Pandas. They're onto the tier 4s. They're going to have to do something soon here, Beastcoast, if they want to try and slow this down. Jump forward from Ramses with the BKB. Takes out Dark Margot. No buyback available for the bat. Parker, he'll step back, but Miro catches him in the black hole. The shackle shot as well, latching Parker over towards Stinger. Parker's out for a minute. No buyback on him. GG is called. 9 Pandas will take this series, knocking Beastcoast out 2-1.
Really impressive. The 9 Pandas seems their strongest point is the lanes. They won the lanes all 3 games, and in the drafts where it seems like they can kind of extend this laning stage advantage into the kind of mid game, they just kind of crush. They run over Beastcoast.
But these last 2 games looking very, very hot. I mean, yeah, coming into action as well with the Wind Ranger, a hero that a lot of the mids have sort of strayed away from. But this game, it looked to be the perfect pick for Kiyotaka. He was just not letting anybody get out on the map from Beastcoast.
I think the biggest thing was the Bat Rider versus Wind Runner. Mid lane went really bad, and then the whole game, he was just able to hunt him. He just kept going bot, getting kills on him. Honestly, just hunting the whole map, and it was kind of impossible for Beastcoast to play alone. And on the other side, they didn't really have any pressure for Kiyotaka, so he was just free. Only his deaths were just kind of him just overextending too much because he was feeling too good.
No, excellent stuff from 9 Pandas, just being able to hold the game in a position that looked almost impossible for the majority of this one from Beastcoast. And yeah, and once again, the way that they set up and push for plays, take control of the map with kind of just the 4 of them, right? Ramses, they're able to make it so Ramses can kind of have a perfectly safe game on the Morphling. He gets all the space in the world and then turns up to end it. It's sort of a winning formula that we've seen time and time again 9 Pandas get away with if they get this good start. We've seen it with sort of other teams in the region, right? These Eastern European teams, if they get ahead in the lanes, it's so hard to swing the game back around against them.
Yeah, even this patch in general is just very... You win the lanes, it's very easy to just keep going and going and going because there's so many objectives now. There's all these experience runes, there's power runes, there's bounty runes, there's these lotuses even in the early side lanes, so just getting the advantage just snowballs so much right now that the first 12, 13 minutes can kind of decide the whole game.
Yeah, and definitely shout out to the supports, of course, as well for 9 Pandas. And Tara's coming in with something different. This Bounty Hunter, 5-1 and 19, and Solo, true to his name on the hero here, Undying, 3-0-16. As 9 Pandas, this series is theirs. They'll be moving on 2-1 against Beastcoast.
We are here at the main event, and yet again, 9 Pandas have pulled out the W. Give them a round of applause one more time.
Thank you.
And I'm standing here with Solo, the captain of the 9 Pandas. So, Solo, firstly, you're the oldest player left in the tournament, right? And a lot of us are getting on in our years. but none of us have experienced the degree of success that you have. So talk to us about this. How do you make sure you still stay very highly skilled, keep practicing, despite like not feeling like you're the youngest person anymore?
Thank you for the question. Well, it's not hard. I just play a lot. I play more than anyone in my team. I play like 10 publics per day, so I keep in shape.
Okay, and speaking of your team right now, you guys obviously are through into the top 6, and you guys sort of came out of nowhere because all of you, everyone knew you were all really good for a long time, but the last couple of years didn't necessarily all work out for the entire team. What's clicked? What's changed once the team formed earlier in the year that's allowed you to succeed so much?
There are a lot of changes in our team. Patch did a lot for us. I mean, the first part of Dream League was one patch. The second part is another, and we are still trying to find our drafts, our heroes, our meta. And I think we have good ideas right now.
Having actually watched you guys like moving around the resorts and the venue, day on day, you felt more relaxed. You seem like you're really feeling like you're coming into your groove, understanding the patch a bit more. Is that the same feeling within the team as well, that you guys just feel like you really have a handle on your Dota right now?
Yeah, I think so. Bali Major is great. We have time to rest. We have time to play Dota. Thank you guys for hospitality. This is a very nice tournament.
This has been a very nice tournament. And everybody, one more round of applause for Solo. One question. How far are we going in this tournament? What's the plan for 9 Pandas now?
Obviously win.
Just win. All right, very simple. So Solo and the gang, we can see more of them here at the Bali Major. Congratulations to them. They have achieved top 6. There's still more Dota to come. Good luck, have fun for the rest, my friend.
Thank you.
Back to the panel to discuss what we just saw, the brilliance of the Dota of 9 Pandas.
Thank you very much, Snare and Solo. We are here to break down the game, the series, and everything that comes with 9 Pandas moving forward here at the Bali Major as they knock out Beastcoast in this lower bracket. Beastcoast gets left behind on top 8 and guaranteed top 6 for 9 Pandas. Let's see how far they can go. I'm joined by Resolution, Aurora, and Fear. Aurora, this game, we had a Wind Ranger mid. We don't see that often anymore, but Kiyotaka had a great time.
I mean, I just think Beastcoast kind of went too hard on their flexibility on heroes they can play. I talk about how I would like them to draft a more stable lineup for the side lanes at least, but they clearly didn't have that idea at all. But to me, this is a very big confidence gap between the two teams, because for the first 2 games, you can at least see Beastcoast, they believe in themselves, they believe in their Medusa, their Mars, their Lash, but it seems like their confidence just went all the way down from the first game. I mean, in the second game, they kind of tried, but they realized they didn't do as well as the first game. And the first game, they didn't really, win by a landslide. They were almost losing in a lot of fights. They almost cost the game, but I would just say it's very good on 9 Pandas to kind of like realize, oh, this is what Beastcoast is weak at. We can tackle that. We can come back from this. It's alright if we lose a long game. That's alright, because we are so much better than this. And they definitely proved themselves from game 2 and game 3. For the game 3, the draft, we all don't really agree with the PA pick for sure, but I think 9 Pandas, they just kind of just take advantage of that. And when the Bounty Hunter came out, and I'm like, I know I only saw this in pubs, but goodbye PA, there's no more game for you, there's no future for you.
Yeah, no future for the PA, no future for Beastcoast here, Resolution.
Yeah, to me it seems like, once again, I don't really understand Beastcoast lineups that well, like usually, but this one was like clearly outdraft, and they gave too much for the 9 Pandas of their comfort and their strongest strategies. They gave them Morph, they gave them Enigma, they gave them Undying on top of that. And I mean, after that, they also drafted like a very active mid hero, which enables the 9 Pandas to play aggressive and make all the space while they're side lanes farming. And I mean, Antares, once again, he was like everywhere with the Kiyotaka setting up the skills, giving the vision. Just very beautiful execution from 9 Pandas overall. Like they played amazing, all of them. Solo having 0 deaths in this game as well was like steadily
I thought
wonderful
Snapfire
performance.
was supposed to counter the Undying.
Just a tombstone, really. But
Yeah.
I don't think Snapfire had many chances to really hit much of anything this game outside of the laning stage. They picked the Snapfire Rubik lane, really trying to contest this Morphling plus Undying lane. And they tried their best. They did decent, but it got to a point where Undying's just so strong. He can just zone him off, and we saw at some point he just left the Morph solo. Sure, the Morph did die right after, but what was more important is they shut down the PA entirely. They got a couple of kills on laning stage, then solo went bottom and just made sure that this PA had no game, because he realizes Morph dying top once, maybe twice, isn't the biggest deal, because he can always go back to the lane. But if PA can't ever go back to the lane, what's she gonna do? She's gonna go hit jungle creeps, I guess, and she's a very slow jungler.
Yeah, that was an amazing rotation from Solo, definitely, because PA requires so much on like having a good lane and snowballing out of that, and if she doesn't have that, then the hero very slow at farming the neutral creeps.
Yeah, and Kiyotaka MVP, I don't think it comes as much a surprise, although I know some people would like to make a case for Ramses, but he was playing Morphling, so we don't do that. It goes to Kiyotaka here.
And Kiyotaka's numbers were just better than Ramses this game. 15-3, already good, and 27k hero damage. Doesn't show here, but he did by far the most damage.
I mean, if anybody,
by himself.
I would give it to Antares. I think it's
okay, that's fair.
Second MVP to me.
And I will also say that if we were to turn it into a match MVP, it also would be between Antares and Kiyotaka, because in the games that they won, both the Storm and the Sky of previous game, Rezo, they were on fire.
They were on fire, yeah. I mean, I'll just say, like, for the Sacred, the Stepfire pick also, like, I mean, I'd rather see him go for Ados. That is more usual right now, and instead of, like, mech, it's, like, kind of like an old patch build. And also, like, because of that, they weren't really being able to snowball or, like, take any fights.
And with that, 9 Pandas, they move forward. Top 6 now, Beastcoast eliminated. Their opponent is gonna come from the loser of Team Liquid and Tundra. Those two upper bracket semi-finals, Aurora, which one do you... Oh, well, actually, I know which one you're gonna answer. You're gonna look at Gaimin Gladiators Quest, and I think maybe that's the case for all of our panelists. But which one is gonna be the closest series?
I think Tundra isn't a bad team, but they tend to just do things that are very, very unstable. Just a little bit like Beastcoast, but I think they are much better in the sense they really understand their heroes. And I remember the Rubik game. I love Rubik mid, but I disagree with that game. I just think he tilted all 9 players on...
I mean, I don't think he tilted all 9 players. I think he tilted all the thousands of people watching with all the mines that he stole from Save that game, a 100-minute game, and it was very close to turning into a 3-game series. But that was an insane game. Overall, potentially you can see it working out if you're against the techies. But upper bracket semifinals, they'll be coming your way very, very soon. Before we head out, though, there is going to be a break, and that would be the perfect opportunity for you to check out the new H&M summer collection, because as the Dota is heating up, you want some clothes that fit the action. So make sure to check that out as we'll head to a break, but we'll be back with more Dota 2 here at the Bali Major.
bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini Scroven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Scroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Scroven seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome everyone to the Western European DPC. Yes, that's right. We're going to go through 4 Western European teams here on the second half of today here at the Bali Major. My name's Tsunami, and I will be guiding you through it because, boy, I can't wait to see all these classic, best of the best, the titans of Dota go head-to-head. Not like we don't see them do that every single month in the DPC, but here it's a little bit higher stakes at the Bali Major, namely for one team, Quest, as they are kind of still fighting for their chance to make it to TI directly. But for all these other teams, Liquid, Tundra, and Gaimin, you've seen them 1,000 times. Someone who you may not have seen, though, is someone on my panel. Of course, I've got BSJ, I've got Winter, but I'm given a treat to have Misery, Bleed's coach, joining us. Misery, to what do we owe the pleasure?
I guess I was just invited to be here, and then I accepted. So, and now, of course, I'm staying in Bali for the full duration, despite us being out, right? Because like now I'm here in Bali, so.
Well, we graciously appreciate the opportunity because Winter and I have gotten quite a few opportunities to talk to you over the course of the CDPC, but for anyone who's been like, yo, Misery's here, where's he been at? You want to catch people up on how your past 2 months have been in Dota?
Yeah, well, I'm coaching Bleed. And yeah, that's been what I've been doing the last few months in DPCC. And I was actually just thinking about how it almost felt like yesterday where you interviewed me for the DPC season, and now we're sitting here. Winter was there as well, I think. So it's kind of funny that, yeah, now we're here on the panel.
So then when you weren't at Dream League, which is where a lot of these teams were at, what was Bleed up to in preparation for the Bali Major?
Right, I mean, we were watching the games, obviously. Then we had a small week of boot camp in Singapore, but yeah, there wasn't that many teams because everyone was at Dream League.
Right.
But yeah, we were just kind of watching, paying attention. It's harder though to watch and not kind of participate, so we were a bit slow to adapting perhaps to the meta, especially like the whole Morphling.
Yeah.
In the Morphling first 2 meta that kind of happened at group stage.
It's starting to be quite an indication for what this Bali Major meta is going to be, but you specifically said that one of our teams that we have coming up, Team Liquid, has actually spent a great deal of their group stage experimenting how to defeat the Morphling as opposed to just having to play it.
Yeah, I mean, I looked through everyone's Dota buff, right, for the group stage, and after like day 3 or something, you know, Liquid had played against Morph every single game and beat it with various number of different push heroes like Necrophos, Visage, Drow Ranger, right? Like other teams were always banning it or like trading it with Medusa or something like that. Anti-Mage, we saw a lot. But Liquid had no issues winning the game in 25, 30 minutes, just over and over. So that was kind of their group stage story, you could say.
So, Winter, why is Liquid somehow able to beat the Morphling and no one else is just stealing their strategies and running it themselves?
I feel like every team understands the hero very differently. Some teams feel like it's just too strong throughout the game, and the laning phase is very difficult to punish the hero. But as shown by Liquid, they don't really care about the laning phase that much of the hero. It's more about like you have a timing push with your lineup, especially with the Drow, the Visage, and you come together at a certain point in the game and you just finish the game off. And Morphling can't really get to the stage of. I think he needs like at least 3 items, like Mental, Aghanims, and BKB, or either one of the other items that he needs to. And people actually don't really understand that he's only strong when he gets to that phase. But before he gets to that phase, you should be able to have a lineup that ends the game, or at least get a set of racks.
The problem with those strategies, Brian, is that they're obviously very dependent on you can't make any mistakes. If you botch like anything in the first 15 minutes, it all goes out the window.
Yeah, absolutely. The reason why people aren't just straight up copy pasting whatever they're doing is because when I hear the boys from Liquid talk about heroes or like what the current meta is, they don't necessarily, like a lot of times, like I personally and what I hear other people say will be like Morphling's countered by Drow. You know, like that 1-to-1 matchup is not that great. But like they'll talk about like the way Morphling likes to play the game, like what are his timings, how many items does he want, what is he trying to do with those items. Like these are just things that they have like a very clear picture, and then they construct like a description of the heroes that might deal with that. They don't actually say the heroes. So I think that's like something they have just such an in-depth understanding. Like when I hear them talk, it sounds so simple, but like in theory, it's like I could watch 100 of their games and not exactly understand why it's working.
I could watch Nisha 1,000 times and never really understand what he's up to, and thankfully we have some numbers to help us decipher that, because I will be entirely honest, has the shine come off over the past 2 majors? Because I know in Lima, everyone was just like, hot damn, Nisha left Secret, now he's on Liquid. Liquid's a powerhouse team. But he has not been the showstopper that many people considered him on Secret. He's actually, either for better or for worse, not the I have to be the superstar on the team kind of thing.
Have you guys seen this man in the last like 6 months in real life? He's freaking yoked now.
True.
I'm pretty sure that he's getting to the age and time in his career where he's starting to prioritize like work-life balance and taking care of himself. And I actually think this year for him has been a lot of like taking care of himself outside of the game, in the sense that he's not spending as much time on the game. And I really think it's going to pay off for him come TI. Like he's probably just going to go right back into degen mode when the time matters. I can tell that his priorities are not necessarily being on the top of his game at every single moment in the year. And I think a lot of Liquid's choosing to do that, since so many of the teams are struggling with burnout, these long seasons, back-to-back tournaments. And I'm not trying to make that as an excuse, but I definitely can tell that like he's putting in a lot of work this year, just maybe not necessarily to the Dota grind.
I mean, it feels good to not have to carry every single game by yourself.
It does.
Yeah.
That's true.
Is that true for every team, Misery? Or, because I look at the previous Secret and I wonder, would this Nisha that we have right now fit in on the previous Secret, or is it just this new Liquid has done a good job on acclimating to him?
I mean, I feel like maybe Nisha had like one bad tournament, but it wasn't necessarily because of Nisha, right?
Right.
It was like the whole team just didn't really click at that event, but now they're kind of back, right? And once Liquid is rolling, then Nisha is shining, right? And I think, I don't know, Nisha is just like one of the best, if not the best player, right, in the world. So yeah, I think he fits very nicely into Liquid. And I think maybe it's also a more healthy team for him in the sense that, you know, he doesn't need to do everything himself, right? He can, it's more based around the team doing well. And that makes them maybe more scary than the previous Secret in some ways.
Agreed, yeah. I definitely have seen, like, I at TI11, many people who did not really have Boxy on their radar were like, oh my god, this Boxy guy's coming out of nowhere. And then I feel like over the course of this year, Mickey has risen his stocks as being one of the most capable carry players in the entire world right now.
I mean, I could talk about each individual player so much on this team, but like Mickey, I'll just say, like, if you guys haven't watched his replays at home, like, he's probably the most mechanically skilled naturally player I've seen in a long time. Like, he'll be like, yeah, I wasn't able to play Dota for a week before this boot camp. I see him first day playing pubs, and he's just like dumping on some top 100 guy mid. I'm like, okay, well, he's warmed up again apparently after one game. And then Boxy, the thing about Boxy that I love on that team is that he has one style. He's like, I want kills, I want to run at people, I will run at people, and it's on you to follow me. It's like, so I think of that team, they know what each other likes to do. They know each other's preferences, hero playstyles, and they've managed to make it mesh in a way that, like, I don't know if this team would look even, I don't know if these individual players plugged into other teams would look as nearly as good as they do in this roster.
I mean, they definitely enable each other really well. I feel like there's a lot of synergy. They share very similar ideas. Like, it's really difficult to find players that all mesh together right at the beginning, or at least you have a lot of the ideas that are roughly the same. And the coach doesn't really have to do too much. Oh, you guys have to do this together, you know. They're already doing it on their own, so the coach can actually focus on the draft. That's like a dream for the coach.
Well, for Tundra's coach, unfortunately, he is having to do a lot because he's playing right now. AUI is slotting in for Saksa, and that's going to be Liquid's opponents as the current holders of the Aegis. And for their mid laner, Misery, whenever I think of 9, the first thing that comes to my mind is just he has a very weird hero pool. It's very non-traditional. Obviously, he's very capable in all the normal mids, but he'll whip out like a random Zeus here and again.
Yeah, no, I mean, 9 is definitely a player to watch. He's one of the most interesting players, I think, out there, you know. He and Tundra as a team as well just bring out so many new things. And yeah, it's completely unique, right? You can think of 33 as well. And I mean, they're playing with AUI now, but 33 and Saksa, like watching their laning phase and stuff like that, they're just like doing other things completely differently than any other team, right? And yeah, as 9, you know, you never know what he's gonna pull out, you know. There might be a completely new hero now, you know. He might play Ricky mid or Dark Willow mid, or who knows, like Wyvern, Shadow Demon. It could be anything, you know.
As a coach or a player, have you ever worked with any of the current Tundra roster or no?
I played with Saksa, obviously. What else is there? No, actually, it's only Saxa. Snaking for a little bit, yeah. But
that's what I thought. Okay.
But primarily Saxa, yeah.
And so, how do you think that AUI's transition into kind of fitting into Saxa's role? I still don't know like what the dynamic is between snaking and their perpetual stand-ins. Like sometimes it's Aramis, sometimes it's AUI, and then like is he the 4? Is he the 5? What's going on?
Yeah, I think they probably have to adjust the hero pool a little bit to AUI's comfort. Like the guy has played Dota for 10 plus years, right, and has all the knowledge of Tundra, in the back of his head. So it's not necessarily going to be super hard to like stand in because he already knows everything there is to know, probably.
Yeah.
But still, if you're not spamming Dota, and playing all the scrims, you might not have the same hero pool as Saxa. Like you're probably not going to see AY play post 4 Slug, right?
True.
Or something like that, That's not going to happen. He's been playing Snapfire and Skyrat Mage, going Veil of Discord. I've seen. That's kind of his thing, buying Veil. It's not something you see every day. So he also is kind of, bringing something new to the meta, you could say.
Yeah, his unique flair. I know specifically we watched his Visage game where clearly AUI is still nerding out. He was cutting creeps for like 5 minutes.
He was doing more of the creep cutting than a Naga Siren on the enemy team. The Naga actually had to go back to her side of the map to kill the birds. But I mean, the funny thing is I met Aoi. Like, I actually had the chance to talk to him extensively at the Ayana Major. I think that was, 2 years ago? And he's a guy that he comes off very serious when I just see him on camera, but he's one of the biggest goofballs I've ever talked to in all of Dota. And he also just loves talking about Dota. And we've talked about how nerdy this team is in the sense that, like, they look for every wonky interaction. They look for every weird synergy that most teams don't see, and that's I think a lot of why Aoi9 comes up with these random heroes, or seemingly random, but they just make sense when it's like, oh, Coddle mid, he was the first one to start running that. But the thing about Aoi is I think he's just a very enthusiastic Dota player. Like, he just loves the game. I know that sounds like something probably a lot of us feel, but I feel like this guy's like the pure existence of loving Dota. And when I talk to those players, they talk to like lower MMR players that they know spam heroes. They use them as resources of like, you've played 2,000 games of Phoenix, tell us about this hero, and then apply it to their game. So they're pretty much open to any ideas coming from anywhere, and I think that's what makes this team so unique.
It's difficult to play Dota for so long and have the same fire. Like when I first met AOI at TI2, he sat down with me, he took me out for some clam chowder, and he was just constantly talking about Dota, like the whole trip, like the whole time. I met him for the first time and he was only talking about Dota.
I can assure you it was the same like 7 years later.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. Yeah, you're right.
He lives and breathes this game, and I'm not at all surprised that he's been coming into this like, yes, he's a stand-in, yes, Tundra's not at full power, but clearly they're doing quite well. It's just that historically, Liquid has been their kryptonite. They always lose to Liquid. Other than recently, they finally conquered them, I believe, in Tour 3 of the Western European DPC. But for the longest time, Liquid had their number. And maybe they conquered them because Liquid kind of took their foot off the gas for a little bit for Tour 3 DPC.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a bad matchup on paper in the sense that we talked about how Liquid likes to do these timing pushes and they come up with like how to dissect a specific team. And Tundra likes to stall the game out. They like to have like 3 cores farming, separate, like basically we get a 3 or 4K net worth lead from the laning stage and then we just static the map and eventually it's 15K and they win the game. And I feel like Liquid really strong at laning, and then they also punish timings really hard. They don't let you hit multiple items on multiple cores, so I think that's kind of why this matchup's so bad for Tundra.
And Misery, one of the players that we haven't really covered on Tundra, 33 at the end of their TI run, everyone had in high regard as being like, he is the offlaner by far of even like in group stage of TI, people were like, you got to keep your eyes on this person. You've been working with Ice quite a bit, so how have you felt the offlane evolution of 7.33 has been going?
I feel like for maybe a couple of years even, the offlane has been more of a secondary carry almost.
Yep.
That has like just soaked up as much farm as possible. And I think if you're not following that concept, then you're gonna drop your net worth so low and you're gonna have almost no impact, right? And I think that's something that suits 33 extremely well, right? I remember watching some of his games at this event where he was playing Tidehunter, and there's like all sorts of heroes in this game. There's like some Medusa, there's some Naga Sirens, maybe there's like Hand of Midas on some hero, and he's Tidehunter, top net worth, 33k net worth, 34k net worth. He just doesn't stop farming, He has like infinite items almost on his Tidehunter. So I think that's something that stands out for him. Then something I mentioned earlier was his laning phase and his like you know, he plays Tidehunter. It's pretty straightforward hero, you would think, but no, he makes it kind of different in a way that suddenly, you know, he's the strongest laner in the game, right, against anything, because he doesn't skill gush, you know, he maxes his W early, and like they just do some things that enable his laning phase so well that other teams don't. And I think that's maybe that's EUI a little bit as well, but I think 33 is definitely like up there theory crafting this stuff.
He's got the mechanics on point, but that's enough of us talking about the players. How about you get a chance to actually see the players? Let's bring them out on stage.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. We are here at the Bali Major main event with the crowd ready to witness some of the contestants for the upcoming game. This matchup is very intriguing because although these squads have met many, many times in the past, only once has it happened on LAN. So right now we're going to have a run back of that one. So let us witness the teams we have on offer. To bring you the first one, I present Team Liquid.
Like water, our playstyles are ever flowing, ever changing. But our goals will always remain. Team Liquid, rushing in with raging waters.
Team Liquid, a squad that has embodied the ethos that mastering Dota requires mastering yourself. They are unrelenting, they are unwavering, and they have never, ever given up. We witness them right now, yet again, in favor of chasing their trophy that they've been after for so long. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Liquid! But now they need an opponent.
We may be known as the world champions from before, but we have more to prove now than ever. Like the crashing tides, Tundra Esports has come.
This is a team that has shown time and time again that to them, Dota is not simply a game, but it is a form of art. The most creative squad in the world right now, the most technical team you can witness. I bring you the artists, the painters of Dota 2, Tundra Esports! They are the former champions, and they come in search of yet more gold. They haven't achieved it in 2023 just yet, but maybe here in Bali, they can make it happen. They hold the Aegis, they hold championship gold. Let us see if they can do so once more in Bali. And these two squads, some of the best Dota that you can possibly witness on the planet right now. Everything that's going to be happening over the course of this series doesn't determine anything for TI, doesn't determine anything in terms of real prize money. More importantly, it determines who is the best of the best, and that is what Dota is all about. We have artists versus the real teachers and technicians of Dota. Let's see how this series will go when we find out with Tsunami and the gang back at the panel.
So far, even in this tournament, we have not gotten a proper determination, because when these two faced off in the group stage, it was the 1-1 split, and I can't abide by that. I need to crown a champion. Meanwhile, earlier in this year, Liquid beat them in Tour 1, Liquid beat them in Tour 2, Liquid beat them twice in Dream League Season 19, Liquid beat them in Berlin, and then finally in Tour 3 and in Dream League Season 20, Tundra conquered Liquid. But again, maybe it was a Liquid who was not at 100%, either voluntarily or maybe they didn't realize how much they could ease up. Have you ever had that issue, Misery, where you're like, you're constantly at pushing your team, 100%, 100%, and you're like, okay, we're so good now, we could probably take a little bit of a break. Does it come back to bite you?
Yeah, I think that does happen. I don't know if that necessarily happens consciously. It, you know, it's like a decision to like, okay, we're gonna, you know, push the brakes now. It's more like you might start getting a bit arrogant or a bit complacent in your mind, right? And then that automatically pushes you backwards, whereas other teams are not winning everything, right? So they're like actively trying to get better, right? So I think that happens a lot in Dota, or I guess in any sport really, right? There are some players and some teams that are able to continuously push forward and have this discipline. Like Gaimin Gladiators is a good example this year, I imagine, right? But yeah, that could have been the case for Liquid. I do think though that we talk about them having always beat Tundra. I do think that every time there's a new series, it almost resets nowadays. Like, at least that's how I feel. I think it's more or less 50-50. Maybe with AUI, you know, as a stand-in, it's not the full roster, but yeah, I wouldn't count Tundra out in that sense, just because they've lost to Liquid a bunch of times.
Yeah, an interesting perspective I heard. I don't remember which player of Gaimin Gladiators was getting interviewed, but they basically said, like, we're winning. We have clearly the best strategy right now. Like, we have the best overall view of Dota, and it's on everybody else to beat us. Like, we're not going to change it. We're not going to fix something that's not broken, right? And I think that there's some degree of, like, not only do you potentially get complacent, but you also don't want to try to change it up too much if you're just winning, because then you might risk breaking the formula that's already working. So I think that plays a good part of it. I'd never thought about it like that. And the whole idea, like, the onus is on them. We're winning every tournament, so somebody's got to prove how they're going to beat us.
It's just surprising for a team like Gaimin specifically that you can maintain that kind of consistency despite patches. Like Winter, the game that we're seeing right now here in Bali is significantly different from the game we were seeing at Lima, for example.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree that they're actually continuously doing the same thing. They might have like roughly the same ideas, but they're also improving. They're coming up with new things, you know, new combinations. Like overall, they look similar, but sometimes it's the small little details that they're improving on that could change a lot.
It's not necessarily that you have to just keep running the same heroes back and forth, right? A lot of it can just be that you have a view of like the way the map gets played, the way that resources get distributed, like even on a new patch, like maybe the whole formula got shifted a little bit because now the mid lane doesn't get as focused on past like the 10-minute mark, but that just means they're going to adapt what heroes they think do this best now, like what heroes like to play side lanes, what heroes would more so be good at contesting Roche when it's in the corner of the map as opposed to what it was before. So yeah, it's more of an adaptive like concept rather than this is what we do.
I mean, do you think that favors Tundra more because of their playstyle? They like to spread the heroes across the map. They like to farm.
I think the old map actually favored Tundra a bit more just because they were really good at saying we're taking 70% and we know based on that amount that you're not getting as much as we are. And right now on the map, it's impossible to shut the opponent down by farming. Like, you actually have to be on their side of the map in front of their face, because if you just take your 70% theoretically, that's not actually possible with the amount of camps there are on the map. Like, you actually have to run at them consistently, and the whole stalemate thing is not as much powerful now since there's more space for the opponent to find.
Especially because I know, Misery, you watched the CDPC as much as I did. People are botching high ground pushes left and right, even in this tournament. And so, like, even when you are controlling 70% of the map and you're like, okay, now's a good time to take tier 3s, oftentimes the games will just get thrown at that point. And I don't really know why.
Yeah, I mean, there's several factors, right? There's the fact that you're hitting uphill, right? And you don't have vision on the enemies. That's one thing, right? Second is...
But that's been the case for, like, all of Dota.
But I think that's just the way it's always been. That's the way it still is, right? You can go high ground with Medusa, maybe. You can go high ground with, like, some Brewmaster splitting. You know, you can go high ground with some stuff, some slow push type of stuff. Or if you go high ground 20 minutes and you're way stronger, it can work. But it's like, the longer the game goes and with 5 heroes alive, it's the harder it gets, right, to go high ground. That's just the law of Dota, almost, you could say.
It is a law. And we'll see who will be able to break the law as we get ready for game number 1. It's Team Liquid versus Tundra Esports. Liquid, with the first pick, they're going to ban out the Timbersaw and the Medusa, curiously leaving the Morphling available. And Tundra, they ban out the Undying.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Yeah, last time this series was played out, Tundra, we're seeing it now, actually banned Morphling both games themselves, despite having first, or like one game they had first pick and one game they had second pick. Liquid's been one of the most successful Undying teams of the entire tournament. I think this hero's laning stage is pretty straightforward, but what you do with it after, the objectives you secure, the terrain you abuse by plopping down the tombstone on the high ground and taking advantageous fights that way, is something that they understand better than most teams. So it makes sense they took it out on Tundra.
Yeah. So right now, I feel like there's not that many really strong supports. Like the strongest supports you're gonna see are Pugna, Undying, and then if teams play Enchantress, you know, they're gonna do that. But I think Enchantress might be falling off a little bit because people understand how to somewhat deal with the early game, and then the hero kind of doesn't offer much later on, apart from the impetus, right? Enigma +4 is also coming back, and then we start seeing the melee supports come back as well, the Clockwork, Spirit Breaker, stuff like that. But the first two is often revolved around the Pugna, Undying, Morphling type of trade, right? Yeah, and then we've seen this combo so many times, the Storm Pugna. It's really, really strong.
I mean, part of the reason why the melee heroes are coming back is because of the... I feel like in the lane, you get to secure the Lotus. Most of the heroes are really good with the Blood Grenade, especially the Clockwork. And those are the heroes that are very good against the current meta picks like Pugna. I think whenever you see Pugna, you need to have like a hero, like ideally to jump in and take him out in the fights right away.
Yeah, they chose the Tiny instead of the Clock. Do you think there's any shenanigans going on here with the Tiny? Is it a mid-9 Tiny, or is it some... Who's going to play Tiny if it's 4, right? If it's Saxa was in the team, you'd be like, okay, it's a 4 Tiny, but...
It's probably for the lane, and maybe it's a flex pick for them, I would assume. Maybe nine wants to play the hero.
I do feel like I'd much rather be Tiny support against Storm than Clock. That might be why they picked it. Like, you have the Avalanche Toss combo in the mid game.
In theory, yes, but Tiny is just so much weaker in lane. He requires Blink, right? And he needs more levels, right? He needs like level 8 before his combo is fully online, right? Whereas the Clock is just more solid in lane. He has more utility, and if you hit hooks at cogs, you know, you're gonna stun the Storm realistically for even longer than Avalanche, right?
That's true.
So I think I'm just curious why they chose Tiny and what this hero is. Is it, and if it, let's say it's a 4 Tiny, right? Is it AY or Snake King gonna play it, or are they just anticipating the Storm and then picking the Tiny for it mid? Like, you know what I mean?
No, so far Snake King has been the one playing it. At least now that Saxa isn't here.
Okay. So they actually played it before?
Yeah, they actually played it against Liquid specifically.
Okay.
But they did win that game, but it was a last pick Tiny.
It was with the Bloodseeker as well, so they might... Oh, they already banned out that themselves.
One thing to note is that the Pugna, if Enigma plays into the Pugna lane, it's a pretty rough matchup for the Enigma overall.
Why is
maybe the +3 Enigma is a little bit different, but the 4 Enigma really gets smashed by Pugna. You just can't fight back, right? And then the ward...
I mean, then do you think that's the reason why they might want a Tiny to be +4, because they can stun and toss the Pugna back?
I mean, if I see this, I think this is 33 Enigma and Tiny 4, right? Like that's like, it makes the most sense. I think another important point about Dota and drafting right now is that the first phase, being second pick, is very difficult because you don't know what's going to come on 8. And oftentimes, this is actually something that we struggle with, and we also felt it when we were first picked against other teams, is that the first phase is kind of difficult to brew together. You know, you want to make sure you are drafting something that's open for the further of the draft, but you also want to make sure that it doesn't get counted too hard, and also that, you know, you're not going to give, you don't want to give the perfect 8 pick, right?
Like, do you think that Enigma is like Doom right now, when Doom was very strong, so you could pick Doom early? You don't really care about your matchups because you always have a game?
A little bit, yes, because like Enigma is gonna be pretty good against most carries now. Even the ones like, you see they banned out Monkey King, right? Because Monkey King carries good against Enigma, but like, even if they were to pick Monkey on 8, you could still play around it, right? You could even put Enigma support, or you know, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, it's just very flexible right now. It's hard to pick heroes that also counter Enigma Black Hole. Like, there's not that many that are good right now. It's like pretty much only Rubik and Silencer. Sure, you can pick like Pangolier or some other pseudo counters like that.
Or a Coddle.
Yeah, Coddle with the Basher.
Yeah, sure. Python Basher, Snap, or whatever. Just,
I was just gonna say, like, out of all the teams to pick Enigma first round, I was almost surprised Tundra took this long. Like, they don't have very many Enigma games, and I always thought of 33 as like the Enigma player. He's always been a summons guy, but I've been playing pubs in EU for about 1.5 years now, and I'll say that in my entire Dota career, my least enjoyable experience is queuing a pub as carry into 33 offlane, specifically his Enigma. And I am incredibly fascinated by this. I know I just instantly turned up a little bit here, but I used to think Sniper owned Enigma in lane. I was like, oh, this hero's sick. And the one player that had changed my entire mind on that was playing against 33 when he absolutely destroyed me when he played offlane Enigma. So what he does against Sniper, okay, Sniper in theory, why he's good against Enigma, is he sets you up to dive him because you use the shrapnel on the wave, and Enigma naturally draws the lane back, and then in tandem with a hero like Tusk, usually it's like a Clockwork, a Tusk, maybe an Undying. You're basically saying, like, the lane's going to shove into you, you're a squishy ranged guy, and we're going to look to dive you super early. So I love this because I'm going to get a clinic one way or the other about whether or not 33 somehow averts this aggression, or whether or not Liquid is able to punish. Because the Shrapnel also makes it so the Eidolons can't really hit the creeps, which makes it so they can't duplicate, which means that Enigma's laning prowess is a lot weaker. And so what I saw 33 do is he'll delta split his Eidolons, like one on each side, and manage to like kind of kite around the Shrapnel. So I'm going to be super fixated on top lane here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see how much, like from, you know, Liquid is kind of an early game team, especially this event, right? We've seen them abuse Morphling and end the game fast, like we talked about. And then you see Tundra also recognizing this and picking up Enigma early, picking up Enchantress as well. And then you have Team Liquid, you know, picking Tusk Sniper to counter this Enigma. So they also have a Pugna. I feel like there's so much emphasis on winning the early laning phase here. And I agree with you. I think if Storm goes even or wins mid slightly, which he probably will, and then you have this Sniper Tusk safe lane, I don't know if they're going to pair that. I imagine they will, because that would make sense. And then you just put the Pugna bottom to, or like in the off lane with Sai. I guess it depends what they're going to pick. But my point is just that, yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Tundra right now, I think, for the laning phase. And, you know, once they get behind against Pugna Storm, it's, you know, they're just going to slaughter all these heroes.
Yeah, this mid-game hero is meant to be, we are going to put pressure on this Enigma so that the Storm doesn't feel the pressure, I think, because the minute you see the Enchantress come out on Tundra, you know that your mid lane tower between like 5 to 7 minutes is under a lot of threat. I would be shocked if they don't run the Tusk with the Sniper. I actually understand this matchup, I think, better than most matchups in these games, because the Enigma was super popular like 6 months ago, and I think Sniper's only good if you dive Enigma. I think Sniper is such a wonky hero conceptually because he's this squishy ranged guy, but the way he plays lanes is hyper aggressive, and he actually wants to dive you. So the fact that Shrapnel's pushing out the wave and the Enigma Eidolons are pulling it back, it's such an important dynamic of this lane that I think if Storm gets off to that good start and then Pugna's playing more of the fourth position, just kind of clean up the runes, clean up the mid wave, that's going to be integral for Team Liquid's early game success.
Okay, so that covers the laning phase, but who's going to stand in front of his squishy carry? What's the Zai meat shield?
Mars.
Yeah,
Probably Mars.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this game might just be so fast.
Doom.
Okay, they go with Doom, so they get a little bit of scaling. This is also like, it pairs really well with Pugna in lane. Like, this Pugna is going to carry the Doom out of lane, right? Give him a good start so he gets his Vanguard online. And then threaten the tower as well. If Doom gets to free farm and then the +4 comes and takes the enemy safe lane tower, and Doom can just scorch the earth every wave plus neutral camp, like, he's going to get so farmed. This also gives them a little bit more of a safety net in case they don't snowball all lanes, right? Because now they can actually go late game with this Doom. Since they don't have this like super hard carry, they have a Sniper, which is kind of a funny hero, right? We don't see it much. It's not gonna, if he has a hard time, maybe Doom has a good game, then it's still gonna be fine, right? So it balances out.
Okay.
What the hell is going on in this game?
Yeah, one thing I love about the Doom pick that I didn't think of when I said Mars is that we talked about all the plays that Liquid's going to focus on around the Sniper's lane, and so you actually want an offlaner that doesn't want attention. Like, they just want nothing to happen in their lane, they just want to sit there farming, and so Doom makes so much sense there. Wraith King is a hero that has traditionally been very good against Doom. I think the issue with this matchup is that once Doom gets his 5th item Ags, you're no longer the hero. and that you used to be, because it used to be like you doom Wraith King and he has a second life, but now Doom can just doom himself. Wraith King dies, he respawns into the AoE Doom again. So I personally think Liquid's draft, it just makes so much sense to me. I'm really excited to watch it, but I think it's going to come down to a lot of Tundra's early movements to like pressure Doom, making it feel like he can't be by himself, and Liquid has to draw attention there rather than to the sniper's lane.
Yeah, the Wraith King is very weak in the lane, and like Misery brought up, the ENG and the Tiny, they're going to have to do so much to compensate for the fact that their heroes are way more greedier, and they have to take the runes, they have to help the Pangolier against the Storm, and they're going to have to rely on that to get towards late game.
And they're going to be doing it with an entirely uncontested hero. Wraith King has not made a single appearance in a ban or a pick throughout the entirety of the Bali Major. If they're able to bring it to success in this game, I'm very excited to see the possibilities. Also, Sniper, a hero we don't see very often. Who's to say that all these Western European teams are boring? I've got quite the game set up for you, and I've got quite the casting duo as well. It's a rare one. I've got Cap and Fog to take us through game number 1.
That's right, we've gotten the chance to do this a little bit more often lately, Fog.
Time, yeah.
And we get to be able to watch Liquid versus Tundra, which is a matchup that we've seen a number of times as well, and it's been kind of one-sided towards Liquid, though it does seem like they're kind of rounding the corner on Tundra. They've won some series recently against them.
Recently, and that's kind of important, right? But this is now a new Liquid that has been kind of fueled by the fires, fueled by maybe the waters, I guess, of Bali. It's been, you know, kind of a little rainy on us and all that, but either way, they get their fuel as well, too, with the Pugna and the Storm, which they are really killing it with. Right? I think they've won every single game with it. They got one game, of course, but they got it kind of in like the second phase, which was pretty crazy, and they've really rode the momentum of this one here. Let's see if Tundra's bit of unorthodox kind of style is going to have an answer for it here. We're seeing the rise of this tiny Enigma, but now we're also seeing Skeeter playing his Wraith King to try to counter this Doom. See if it works.
Yeah, I actually had to go back and look at the patch because I was like, I haven't seen literally a single Wraith King since 7.3.3 got announced. Not even like my pubs. I'm not talking like professional games. I'm saying straight up pubs. I haven't seen this hero at all. Lifesteal got buffed some more, though he gets less off of the creeps. So slight nerf to the creep hitting. Big buff to the hero hitting. Skeletons doing less damage to buildings. That's a big one, right?
That one hurts quite a bit there for his type of split push. I'm surprised you haven't gotten blessed with the support Wraith Kings going Aghanims and killing themselves. You haven't gotten that in your pubs? Because it's absolutely horrible.
Yeah, he can now do that on himself. So we're gonna watch AUI 2000 get caught out by the ward on the high ground and give away first blood. That goes to Insania.
I gotta think of a snarky SVG comment, but I got nothing there. Maybe like an oh dear for the Enchantress. There you go.
That is a good one. I like that. I like that.
I gotta try here, you know? I gotta be my Avery in spirit here to bring that bring my man back into this cast.
Yeah, the waters have fueled some teams and taken away from some others.
Yeah, that's all right. It happens to the best of us here. Love you, buddy Avery. You'll be all right. Let's see how this one goes down. They only pick this Pango versus the Storm. Lots of people have talked about this one can be like that skill matchup. The Pango can do well in it versus Storm. Let's see if he can do it versus Nisha. Nisha's laning. It's been very good this tournament.
Where would you give, player to player this matchup? Nisha to 9 when it comes to laning? Because Nisha, people like to hold him, the best player in the world.
Yeah.
He still holds that title, maybe he doesn't, but laning was never particular specialty, right?
No, I mean, he's still very good at the lanes. I like the Storm personally in this matchup most of the times. I think I said that also when I saw the Ember Spirit versus Storm the other day, and actually Sumail popped off as his Ember Spirit a lot of times, so we'll see how it ends up going. This one definitely feels, at least for me, harder than an Ember Spirit, because you have your shield, but everything's kind of gotten nerfed on the Pango in these last few patches, of course.
All right, so our matchups here, we've got Insania going to be playing the Pugna with Zai offlane, Doom, Skeeter on the aforementioned Wraith King with AUI playing the Enchantress. I mean, I really don't feel like Tundra, as good as Soxa is, I actually do like the fact, most stand-ins, it feels like they're only bringing negatives, like, oh, he's just not as good as the actual guy. Ooh. Like, oh, okay, well, there's a negative. AUI does beat away early. Whoops.
Oh, dear, again.
But I wanted to say that I feel like AUI, as a stand-in, has brought in some, interesting strategies, a little bit of depth. Like, he brings not just cons, but some pros to his name.
Yeah, no.
I think that says a lot about him as a player.
Absolutely. I mean, Aoi always has tricks up his sleeves. Right? We saw those Visage plays that he was able to do. More aggression, top, snaking, could be in some trouble. Very potent lane Liquid's got, and should get the kill.
This sniper is a great choice against the early pickup of the Enigma, right? Like, this is a hero that can sit way in the back and play against those Eidolons nicely.
It's great all throughout the game, right? In the laning phase, there can be, if you make some really big mistakes or something like that and they get some snowball kills, you can struggle, but all throughout the game, it's difficult as this Enigma to get to the sniper to address him. Like, you're gonna have to bypass a lot of things here with Liquid with their Doom and their Tusk frontline here. Yeah, we'll see. First few waves. Liquid favored. And yeah, I'm wondering how Wraith King ends up doing. In the game, of course, versus Doom, you know, we know the concept of it, but this is a lane that I've seen so often just destroy anybody. This Doom and this Pugna.
Yeah. In particular, Doom has been doing really well. And it feels like they were talking about it on the panel. They like the concept of a hero that's just able to, like, just kind of chill out in lane. The Sniper and Storm are going to be getting a lot of attention. And it does mean that Liquid, they're going to be outscaling Tundra, which I feel like in the past has been a go-to strategy. When you're playing up against Tundra, you know they can stall up the game. You do not want to be on a timer against them.
No, you want to be playing the farm game, but you also want to have heroes in my view that you can hunt in these tree lines. So I feel like Storm is actually kind of incredible versus these annoying Tundra players that tend to hide in these trees and try to just do these sneaky little pick-off things of creep waves and catch them. So it's going to be a niche up. It's a niche Storm with that Pugna fuel. So if they do get off to a hot start too, Pano was talking about it. Like, it's going to be go, go, go time from this niche Storm, just controlling the map, giving that space.
Boxy, how important is this Lotus to you? He pretty much just runs between two heroes to try and get it. Malphus makes it impossible to take, so he won't be able to get that Lotus, and he'll be giving up a kill for it.
I feel like Lotus is actually really, really important on something like Tiny. If you end up having a bit of a rough lane and your offlaner's not able to buy these Arcane Boots, Enigma is one of the really good Arcane Boot characters, but of course, if you're able to get these Lotuses, you can actually do some decent stuff up here. I'm actually liking this Tiny a lot after we saw FY playing it with the Enigma.
Yeah, it's one of the rising heroes right now, right? It has incredibly good win rate here at Bali, despite not being seen that often.
Yeah, it seems nice, even in particular versus... I'll have to wait for that again here. Snaking getting gone on. They're probably just going to kill him.
Yeah, looks pretty easy. Blocked out by the Shard. This is just a non-stop battle lane.
Man, mid is a real big advantage at the moment for Anisha. Nine will at least get the courier, but 21-9 already to the 13-3. Didn't expect it to be that one-sided.
Yeah, he might need even a support rotation and top off on the bottle. I do kind of wonder if that's going to be happening here.
Yeah, I think so. You send that Tiny to mid lane.
Oh, heartbeat creep. Got to deal with that one. AUI doesn't hold it for too long. Zion, Sania putting some attention, making sure that lightning doesn't hit them too many times.
Although Aoi has died twice bottom, seeing Skitter is holding his own here. 23-5 at the moment versus these two. Off to a good start. It's not like they can ever really bully Zai out unless they bring some type of third hero at some point here, because he's going to have super early Vanguard, but a good start for Skitter.
Boy, Nisha's being very annoying. Even with the bottle top off, Nisha continues to try and kick 9 out of this, at least the CS range, if not the experience range.
This is brutal. Honestly, this Pangolier having this type of a start, this Storm getting off to this type of start, could cause some big issues into this early, like even for the power rune, right? He's going to hit 6 way earlier than 9's going to be any realms of it, so it's going to be easy contest for Liquid if they want to rotate over. Easy kill contest, too. They have Tusk. I'm actually glad to see Boxy playing the Tusk. I mean, I got to say that one, because Tusk overall definitely not the best hero in most situations, but Boxy, especially at Lima and everything, he made a name for himself.
Absolutely. Absolutely one of his best heroes. Yeah. Why do you think Tusk isn't good right now anyway? Because I feel like the Clockwork, Tiny is on the Rhine. Those two heroes have been very successful. Tusk is the same archetype, so why isn't he good?
That's actually probably a good question. He definitely struggles a little bit versus some of the very popular, I guess like the Undying in particular 5 position, snowballing into some disaster situations, but maybe undervalued a little bit. That does tend to happen sometimes in these tournaments. Some heroes are just forgotten.
Yeah. No, I do. I think that explanation makes a lot of sense. When you have such a popular 5 as Undying, sometimes that matchup can just keep a hero from being picked. Boxy trying to get aggressive once again, returning fire between the two, but it is Mickey who's kind of walking away with an advantage. Always untouched, able to be a part of these kills and getting pretty good CS. 28-6. Considering all the denies that Enigma gets in lane, you can see he's got 10 denies right now.
Can they get the catch onto Mickey? Rotation's coming.
Coming in from behind. Oh, has to pick him up inside of the snowball. That means he's going to be going in deeper. They haven't seen him rotating in. Used it to Decrepify on AUI, and Mickey will lay out the damage on a Snaking, trying to get the kill before he dies. He does not, though. 1-for-1 trade-off. Now going on to 33. Insania and 33 gonna be the battle between the two of them as Boxy slowed down, but the blood grenades, the ghost, the constant, he's gonna fall. 33 will end up dying to Insania though. Now it's just the 5 positions left. Insania with his extra movement speed might be able to get a couple hits here. Blood grenade.
He tried swapping it in.
Yeah. On cooldown for just a little bit too long and blocked by the creeps.
Definitely don't want to give too many levels to this Pugna though, because we've seen, I saw Insania the other day hit level 6 pre like 8 minutes, and that kind of just set the ball rolling for Nisha. Decent kind of trade there from Tundra, but now quick rotation from Nisha. He actually makes the first move down bottom, and they'll get an early kill onto Skitter.
Yeah, you were talking about the Pugna pregame with Gunner. I mean, yeah, this hero is way too strong right now, right?
Yeah, we gotta probably, let's see if we can flame Insania a little bit too, because he does decrep himself while he's back.
Calling them out already.
He admitted it the other day.
He is going to die to the rotation of 9 here, but Nisha continues to terrorize this bottom lane. He'll get the kill on AUI, and Skeeter just now getting level 5, may be kicked out of all this juicy experience that's sitting here. I couldn't imagine. I'm surprised Nisha isn't going to try and put more attention to him.
Looks like they might. The Vanguard, I mean, Zai is definitely keen to dive. Looks like they're going to fill up the bottle, then they're going to go for Insania making his way down. Who got the Wisdom Runes? Okay, 1 for 1. Well, they have eyes on Skitter.
Yeah, Zai is just going to keep chasing him, and here comes the Storm. There we go. Finally, the pull back in with a Vortex, and that'll ensure the kill. Skeeter dying this many times pre-level 6 has got to burn. This hero usually wants to be able to have a pretty good start, and I don't think the patch really changes that too much.
Oh, he's definitely, I mean, he's a hero that can kind of catch up, but if you're just getting ran down from this Storm, from this Pugna that are already getting the ball rolling, can definitely be problematic for you to recover. They do at least, I think they found like a double or triple bounty rune though, so the gold exchange actually went from like about to be 2k gold lead for Liquid, actually shifted right back down to that 1k because of those bounties.
Power rune's coming up soon.
What's it gonna be?
He's gonna try and time the Rolling Thunder to ensure it, but an attempt by Nisha doesn't work. Trying to zip through and grab it. Haste Rune instead picked up by 9. Not able to get a kill out of it, but securing the B Power Rune will probably ensure a kill later in the game.
At least prevents Nisha from also getting it too, and can potentially look for a rotation, even without the Rolling Thunder here with this Haste Rune. 1k lead, 9-5. Nice action-packed start here for us. 14 kills. I feel like every time I've said that actually at this tournament, then there's like no kills afterwards for like 9 minutes or something like that. But that's not going to be the case this game. There's a Storm who's enabled, and we're definitely going to see a lot of rotations from Tundra here to look for some type of punish plays.
And in general, I think, I used to think of the Western Europe, like, especially some of these matchups. TP away from Mickey is going to be poorly timed as Snake King came through the gate, tosses him back to AUI.
Hello!
Peter, he'll come through the gate as well. They've got a stun to stop this. They'll stop it at the very last second.
Give it Mickey.
He's going nowhere, and Skeeter gets some much-needed kill gold and, maybe more importantly, experience.
Really good rotation. They should be able to actually just secure a tower out of this one, too. Good move.
And Liquid really not getting much in return.
No, they think they're just like farming some stacks and stuff like that, just buffing up Nisha. Insania is 6 very early on, but a good hit as Tundra's going to be the ones to claim that first tower. But quickly, Liquid, they'll punch back and sinking. Might pay with his life for the attempt here.
Yeah, the Avalanche will cover him a little bit, but zip in from Nisha. He wants to be a part of this kill.
Of course, and then here you go. Back up to full you go.
This combo is so disgusting. Every single time I see it, I'm just like, how did it happen? How did you get this combo in the draft?
Yeah, how did they get this combo in the draft, and how did Pugna get so many buffs?
Yeah.
This hero,
yes,
so many buffs.
We took away all the downsides of Decrepify, that the hero would be crazy good.
Let's give him a free lens. Everyone forgets about that one because it was like 9 patches ago for the Nether Blast, and every other buff, yeah. I mean, Ward got kind of nerfed, but all the other abilities severely buffed. Occupying the bottom jungle, Nisha and Insania, they're going to stick around. They're even stacking the opponent's jungle. Okay, Insania's a little bold.
Well, one Skeletons that did not get their damage nerfed against the buildings. Nice deny there from Boxy. Well played.
Oh, typical Boxy. And typical Boxy as well, too, looking at his inventory. He's doing the Tranquil Boot thing.
Oh, yeah, where he breaks it apart and then puts it back in together.
He wants to keep his presence on the map.
Yeah.
Oh, Insania wants to keep his presence on the map, too, but he'll actually walk away. Even early game here, that kill on Mickey really slowed him down quite a bit. Skitter now is pretty much dead even with him.
A lot of attention to Mickey here. I'm surprised he's kind of still in this safe lane, just because at this point in time, I figured he'd be... I imagine this hero just is going to be playing off of Ancients most of the time, like many of the range carries. Because I feel like side lanes are so dangerous for many of these range carries right now.
Maybe they're going to look to like make early rotations to protect him, but you have to imagine that Tundra's going to make the first move probably to look for Mickey, so is Liquid going to be prepared for it? Boxy is at the ready.
But that just may be an extra kill for Tundra as they are bringing heavy resources to this kill. With a wraparound from behind by 9, they're going to sandwich these two. Mickey and Boxy going to be caught out in the open, and there it is, straight into the Rolling Thunder.
The shards.
Beautiful block in by the shards. 9 will immediately pop out of it though, and the damage is done. Bye-bye Mickey, the sniper falls.
No way that Mickey would ever expect that to come. He's like, wait, what? The car is coming from the wrong side.
Well, I mean, that's the Bali that drive on the left side of the road here, so that's something to be expected.
Big hits, a third kill to slow him down, and Skitter now has Armlet, and it's tougher for them to bring him down because he does have that skill point saved, so we'll have that reincarnation if they do look for the kill. Under striking back nicely here, and that was the timing for Blink on Snake. It's still going to be a bit slow, but getting the ball rolling here and getting this 33 Enigma online. Aetherland's Mac, a nice aggressive build from him.
Power Rune attempted to be grabbed here, but chased away. Nisha unable to grab the Arcane Rune. That would have felt very good. Nine's going to be happy with that pickup as well. He's going to rotate to bottom, see if they can punish Zai here, who's slowed down. Hurricanes himself over the cliff. TP's out, but no. Skeeter was there on the other side. Tundra just bringing lots of numbers to these rotations.
Holy, all 5 heroes, in fact. Well, that's twice now that I think Skitter has gotten really fortunate to just show up and get this last kill on one of these kills. He gets the sniper top, he gets this kill now too onto the Doom. It's getting enabled nicely from the rotations from Tundra.
A very different idea than what Liquid seems to be playing at, which is almost like an old school Tundra kind of approach, right? Spread out your cores on the map and try and out-efficiency the opponent.
It's a lot more farm for sure. And Nisha, he is going to be going that build that's kind of been popularized more towards the tail end of this tournament. He is going to be going down this Orchid route, which maybe slowing him down a little bit from going for more pressure with like the Falcon Blade and stuff. But it's going to be really beneficial when he gets the timing, of course, versus this Pangolier. Not going to have that Dispel early on. Yeah, lots of farm. Doom still, cruising at the top there, but all 3 cores. Actually, everybody's kind of dead even. Support's even, cores even.
Yeah. All the way down the line, jeez. At what point do you think Tundra, I imagine they're the ones who want to take control of the tempo of the game as they've been doing. Yeah. What do you think they can do Roshan? They've got a decent lineup for it, right?
Maybe, honestly, maybe the Deso pick up onto Skeeter. Yeah. That's probably the earliest one, unless they get some like really godly pickoff kind of thing set up around it. I wouldn't say it's the easiest until they do have that. But yeah, when they have Lucky Shot in a Deso, should be able to set up for it. Liquid.
Wait, is Nine actually, is he actually going to go Manta? Did I see that right?
I guess it's the response for the Orchid.
Okay.
I actually don't mind it.
Yeah, that's a great idea, actually.
They have
pulled him before the Rolling Thunder. The Snowball's going to come out, chaining that stun with the Walrus Punch. All this damage, is it enough? The Avalanche, no. The Rolling Thunder goes off. They can put in a little bit more physical damage. They do get him in the end. Nice Black Hole by 33 to ensure that Box is going to die alongside Nisha. Now they could try and run down Insania. Oh, he is pretty fast if they get the toss. That's up in 6 seconds, so maybe not.
Tundra it seems like they're just actually having the numbers over and over again here versus Liquid. Liquid's more split up, going for the farm with the Doom Sniper, and Tundra's capitalizing on this. They're actually, now they have the Blink Dagger for this Tiny, so you talked about accelerating things. This allowed him to accelerate kills around the map rather than something like Roche.
And Zai is maybe going to be caught here, slowed down by Skeeter.
Can Snake get him?
And they've got Snaking on the other side. Now Insania joining in on this one means Snake King has to vacate the premises. In fact, body blocked by 33 just a little bit.
Liquid's bringing the numbers. A long zip from Nisha, but that's the blink reveal. Snake actually disengages. This is deep.
Man, Nisha's going in deep. That is not a whole lot of mana he's left with here. Jane's done almost entirely, but used the last bit of his mana to jump away.
This is awkward for Liquid now.
It is. They are going to be chased down. Avalanche onto 2. Zai once again trying to use this Hurricane as best as he can. And Insania will keep himself alive for a while. That'll force Tundra back to him again. 9 with the inhibit is going to slow down Zai. Once again, the Shard trying to be able to allow these heroes to disengage. It's just not going to work. Liquid really overcommitted on that situation, mostly off of Nisha being so desperate to start a fight.
They're going to lose more. They're going to lose Boxy as well. I mean, super far overextension, and there's no way in Realms that Mickey is ever able to join down there or anything. So Tundra they're like, okay, you guys bring the numbers, we're going to bring even more numbers. We know that Sniper can't be there. Yeah, really far jump gets punished, Nisha.
It seemed like a very awkward time for Liquid to all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, we're going to fight them back now, instead of just playing the efficiency game, which they had been doing, I would say, decently well.
Super forced, really.
Yeah.
Like, even if you, like, who are you going to kill here, right? There's a Wraith King there, there's a mech, I believe, on the Enigma and everything, too, so. Huh. That was an interesting toss.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Great hit. And that's, I mean, the blink, I guess the blink did really catch him off guard. I mean, Snag was able to get the reset and go back in. It is fairly early on this Tiny's. 12 of the 13 kills for them.
Man, that is so curious because Nisha was almost done with his Orchid too. So, like, making that jump was even more forced because, you know, why not just wait for that big timing?
I don't know. I guess they must have made the call that it's like, oh, black hole on cooldown or something. We want to take advantage of it. Unsure. Snag.
Tundra, their smoke is going to run into Liquid members here. Oh, what a beautiful avalanche. Despite being outnumbered, that avalanche is going to help a lot to even things out. Snaking's still going to be in trouble.
Nine's in trouble.
Nine, he's taking too much physical damage. Mickey's just sitting there in the back thanks to the shard, forcing the Rolling Thunder into a pinball scenario. They'll clean up all three of those heroes.
That seemed a lot more natural for Liquid. This is where Mickey wants to be. He's like, yes, let the fight come to me. I am in prime position. This is my area. Bottom side, I don't want to go down there till later on. They'll be able to get these kills back for themselves. 3. Anisha find himself in that tier 2, and yeah, look at this. I mean, what's the nice shots?
This fight, they had 0 chance of winning, but Snaking almost gave them a chance at least getting a kill or 2, but that shard just ruined 9.
Literally a pinball.
Yeah. That's going to be constant, man. This is why Boxy's,
Boxy's
Tusk, man. You got to watch it because your shard control is excellent.
Yeah. Has some crazy potential for some fun save kind of plays, too, if he gets, like, preemptive snowballs. You can actually do a good job of controlling the Enigma early on.
Yeah.
Yeah, great play there from him. Deso is now online for Skitter. Still, I mean, very early, or very even game here, back and forth. But a little bit of momentum now toward this sniper who's gotten a lot of space to catch back up here, even though Skitter was the one catching back up. Now Mickey has been left alone. Even though Liquid overextended bottom, he was just free farming during it.
Yeah, and if you get to that point where you've got Hurricane Pike, you've got maybe even the shard pickup, I'm not sure if, I don't know, would you value that enough in this game to buy it? There is a decent amount of gap close.
I don't know. I don't think so, actually. Maybe not till like later.
Yeah.
No. I think he's got good protection, especially, I think he'll trust Boxy. I would too.
Yeah.
With the way that he's able to play with the shards, but we'll have to see. He got blessed. We do see Grove Bow, of course.
Oh, yeah.
It's every time.
When you go the Maelstrom build, that feels so good.
Feels amazing. I mean, I feel like you almost always have to go the Maelstrom build on Sniper. But
yeah, that's true. When was the last time we saw anything but that?
Not too often.
Skeeter is going to work towards a Blink Dagger next, which means the Blink Dagger on What is Boxy's progression in items? Because I feel like his timing on Blink is going to be pretty important, right?
Yeah, he's got it done. So.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he's got Tranquil plus the Blink already finished up, so it is really good timing. Both his nukes are max too. So, I mean, both teams have a lot of different ways that they can put some aggressive plays out. It's just, are there going to be the shards there to really disrupt this Pangolier? And if Mickey does get involved in the fights now, which he might feel strong enough to even maybe on the bottom side now that he's got this farm, can they get to him? They have to find this sniper in the back line. They can't just let him peep away because he will kill this Pangolier even when he's rolling.
Yeah. And ideally, they should find that soon. Like, if they get that fight, then they can take Roshan. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing a BKB Doom up, and then your front line starts getting a lot stronger if you're Liquid. Oh, man, just a full-out triple Lotus pickup for Nisha. That always feels good.
I was like, oh, is that 3? Yeah, I'll put that in his inventory. Rallied around Mickey here up top.
It seems like baiting him out maybe a little bit. Nobody from Tundra taking a bite out of that one.
Okay, and it looks like 9 did switch up at least a little bit here. I've seen a couple different builds. So I actually saw Noob in the past. He was one of the first ones that I saw do more of a variety of these Pango builds. He actually does, in some of these games, he'll go Treads, he'll go Halberd, he'll go for more of these stat items to tank up. And I can understand that, as we just saw. Like, he's got to just get peeped by the sniper in a lot of situations. So this could help also, too.
Yeah, and I think it takes better advantage of the shield crash damage reduction.
True.
Right? When you have all that extra HP. Boxy going to be in a bit of trouble here, and Zai's not sure if he can help him. And the truth is, he can't. There are too many Tundra heroes here, and too much damage. Skeeter getting his first charge on the Deso.
Big hit.
And put a little pressure onto this tier 2. I mean, even with the skeletons doing less damage, you have skeletons and Eidolon.
True.
So when you do get these kind of clear out, you can get some easy chip damage on these outer tier 2s.
Still has to be careful not to overextend too far here. They will find themselves nice Ancient. They do have 4 heroes in the area here. It's gonna put it. Looks like, I guess Liquid just, like you said, chilling back just a little bit here in these last few moments, just waiting for that timing, at least the BKB on the Doom. Now it's done, but it's given time for Skitter. He's got this gap close item. So now he does have that availability to perhaps jump into this sniper as well. Simultaneous jumps on these heroes. Blink from the Tiny and the blink from this Wraith King.
And the way they've been controlling the bottom right part of the map, I would have expected them to continue it just because Roche is coming up and they have their outpost to play off of, but they're going to move over through the river, try and go for it. No, the toss! It landed on Skeeter.
I'll blame Skeeter on that one, actually. I think Snaking was going for the blink toss avalanche play on the Storm as he was zipping in. Skeeter could have maybe followed him.
Yeah, he dove in front of it instead. I mean, he got the power room, but Nisha lucky to be alive, frankly.
Liquid, they've got this timing now. Looking for the fight around the BKB. They'll find 9, the prime target.
Perfect target.
Take
away this big team fighter.
Nisha wants more, but he's actually jumping into Skeeter.
All of his mana like that? No, Nisha.
He just got clapped. Skitter, can he get away?
Trying to slow him down. If they can take away this reincarnation, they can center the fight around this. They've got the ward out.
Stay.
Skeeter trying to run for it here. 30. He's going to need a black hole, but instantly the snowball was there. Mickey's going to be in trouble, but the fight is going to be won by Liquid. They take down the carry, but now they're going to be chased down. Zai, he'll catch up to 33 eventually here. Boxy will surely help him with that endeavor, and they're going to be able to get a 2-for-4 exchange, including putting reincarnation on cooldown.
I mean, it was a good attempt there. Honestly, Snake, he gets onto Mickey. The black hole attempt, it's nice, but Boxy said you got to watch out for this man's tusk. It's not the shard, the preemptive snowball. He gets the cast off. Nisha kind of, I mean, suiciding. I think that's the only thing that we can kind of say there. But it works.
Overzealous is the polite term.
Yeah.
That was a feed straight up, man. This twice now. He's used all of his mana to get on top of Tundra when he really wants to fight. And he's going to have to rethink that situation. I mean, that could have been such a cool alley-oop. Toss into the black hole, but Boxy ruins it all.
I mean, it was pretty, honestly, from Snaking.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Liquid reigns supreme in this one. Doom enabled here. Zai, absolutely massive. Mika, even though dying, still top of that net worth. Enchantress, I mean, Aoi doing what Aoi does, of course. He's actually still continued to get this big scaling here. He's got the Hurricane Pike. But lots of ults on cooldown right now. So reincarnate 50 seconds. See if Tundra still likes to fight without it. They do have Rolling Thunder, and they do have an Arcane Rune.
Yeah, I think they feel like they have to. Otherwise, Liquid's going to get that Roche for free.
They're going to be able to get down here. It looks like the scan comes out. Liquid, they're going to have to back away and look for the fight.
Yeah, get back up to that high ground, but they're going to be intercepted.
Nisha.
The way. Nisha
again.
Not able to get off his zip. Dead again. Now Liquid have to make the choice. They're going to take this 4 versus 5. No time for that. They instantly jump. Snaking. Now it's a 4 versus 4 with Zai getting the jump onto 33. Pops his BKB. No Doom up though, so he can't take this hero out of the fight entirely. He's going to use his BKB to chase him away, but that's all he does. No damage. Really put out Hurricane Pike and some serious damage, but thanks to the Glimmer, he'll stay alive for now. Buyback's coming in, but they're going to try and finish off 9. Nice and quick. Swashbuckle is not good enough. They finish him off. Zai gets tossed in by Snake King and returns with a stun, but it's not good enough to keep him alive. Skeeter just keeps on trucking. Meanwhile, Mickey's trying to snipe heroes with a Wraith King right in front of his face. Fortunately, Insania can help him out, and they'll take out the first life of Skeeter. Snake King needs to be able to intercept, but Snake King dies for that attempt, and now Boxy's here to help out Mickey. AEY in 33 cutting through the side, forcing Mickey away and leaving Boxy without any damage.
Nisha's back, a long jump. Mickey.
Once again, the long jump, but this time it'll get a hero kill out of it. 33 is going to die while Mickey gets pounded to the dirt by Skeeter.
But they don't have a blink up. I thought perhaps Skeeter could get the chaser. Nisha lose a lot of mana. Tundra coming out ahead in that one. Buybacks from both sides, but they do get a pretty good exchange there, all things considered. Skeeter, the big winner.
Tundra definitely won that, but I feel like Liquid should feel a little lucky. They should be lucky. That should have been losing that fight outright and Roshan being taken by Tundra.
No, absolutely.
I mean, this looks real unfortunate. Zai understandably trying to create space for Mickey, but not having the Doom up, just poor timing for this team fight.
I mean, if they don't get 9 pretty much right there, he might actually just re-engage, disengage, and they don't even end up getting that kill onto the Pangolier. So that could have been worse for sure. Back and forth.
Meanwhile, you saw that assassination on the Doom 33, but he just barely couldn't get it off. Skeeter doing a great job of just putting himself in the face of the sniper, which is kind of the Wraith King's job.
And a cool build that he's gone for too, right? He's got the blink, the Death Zone, he goes back for Blade Mail.
Yeah.
An old solution in a way versus the sniper, so cool. And yeah, we're having a pretty even one. 22 to 22. I think it was maybe 22 to 22. Almost had the 22-minute mark too.
Yeah. We're gonna go again here. Round 2 of the Roshoff.
Black Hole's back up for the side of Tundra.
And we don't have Doom for Zai. Used that earlier, but snaking is going to get picked off. So this time it's Tundra who have to fight 4 versus 5. A Doom's going to be used, but here comes that Orchid. Nisha, half his mana used to be able to jump on a 33. Zai, is he actually going to be able to get away with this?
Shards?
And look at that shard blocking in 9. Oh, he's stuck with Mickey poking him from the low ground. Double kill for him as Roshan now switches sides. And I think Liquid now have this in their hands.
Oh yeah, coming up way ahead now in that one. The Black Hole's available, but immediately canceled. Nisha's in range there. They get to keep the distance for their heroes. And now, yeah, they get this Rosh. We'll have to watch it again.
Just really decisive moves twice now where they jump onto Snaking as he's a little bit farther ahead of the rest of his team.
Look at this, the Orchid midair. Beautiful. And Zai, I mean, cannot believe that he lives. But look at 9. He actually clicked on the twin gate there for a second. Actually stopped moving. Kind of funny, but...
And they did that again here.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you could do that. Why does it work that way? Because all other TPs and stuff like that, you would just keep rolling.
Well, because that one's different.
Oh, because that one pulls you in.
Pulling you in, right?
Yeah.
Mickey, I also think that this is kind of catching him off guard. How much damage he's doing? Like, snaking is a tiny, and you know, you're not that fragile as a tiny. You see how fast he died when Mickey was hitting him? It actually just shreds him.
Well, somebody's going to die very fast to this Wraith King with a double damage.
Ooh. I mean, gonna find.
Even into an Aegis, I think you'd be very tempted to smoke and start a team fight with this.
I mean, they could just insta-kill heroes here if they get the chain stun.
Showing the skeletons, showing on the Watcher as well, so they know about that DD.
Skeletons and Eidolons get a little bit of a push started here. Zai will show, he'll clear them out. Nisha now has coverage of something here, a BKB. He's even gonna go back for a Witchblade. He's like, give me armor. It's something versus this annoying Wraith King that's just blowing me up.
Shiva's almost done for Zai. That is a great frontlining Doom item. When you want to be able to stay alive against this Wraith King and just slow everybody down, create space for Mickey.
That's literally his job. And for the side of Tundra, their frontline, it's difficult because Skeeter, he's their frontline, but he's also just the main damage target that wants to be there. So it's difficult for them to really kind of protect each other here at this point. A little fragile. Even though 9 is built to
How many wards did they use in that fight from Liquid?
Like 2 or 3.
Yeah. They put one on the outpost, they put one on the high ground, they put one a little bit deeper.
I mean, look at the control of the bottom side. 4 wards in just this little quad.
I mean, Liquid's like, oh, we have all that vision, guys.
We gotta fight around
that.
They see 9.
They're going to be able to catch him before he gets through the portal, and he's orchided as well. Snaking tries to run some interception here, but they got the Doom out on 9. He's dead. Leave him behind. 33 can't get away fast enough, though. Boxy already hits him with the snowball blink. Shard almost catching more heroes, but Liquid's still going to be happy with 2 core kills and nothing traded back.
Building that momentum up. The snowball is beginning. Nisha backpack the items, quickly replenished. I feel like this is also something that needs to be addressed. I think I'm seeing this every game with Pugna also. Everyone just drops their items, and then you just life drain out of team fights. You don't even have to commit any of your health or anything anyway. You don't really commit too much anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the solution even would be for that. I'm literally seeing all these Medusas doing it too. They just like backpack and get healed off like a heal.
Yeah, it would have to be like you apply some sort of debuff on yourself where you take less heal.
But like it's something that you can't really remove from Dota because it's literally like it's an efficiency mechanic that's been from like the dawn of time, right? Like this arcane boot, soul ring kind of stuff. So, but yeah, I just feel like I'm seeing it too much with this Pugna. But maybe once we get some of the Pugna nerfs, it won't be as much.
Radiant's bottom tower.
7K Liquid building up this lead. And Zai definitely being a real big problem. That front line, he's just letting Mickey do kind of.
Oh, this is a good catch if they got him. Nisha.
Do they have enough?
No, he zips away again, and a regen room to boot. They saved it for him, and boy, does it pay off. I mean,
he almost dies again. I mean, Nisha.
Yeah, seriously.
Nisha's frisky.
Oh, they got Mickey. I mean, he has the Aegis, so this is not an easy kill, especially if how far they have to dive in there.
Skeeter is pretty far forward.
Yeah, now they're going to be slowed down a lot here with Boxy being able to hit a good shards, only blocking in AUI, and he gets away with the Glimmer Cape. So Tundra managed to disengage okay.
Tundra has a pretty deep aggressive ward here, watching all of Liquid. Can't really commit forward for a play, though. Skeeter actually committing. This is early. I think this is one of the earliest overwhelming blinks I've seen on a carry.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
There was a period of time, who was it? There was a patch or two ago where we saw some overwhelming blinks on some other heroes, but it's been a while since Wraith game. I guess it kind of fits the hero. You get the higher, first hit damage.
Yeah.
In general, want to be able to slow people down when you jump.
Sniper, no BKB, right? He's going for pure glass cannon, so I mean, if you do get the initial slow, okay. I mean, we'll see if it pays off for Skitter. Zai, incredibly tanky. They're just going to throw the black hole on him.
Yeah, screw it. Take this guy out of the fight.
Nisha.
And Nisha, forced to use the BKB, is going to go for the kill onto Snaking. Yeah, he didn't get shredded, but he did manage to force staff himself get out.
He just started hitting Skitter instead of hitting Snake. Snake gets away.
Yeah, that was a little awkward. I think maybe he thought Mickey was going to be able to finish him off by himself. Decrepify goes off last second there. Meanwhile, Boxy was somewhere in the mix there.
Okay.
Dies to AEY.
Nice punish. Good usage of the black hole. Well worth it. Just keep throwing that onto Zai if he's going to try to act like that frontliner. How's the itemization looking for 33-2? Still not quite a BKB. He's gone for all these smaller items in between.
Yeah, that makes, you don't have to hit the big black hole when you go this sort of build too, right? When you go this much utility, if you just take one hero out, then you still are a huge presence with all your items.
And then the eventual BKB, it's going to be good, especially if he's able to kind of angle it and get it onto Zai. Because Zai, he's also not really gone for, he hasn't been really focusing onto this Enigma whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay. Back and forth we go.
Mickey, recognizing that, you know what, no matter, eventually you're gonna have to get that BKB with the Rolling Thunder jumping on you. If he gets hit by the Rolling Thunder, then Snaking follows that up. You gotta have some magic immunity.
Yeah, it doesn't want to just kill himself either versus this blade mail and all that's going to be jumping into him. Just so many different ways for them to get on top of him. So yeah.
I like how AUI, I feel like I've noticed him doing this more often than anybody else. He just, as one person, he's like, one tanky person, come with me to the Tormentor, I'll do all the damage. I mean, just one more reason Enchantress feels so good right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's always been an AoE hero as well, too.
Yeah, true.
One of his absolute favorites. He used to play, back in the day when, we used to play together, he'd always ask for it as carry. And we'd be like, oh, damn it, we're going to have a stats impetus Enchantress in our safe lane. It would work, though. I mean, this man has always made stuff like that work. And he's going a very greedy route as well, too. He actually has built an Orchid now afterwards. So once these BKBs start to tick out, Nisha's down to 7 already, too. Even versus Pugna as well. Now they have an extra little form to stop the life drains, perhaps, in the fight. So a cool answer there if it does end up working.
Another BKB in the mix. Skeeter going to build towards his, so... This is going to get messy. I mean, we said that Liquid scales, but at the same time, you're going to have 33 going back for a BKB. You've got AUI scaling really, really well as this Enchantress.
I mean, they both do.
That clear cut.
Yeah, they both absolutely do. And it's going to have to be, depending on lots of spell casting, too. Like, I'm still waiting to see which... 33 switched it up again, by the way. He bought Boots of Travel, now he's queuing up Hex, so... Constant shuffling of these items just to try to see which dynamic he really wants to go versus this Doom.
Oh, with how bold Nisha has been on some of his jumps, that might be a big punish. Tier 2, pretty much taken down to nothing because of those Eidolons and Skeletons.
Snaking thinking about finishing it off. Does he commit? Oh, he just goes for the creep wave. All right, fine, sensible.
Ooh.
Liquid, timing being hit here for anything level 18, Storm, BKBs are finished on the Sniper right now, looking to still gather together. Play around the bottom side. There's a ward though, so it is going to see Nisha. It sees Liquid setting up on bottom. Tundra, they're making the move. Snae's in.
Snae wants to be able to toss this Pugna back into his team. Orchided before he could get it off.
Here comes 9.
A return Orchid from AUI with 9. Immediately targeting this Pugna. A great pickoff. And the Rolling Thunder, the hits too on the way in. Nisha almost died immediately from that crit. Stays alive off the BKB, but he doesn't have much to work with. He has to TP out, cancels it, sticks around, but he needs the Pugna to give him the refresh. 9 is going to be shot down by the Sniper. They have to get on top of Mickey soon, but Zai is drawing so much attention that it is giving Mickey the space to do some damage. Hunter's not certain whether or not they should go for it or back away.
I think they got afraid because Nisha disappears for a second and Insania bought back, so they're like, okay, Storm's back up to full more than likely, and they're absolutely right with that, though, so they'll give respect to that buyback from Insania. We've seen that Orchid already coming into play, though, from AY. Always do love these extra little tiny bits of disable when you're playing versus Pugna. Perhaps another reason why we're seeing Tiny kind of come to fruition. That avalanche kind of coverage in an area can always be nice for his life drain.
Yeah. And now the BKB for Skeeter.
Okay.
So both carries online with that.
Skeeter is
not magic immunity anymore. What is it?
Debuff immunity.
Debuff immunity.
Skeeter, I mean, we're definitely seeing his build. It's really cool. I mean, his inventory, it looks like kind of a little slightly wonky because it's like
little
8 mail
eclectic.
over. Yeah, it's just strange, but it's definitely paying off for him. I mean, even this overwhelming blink, it's causing a big burst that Nisha almost gets one-shotted from the crit that comes out from it.
Does mean that he is like early 6 slotted because of the blade mail, so he'll have to start doing a little bit of like weird gold efficiency where he has to like sell that and get it. Mickey caught. Oh, the snowball! Can they get him out though? It is going to be so tough. Immediately,
he gets out.
Going to be used. He managed to force staff himself away. Nisha and Boxy saved Mickey's life, and nobody dies for it. At least not yet. Skeeter, he's going to try and catch up to one of these supports. He'll jump onto Insania, and Insania will be the victim of all this.
He's gone for a long time too. Roche is up. That's a
true.
window for Tundra.
He
They
bought
wanna go
back
for it.
to heal up Nisha in that last fight, right?
Skeeter, I mean, shield rune glimmered in, just gets the. I think he even gets hit, but the shield rune blocks it, so he gets the blink off, gets on Mickey. Mickey actually, I feel like he's pretty lucky to get out of that situation.
Extremely lucky, yeah.
It's like on the edge of the black hole. Just gets insta-canceled.
Yeah, it was double force staff from Boxy and Mickey himself, force staffing himself. But Tundra, they'll get the second Roshan of the game.
Hey, they're making this Wraith King look quite good. It is a Skeeter special, of course, but he's really doing.
Give the Aegis to 9, so now you've got 2 carries with 2 lives on the front lines. That's pretty difficult to deal with.
They got blessed with their neutral items too. I actually didn't realize that from earlier.
Yeah,
they both have Divine Shells.
Oh, sick.
Kind of the dream even for a Wraith King. They hit you back at melee range, you're just going to hit them right back just as hard.
An Ogre Seal Totem for 33, so a little extra mobility on a blinkless Enigma.
And I'm glad, I was literally going to say, like right after that last fight too, I think it's consecutive times now he keeps getting Orchids. He keeps like shuffling between items, but BKB, sure, there's going to be the Doom answer and stuff like that, but he doesn't want Nisha to just freely be able to cancel like he has been, so
yeah,
I don't blame him if he does now. Go for this BKB.
And it'll just make it even harder for Zai to frontline like that if he's the answer to the black hole, but he's the one constantly being black holed. BKB, TP out.
He gets out.
Disengage from Zai in a dangerous point because Tundra, any pickoff like that could probably lead to them pushing high ground.
4K lead, Aegis and Cheese. I think they still might want to try to like pry some pressure here. Maybe not go toward the high ground so much, but maybe get a catch.
Yeah, they definitely need a catch because otherwise you're pushing into a high ground sniper. That's never fun.
It's still going to be difficult for them to ever like close the game out because of that. You know, just having that high ground sniper. It's a lot about like getting these kills opportunities. I mean, Brian also mentioned this. Wait a
Good
second
pick on
here.
Snake King. Thanks in part to the gem from Boxy. They'll spot the man and get him and get out real quickly here. Tundra actually didn't move.
No.
He stayed in that top half of the map there, and I thought maybe Liquid was going to run into him.
Ooh, he's able to get himself away. And now, I was mentioning Brian, he actually mentioned a certain, very important timing this game, because the Doom, Wraith King is an answer to the Doom, right? And Brian was saying a lot about how the 5th item, in particular for the Doom, it's going to come out eventually this game. If Liquid plays good, plays calm and careful with this sniper kind of lineup, it's the Agnes. And that's not only just an answer for the Wraith King, versus that reincarnate stuff, it's an also answer versus the BKB Doom. So I would be surprised if I don't see Zai kind of queue that one up next. Or maybe he buys like a boot to travel in between or something like that. But
yeah, and if he casts it beforehand, then even the black hole, you'll rotate into the Enigma. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great answer for a lot of reasons.
And eventually will likely come out unless Tundra's able to find some big hits here in these next few moments.
Which is where maybe the 3rd Roshan could be very important, right? If it ends up being an Aghanim Scepter, both sides could definitely use it.
How much time left? I mean, Tundra definitely have a window here to be able to punish before any of that does come out. Nisha.
Small zip, big zip, he's out.
Okay, Nisha has a regen to work with here. Finds himself Timeless Relic. Which of these neutral items besides that? Skeeter finds himself a Ninja Gear. Really good item for him to just be doing what he wants to do and sneak around. Same thing for 33, so lots of positioning items coming out here for the side of Tundra. And there's the BKB now for 33.
Finally picks it up. And Nullifier's going to be a nuisance for Mickey. Skeeter.
Yeah, he got
an answer to all this mobility.
Yeah, I think his Blade Mail is still pretty effective, to be quite honest with you. Maybe didn't reflect the most damage, but he did deter heroes from hitting him, which probably let him just chase forward and get some extra kills. And speaking of kills, we get Boxy. Could be a big one if they can. It's the gem.
Or Staff trying to get away. Shard pushes them a little bit further, but there's just too many Tundra heroes, too quick to pounce, and immediately up into the high ground. Fortunately, the sniper is here to repel them right away, so they don't get any fast damage on the tower.
No. And immediately they start, Nisha just starts shoving top with his regen. Yeah, Mickey, he's able to keep that base defended.
And it was kind of pointed out there by our lovely observers. Liquid are going to be playing quite the rat game here with four different of those smokes.
Oh, they also took 4 Ninja Gears. How many did Tundra take? I think they took
Just
at least 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Theirs, I think, are more for positioning of team fights in particular.
Yeah.
And, you know, Skitter sneaking into the back lines there while Liquid's is, doing the rat. Get that time bought for the sniper to outscale. Still some time on the Aegis. Snaking, is he going to be able to do some nice toss-back plays? This could just blow it open for them if they can.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not easy always, though.
Especially since some heroes have to show with the Eidolons and Skeletons pushing in. The problem is, most of the time it's the sniper showing. He's so far back.
Did they get themselves a I'm clicking around. Did they get a telescope or anything? No, like you said, Liquid, they got 4 Ninja Gears. So no telescope for them, though, for the sniper to position himself. Well, I believe AY, he did get a telescope, so a little bit of range stuff, of course.
The final 2 for a Spell Prism is picked up for Snaking. They're going to give him the gem, and he's going to front line here. Zai going to be caught by the stun before he gets off the BKB.
Black hole for it.
Oh, he got it in the range.
Do they save him?
Snowball attempted, but he couldn't get close enough, sadly. The rotation of the black hole pulls him out of range, and they're going to lose Boxy as well on top of that. And Nine
is in.
Yeah, he's going in deep.
His
That
Aegis
is a little
is on.
dangerous. There's that Heaven's Halberd, though. That's going to help out a lot when he rolls towards that sniper. Lucian Rune to be able to get that extra, be able to
Boxy's too deep.
Boxy buys back, snowballs after him, hoping to get that fast catch. Nice reaction there with Hurricane Pike. Snaking almost got the toss back on the sniper.
That was honestly split second there from Mickey, perhaps just getting killed. Nice little force. Snay also now level 20, so he's got the toss no target. This actually allows him to go for these toss back plays easier. Now he's going to start the push. 2 pretty huge kills. They get Boxy on the buyback. Okay.
Nikkei's going to try and break him.
He is far up.
That is dangerous, and the Nullifier's going to cause him issues. Pops the BKB, trying to get some distance, and it looks like he is away safely. Close call, though, and Tundra get plenty of time to hit this building now.
Oh, cool. I actually have never noticed that before in these games. The Enigma Shard still spawns the Eidolons even when they're debuff immune. I just saw that illusion. They just like popped up in the base. Nisha is going to go for cutting the wave. Rax is getting hit, though.
That's going to be a bit until that backdoor protection comes back up.
And a glyph for it. The next creep wave is coming. It has to be so far back here to take out that ward, and Tundra go back up with that. Good aggressive plays there from Tundra.
Yeah, forcing some mistakes, I guess you could kind of call it, from Liquid. I mean, just kind of forced errors, I guess. And capitalizing pretty quickly. And once again, they're going to try and take double Tormentors.
I like to see how 33 is just very liberal with using the black hole. Some of them have been, you know, they're kind of like little, like 1 second black hole and stuff like that. But, you know, you can see what he's trying to do with it. Just getting Zai, just throwing it whenever he can.
Just on the edge there. Beautifully done by 33, and Boxy, unfortunately, not able to get close enough with the snowball. That just results in a whole lot of hurt for Team Liquid.
It looks like he's trying to find himself some forms of protection, at least versus some of the stuns and stuff like that to set him up. He's going to have a Lincoln's.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see if that helps him. In level 25, that'll also help quite a bit, but it's looking like Tundra is just going to get a big old lead here, and I'm not sure, like, yeah, the sniper feels like the best carry in this game, but nobody else from Team Liquid is really keeping up on the slack here.
No, Nisha is just constantly getting picked off, really.
Yeah. He certainly hasn't scaled into the monster that we tend to see out of him.
Yeah, maybe not getting picked off, but he's just over zipping a lot of the times too. Tundra claiming this area here, still DD on Skitter. And his itemization, yeah, looks, even if he sells the armlet, has AC, like the progress is still good for this like 6th slot. Keeping themselves at the ready for this push.
Team
like the wrap around the Liquid.
Once again, trying to get these pickoffs.
Snaking sees him.
They see him. He pops the BKB and he turns, lays into Snaking, but I think he realizes, I don't know, this is looking good, Mickey. Knight's going to chase after him. Meanwhile,
what a black hole.
The black hole with the storm zipping to it as well.
Oh my.
What happened to Liquid?
33 happened. Some of these black holes are perfect. The push, now they've got it. With these kills, should be able to get themselves probably even just 2 sets, maybe more.
Yeah, I think this is one of those like wholesale, just take everything they got for him. Let's see what Tundra decide to do here. They are going to go through the barracks and not try and hit tier 4s. It's so dangerous against Sniper.
I mean, Snaking glimmered up, looking for the grab. This could just be Megas. Insania. Mickey, can they hold? They're going to have to use buybacks to attempt to hold here.
Buyback going to be used. Got the pick off on 9 right as he was trying to roll away there with the swashbuckle. Coming up again. Attempt to Doom. Going to be used on the Wraith King while they go for the others here. An interesting idea, I guess, to be able to kite out the Wraith King and just clean up everybody else. Mickey aggressively force-staffing, but it's not like this Wraith King is without damage. Gotta be careful as Zai gets a little bit too close to him. The Lightning actually zipping over and does bring down the first life here of the Wraith King. Liquid getting a relatively clean engagement, but not enough to give them any sort of advantage.
No, and it's incredibly expensive, and they did end up still losing those 2 racks. I mean, Mickey, I don't blame him. He's got the Rapier queued up already at this point.
Yeah, he kind of needs it.
He's not doing enough damage to bring these targets down quickly. I just feel like he needs it. Yeah, Liquid, they're just like, okay, we kind of have to just catch him off guard. Black Hole is causing too many issues. 33 is dead.
And Roshan's up as well,
They have to. Yeah, it looks like
they're gonna
go to
to bottom and go to gate.
Yeah, I guess that's the call. Look at Tundra. I mean, they're already prepped in the area for it. Moving quickly, 30 seconds. Enigma's gonna be back. He's got the bots to be able to join in instantly too. Can they kill it fast enough, or are they gonna? Maybe they're gonna hunt for heroes. Okay, Liquid. See if this approach works.
I mean, they do kind of need those pickoffs. They are playing with less heroes right now. Tundra got to be able to work off of a lot of buybacks.
Snae's giving so much info. Who do they find?
9. That's a great pickoff if they can get it, and they will.
He's got buyback.
He does, and that's why Liquid are going to start resetting here. Boxy, uh-oh, he's got here. Oh, he did have enough space to get over the bridge, and Sania guards him from a lot of that damage.
He almost got trapped from Skeleton.
Yeah, that was real scary.
Still playing in the area for the jump. They're playing around their ward. Skitter sneaking in. Nisha's in.
Staking, trying to de-ward, is going to be targeted immediately. The snowball goes through. Boxy once again in deep off that one, but great to prep by Bad Shard. That gets him killed anyway, perhaps. No, gets another 4-staff over the cliff of ultimately, and Tundra not able to grab him on his way out.
Liquid, though, Zai used the Doom onto the Wraith King.
Oh, no.
Tundra's just going to be able to look for this fight here, or maybe just go into the Roche.
Yeah, they're feeling good about it. They keep on putting Snaky on that front lines, daring Liquid to jump forward. He actually gets the jump on his eye, tosses him back, straight up in. BKB Nullifier, both going to be used. Immediately, Orchid on Orchid between Nisha and AUI, while Snaking trying to keep the distance.
I mean, both teams just being a little bit careful here, don't want to commit in. The vision advantage is here for Liquid. Tundra, they're giving that respect to it. Level 25 hit for Mickey. He pretty much has the gold for Rapier.
You kind of need that all-in play because Snaking is eventually going to get the toss back that secures the team fight. It's coming.
And he's not killing heroes fast enough. Like, he has 6 seconds of the BKB for him to really just at least kill one person on the focus fire, and they're tanky now on Tundra.
Yeah, and when like you have this Pango rolling at you and you're not certain, do I hit him or do I run away? He just has to be able to sit there and kill that Pango, make him a non-factor.
You need the glass cannon. Yeah, he's committed. He bought the Relic, he bought that Demon Edge. He's got him locked for now, but he'll unlock when it gets to him, I'd imagine, or when the fight kicks off.
And Tundra will take this space to be able to get the third Roshan of the game.
And it's a big one with that Refresher Shard, of course. Who are they going to give it to? You can give it to 33. I hope, at least, with the Black Holes, the great delivery he's been able to do with it. Some of them funny, but most of them just having that effect, of course. Yeah, now he's got 2 of them. 2 full salvos of it. 2 full BKBs as well. Fight's just got ever more complicated for Liquid.
There's still going to be a question of what Tundra, like, how do they approach this high ground push? But they have all the advantage in the world. Should be confident in doing so. I'm just curious what they're going to do. Like, they're going to try and smoke through one of these other 2 lanes that are empty.
That's what I'm
going to wait for a pickoff.
Because I'm looking at the mid lane. That's the first thing that I was thinking. I was like, there's no sentries right now in mid. No obs set up here for the side of Liquid. So definitely potential for Tundra to sneak in. If they see the sniper, he's very likely just dead.
I mean, with a refresher on Skeeter, they may even have enough lives just to throw their bodies into Megas. I doubt that's what they'll do. Tundra's always a bit craftier than that.
He's saving the buyback for now. He hasn't full committed just yet for it.
Yeah.
25 now, also being hit on 9.
Successful scan. Whoop. They're gonna spot Boxy. That is a pretty good pickoff considering the saves he's been able to pull off with the Blink Snowball.
Nice
so
wash.
that might just be enough to signal Tundra hit that high ground, maybe force a buyback out of him.
Liquid at the ready here. Insania buying himself just a casual Vlad's, something we used to, like old school kind of thing here to buff up your sniper as much as possible.
You said they needed more damage.
They need every little bit they can.
Percent.
Yeah. Tundra looking to sneak in here. The Aghanims still not finished for Zai. Snaking.
Breaks. He's gonna jump. He jumps forward. Doesn't get
Instant
die.
Hex.
Zai gets a BKB. Great Hex going off. They're immediately gonna use the Doom on this Wraith King again and then focus on the other heroes. 9 is gonna be target, but he managed to blink away. No damage put on him.
They force a buyback from Boxy there. And it's a Rolling Thunder, but it's gonna be back up shortly.
Yeah, that was great. Got Doom out. Got the buyback out of him.
They'll back it up. They're like, all right, we'll wait for our Rolling Thunder. Tundra. Also gonna find themselves another Wisdom Rune. I mean, they're continuing to get this big scaling. AUI, he's now claimed number 3 on the net worth on the Enchantress.
Damn, man. How does he do it?
How does he do this?
This guy's a monster.
What's his damage numbers this game, actually? I mean, he's quietly, of course, always dishing out quite a bit here, but I can imagine it's nowhere near Skitter. Yeah, those two are always going to be the big highlights here in this game.
What are you going to do when AUI 2000 comes out of his coaching spot, come play, and runs up to your high ground with a BKB and starts throwing impetuses at you?
It's a good question. I mean, he's always going to be playing something pesky, it seems. I think the games that I've gotten at least to cast from Tundra, he played a Visage cutting some creep waves, and now he's playing this annoying Enchantress, so, I mean, typical Curtis. Smoke out from Liquid. Full Aghanims, so Zai, he sells his Midas. He's committed for this next fight. The Lincolns, it's out for 33, but there's the answer for Zai, of course. He's got the Zags.
Okay. Zai, his jump is going to be so important, which is awkward because they also want him to be the front line. So being able to have the vision is so important. They get something here. They spot the 2 supports, and this AoE Doom is beginning to work. Both the supports are going to be caught, but Mickey, what about him? They didn't protect him well enough. Boxy's going to die here. Jagrepfly bought Mickey a little bit of time, but he's going to have to buy back and go for his Divine Rapier. A second Black Hole doesn't have anything, though. Meanwhile, 9 is going to be caught by Nisha, pull him back in, see if they can finish him off. If they can finish him off, maybe they can reclaim that Divine Rapier, but it looks like Tundra is being able to get away with it.
I'm just watching Skeeter. I want to see the big hit. Who's he going to go for?
Blinks in, goes for it. Big damage on Zai, and they'll tear him apart.
That level 25 double mortal strike out. No Doom, 120. Mickey now, he tickles.
Yeah, with all of your damage gone, Tundra, they're going to be able to bulldoze through your buildings. No problem here. Wait out the glyph.
Whoop.
Take out the Aegis there from Nisha. Something small, but don't think 9 minds too much.
Look how fast these racks drop. Skitter, bring it down, no problem. Mickey, starter stepping back and forth.
And Tundra, I don't think they're going to give you the space to play up against Megas. They're going to end it here. And Nisha's going to have to do something amazing with these zips back and forth. Insania, he's going to have to cover Mickey here, but the nullifier's been put on him. Jagrepfly can't do that much for him. The Scythe, all the disables aren't enough. There is too much damage from too many heroes on the side of Tundra, and they'll get the dieback on Mickey, and they will take the throne. Game 1 is all Tundra. After about, it felt like, what, 30 minutes in? It felt like they just kind of took over the game.
Yeah. Liquid with them, some overextensions in some of their fights, but overall, Tundra playing really clean with the Aegis, the decisions that they go for these fights, the little mini black holes and stuff like that from 33. And I'm personally going to give probably the most credit to Skeeter because the hero we don't get to see too much, and he really owned 16, 3, and 14. His build, it was a little bit different going for like Blade Mail and Overwhelming Blink, but absolutely can see why he goes for it versus the Sniper. He's tanky, does tons of damage, he puts a lot of pressure onto Liquid, and it's exactly what I felt from Liquid in a lot of these fights, this pressure of them being like, these fights are hard because this Wraith King just gets on top of them.
Yeah, I think that Liquid thought they were going to have an easier time playing with this, like, okay, the Doom Midas is going to kick in, we've got a Sniper, it's going to be hard for them to get on top of him. I think they thought they were going to be able to play this 30 to 45 minute game pretty cleanly, but no, Tundra up in their faces constantly, made all those team fights work really well.
And they beat the Pugna Storm.
And they beat the Pugna Storm, a combo that has looked broken throughout this tournament. but Tundra do manage to dismantle it nicely. Let's head back to the panel though, because a lot to talk about in this series with Tundra providing the upset in Game 1.
Not only did they dismantle it, but they dismantled it off the back of a Wraith King of all heroes. That's just the nerds that we've come to love these current Aegis holders of, as Tundra claim game number 1 over Team Liquid. Misery, it seems like there was a variety of experiments being run here. One being, how do we beat Enigma? This is Liquid's wondering, like, okay, we give first phase Enigma to 33. Let's do Sniper. Let's see what Sniper's capable of. And then Tundra's experiment is like, okay, we knew that you were going to worry about our Enigma. This is how we're going to counter all of that. I don't really know if Wraith King was the main ingredient, but it definitely helped out.
I think for me, the main thing is the use of Twin Gate early on, right? And that's probably why it's hard to... Like, I think Team Liquid maybe didn't take that into account, or at least they underestimated how powerful the Twin Gate is early on. Like, you bring Enchantress there, you bring Wraith King in there, and suddenly this Sniper who's supposed to counter Enigma in lane, right? And get you off to a really good, like, winning 3-lane situation, you know, that just gets dismantled, just like that. And then suddenly the Wraith King and the Tiny, who we talked about earlier, having kind of a rough first 5-10 minutes, you know, they get through that rough patch, you could say. And then suddenly the Sniper doesn't look that impressive. But I do think that a lot of the fighting going on around bot lane, mid game, was the make or break, like the first Roshan. Like this type of time in the game is the most crucial one. Like this, no, not this one, but the one where Storm chased there and they lost a bunch of heroes. I think that was like a very game-breaking moment. But yeah, I think you could also imagine a scenario where Tundra doesn't use Twin Gate early on, and then the Sniper just gets to sit top, and then suddenly Liquid win 3 lanes, right? But yeah, now you have this extra mechanic in the game of Twin Gate that, you know, you also have to take into consideration. We talked about in the break how maybe you could have a ward on the Twin Gate, but I don't know if that necessarily it will maybe prevent you from dying, but your tower is still going to go down, right? You're still going to be under a lot of pressure. So
yeah, it's a situation that I think Liquid, you had mentioned they could have won all 3 lanes. I could see it in their mid-game execution, like 10 to 18 minutes or so, where they were overly chasing. Like, they looked like they felt pressure, they felt forced to do things, and I think it was because of those top deaths on Sniper. I think, like, there's always a degree of this vision each team has of what they're content with the map looking like, and instead of Sniper just taking that entire area by himself, something we've seen a lot from like a Morphling. That's a lot of how the Morphlings play, is they just sit up there farming for a while, nobody needs to help them. But suddenly Liquid, they felt like they were pulled up top a few times to try to save Mickey, it didn't work, and then suddenly it looks like they're overextending bottom, and Tundra, I think the later this game goes, their lineup's going to be favored, so I mean, I didn't even factor in Aoi being 3rd on the net worth. That was pretty wild.
Sure. I mean, one more thing, I think that another thing when you pick a hero like Sniper is that it's not played by many teams. Maybe they have a couple of sprints with it, right? But realistically, there's not much data around this hero right now, and I think it's hard to know really what his timings are. Like, when is he really strong, right? When does he feel good about going to hit a tier 2 tower or, like, you know, take over the map, right? A lot of the other carries we see being played, like the Morphling or the Medusa, they have very clear timings. You have the Butterfly Medusa, if the Aghanim's Morphling, then you smoke, then you're super strong, right? Then you win a fight, you get Roshan. Here, it's kind of like, yeah, you have a Mom, Maelstrom, Sniper, like, you know, how strong are you really? And you still have to be careful because you're basically made of paper, right? So you can still die so easily. So I do think that Liquid put themselves in a little tough spot just by picking this hero, right? Because it's harder to play than the traditional normal carries that we see getting spammed.
I mean, to go back to your point, I feel like the Sniper is only as strong as your team. Like, maybe it would be better for the Doom to actually go for like less greedy items and play for the timing, because like what Brian said, you know, it's gonna just get harder the longer the game goes against this Enigma. So you have to try to fight at a very, very sharp timing in the mid game. Ideally, like around 20-25 minutes, you need to win a big fight, you get Roshan, and then you try to take control of the map and slowly eat your way up the high ground.
This is what we talked about. Timing-based lineups have such a small margin for error. And when it goes to 52 minutes and 52 seconds, it seems like Tundra were inevitably favored. And Tundra were also having a good time during that game, because we actually got a chance to do a little mic check with them.
I'm coming. No TP on him, he's dead.
I'm also taking a gate. I'm TPing to you guys. Good fight, good fight, good fight. Paga's still alive, guys.
I'll kill him, That's done.
Look at this guy, I will slow him, Snake.
You can only do the Tusker. You can go sniper as well, guys.
I'm looking at Sniper.
I'll help him behind.
Sniper disarmed.
I'm helping, go back and help
Look at me, guys.
We can chase them, we can chase them, we can chase them. I can jump the Pug now in 2 seconds. Keep going.
I have a sentry.
I'm rolling.
He's not dead yet.
I'm looking at more here. Tower?
Easy, 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 guys. Easy, easy. Very nice.
Doom behind.
I'm coming.
Chilling. Reset.
Chilling.
Base is getting fucked. If you do nothing.
A lot of chilling.
I think this team's comms are always interesting when we've gotten to hear them. They don't say too much, but they have a lot of like catchphrases.
Yes,
you know?
they do.
They know exactly what that one word means. That's what I love about Dota as a whole. Is it's not just about being efficient, being fast with your decision making in games. When I talk to tier 1 players, like the way they describe concepts, they'll have like one word or like a 3-word sentence that just means so much. But as long as they're on the same page.
I think it's a habit, like all the teams that develop. Like when you want to talk in 2 seconds, you have to be able to convey the message quickly. And when everybody's talking too much, it becomes very, very hard to play.
Exactly. But you hear so many people talking there, but they're all saying like one word.
Yeah.
So it's very clear like what they're intending in the short amount of time they're speaking.
Yeah, I actually had meetings with my players before. Like we tend to like look at the game and we try to describe a situation and we try to figure out like 1 or 2 words to let everybody know what we should do. And we try to be creative about it so it's easy for everybody to understand.
Yeah, I'll say one big difference in that comms from what I'm used to is in the case of 33, he's like, Doom, I have Doom in the back. With Jenkins, it's, get that guy. And I'm like, what guy?
Yeah, the specificity is
it helps a lot,
yeah,
by the way, Jenkins, if you're watching.
But you need the economy of the language also. You gotta say a lot with very little.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, I'm here to say a lot about our internet sponsor for the Bali Major, because we're covering some champions right now, some TI champions with Tundra, but you can be a champion with BizNet, the official internet partner of the Bali Major 2023. Now, if you want more of the Dota, and you're on the internet, or if you're live in person, well, don't worry, I've got you covered as well as we get ready for game number 2 after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2, where Liquid might just actually fall to Tundra in an actual high-stakes situation. You know, not to discount Tour 3 DPC or Dream League Season 20, but this is the major. Although it's not for elimination, both these teams are still in upper bracket, but Tundra have shown they still got their chops even with a stand-in. Honestly, sometimes I worry for Saksa. During Dream League Season 19, I saw Aramis and I was like, dude, this guy's pretty good. And then he popped onto Old G and whatever that happened.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good that guy is anymore.
And then I see AUI playing here, and I'm like, dude, this guy, like, its talents may be wasted on coaching. I wonder the same thing about you, Misery. What are you still doing as a coach? Go back into the seat. I think you still got it.
Nah, man. I'm too old for that stuff.
Too old? I don't buy that for a second. I mean, you can play supports.
Yeah, I mean, I probably could, but I'm very fine with coaching. But I mean, that was very impressive though by AOI, like we were talking about during the game. Like we were talking about how he's probably like at like 50 minutes sitting there last hitting with his 2 creeps, you know, on the side lanes, microing.
Top 3 net worth on his team as an Enchantress.
I mean, right after we saw that, we looked at the mini-map, and one of his creeps is killing a jungle camp, and the other one's killing a lane. We're like, he said he's one of the few players, he feels like it's underutilized, the Enchantress shard that gives you 2 creeps now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, obviously when you're winning the game a lot, right, there's a lot of space on the map, and En's just going to be able to take it. He also got a bunch of kills, he didn't die at all, really, until the end there, but I think what was more impressive was at 20 minutes or whatever, you know, mid-game, he had like the same net worth as Enigma, you know, so he was farmed even at that point, right? So yeah, that says a lot. Like, he played really well that game. He was really fired up.
And on the topic of the Enigma Winter, what's the plan for Liquid in this game? Because I thought that this was going to be all about Morphling, because every single game this tournament is all about the Morphling. In this series, I feel like Enigma may be the hero of the entire game.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to deal with. Right now, I'm thinking on top of my mind, like, what can I do? You know, he's going to deny, he's going to pull the wave back. There's nothing I can do to counter that. And the supports are going to come through the twin gate and gank my carry. So the first thing that I would think of is I need like some hero that can sit in the lane, like some Life Stealer, some Juggernaut kind of carry that can sit there. But those heroes are kind of bad, you know. The carry heroes right now that are good are all heroes that need the support there. You need to have the lane close to your tower so you don't die. And Enigma just doesn't allow that to happen.
I know that was like your initial theory when 7.33 first dropped, Brian. It's like, why are all these carries that I'm seeing right now so popular? Which were all like the melee carries that did not care about getting rotated on. And I feel like twin gate rotations have kind of died off over the past like 2 weeks, but with Enigma making a resurgence, you're starting to see the viability.
I mean, I love how the circle of life, the circle of the Dota life, the meta, it's like something stops becoming popular because why? All these players are picking the carries like Slark, Jug, that are hard to gank, and then people are like, well, now we can counter those heroes with something like Enigma because he's got this single target BKB or like a BKB piercing stun that there's no itemization around, and then okay, now we need to start picking a hero like Sniper or Drow to deal with Morphling or to deal with this Enigma, and wait a minute, we can just twin gate gank them.
Yeah, then we're back to square one.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, and then about a week later we'll be back to playing Slark and Jug every game.
I mean, I think what you brought up could actually be a thing, you know, you just need to give the ops to the Sniper. I mean, I feel like maybe it could help a little bit, but ideally you draft a carry that you only need a couple of levels, then you can just go jungle.
I think against Enigma, there's enough games now that we've seen, there's enough of a sample size to basically guarantee your tower is going to go down. So even though you have a sniper and you did intend to like slow down the Enigma's progress, I think allowing him to just take that tower and having that ward to keep you alive. I mean, a lot of the Morphlings we've seen, they end up just farming underneath their tier 2 tower, and as sniper, I know how Mickey probably feels. Like, you think you're supposed to be able to defend that tower, so he wants to linger around that area, because not only is it about defending the tower, but if you're in that area, then if your team sees an opportunity to rotate to you, then they can. So you're kind of like setting them up for potential openings. But I mean, those 2 deaths, it's hard to avoid a sniper, so it's not like we're just trying to pin it all on Mickey or anything, but it definitely stunted Liquid's timings, which they seem to heavily rely on in all their games.
Yeah, how about this? You just need to identify at one point that you have to swap lanes with your mid laner. Your mid laner has 6, and you just have to ask him.
With Storm though, right?
Yeah, you just have to ask him to go to the Animus lane to take your lane, and you go to the mid lane. Maybe that will work.
Maybe with like a Pango, like a different, they need like a different mid, because certain mids
Primal?
are way better at doing.
Maybe if you have a Primal, you could do that.
Oh yeah, Primal. Yeah, Primal would work too. It's basically some guy that doesn't mind getting initiated onto because Storm wants to be rotating to somebody else who's setting him up for it. They actually banned the Enigma here, so they're done.
I mean, it's kind of hard to figure out what to do in a short bit of time. Banning is just the easy fix for now.
Yeah, you guys said they had something in mind. They knew Tundra were likely to pick Enigma since it's rising in popularity, and they have 33, and didn't work. Back to the drawing board.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe for next time they play them, if they do collide again, they'll have a different answer.
Also, one thing worth mentioning, you'll notice that the two teams have different reserve time as a result of the Tundra Bet Boom series. Tundra does have a level 1 draft penalty for this series, so 30 seconds less reserve time.
I mean, didn't seem to bother them.
No, they came in with that Enigma strategy and they knew exactly what they needed. Who needs reserve time to pick Wraith King?
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds, it doesn't really matter that much, I think.
The double 3 draft penalty where you have 0 reserve time, now that's a big difference.
I think it matters a lot if you're playing a lot of games on the same day, but if you're given like time to prepare for the series, it doesn't really matter much.
That's true.
Yeah, you won't use really any of it in the opening, right? Because most of these teams, I mean, Mizer, you even talked about last game how difficult it is to construct a good opening. I wanted to go off of that earlier and say I'm amazed at how many drafts I feel are lost in the first 4 picks.
Yeah. I mean, the first phase is insanely important right now, and you see Tundra just opting for the duo off, right? They found something with this Tiny that they like a lot, so now instead of picking the Enigma, they just go with the Visage. Similar concept, right? Decently strong laner. I mean, definitely a hero that you cannot just pick whatever you want against it, right? You have to consider the fact that when he gets 6, he's gonna take your tower, right? He's also, very good with Tiny, like enabling this hero to, to get levels.
How convinced are you that it is an offlane Visage, though? Because 33 actually has not played at this tournament. It's generally been AUI.
I would say, considering we saw Enigma Tiny last game, I would say this is just a replacement for Enigma.
Okay.
I don't know. They could do some shenanigans later on in the draft. Maybe that is an option that they understand is there. But I think I'm pretty confident it's just 33 playing it.
Okay.
So they go with Bloodseeker.
A lot of teams I think would go Naga here. But I was gonna say I don't think I've seen Mickey ever play Naga.
Why do you think that they're going Bloodseeker here? Is it just mainly for the lane? I guess
it's for the lane. I think last game they prioritized Pugna Storm because it's like the combo. But then last game they gave Tundra 3 bans to protect their offlane duo. It was like Monkey King, Bloodseeker. Let me see. It was Monkey King, Bloodseeker, Clockwork were the 3 bans last game. So they're now considering how important that top lane was to just kind of dismantling their timing. So I don't mind the Bloodseeker.
But don't you think this is bad? Like when you first pick the Pugna, then you can't actually get the Storm at number 8, and you feel like you're forced to react to their 6 and 7 because of last game. And then whenever I see like Pugna without the Storm, I just don't feel like the game is the same, with the Pugna.
I think Pugna is just a really strong hero right now. You don't necessarily need the Storm. I think he's a really strong laner. He takes the tier 1 towers, right? He has the Decrepify that scales. You need to buy Nullifier against this guy, right? You can also, what's underrated about Pugna is you can, how you suck the Storm, right? You can do that to other heroes too, to great benefit. So I think they're okay with it. So the Bloodseeker, I guess he's just gonna be able to sustain through the Visage spam. It does become scary if he starts dying, right? Because Visage has a lot of burst. But I imagine this is a pretty free lane for Bloodseeker early on.
Yeah, the thing about Bloodseeker, he initially rose into prominence because a lot of the offlaners at the start of 7.33C were universal, and the way they won the lane was just by right-clicking you a bunch of times, and most carries would just lose the war of attrition and eventually get booted out. But the thirst heal from Bloodseeker is what made him such a popular pick. And yeah, Visage has the burst from Soul Assumption, but he is a universal hero now. A lot of people are going early 1-3 branches into Crown, and this hero hits pretty hard. You're not used to being threatened by heroes like Visage or Windranger in lane in regards to their harass, but it hurts. So the Bloodseeker alleviates that a lot. And going off of what you guys said about Pugna, they've played Pugna 6 times this tournament on Liquid, and they all had a Storm. So this says this shows a lot of respect towards Tundra's opening, that they think they have to respond to it rather than going for what they normally go for.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Tundra, I'm pretty happy, with the first phase already, right? I think they You know, they got through the hardest part of the drafting. I think the 15 can be hard too, the pick that's coming up right now. But I imagine they're just gonna do the same like structure as they did last game. Pick some kind of AUI hero, right, to play the 5, and then Snake King plays the 4 again. Maybe something that once again can abuse the Twin Gate, right? Because this Bloodseeker is kind of vulnerable early on.
Dying still in the pool if they want something like that for Curtis. His Snapfire has also been.
And then the second pick, Power, comes into play on the 18 and 24, right, where you can really, pick the core matchups in the other lanes.
10 seconds remaining.
But let's see what they can pick for AUI here.
But you want like a hero that can just gank, right? I guess your main concern right now.
Oh, they just go Brood. Okay, so basically they do the AUI on Visage, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And then they just 33 Brood.
Is this most likely a 9 Tiny then?
No, I think they would just do double melee.
Okay. Last time they did this, when they did Visage on AUI, they had a Bloodseeker carry, which I thought kind of enabled it because it's one of the few carries that you can have like a really greedy five.
That's actually a very good.
It doesn't really do anything.
That's a very good
I'm
point.
wondering what they try to do here.
I think there's a bunch of heroes like that Skeeter could play. He could play Lifestealer, he could play Wraith King again, and I think that would work perfectly fine, right?
Okay.
But I mean, you even though they changed the draft structure slightly with picking 33 heroes, so they still have shown only those 3 heroes, right?
Essentially, it's the same.
Yeah, it's just a different order, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, they did end up putting the Visage support, so there was a little bit of bamboozling going on there.
What are the odds that they thought Team Liquid was going to draft Brood? Like, is that why they had to take it right there?
Possibly, yeah, it could be.
Because like otherwise, you'd think they'd want to hold on to like the surprise Visage support, right?
I mean, not exactly, because you're gonna pick like what are you gonna pick there? I feel like if you don't reveal that, you're gonna have to pick a position 5 hero anyway, so you're gonna lose.
Oh, I guess it's either now or never.
That is why the second pick is difficult, right? And you sometimes need to jump the gun on 15. But yeah, I do think they
Oh! Okay, this is a nice one.
Against Bloodseeker though, Meepo can be a bit sus, just because you count as all of your main Meepos count as a hero.
When you stack together, you count as 1, right? So you don't.
That's true, actually.
Yeah, Meepo is kind of a different type of hero now, right? With that change. Plus he can dig as well. Like that hero actually has a lot more utility to its arsenal than before, right? You were really all in on hoping that you didn't get bursted or like mass AoE'd, right? Now you actually have some tools to play around with. And right now, like, yeah, I don't know. Do they actually have damage to kill Meepo with like 2 items?
Not really.
It's really hard, right? Plus the Broodmother can go pipe and stuff like that. So
their supports are actually very weak against Brood. Against the Meepo, and then the Brood is gonna buy pipe. I imagine you're just gonna buy pipe and support the Meepo. You don't really need to go for like carry items this game.
Who's been playing the Meepo though? It doesn't seem like a Skeeter hero. I imagine 9.
Probably Skeeter.
I feel like
I'm looking him up now. 9 on Dota Buff.
No, I mean it could be against Ember. I just feel like. Yeah, actually, I don't know. Like, you don't even see the offlane, right?
I mean, that's the benefit of having the overall last pick. You can decide last.
At the minimum, Zai needs to play a hero that can deal with a bunch of garbage on the map. There's going to be spiders, there's going to be familiars, there's going to be a bunch of
It has to be like some, I think Darkseer Underlord kind of hero. I kind of like Darkseer with like Bloodseeker and Ember against like the Meepo. The Iron Shell is going to stack up, it's going to do a lot. You're going to be able to D-push. I think the D-pushing part is going to be pretty important in this game against the Meepo and Brood.
Yeah, maybe.
If you want to go a little bit out of the box, he also played Pudge and Necro this tournament.
So, we haven't mentioned the Atos Meepo, right?
Not this.
Yeah, that's the build. We looked it up 2 days ago when we saw Parker run Meepo with an Atos. It looks like all the pubs, the Meepos are doing this. So what I thought was really funny when I heard about this was that it sounds like the only reason Meepo is getting played is because there's like 3 or 4 master tier Meepos in the SAA region that are spamming in pubs, and that the players at this major, their exposure to Meepo was that. Like they were just playing pubs here while they were training for the major, and they were just getting Meepo'd by these guys.
Yeah, classic SDA pubs.
So I thought the funniest part about that is that we might have not seen a single Meepo this tournament if this major took place in a different region. I found that to be quite humorous.
Yeah, this is what Gunnar had noticed as he'd been pubbing it up.
Yep, so they do take out the Underlord and Tide. So I wonder what are the other heroes that Liquid are gonna consider. The Necro and the Punch actually might be okay, but I'm not sure if it'll be good throughout the game. Like I feel like the Darkseer will be more stable throughout.
Yeah. Since you don't have much value after the Iron Shells, right? I mean, you're gonna buy auras, but like the wall is not necessarily that valuable this game. So, and you're also very low on disables. But I do think you need either something that really puts pressure on the lanes or something that scales into big damage, right? So you can actually kill this Meepo.
Yeah, Meepo's only got 500 games on Doji Sword Factor, but has a 57% win rate.
This guy is a really strong laner. So I don't know if they're gonna put 9 mid now and then pick something that counters the Necrophos in lane.
I managed to find it. 100% 9 playing Meepo. 100%. He's played it 10 times in the last 3 days.
So
10 seconds
what's good against what carry is good against Necrophos?
5 seconds.
You can go something like Drow if you want, but it's got a Visage, so.
How about Luna? Some magic damage, then you have the Luna plus Visage.
You guys are picking a lot of greedy things when your other cores are Broodmother and Meepo.
I mean, he's got to be a carry. Like I like you. The thing about the Jug pick that I like banning a lot is
it's a Brood carry.
Okay.
Or
I feel like 9 is playing Meepo no matter what. Yeah. There's just like so it's Brood carry, Darkseer offlane. Darkseer absolutely owns Necro in the game. Just because Necro hates having all this crap around him. He wants to be able to stand still and feel good about it, and the wall changes that. But I think Bloodseeker's quite good in lane here versus the Darkseer. So I think Liquid's going to really need that bottom lane to go really well. If they can manage to have like Zai, he loves the Boots of Travels on Necro because that hero lacks map mobility. I don't think they're going to be ever able to just walk down a lane against these heroes. So it's going to be about Liquid outnumbering them on the map and finding spaces where the lack of mobility on the Visage, the Brood doesn't want to go from lane to lane. That's going to be the entire story, I think, for Liquid. The Ember split pushing, the Necro connecting, Bloodseeker is also pretty good at connecting.
Yeah, I mean, like the Broodmother carry actually enables the AoE Visage, right, really well.
It's true.
So we might see him once again go through the gate, and then you're gonna have Darkseer double shelling with Tiny and like Visage coming in through the gate into this Bloodseeker. I don't know. You need to be careful, right?
Can you leave your Broodmother alone against a Necro though?
Yeah, you can. I mean, it's more about like it's not like Broodmother is gonna be free farming with Necro alone. It's more like he will catch up eventually, right? And then he'll be happy that the other lanes are getting pressured.
I mean, I think Liquid's been outsmarted here a little bit with this draft, but I also think it's like a little bit potentially too wonky even for Tundra.
Yeah, maybe there's too many. Yeah, I think so potentially that there's too many weird things going on. But if they get their levels and items, then yeah, I feel like there's a lot of random stuff you need to deal with, right? You need to deal with Meepo and Broodmother carry. There's like Darkseer, there's also Visage. You know, there's like a lot of stuff that you actually have to kill, you know, and work around as Liquid.
I mean, I do feel like the early game, it's going to be like the Bloodseeker and the Necrophos sitting in the lane. It won't be that easy for Tundra to actually kick them out of the lane, so it's going to be depending on how well the first couple of minutes go. That will tell the story of the later part of the game.
Well, let's start that story right now. Let's get into game number 2 with Cap and Fogged.
Now, it is technically his second game ever on Meepo, but I want to go back and I'm going to just say this was his first professional appearance on Meepo. This goes all the way back to 2018 when he played on the old Team Spirits. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, was this before Penta?
This was 9 playing with Skeeter on that old roster.
Yeah.
And that, I'm going to say, was his first professional appearance on Meepo. This man has played it a few times, only 4 times technically in his career.
That's a throwback. The Penta, that's like Penta 9 Skeeter. Penta Skeeter as well too. Then I think afterwards, yeah, they became Spirit. Okay, that's cool. Cap, I gotta be honest with you. This is some of the most disgusting drafts from both sides. I don't think I've ever seen so much disgust in one game. We have Meepos all over the place. We have Illusions all over the place. Familiars, Spiders, Necrophos being a disgusting hero. Pugna, I don't know. Like usually it's like these Venom Manchers, these PLs and stuff like that. I think this might be the most disgusting game I'll ever cast in terms of crap on the ground. tons of summons and everything like that.
It's a whole lot of crap versus a whole lot of green.
Yeah.
And we're going to see which one ends up being the better for it here, as we're going to have our bounty runes, maybe some early first blood. We'll see.
I thought you'd say, this is a lot of green, which we'll see which one reigns supreme. I thought you were going to give me a nice little... It's all right.
Okay, so we got a lot of mechanics to talk about, Yanni.
Oh, Jesus.
You're the guy who tests all of these mechanics out.
Not the Meepo one. Don't ask it. Don't ask it, Cap.
I'm not gonna ask it, but I know you have some mechanic interactions you got in your back pocket. So hit me.
In this one, there's definitely some weird ones. I don't really know how this Meepo works in particular versus the Necrophos thing, of course, where you're able to pull maybe during, you were kind of asking me with the Reaper Scythe, if he's able to kind of like disengage and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Mega Meepo, pull that Meepo into the Mega Meepo, get him out of the Reaper Scythe.
The one thing I do know is Reaper Scythe is very effective versus the Mega Meepo.
Yeah.
That is one thing I definitely have seen, is after you do chump into that Mega Meepo, if Necro is alive throughout the fights, you just can get a big Reaper Scythe onto him as the fight continues. So.
What about Thirst? When you dig as a Meepo, are you out of the map entirely? Does Thirst no longer count towards that Meepo that's hidden away?
Oh, God.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait.
The thing is that you're untargetable, but I think you still get the movement speed bonus. Oh,
and the weird part is you won't be able to tell right away because there's a 4-second linger time on Thirst too. So
we're going to learn.
It's going to be weird. Is the Bloodseeker going to be amped up by Meepos being low? That happens, right? But at the same time, is the Mega Meepo going to basically rectify all of that extra thirst? Is the dig going to be able to offset that thirst as well? There are going to be a lot of interesting interactions that we just haven't seen before.
If we get a good game. If the game ends up being even, because I think the panel did end with it on the end there, which something that could maybe happen is Tundra's gone for some wonky stuff. Could they have gone a little bit too wonky?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Liquid's lineup does seem to have a lot. They have multiple heals with the Necrophos. You've got some saves with a Bloodseeker who takes advantage of it. I could see Liquid's lineup kind of coming together team fight-wise and just kind of rolling over Tundra.
Yeah.
Or I could see Tundra's individual matchups of Broodmother and Meepo. Maybe they win the lane and then they just kind of roll with the game.
We'll have to see which one it is. I mean, Nisha, he had a pretty weird game last game, very disconnected, it felt like, from his team, kind of causing them to get some weird fights and stuff like that. At least from this laning phase right now, no mercy from him. 14-6. I believe he's only missed maybe even just one last hit so far versus 9.
That is a very nice start there, and it seems like Mickey's doing all right for himself against the Darkseer, which you would kind of expect since he does have a sustain option, and he also has an Undying in his lane. Vacuum back in with the Blood Right. Mickey's going to need to get some CS here. Avalanche covers him nicely, and they do manage to get the TP away, though Mickey, all that damage being done is going to start being healed, so always a problem for this Darkseer in this matchup.
Yeah, that's the one issue, is that Liquid kind of just drafted themselves more of a normal kind of lineup and good lanes in particular to answer with Tundra. Because Tundra, they picked this Darkseer, but the Bloodseeker, he loves to lane versus this, as we've seen multiple times, being picked into it, being picked as an answer. I've been checking chat, because there's usually that one guy in these chats, especially with Meepos, they just know exactly.
These guys
don't know
that this interacts with this. Yeah, there's always that one guy.
Always that one guy, but nobody
Where's
said,
the Meepos spammer?
Yeah, where's the big brain guy? We're not going to get it, not just yet, but either way. Yeah, 9. He's going to have to go back to base a little bit here with one of the Meepos. Has to be careful how much he keeps it low there from Nisha, because that's just going to make Mika have that really, really good lane, which he's already having.
Yeah, it seems like Liquid across the board is doing pretty well for themselves. At least the Broodmother's doing, getting some okay CS as well. And 9 now has his extra Meepo, so this will start getting things a little bit cruising for Tundra. Skeeter dies! Oh dear, we go back to top lane and boom, he's instantly dead. First blood for Zai.
I mean, none of these lanes literally look easy for Tundra. Top is a difficult lane playing versus a Pugna Necrophos. Necro is a lane dominator, and Tundra, they did opt to go for Visage, as this 5 position. Aui's the only one playing it, and there's a reason for that. It's not the strongest laner by any means.
Yeah, especially when you don't have a clear way to be able to you kind of need your other hero, like with the offlane Visage, right? You want your forward position that can put damage on the hero, and then you combo and you throw any more damage on him. The Broodmother's just not going to do that against double range heroes.
No, they're double range heroes, multiple sustains as well, too. This is going to be some incredible amount of healing that's going to come out. I haven't actually gotten to see Pugna Necro on the same team together since Pugna was changed with this insane amount of healing, too.
Oh, yeah.
This could be
Oh, that was a little unfortunate there. Nice, like, opportunity there. The Avalanche vacuum back in, but unfortunately, both ion shells went to Mika instead of sticking onto Insania. It could have been a lot more damage onto the 5 position, who has been really annoying them in this matchup. They're going to try and get a pull.
Mika is getting every single one of these last hits under the tower. He's pretty much back up to, like, almost full HP here. 9, he's getting stacks. He's being efficient here with the meatball, but yeah, continues to keep them low. Mika's thriving off of that 400 move speed without boots down here.
And the Necrophos is going to do the same.
Same
right?
thing.
Like constant lane dominator and harasser that brings heroes low. The only hope is that Skeeter is somehow able to keep himself up with the lifesteal, but that just seems unlikely with, again, as a Visage as his lane partner.
Okay, there's one guy that says the Mega Meatball can pull them out of Reaper side. Well, I have to
thought
call
it
him
could.
out.
I thought it could.
I thought so too, but we haven't seen it, so I'm not 100% sure. I haven't seen the
Snares,
interaction.
blood grenades, so a heavy rotation out from Liquid, but a good interception by Snaking, which is likely to get the Boxy kill.
Boxy!
Nisha! Boxy does die. Nisha is going to chase after Snaking. A little bit surprised that Nisha didn't take the tower hits, but, you know, better to win the lane. He still gets a trade-off of kills here, and the Meepo is going to be very sad.
Heavy tower damage, and it's around Power Rune too, so Nisha, he's going to be able to get that one too. Nisha's going treads. A bit of a different approach here also from these Ember Spirits that we tend to see. Just stat items to be able to fight into this Meepo.
Yeah, that's... Again, just like a heavy emphasis on being able to win early, right?
Yeah.
Like, who cares if they do all this nasty stuff to you if you just have like a 10k gold lead by 20 minutes?
Yeah, you can just like group up and steamroll together, especially with something rallied around like a Necrophos. And definitely a fantastic start here for Liquid with a more normal looking draft. Tundra, we'll see if they'll be able to bring stuff back into this one, because these lanes are quite a stomp here, really.
Oh yeah, that's another interaction. And Undying gets to play against Meepo. I forgot about that. He's going to be getting tons of decay stacks.
I think you only get it from one, right?
Oh yeah, you do
You only get it from the main, if I'm not mistaken. I'm an Undying player. That one I think I do know. And I'm going to be wrong about it, probably.
No,
I'm pretty sure.
He just hit the decay.
Yeah.
He only had once.
I'm pretty sure about that one. Bottom, do they have enough?
Big kill if they can get it. Mickey, a little bit. Oh god, the Lotus might have just saved him, but no, gets run down by the Surge, and 9 was here just in case. So finally, Tundra get a little something going for them in a laning phase. It's been pretty awkward. And somehow Zai got a little bit low. Of course, he will very quickly heal himself up.
He's got healing Lotus. He should be all right up here to be able to keep this push going here. I really think that the X factor for Tundra, for them to try to fix the kind of disaster right in these lanes, it feels like it's gonna be snaking, to be honest with you. I think he has a lot of work to be able to make the moves around to kind of reestablish.
Come on, Zai, like let him have a single CS. He's just a 5-position Visage. Okay, maybe he's the one in trouble here. Snaking comes in, big nukes damage, but Snaking actually went for the toss on Boxy into Zai instead. Decrep, but a big nuke.
Skitter.
Is he in range to be able to get the final bit of damage? He is not. Blood grenade gets thrown out to slow him down.
Nisha's here.
Either out of there, but Nisha will clean up. He's going to be able to get both of these kills. Well, the Reaper's Scythe won't sure AEY, but he's going to chase down Snaking next.
And the approach by Nisha this game, the treads into just max Flame Guard. Meepo doesn't do anything to Flame Guard. Pure damage, of course, now on the poof. So, I think every game I just see like max Sleight of Fist, so it's refreshing to see that he does deviate a little bit, not on top of just his item build.
I know, jump away, but the Power Rune was top. Nisha with the double damage. Ooh, man.
He's big. An Ember Spirit that does get the ball rolling like this versus side lanes and stuff that start to struggle. Yes, it's not the max Sleight of Fist. I think that maybe could be now a little bit lucky for the side of Tundra that he doesn't have that with DD, but this Ember, he's going to really rip these heroes to shreds with this type of advantage.
And I love when they do stuff like this, where
Yeah,
he pulls the creep wave off into the neutrals to get the extra farm.
They're both doing it, really. Nisha steals a little bit of the stacks there as Zai also maximizes. First Reaper Scythe very early in the game. Got the Wisdom Runes I actually didn't get to see because there was a little bit of a fight. 1 for 1.
Yeah, 1 for 1.
Okay. Definitely important, at least for Tundra to get those, especially with these lanes are quite devastating already at this point.
Nisha playing aggressively up there. If he fails to find a hero, then he can at least get the boundary rune secured. That's coming up here in a second. Meanwhile, Mickey, no need to really show in lane.
They're already hunting. They want the spider. Skeeter, incredibly fragile.
Yeah, don't let him back into the game if you can help it. Doesn't even try and go through the chains, though. That deep in the trees, it's hard.
They're keeping Skeeter level 5, still not 6, so he can't actually go to the jungle and farm effectively just yet. And back to mid.
Playing an under-leveled Visage is such suffering. That hero is so squishy.
Playing a lot of heroes when an Ember starts getting the ball rolling like this, it can be very scary. This is going to be incredibly fast Maelstrom for him.
Somebody asked me what one thing I wanted to change in Dota right now, and I said the suffering that is losing the early game as a support and not being able to get your 6.
They might be able to get Nisha here.
If Nisha jumps away to the Remnant, he's going to be okay. Now the Reaper Scythe is going to cut down the Meepo. Mickey using the Thirst, thinking about chasing after 33, as he should. That's a freebie. Nothing Snake King can do to stop it. In fact, are they going to run down both of these supports? Yeah, it looks like it. Nisha's going to keep going underneath the tower, Slight to try and dodge, and gets 4 kills for that. What a turn.
What a turn, and oh, look at the blessing there for Nisha as well.
Oh my God.
Regeneron to boot, 10-3. Liquid.
It's worse and worse.
I mean, they're kind of cruising this one. This early game, it's tough to recover with these type of heroes. For Tundra, you're about kind of snowballing. Definitely with these. Liquid setting the pace here, taking mid tower as well too. Zai, Boots of Travel, they're going to be incredibly active.
Man, if they only had a little bit more lockdown.
So close, but not quite there.
What's Nine's build at right now?
He's almost got Atos.
Okay, so if the lane had gone better, he had the Rod of Atos, then they would kill the Ember there. It goes to show the importance of the laning phase, right? Could be a very different story here as we approach the 11-minute marker. If only the lanes go a little bit better for you.
Yeah, and I don't have a big sample size for these meepos or anything, but it still does a lot of times feel like it can be a bit of like that big snowballing hero. If you do start to fall behind, you might never be able to recover versus a lineup like this that's going to group pressure with global threat with his bots on Necro that we know that Zai likes to do.
Tundra want to try and get their first tower of the game. Snake King, though, is going to be caught for it. Surged away with a Rupture on him.
Super dead. Aoi is still level 4.
I'm telling you, man.
This is sad.
Somebody help out these supports. There's no way back into it, man. These Wisdom Runes in 7 minutes don't do enough for you.
No.
All right, Sadie's barreling up into the triangle. Hey.
Oh, he's just actually walking at 9. They've got Reaper.
Yeah, they're going to drop it. It's not going to be enough to get the kill by itself, but the Tombstone zombies are mounting up, and Senia's going to chase after him. Heartstopper Aura also going to work, but a nice pullback there with a vacuum. Not enough to get the kill on Insania, though.
Can they even kill him?
Nope, not quite enough. The surge to run him down. 33 commits and gets the kill, but he has to give up his own life for it, as there's no way that TP works, because Mickey, he's completed a Maelstrom already.
It's always just like 3 or 4 or 5 Liquid heroes, it feels like, and then Nisha's already set up her top 2 for Skeeter, the Boots of Travel. Oh my God, Skeeter's, he's just gone!
Crap!
What?
All of that Maelstrom damage, the Sleight of Fist damage.
Wow. How many procs did he get?
Did he get 2 different procs? There's like, not a lot. There is an inherent cooldown on Maelstrom, but I don't know how long it is.
Yeah, either way, Skeeter definitely very fragile, but I didn't think he died that quick.
Yeah.
Holy crap, 8K lead, 12 minutes in. This has to be one of the big ones. Let's look at it again. Oh my Lord. Whew. All right. Well, Aoi got to have fun in the first game at the least as an Enchantress. This one, it doesn't look like it's going to get much better.
Yeah, he also got to have fun in his first Visage game, but you know, one thing to stop his familiar shenanigans, just don't let him get level 6.
Yeah, true. No Visage shenanigans, and even when he gets them, I think there could be these like one-shots that come out, even if you're not near him from these Sleight of Fist, because it's a support Visage with level 1 Gravekeepers. 9 shows his face for a second in the mid lane.
Oh man, Snaking, nice toss away. But if Zai gets in range with the slow, final nuke.
He's dead.
Oh, it was enough.
Was that a base? I guess he just crumbled. Never mind, it was just rocks. Wow, Tundra can't slow the pace of the game down. Liquid just accelerating too much here.
Yeah.
And look at Nisha. You know what? He's like, I'm versus Meepo. I'm going Battle Fury. The extra solution versus this, even versus the spiders too. He says summons. I thrive off of them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy. I mean, you're going to have Darkseer illusions, you're going to have Visage familiars. There's so much to proc off of. Nice vacuum up into the high ground, but Zai has a solution to that one. He's got a Boots of Travel and almost TPs in time to be able to hit him with it.
And look at the Insania's going to take the Wisdom Rune. Okay, Aoi found 6, though. He got it in the mid lane, but on top of the gold being
this is a big pickoff. Mickey's by himself here, and Zai had already used his Boots of Travel, so well,
nice
couldn't get here fast enough. That damage was pretty overwhelming.
Can the Knight get out? He left it a Meepo here.
He did. See if Nisha lands the chains. He does. And they're going to throw all the damage at him. Covered by the familiars, though. It may have taken a while, but Curtis is now ready to go with his familiar shenanigans.
Rachel, can he get away? Sanya can't quite chase out. All right. a small bump back for Tundra, but very, very small getting this kill on the Bloodseeker.
And you could see Liquid showing no sign of slowing down after that pickoff.
They know that they have their bounty or their wisdom rune available too. They're going to go claim that one over there. I was hoping to see Zai queuing up the Boots of Travel too, but of course they were nerfed after he literally did that one game. That literal one game that he did is like the 0-8 Necropost and then made it come back when the patch first did. He's just going to go for his own items, tank up here, and he is very, very tanky.
This Necrophos does get really out of control. If you get to like the Sanj Kaya and then you get like the Shard pickup and stuff, this hero has the mobility and survivability that really is just insurmountable at some point.
And it might not be a Storm or a Leshrac or something like that that you can pump into, but I haven't seen the Necropugna, but that also sounds quite disgusting as well too.
Skeeter's gonna run into the Necro here. No disables available though.
I mean, Skeeter needs to just try to farm. Like he needs Nullifier, it feels like, before he's able to really do much of anything in this game. So it's like BKB Nullifier timing or something for the Broodmother when they're at this type of deficit. So Tundra kind of about splitting up the map and trying to get some farm here for this next timing at the least. 9, probably his Mega Meepo is the bigger one than Skeeter's.
They're drawing Liquid around the map. They're getting some damage on mid. They force Zai to be able to TP bottom.
And look at AOI. I mean, AOI is starting to send his birds into positions to do the owie, I call it, where he cuts the creep waves, but Boxy, he's on the hunt.
Yeah, he doesn't want to let this one happen for free.
Because this is where he kind of abused it. He did it when he was playing Radiant the last time in cutting waves, but he's looking for a similar kind of play.
Yeah, he was also up against a lot more melee heroes than this time around. And probably less bots as well, as Snake King's going to be slowed down by the Tombstone. It's been a while since we've got a Reaper Scythe kill, so let's get our third charge of the game.
I thought you were calling them bots. I was like, what did you just... Yeah, that is a bit rude there, a bit savage by you, but I got it. Boots of Travel, yeah.
Yeah.
He'll get the one range creep. I mean, he did get one of the birds over there, so he is going to try to be a bit annoying here. But nowhere near the realms of what he was able to do the last time just yet. Tundra gonna do Tundra things to try to get back in this one after that immense lead that Liquid was able to build up after laning phase. But this Ember Spirit has just such an explosive game.
Yeah, and even if you do, like, let's say you're Tundra, you draw the game out, do you feel confident about their late game? Because the way that particularly Nisha built the Battle Fury, I'm a little bit concerned that if Tundra gets there, they still may not be strong enough.
No, I agree. I think this is really clever by Nisha. He's just like, my Bloodseeker is farming, but I'm super farming. I'm going to be a complete secondary right-clicking core as well in this game. I mean, there's definitely situations where if Skeeter's not careful, this cleave could just catch him off guard.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of summons in these fights coming out from Tundra. 9, does he have it done? Mega Meepo, I believe in 40 gold.
Okay. Well, it won't be out in time for this tier 1 tower push, it looks like. Which Zai, they don't have the Reaper Scythe, but they do have the chains to hold him in. 33 turns around with a vacuum, does what he can, but
much damage.
Yeah, Liquid laid out a trap for him because they want to take this tier 1. We'll see if they want to take the tier 2 as well, but time to start limiting control of these Ancients that Tundra have.
I wouldn't blame even if Zai now just kind of hangs on to this Reaper Scythe until he sees the Mega Meepo.
Yeah.
It's always, it really does. It kills him so fast. If you get it onto him after, of course. Look at these quick movements. Liquid continue to play active around the map. Don't let Tundra do these things.
Yeah, take a tier 1, instantly be back up to top
hey,
lane.
there it is.
Got him with the Reaper Scythe to stop the roll away. Good kill on the Meepo.
Worth it. Doesn't get the stack or whatever. It's going to set him up for a Roshan. He's got the Undying already in position up here. It's a freebie. Fast. So fast that they set up on the map. Showed bottom for a second and immediately they're top already hunting 9.
I like how Tundra is immediately, though, just already pushing out the side. They know what it means. It's like, okay, Roshan is forfeit, push out the lanes as much as possible. Snake King's deep on the other side of the map.
Just try to get anything that you can at this point, because fighting into Liquid is just impossible until you feel like you've got a big item timing for perhaps or 3 cores, but struggling to see what that real big item timing for the team fight is going to be in particular.
Nice play by Snake King, putting his illusion on the portal, so he'll see the rotation post Roshan. Pull out Mjolnir next for Mickey.
And let's see if maybe it's going to be difficult versus the tanky cores, but the Wombo combo, Tundra does have a decent one. Nisha
There's that Rod of Atos chaining the ensnares here. That's going to feel really good, taking away this Aegis. I don't know if they can get him a second time, though. Zai showed up with his bots, so that's going to push back Tundra. But still, a great pickoff. Ooh, the chains actually somehow landing onto Snake King, despite all those other options there.
Watch the cleave.
Holding him down. This is getting a little sticky here for Liquid. They're going to be pulled back in with a vacuum. Can the AoE of Tundra hold them in place? Nine's going to start doing it what he can with the vacuum out. They're going to have to leave Boxy behind.
He jumped
into that wall. Once again, Nisha perhaps a little bit overzealous and gets himself killed.
He's
as
on.
a result.
Oh, Nisha, he jumped in. That was his last remnant. Someone must have made the call like to go or something there, but he jumps in and just feeds his life.
Flinged one of his meepos out there, which I'm glad to see he's already using that ability. I feel like it was one of the underutilized ones whenever I see this mega meepo.
Yeah, Parker was really good with it when I saw it, but
yeah,
I haven't gotten to see too much of these meepos. All right, Tundra striking back here. This Atos, the mega meepo, finds quite a big one here, and Sania maybe also going down.
Yeah, you got to be careful of this catch with the Atos meepo. Because he just brings this overwhelming presence to the fight. You got to be careful of the catch that follows it up.
I mean, especially if you... Nisha kind of delivered himself on a silver platter, to be honest. Yeah, he set away and then just literally jumped back and gave this meepo.
Jumps to the other side. 9. His poof is on cooldown for this meepo, and he can't stop a BKB. Bloodseeker now 33 is showing up. Immediately going to be Reapered just to hold him in place. Perhaps a little early from Zai.
They'll get
and now
Mickey.
they're going to get punished. Mickey is going to die for it. 33 who ran back in to help ensure this kill will die for it. Yes, Zai is getting a lot of regen out of this, but they've got a lot of heroes here to try and burst him down, and they will manage to get it. Tundra are finding openings in a Liquid domination that should have been clean. But now, no longer is, as Nisha once again barreling into Tundra, will be able to bounce back this time successfully.
Who got the last hit there? Was it Skitter? He did. So he actually got both of them there. Probably the most important hero to get these kills, so it's going to enable his timing a little bit there. Liquid slipping up a little bit. Tundra punishing with the numbers. They have good wombo combo. That's the one thing. This vacuum, tiny stun, this is something they did the other day too, even with the Visage. If they can have like the resummon vacuum kind of combos there, that could kind of also be the comeback here.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Keep them underneath the wall. Just constantly parry them with whatever familiars and gunk you have to throw at them.
Should be still pretty okay, at least on Nisha, but he's got to be a little more careful with these remnants. He's going a bit too deep. Okay, he'll get a dispel. I was looking and I'm like, he's really pushing the limits a little bit here. It was giving me like inklings of that first game on his Storm jumping in.
Yeah, me too. But he opts for the Manta.
Like
Plus, a lot of these situations, we haven't had the full squad of Liquid in this situation.
Sure.
And now we see Boxy has a Guardian Greaves. So there's going to be some serious team fight put together if Liquid can be all 5-man, but that's what Tundra's doing well, right? They're forcing Liquid apart.
Yeah, splitting them up, getting good catches with all this. I mean, they do have great heroes to be able to force them. We're probably gonna see the familiars at some point soon. Howie's almost 12. The level 2 familiars are easier to go for that kind of creep cutting that he does like to do.
Right.
They have Brood Mother, who's gonna keep those lanes pushed naturally. Same thing for Darks here, Ion Shell. Liquid, gonna group up here a little bit. Arcane Rune on Nisha.
Tundra Smoke is coming out.
Okay.
Behind Snake King.
There's the Dig available now also, too.
That could be pretty big.
We'll have to see the interaction, too, now. That's on
Yeah.
How does the thirst and everything work? I mean, if I'll even be able to calculate it in time in these fights, but... And yep, look at the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah.
The birds, it's happening.
There's Aghanim Scepter on Bloodseeker, too. That is also going to be kind of a menace against Meepo.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
A lot of things to factor in here. Oh, yeah, look at Owie. All right, well, this is what's going to happen when you're playing versus his Visage. I can't believe I'm seeing it again. I casted it the other day. Zai, grouped up with Mickey. Set up around top. They're finding the wrap 9. It's the Mega
Meepo goes out. They stop the TP, they've got nothing. The change actually was available, and now Zai can throw out that Reaper scythe. Tons and tons of damage behind it.
Wish I could see the damage numbers for it.
Yeah.
Well, he was like 3,000 something HP or something, but...
One of these times we're going to see like a 9,000 HP Mega Meepo get Reaper Scythe for 1 billion damage.
Definitely a possibility. Skitter been found out here for a second, but nah, Nisha not going to get him. An Arcane Rune thing coming into play there. I think the TP actually finishes if he doesn't have that. I think the chains came back.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that actually is pretty important.
Yep. And they will look
down.
Look for these familiars. That's one. And that's
familiars down.
Alrighty. So I bought a Blink Dagger maybe just to hunt them.
Yeah, between the Blink Dagger and the Shard, he's going to be able to jump on the familiars pretty quickly, but also in general, just jump in the middle of the team fight. His AoE is going to be pretty potent.
I love the Shard, actually. So
I think
it's really cool now. Yeah, it's really interesting, like the potential of dodging and stuff like that. I feel like I've seen players try to dodge like Glimpse with it and stuff.
Yeah.
It's got some cool stuff. Well, hidden tech. Don't ask me about all the mechanics of that one either, please.
Okay. So fucked. How does it? 22-9, a 10,000 net worth lead for Team Liquid. But a game that honestly, like, I thought was going to be over.
I thought so too.
10 minutes, but Tundra has done a really good job of stalling it out and giving themselves a chance.
It is the Tundra special, of course, here, but with the deficit that it was, I mean, Aoi hit 6 so late. Liquid looking for Skitter here.
Skitter with his BKB and Lincolns. So much to try and protect himself against the assault of Liquid.
Very mostly defensive style build, though. BKB Lincolns. I mean, you still thrive from that because you're a universal hero, of course.
Sure.
Not having the wrap to be able to go for this like, nullifier just yet. They'll see the Ember. Do they have enough?
Trying to burst him down with the wall. They got him. Big kill. And Liquid, now that Nisha's dead already, no way they can start a fight. But Mickey may be caught by, vacuum back in, forced to use his BKB. That's going to hurt. There is, I guess, the mid tower as far as objectives for Tundra to take. That's something small, but...
That's just split up, probably, right? Yeah. With the way that they have been playing, maybe look to just split the map here and just get as much as possible out of here. Maybe Skater can actually commit for it.
Yeah, he's got a ton of spiders, actually, so... But Zai... He doesn't want to risk his life, understandably so. You don't want to let this ball start rolling from Tundra.
No, Snay is constantly on the prowl here looking for these tossbacks, and he's found a couple really big ones, especially those, I mean, 2 kind of ones onto Nisha there. 8-2 and 8, Nisha having such a flashy game, but now getting very close to get caught up there with that Broodmother.
That flashiness is a double-edged sword. We saw it in game 1, that's for certain. Mickey, they had a scan on him here.
Ooh, there's Meepos up
the
here.
Other side, but yeah, there's Meepos up there as well.
Does he see him?
Can the rest of it's going to be a while until the full team could get up here, so he's not going to try and catch Mickey.
How long on the Roche? Let's see. It's about 8 seconds till we find out. But making their way down up toward the top lane to set up for it. Mickey almost has the Aghanims done for this next team fight also.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That's going to be pretty massive for his survivability. If both him and Zai are able to just kind of waddle into a team fight against the Meepo, not go down easily, then it'll make Nisha's game a lot easier.
Yeah, I feel like for Tundra, the overall like 5v5 team fights are still going to be quite complicated, but their pick-off potential is there. If they can like get these tossbacks, resets, that's where they can kind of thrive in these fights. Snay, so he might just get caught this time around though.
Yeah, I mean, you identified Snay as probably the key member here of Tundra to be able to turn this game around. So while that pick-off is just a 4 position, it's a very important 4 position to die. Oh, look, more familiars.
Immediately split up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even looking at bottom anymore because I love Aoi, but this is kind of triggering me a little bit.
It's just going to be constantly. And they're gonna lose their tier 2 eventually. You're gonna take that outpost. Next thing you know, you're gonna be taking tier 3 damage.
I can't wait until I see people. Oh, actually, we'll have to wait for that. Mid 9 might be getting set up on here. Boxy, he wants him.
Slowed him down with the Decrepify and the hits from the Undying Flesh Golem. Does manage to poof himself away in time.
Oh, maybe even Zai, he's on the prowl. Whoop. To the left side, 9. It seems like they actually know where he is.
Yeah, they've kind of triangulated, I think, in part, where that one was going. The Mega Meepo trying to protect himself, poofing away, but again, the Reaper's Scythe makes this so hard to play for the Meepo.
They hunted him down. I mean, that was kind of the 2 supports. That was actually Boxy and Insania that set that one up for Zai to come in. And yeah, I was saying, I'm pretty sure we're going to see people with these Visage Familiars in pubs doing this, and they just feed Visage Familiars relentlessly.
Oh, yeah. It's 100 gold a pop.
You got to be Aoi to do this.
It also means you have to play support Visage.
That's true.
Nobody wants. Nobody wants that. Everybody just like a real quick PSA. Don't pick it. Your core is going to hate you.
I think in most situations that might cause an auto DC from your carry player if he's playing with a 5 Visage. Roche, the next ticker. 10 seconds till Meepo's back up. Liquid can kill this one pretty quick. Flesh Golem actually on cooldown, same with Tombstone, but they have more than enough up here at the numbers.
So Tundra will get out on the map as much as possible, as they undoubtedly know this is happening. Soon a Blink Dagger for Mickey. So they're going to have tons and tons of jump.
strong in the fights. Skeeter almost has his aggressive item. He's got the nullifier. He's been farming the entire game to get to this point, so maybe he can actually focus fire targets, focus onto Zai, or focus onto this Pugna in particular.
Yeah, that's gonna suck if he gets this nullifier and then the first fight he goes on Zai and Zai's got a cheese.
Yeah.
He's like, all right guys, we can finally burst him down, and then, you know, just eats the cheese when he's at 500 health.
No, absolutely. But it is, you know, he needs this, right? Like, he really, really does.
And they've got a scythe now for 33, so a lot of items coming in for Tundra.
I think for team fight, the wombo combo has to be pretty much perfect from Tundra to win the straight up team fight. But besides that, the tossbacks, I'm just still going to be looking at snaking to kind of maybe trickle them back into this one. Liquid though with Aegis Cheese.
And you've got Harpoon to work off that toss back as well, so when you do reposition someone, you can get them even further back. Skater's working towards that.
Yeah, 1,300 away from it. I was like, oh wow, he's got that done too? Damn.
Oh, Daedalus. Oh, mama.
I want to see a big cleave. I really do.
Yeah.
I want to see everything kind of stacked up. Spiders, walls, familiars, meepos. It'll be pretty massive. Blink will get sniped, snaking. Reveals his positioning there for him.
That is such the dangerous part, because you have all these melee heroes and all the gunk that we've talked about, but you cannot clump.
No.
You want to focus down this Bloodseeker or this Necrophos who requires, you know, just direct fire to bring them down, but you can't actually clump, otherwise you're going to take an infinity amount of damage.
Yeah, an actual infinity. Right, the Heartstop Aura, the cleaves, every little thing being thrown in. I want to see also the Blood Rage with some cleaves too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Even more potential of damage. A heart now for Zai, top of net worth. Tundra.
It seems like Liquid are not too worried about late game.
Nah, they're just continuing to just get that farm. I think because of the build that Nisha went for, right? Like, yeah, he's died the 2 times, but he still is getting this insane scaling. This is not your usual, just like spellcaster Ember. This is a right-clicking Ember too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can we take a look at the CS numbers real quickly, just for my own
They're high.
curiosity of all these
Very high.
spiders dying? Yeah, it's a lot, mostly for the Ember.
Yeah. I mean, across the board, it's actually surprising that... I say it's surprising, but then I'm like, never mind. I'm like, it's surprising that 9 has so little CS, but then I'm like, never mind. There's so much people on the side of Tundra that always wants to take the farm, so someone's going to suffer out of it.
1,300 gold given away. I remember there was a time with Dota 2 casting where you had no idea how much gold was given up from all of these, like, back then, Lycan was a big one. How many wolves he just throws down lane.
We'd have to just totally guess. We'd make, I think, 5 bears, and it'd be like maybe 1. Aoi continues to do Aoi things. Zai continues to hunt
He cuts the wave while the spiders take the building. That is so dirty, man.
Liquid, they want to force him back. And they will be able to here. The tossback plays is something you always got to watch out here for the pushes, Liquid. Stay.
Who are you going to go for with this? Looks like Nullifier vacuum in, okay. But at the same time, Nisha's in pretty deep here. They target him, but they couldn't quite finish him off. Mickey's now going to start backing away, and they have the heals from Boxy to rely upon. That's why Tundra can't let him go so easily. Nullifier catching Mickey, and they bring him down. Big kill to get, but Zai is going to be able to get the return with the Reaper Scythe bringing down the Meepo. Zai's isn't going to stop that damage, and yeah, Zai's going with that regen. He's got a heart, he's got all this kill regen, he's working with it, but Nisha's the one low. He does still have that Aegis to jump away with the Scythe. Remnant gets him out, and big heal from the Soul Rip. Zai still trying to play with Nisha here, not overextending, backing away bit by bit. Because they no longer have that Reaper Scythe. It's a lot easier for 9 to play around this dig.
He dodges Soul Assumption. He actually survives. Aegis is still there.
Very close. That Aegis is going to expire soon, but at some point in time, they're going to be able to catch him, and this is going to be the time. But look at that Meepo so low. Zai eats the cheese, staying alive, but the side device is going to make sure no more heals, and an instant net comes out. Pops Samantha. There goes the slight, bouncing around for so long, but an instant toss up from Snake King catches him on the way down.
Nice buyback from 9 there. A good fight from Tundra, and it starts a little awkward. Snake actually blinked and tossed his own visage to start the fight, by the way. Literally completely whiffing the initial engagement, but they end up persisting with the chase. Great buyback, really.
Yeah, and it goes to show, like, once you... That is the problem. That is sort of like a one-time thing. The Reaper Scythe, use it on that Meepo. He's gone. The buyback was effective because you didn't have the Reaper Scythe. What are you going to do next time Liquid runs at you in the high ground?
A little bit maybe of, over-aggressive there again, too, coming up from Liquid. It gets punished. I don't know if they expected 9 to be able to be holding the buyback there in particular. Completely catches them off guard, it seems like.
Yeah, had a big part Early death on Mickey, the one person who didn't have a second life for himself.
True.
Way just no cheese.
They're kind of doing it now. This is pretty crazy, Tundra. At such a deficit in this game, at least from the gold, they brought this thing, everything almost completely back to even.
Yeah, only a 4K
lead.
net worth. That is nothing at this point in the game.
Huge.
Oh, look at that. The win probability actually in the favor of Tundra now.
There is still, though, the situation where there's no buyback on 9, right? So he could just get picked, and then they have this meepo gone for a very, very long time. But
particularly when you have such great single target spells like Rupture and Reaper's Scythe, it's very easy to get a kill that you really, really want.
I think this is where 9 maybe just plays on the safer spots, right? Just play very close to your base. Let your other heroes play on those more aggressive positions. Let them tank that gank so you can get this buyback back up.
And what does Liquid do now? Do they try and, go back to controlling the map, get your net worth lead back again, wait for Roshan, but then you're not taking advantage of that buyback timer?
I don't know. I think you probably still want to look to apply some pressure here.
Nisha will get himself a Ag Shard off the Tormentor.
The recovery from Skeeter is phenomenal. He is top net worth.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Did he get a lot of the
He
kills
got
on
a
that
lot
last
of them.
fight? Is that what happened?
I think he got most throughout, most of these engagements. He's in earlier, because he got the monster kill streak from earlier, and then he got one of the other big kill streaks from the earlier engagements too. So he's done an incredible job of this recovery here. Of course, with the backup of his team doing all this kind of space thing, but
sure.
It's pretty huge. Skeeter, I mean, he's getting close to critical mass here. He still doesn't even have Shard. I actually think this Shard is insanely potent.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It just gets stronger and stronger as the game progresses.
Yeah, the damage just amps up over time. It's crazy that they made it go from flat damage to percentage like that.
And he became, well, she became Universal, and then Universal got buffed as well,
Yeah,
too. So it's
yeah.
like a triple kind of buff for him.
And then on top of that, then you have that 25 talent, which is damage on damage on damage amps.
And he's okay. He's going to be going Refresher. So, I mean, so many activatable items. I actually don't really blame him for it. Could be an issue for them to deal with all of these targets to go for. He commits for the item, though. I guess because 9 doesn't have the buyback, he's feeling like he might as well.
Sure.
I think Nisha also, did he commit the gold? He committed at least for the secondary small crit. Didi at the bottle in Nisha.
Ooh, nah. That's pretty scary.
He's
Yeah,
able to
first time this patch for a Refresher Broodmother.
Yeah,
But
I've never seen it. I mean, it makes sense with this build.
yeah, getting double value out of this BKB Lincolns and Nullifier.
See what neutral item he gets. He has the token held on to. They're gonna look for the fight here. They're feeling strong that they can now fight outside of the base. Aui's level 18. Same level as the Darkseer. He has transitioned.
I was gonna say, don't you want Trickster's Cloak? I feel like whatever gives you magic resistance at this point is value.
I mean, this item sometimes does end up being one of the most valuable items in the game.
It is kind of crazy that the activatable and the stats are just too value this late in the game.
I mean, invisibility is always kind of going to be invincibility a lot of the times, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
magic resist evasion can also be an excellent answer.
Jumping forward, Harpoon, quick kill. They're gonna get him. Insania, nothing they can do to save him when a Nullifier is used like that.
Skeeter. I mean, no funny business, just pops the BKB because he has that second round of it just in case.
Yeah, and you can't afford to be losing a fight right now while you're still working on that dieback timer.
It's getting closer and closer. 2 minutes, 40 seconds until this buyback is back up for the Meepo. He's gotten a full item now finished up on it too. A Hex, so another form of catch to deal with this Ember Spirit in particular.
And of course,
smoking.
AUI is the one to get the aura item out of the neutrals.
He did the same thing last time. He took the telescope. He's he's a team player actually. I mean, not with his hero pick, but with the way that he plays.
Greedy team player.
Greedy
team player nonetheless.
I'll take that.
Lincoln's for Mickey. There's the scythe finally up, and this is going to be a battle over Roshan, which is up in a minute. Die. He already used his blink dagger. Spotted by Snaking, hit by the avalanche, and a toss back coming soon. And Insania knows the danger that this represents. Thankfully, there was that Trickster Cloak. That's the only reason they're able to get away like that.
Nisha's committed the gold for the double Daedalus.
Oh, Lincoln's going to be able to break an attempted rupture there from Mickey.
Did he throw that onto Snaking? I didn't quite see.
Yeah, he did. He just really wanted the pick that badly.
And look at the lanes. I mean, 9, he sees them all top. He's split pushing, sends the Meepos mid, sends the Meepos bottom. Roche is 20 seconds, and Senya buys back because of the potential of it coming back up.
Zai just jumps for it. They're going to try and execute a quick kill onto these supports, but it's not fast at all. Staking gets out, and protects himself, and beautiful vacuum wall. Can they keep them inside of this place, though? The tombstone is a problem. They have to deal with that. Sadly, the wall, as good as it looked, Liquid was able to disengage from it.
Didn't have the chain stun combo or anything around it.
Yeah.
Able to disengage. Nisha also, I think he actually didn't even clear them that way. I thought maybe they came back right afterwards, but the Slight didn't really clean them up just yet. Wall on cooldown.
I mean, it's going over to the other side. Roshan is, and Epo's already set up for that.
I think Tundra's going to smoke and look to run straight down there. I imagine Liquid's probably going to look to run straight down there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, sadly, the Meepo not here to play. So we didn't get that chain stun. Here comes that Tundra smoke, pushing through into Liquid side of the map, and they look very split right now. An opportunity may present itself.
Sai, he's also committed his gold. BKB coming on Courier. They're going to find Insania.
He
does not have buyback
for him. 4 versus 5 for Roshan now.
And he is pretty, I mean, he's important in a way too. Like the Tombstone grab eyes. We actually haven't really seen it come into effect, but him being dead, that's a lot of like the AoE coverage, at least for Vision in particular, for Liquid's team fight.
More and more Lincolns picked up. Mickey jumping forward with Zai. Doesn't get the catch they were looking for. Now the nullifier is going to be put onto Mickey. Skeeter's going to fight through this rupture, no problem. They're trying to kite him out as best they can. The side's going to be used on Nisha. They vacuum, pull him back in, but he jumps away. Mickey's going to run out of his BKB, though, and this Blood Mist can't hold against all of this damage. Liquid now backing away. Tundra desperate to catch as many heroes as possible. That's not going to do enough damage. Zai, he doesn't get the kill with the Reaper's Sight. Box is going to be nullified, so he's dead. Zai hitting? No. Sentry going to be dropped, and they're going to surround him pretty damn quickly.
And they just wiped 4 heroes.
Yep, easily.
And that's set up right around Rose. Tundra, they're making magic happen. They are in the lead by a long shot now after these last few fights. Level 25 Broodmother. Liquid, it's just they've run out of steam. They don't, if the long fights doesn't benefit them, the constant cleave and everything, even though Nisha went for it, Mickey's not having a game.
Another time that I feel like Liquid were looking at the late game saying, guys, it's fine, we're going to scale just fine. But Tundra really outplaying them in a lot of these team fights, getting the picks that are required to push the game late, getting the openers in a lot of these team fights, so important.
And you have to go back to like these little annoyances, right? These little things that Tundra does to get back in the game. Cutting creeps with familiars, buying time to get to this point. It's all completely paid off.
This Bloodseeker has not looked like it could do much in these fights.
It felt like the Blood Mist was going to be a cool timing, but I feel like actually it did absolutely nothing since he's gotten it. The auras that come out from Tundra, just withstanding all of this team fight that Liquid had a benefit of from the early go.
Yeah, it's a great example of this. That was like 33, even going for the late Crimson Guard.
Yeah.
Which, great choice when this Ember's doing so much to you.
Yeah, that's a big cleave.
Yeah, it's showing itself a little bit more now that it's Tundra who have to put themselves in the awkward position. Great Mega Meepo. Pull that one out of danger.
Snaking.
Just alive. Snaking
Toss back.
The toss back. That's beautiful. But the Slight immediately goes out. And Nisha jumps away to his Remnant on the other side of the map.
Nisha, he's got the item queued up. It feels like he does need it at this point because their damage it's not there. He's got Rapier queued. So,
okay.
I mean, he will hit a pretty big timing if he does commit for it, where he's going to have Rapier and he's going to have the 25 double Slight charges. Could that be enough to bring down this Meepo? Because they just have not been able to answer this Death Ball of Tundra now in these last, 10 minutes, 12 minutes or so.
That's going to be pretty tough for one person to react to that if they get double Slighted Reaper's Sight. If one of those Sights is a crit, you're probably dead. If both of them are a crit and you're getting Reaper's Sight, nobody's standing up to that.
Unless they get Lincolns onto these targets.
Exactly,
Snaking,
right?
He's got one as well, too, so they do have the support having one.
Yeah, they recognize the Rupture and the Reaper Scythe are so important in this game. Multiple Lincolns are going to be important.
Well, buybacks back up.
Multiple Glimmer Caves as well.
Tundra just now they're just kind of hunting themselves. It's been Liquid kind of hunting most of these situations where you said they felt like they were stronger. Now it's just Tundra on the prowl.
AY, that's probably the perfect example right there. He's a team player, but a greedy team player.
Look at his items.
AC, man. He picks up the AC, an expensive item that is definitely going to help out the team.
How does he only have 3 deaths this game, too? I mean, yeah, Tundra. seem to just be able to work some magic sometimes with the way they split push Skitter. And for Zai,
to use the BKB, and Skeeter just goes to work on the buildings, gets it, and gets away.
Mickey,
oh, that was not the jump you wanted. Tossed away, forced to use the BKB. Another thing on cooldown. Goes for the kill on Snake King, and they will get it, yes, but the vacuum back into the wall is pretty dangerous. They're going to pull back in Insania with the harpoon. He gets a force staff to get out. Skeeter. I think he's not happy with his BKB being on cooldown. He's going to back away now, but they're going to keep chasing on Liquid. They go for Mickey. They burst them down so quickly. That's Scythe of Ice. And now Nisha need to be helped out a little bit. Got the Decrepify off a slide. They get a punch onto him. They get a Scythe onto him. So much.
That's the Rapier.
That once again gets a pick off the Divine Rapier. Now into the hands of Skeeter. They're going to chase down Liquid. And Tundra may have just taken this series by force.
The disgusting, the summons, it all ends up working out in the long run. That's it. I mean, Rapier now picked up. It's on the Broodmother as well, too. They can probably just look to finish it.
We said at the start of the series, Liquid has had Tundra's number for the last 2 years, but recently they have turned a corner on this matchup. The question was, could they keep that going with a stand-in in AUI 2000? It's not just keeping it going. Now it looks even more one-sided as a 2-0 on its way if Tundra can just keep this going and prevent Liquid from holding out here.
And this one's with quite a big recovery. Those lanes were pretty devastating from Liquid, and yeah, it's been Tundra for these last 12-15 minutes or so, every fight going in their favor. That's 2 sets, easily grabbed 40,000 gold lead now with that Rapier being passed over.
There is no doubt they could take these buildings before the Ember is back up. Liquid fighting in a 3 versus 5, have to put something together. Once again, the snaking initiation. Mickey starts going to work on a 33, but the building drops too fast. Tundra 2-0 over Liquid.
Wow, that was really impressive. We've had a lot of comebacks at this tournament, but this one was honestly so well done. It all comes back to where that buyback happens bottom, I feel like, from 9, making that call, getting that catch. Mickey, overall in this game, really did not have the impact that I feel like he expected to. As soon as Blood Mist comes online, he thinks he feels strong, but they actually just perpetually lose every single fight after that. Tundra wins with a kill deficit.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. We also, I think Nisha, rough series for him in some of those situations. And Tundra all around. I mean, I would love to know team comps wise, like who kept this game together for them, because being down that much and kind of being rolled over, it would be easy to fall back on, well, guys, you know, Liquid's a good team. We have a stand-in, no problem. But somebody kept this team together.
There's just a lot of situations also where it's like when 3 lanes kind of get lost too, it's really difficult for you to just kind of ramp up and pull things back together. The damage numbers actually tell a very different tale of this game. If you look, it's Nisha with like 70k, 40k on Zai, like 30k on Mickey. The highest damage number on Tundra's 38k, or 33,000, 34,000. So just a very macro-based gameplay that they were able to play, covering things with their split push.
A lot of great pickoffs that they got, a lot of great item choices that they put together. Tundra, an incredibly impressive 2-0 coming into this. The underdogs, without a doubt, with the stand-in, but standing tall and heading to the upper bracket finals.
We should remember that even though they have a stand-in, that stand-in is a TI winner. So of course he's capable of playing some incredible Dota 2, and that has worked out. Give it up for Tundra Esports one more time. What a victory, what a game coming in from them. As the casters had said, Tundra been behind Liquid for such a long time, but this time around, on a LAN environment, they get the get back, they get the revenge, and they find themselves with a victorious movement into the top 3 here at the Bali Major. The performance we've seen is just out of this world, out of this world. You know what? The level of Dota that we saw is too high for me to be able to express, so we're gonna need a TI winner to do it for me. Snaking, how do you feel right now after such a crazy game, fam?
Ooh, I mean, I'm over the moon. This was absolutely crazy. Like, we felt like we're kind of messing up early game and we're behind, but we always were patient and we followed fundamentals and we found openings and we got a couple pickoffs. This clutch Meepo pick and then into a 9 buyback at the bottom fight really turned the game around.
So actually, let's talk about this Meepo, right? You played a pretty disgusting draft, Broodmother plus Meepo in the same game and a Visage. Was this the plan going into it that when we're playing up against Team Liquid, these particular heroes can force a game to go into this incredibly weird state that will allow a victory to happen?
These heroes were definitely on the back of our mind, but we didn't think of picking all of them together. It just ended up being a really good meepo pick, and once 9 saw it, so we just decided to pick it on 18.
Well, 9 is one of those players that tends to go for very off-the-wall picks, right? What is it about your team that enables him to be able to play that style? Because there aren't that many other teams that have such a variety of heroes through the mid lane.
I think part of it is because our team is very versatile. We can accommodate almost anything as long as our players are feeling comfortable. I think it's really important to try to motivate your players to be innovative, because that's what wins tournaments. Like, if you keep running the same strategies over and over, people are going to be expecting it. You need something new. What people are not practiced against, what they don't expect, they don't really exactly understand how to deal with it, and you capitalize on those mistakes and advantages.
Let's talk about something new that's happening, right? Now that Aoi has joined the team, the balance of support play has definitely changed between the two of y'all.
Yes.
What's it like for you playing with Aoi 2000 firstly as a player, and how do you think it affects the team mentality and the team direction overall?
I think overall, it doesn't really change much of our team understanding. The only thing, because he's our coach, like he's been on the team for a very long time, and all the fundamentals that we understand he's taught us and he's shared with us, so we're on the same page about a lot of things. The only things we had to adjust was the hero pool and like try to get a feel for like what we need to do, because I think we're just trying to pick AUI's comfort heroes and like what he thinks is best, and I'm trying my best to just make that happen and accommodate, because I have a pretty big pool and I just need to make sure my players can play their best heroes.
One last question before you go. Are you ever going to pick a normal hero for Skeeter? Something less disgusting in these games?
I mean, Skitter has a lot of, one tricks, so he's a hero spammer, but I'm really glad that he's expanding his hero pool, like trying stuff like Broodmother, which he didn't play at all at TI. When we would pick Broodmother at TI, it's always 33 because he didn't play, but I'm really glad that he's growing and he's improving as a player and expanding his hero pool.
And I'm sure Tundra fans right now who are wanting to see you win are glad that that's happening, and there are several of them here, so give Snaking a round of applause.
Thank you.
One more time. Top 3 at the Bali Major, looking really, really good. I imagine we'll see you on the final day, so good luck and have fun, Snaking.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys at the panel. Please break down the madness, and for the love of God, make sure nobody ever picks Broodmother Meepo again.
Well, if they do get it, they better have some proper answers for it, because Tundra, Western European Tour 3 undefeated, and they are continuing this hot streak in DPC matches as they finally take down Team Liquid in a really important match and make their way to the winner's bracket finals. An impressive feat, and a 2-0 also. They are the proud owners of technically both the 2-0s in this match.
You should say the record they'll hold and never lose.
You can, yeah. So you go for it, Brian.
They are the first team in history to go from the lower bracket to the winner's bracket final in the same tournament. Everybody.
Unprecedented from Tundra Esports. You've seen 2-time TI winners before. Have you ever seen someone go from lower to winner final though? Only here. But they do it, and they do get a 2-0, which has been a marked shift from every other series in this entire tournament.
I mean, this is this particular draft. We thought it was really cool, but our only concern was they might have just like gone too far. You know, they've gone too many layers into the inception. But it's very impressive to me and very fun to see a team like this. Not only did they win, but they were getting rolled. So the fact that they were down by 10K with a untraditional lineup, yeah, I mean, just a cool game to watch.
Yeah, I think, I mean, like Snaking said, right? I think it was a very impressive win. They also kind of felt it themselves, right? But they played really well. They played, they played the fundamental, as he called it, right? But they all just trusted in the draft in the end and made really good decisions despite losing the lanes and making mistakes early game. Another thing to note about this game is that even though Liquid are up so much gold, it does feel like their heroes don't utilize net worth as well as Tundra's heroes do, right? Like, for example, Necrophos, like, it doesn't almost matter how much net worth he gets. He's not gonna have as much impact as a Darkseer or a Meepo, right? So I think that's something that Liquid struggled with a bit. Maybe if the Necrophos had bought aura items at some point, then they could neglect some damage, and then the Bloodseeker would have had an easier time, or the Undying could have bought some aura items, because it felt like they were, yeah, Tundra's itemization was just amazing, right? Like, AUI ended up having auras, Darkseer had auras. I think they probably had all the auras in the entire game, right? Whereas Liquid had Heart and Kai Assange, Boosted Travel, Battlefield.
I don't think they had any. I
You know,
actually don't think they had a
Daedalus.
single
Yeah,
one. They didn't
so-
even have drums.
So I think that is something to think about for this game. But yeah, I think we also talked about how like even at like 10-15 minutes that Liquid needed to be careful not to throw away like some kills Tundra's way, right? Because yeah, they really don't need that many items to have a really strong 5-man this game. And once they have a really strong 5-man, then you can always win a game, right?
I mean, back to your point, I also feel like I would have preferred the Ember to actually just get a BKB this game. Like I feel like even you have the Manta, you still die. You know, like you dodge one route, sure, then there's another one coming, or you have to play really defensively before your cooldowns are up again, and you're not really outputting enough damage in the fights. So I would have preferred to actually see him just get a BKB, stand in the middle, and just output damage. And maybe the Necroforce going team fight items, pipe, whatever, you know, Crimson can help the Ember survive in the team fights.
I think the problem can be with BKB is that if you go Maelstrom BKB is that you might end up getting it popped and then okay, you remnant out, you didn't die, but now that also gives Tundra time to come back, right? The BKB is on cooldown, you also don't have the same damage output. So I can respect the Battle Fury Manta, even one Daedalus. I think maybe the second Daedalus, you know, that's why we are like maybe talking that there could be something else, right? But I think the Atos on Undying, for example, right? And but I don't know, man. It might also just be play, right? Like they went high ground bottom, the Bloodseeker died like on the high ground, right? And then Meepo could buyback. It's also like, yeah, it's a good buyback by 9, but you're also giving them the opportunity to do this type of buyback Meepo, win the fight, right?
I mean, there's also before that actually happened. They killed I think the Ember twice in the game, which
Yeah.
I felt like those 2 kills should not have ever happened. You know, like you should be playing safe. You know, there's a Meepo in the game. You don't have BKB. You have to be very, very careful because every death just gives away so much. You know.
Is it a contribute to the item build, or is it more like he just overstepped slightly, right?
Might be both, but I would say more towards how he thinks that he can't die. That's why he's playing in that very, very deep position.
Yeah.
And he just like feels like he can never die, so whatever, you know. And then in the end, he died. He gave away a bunch of gold to the Meepo and his team, and the game just felt like we were watching the game, and at that moment we were like, oh, damn, the game is actually gonna start to turn because of that.
Yeah, the writing was kind of on the wall, and I'm curious if Tundra felt the same way, if that was the turning point. If only we had a way to mic check them.
We do.
Look here, guys. Can we look at this?
Coming to you.
Running.
Nice.
Alright, I mean this is good.
Alright guys, your boy's back.
Oh, the Ember.
Focus for my IQ. Can we keep going, guys? They don't have damage.
Yeah, I'm going in. I'm going on Ember, guys.
No, ignore Ember, ignore Ember.
Go Necro, guys. I have Nullifier. Kill Necro.
Need help on one Meepo? Yeah, buddy!
Yo, I'll die. Kill. Focus. I think I'm still fucking my guys.
Can toss it. Bird, onto Bird.
It's all good,
chilling,
guys.
chilling.
All good.
It's me, I have cheese.
Can we turn this, guys?
Yeah, going in. Look at. Kill Ember.
Rapier Ember, guys. Rapier.
I'll kill him, I'll kill him. Ember, Ember. Ember, Ember. Kill slide.
Rapier on floor. They have no buys. Necro.
I'm hitting base.
Holy fuck.
Not.
Yeah, buddy. That's how you make a turnaround in that kind of game.
What did he say? Like, I'm back.
I'm back. Your boy's back.
Your boy's back, baby. I mean, I just want to say about Tundra as a team. I think one thing I've had an issue with the Dota community as a whole is people generally will shit on you when you pick weird stuff and if you're trying something different. And there's just something about this team where the mindset they embrace is like what I think makes it work, that they can pick whatever and like know they have a chance even if they're down by 10k, is they just look at their lineup objectively. They're not like judging, you know, did we mess up in the laning phase? Like, could we have done something differently? There's game. It's like, these are the heroes we got. We're stuck with it for the next half hour. Like, let's do what we can. And I just think that gives them the ability to adjust so much better in these games. And I also think, like, we're talking about all the things Liquid did wrong. And I agree that is a lot of the things we said is true, if not all of them. But you have to give some hats off to Tundra in the sense that, like, how many times has Liquid played against a draft like this? You know, like, that is something that Tundra has to play their lineup correctly, and then Liquid also has to be caught off guard a little bit for this to happen. And I think that it just speaks so much about the way Tundra embraces the mentality of, here, this is what we got.
Yeah, I really like what Snake King said about, like, they want to have the mentality that The players should always have a motivation to innovate. You have to change, you have to constantly upgrade. You can't be playing the same thing over and over again like some NA team and hope to win every time.
Name names.
No, I mean, I completely agree with that. I think it's so easy for players to be like, nah, I don't want to play. Like you see some players play, 9 play like Wyvern mid, right? It's so easy to say, nah, I'm not really feeling the Wyvern mid.
Especially when the game gets hard.
Yeah, but it does take a special kind of player to be willing to sacrifice MMR and time and all types of stuff, ego, whatever, to play these type of mid heroes. And I mean, I don't know how many teams would have won this game from that position, right? It's literally only Tundra with these type of heroes as well. Like, it's so easy to start being like, oh, we shouldn't have picked this or that, and having that feeling in the game, right? But they just kept believing in the draft and kept making correct decisions, and like, yeah, you're gonna get rewarded often.
I mean, just at the very least, if you don't win this game, you know you left it all out on the floor, and you just, hey, didn't work out this time around.
And this wouldn't have even been the series loss for them. This was almost like a freebie where they were like, oh, it's a 3-game series, game 2. Let's brood Meepo. Let's see what happens. And well, it ends up getting them the win. And I'm sure Liquid, they're feeling a little blue, but they're down in lower bracket, feeling a little like this kind of blue. Brian, ask me where I got this shirt.
Neil? Where did you get that shirt?
I got it from H&M. I got it from their new summer collection, as H&M is the official fashion sponsor of the Bali Major. Now, if you want to watch more Western European teams, I've got Quest Esports going up against Gaimin Gladiators after this.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya, kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
We are here at the Bali Major. We have just witnessed Tundra Esports do a phenomenal job of taking down Team Liquid in 2-0 fashion. Whilst we are waiting for the next set of games to get ready, just want to remind everybody at home that one of the partners helping to put on this extravaganza is BizNet, and they've made sure that we are covered with some merch. I see some people who have really bad cups. So yeah, Australians, you know, I'm South African, right? And one of the things we know about Australia is y'all need all the charity you can get. So here you go. You need a mug, sir. How was the journey? How are you feeling about the major?
No jet lag, which is nice. Great major so far, great games, and shout out to Bintang as well.
Shout out to Bintang. If y'all don't know what that is, I don't have to explain it to you. You're probably too young. But you, sir, this has been, the level of Dota has been kind of insane, right? Been kind of ridiculous to watch. When was the last time you actually saw Dota this good, like on a main stage?
TI, Singapore. So it's crazy to see the level of Dota continuing to increase every major, every tournament. So luckily to be in Bali to be able to witness that firsthand.
Witnessing it firsthand is great. And since you're already decked out in blue, we might as well double your blue return. Here's a big blue bag. I actually don't even know what this is. Hold it up, please open this. What is it?
Oh, all right. You're going to do an opening on stream. Let's go.
If there's cash in there, I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Biznat. We got a bag.
Oh, it's a duffel bag. All right, that's cool. That's cool.
That is my gym bag. Thank you very much, Biznat.
Hey, well, since we are going to be here for a couple of days, and if you end up winning team merch, you know exactly where to put it. So this is pretty cool. You're sorted right now. And Mr. Man with the black and white shirt, looking all Hawaiian. You look like you should. You look like you need a carry bag, sir. Like, do you have a carry bag? I see you're holding your phone there. You probably have your wallet like in your socks. What's going on, Maji?
I'm all the way from South Africa. I had a lot of stuff to carry to get here, so I definitely appreciate it, Mr. Snare.
All right, let's get him some free swag, a carry-on bag, and I know you like these little laptops, so that's probably going to help cover you as well. Like, actually, open it up. Let's see how big it is. Did you bring any swag with you that you can fit in there?
Definitely. My MacBook's coming in the courier, and I'll definitely put it up in here.
All right, well, as soon as that happens, we need some pictures to come up. So BizNet has been holding us down, making sure that we not only have good connection, but the people have some cool stuff. So enjoy your swag, gentlemen. Please don't let it go, because if you do, it's probably going to come back to the hotel room with me. Stuff looks pretty cool. Stuff looks pretty nice. Look on over to that pretty nice camera over there. Say what's up. And BizNet has not just been making sure that today's connection has been great, but clearly that our people have been taken care of. So thank you, BizNet. And thank you, everybody at home, for joining us for the major. We're not done just yet. We still have some more Dota 2 action to go with the final series of the day. So stick around, because the panel is about to break down the kind of action you can expect between Gaimin Gladiators and Quest Esports.
That's right. Thank you very much, Snare, as we get prepared for our final series here of the day. It's another Western European showdown. What a surprise. It's Quest taking on a Gaimin Gladiators, which we have one new introduction to the panel. Resolution, welcome.
Hey guys. Good to be back.
Good to be back. We missed you, buddy.
Thank you. I'm excited for this series. I'm excited for, what Quest Esports is going to bring on the table, and can they actually manage to go into this top 2 and secure their TI invite right here on this stage in the Bali Major.
That's right. They are on their journey. Pretty much every other team that had points on the line to make it through has either already done it or already gotten eliminated. Quest, though, they are on a journey to make it happen. If they are able to get to grand finals, that means that they get enough points. Doesn't matter win or lose. As long as they're first or second place, they will have enough points to directly qualify to TI, which it's an uphill journey, especially going up against Gaimin Gladiators. In this group stage we had in the Bali Major, it was a 1-1 split, and in Tour 3 of the Western European DPC, Gaimin Gladiators beat them. But back when Quest was still Urdu Thunders, or as many people affectionately refer to them as the Oreos, they actually beat Gaimin Gladiators in Tour 2. This was whenever Quest was on the come-up, that everyone was like, yo, who are these guys? They beat Gaimin. Oh, snap, I gotta pay attention.
Okay, I'm gonna express my concern.
I'm listening.
For Quest. Amar, the F. Okay, this guy has like 3 or 4 heroes every single patch. And
Wait, what does F stand for?
It stands for friendly.
Amar the friendly.
Amar the friendly.
All right, gotcha.
The fellow.
Sorry to interrupt.
The fellow Dota player, yes. So, where was I? Oh, yes. So, he only has like 3 or 4 heroes.
Correct.
And I think that last time we saw them beat Team Aster, they last picked him Slark off lane. And it was a little bit sus, but we were able to predict our last pick Slark because what else does he play? So my concern is that Gaimin, maybe during the group stage, you don't have time to prepare for one team specifically. Yeah, you have like the 6 hours between one game to the next where you make sure you prep, but now they've had like 2 days to say, okay, this is what he's going to pick. They've prepared probably every permutation of possible responses, and I'm concerned about ATF having the impact because he's the he's like the showboat. He just absolutely destroys people with raw skill on the heroes that he plays, and if he's not playing these heroes, it's day and night. So that's my concern going into this game.
Did he play any Razor in this tournament, by the way?
Yeah. He played one. He played one against Aster, his second game, and he was against Undying Medusa, and his laning stage was so bad that he didn't invent.
Yeah, I'm just concerned whether he's gonna go back to these signature heroes he had in the past, that he's gonna keep playing, or what he's gonna do, how he's gonna come out of the situation if his hero is gonna get banned
They should just pick his hero right away in the first phase to avoid that from happening. I don't think they should wait for his hero and give him like the 24th pick. Just first phase his hero.
but supposedly that was the downfall of ATF when he was on OG, is that it became so telegraphed that, yes, he only has his 3 heroes, we're going to first phase it every time, and then whichever one of the 3 heroes, I'm sure CY, Gaimin Gladiators coach has been hitting the books, and even if they first phase it, he knows.
But the problem is, right now, is that Morphling and Medusa are so broken that you are choosing to ignore the 2 most broken carries in the game in order to put this guy's hero first. And a lot of teams, like, I think that's why they didn't do it in that one series. Like, they managed to grab Timber first round after going first pick Morphling into Timbersaw, but then they prioritized the Medusa in the other game, and that's why they ended up with a Slark off lane.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk all about your ATF, but what about other cores? The Noob and the TA2000, they've been like doing such a good job.
Well, they're not limited, that's the thing.
They're not limited.
I'm complimenting them by not mentioning it here. Continue your praise. I just want you to know I'm on the same page.
I beg to differ. I think Noob wants to play Snapfire the most.
Okay, well, Rezo, finish your point. I interrupted you.
No, I mean, the TA2000, he's been playing like this meta hero, meta core hero. He's playing all of them, by the way. He's playing like TB, he's playing Naga, he's playing Faceless Void. He's done all of it, you know. Like, there's no hero you can ban for him, and he's gonna like not have a good game. So he's out there, you know.
This guy's a stud.
He's very solid. He's like playing super super solid, like every game, super stable. Like you don't really see any mistakes from him.
Yeah,
this is like a very good quality of a carry player.
Yeah, that's what you want from the carry. Like, he also has really good like farming patterns where he's always also like around the team, so he's always there to help. And that's the kind of carry that if you're playing support, you're so happy to have.
The one extra variable that Quest has not really dealt with, other than ATF, is that there's a crowd this time. They've been playing from their rooms up until this point, and this is a bunch of players who don't have LAN experience. So one extra pressure point might be being on a stage, going up against Gaimin Gladiators who have won in front of stages many times at this point. It's a little intimidating.
It is very true, but I just hope that their motivation to come to TI and, you know, like get through the finals is like way higher than the fear of having a crowd and playing in front of it.
I mean, if they want to get to TI, they better get used to it now, because this will be the last opportunity they'll have to play in front of a crowd. Oh, actually, not true, because they qualified to the Riyadh MENA qualifier, so they will get a second chance to play in front of a crowd, but still, you need to take every opportunity you can get.
I mean, good news for you, Neil. They don't see the crowd in the booth.
Yes, that is true.
So you don't get stressed out.
But the sound, the pressure that all these eyeballs are probably staring at you, you never know.
Yeah, you just got to stream a little bit. Got to practice if you want to know what it feels like to have eyeballs looking at you. But I was going to say something about Quest. Oh, I was going to say about this series. I think I know exactly what's going to happen.
Okay.
I want this to be quoted. Quest is going to take game 1.
Clip it.
Because like they're gonna manage to fit a Mars hero in there, and it's gonna be maybe a bit different the way they do it, the order, whatever, how they ban it for it, and then Gaimin's gonna go, oh, we're not gonna let them do that again, and then they're gonna 2-1 them.
But Gaimin's willing to let them do it in game 1.
I'm saying, like, we've seen teams have like some creative adjustment in the drafts that teams aren't necessarily prepared for in game 1, and then it feels like usually, like it happened with Beastcoast, and then where they win the game 1, catch them off guard, they make like a small adjustment on the other team, and then not the case anymore. So that's what I'm thinking will happen in this.
I mean, that's a reasonable assessment. I feel like that's what happens most of the time. Game 1, you let them whatever, you know, you give them the best strat. You try to beat them at their best strat. And then if you do it, nice, you break their spirits. But if you don't do it, sure, guys, it's the coach's fault. Yeah, he came up with some bad ideas. Let's just not do that again.
Nice.
Nobody loses here.
What if they have second best strat and then when you second time straight up after that, what do you do?
They never have the second one. It'll be different this time.
All right.
So then we're putting Gaimin in a very reactionary spot in this position, but how has Gaimin been doing this tournament for you, Rezo? Are they back in their typical major form where they're just bound to win it every time?
I don't think they actually are. I think they've been like, from the most teams, they've been trying to figure them out, and you know, they keep playing the same strategies, but I feel like at some point it has to break. Like, there's no way you can like go to 3 tournaments, play like pretty much all the same heroes, and still, and still get away with it. Like, people should have answers for that.
They are having their secondary best plans. Like, I am seeing Celery is actually not taking his Enchantress every single opportunity that he gets. I think during the group stage, anytime Ench wasn't banned, first pick immediately. But now he's reeling off. Same thing with the growth from Dream League, specifically Duraccio and Morphling. His Morphling during Dream League was very shaky, but now, seeing it it's the hero of the tournament, he's refined it quite a bit. So Gaimin also are coming into this with quite the playbook. I just don't really know in these Western European showdowns, which one to favor?
I mean, you guys have no idea. He's not the carry. Ace is the carry. He's the one that you have to focus on, not Daracho. Daracho is just like he's a bait in front, you know. He's not exactly the person taking the most fun in most of the games. Ace is the guy hitting the ancients.
Yeah, these guys are a role fluid team. Like if you see Daracho marked as the carry, that's just on paper for sure. Because even if he's playing a hard carry like Morphling or even his signature Lifestealer, his entire pick is meant to enable the other two cores to play their game, whether that's him actually carrying or, hey, I'm a Lifestealer, I'm hard to gank, so we can dedicate more resources to Ace.
I mean, it depends. He's playing both. He can be the one that's, you know, taking the most farm as well as Duza. He has like this versatile playstyle. I wouldn't say he's like always the guy who's like being sucked on and like they're focusing on having a good game.
Okay, this is good news for my fantasy because my gold Daracho, if you're telling me that I never play offlaners. Don't tell me I need to go start playing Ace in my fantasy now.
Yeah, when you said your fantasy, I was wondering,
I'm just going to sleep. I'm like,
actual fantasy.
Oh, Ace carry.
You had me in the first half.
I mean, I wouldn't judge. He's quite handsome.
Yeah, there you go.
I understand.
In fact, they're on their YouTube channel. Shout out to Gaming Gladiators YouTube. They actually had a it wasn't FMK. It was Kiss, Marry, Kill. Between all of their players, they were each rating each other. Guess who got married the most?
Ace.
No.
Tofu.
Tofu.
Oh.
Correct.
I would have done.
Yeah, because Ace is kind of guy you want to like, hang out with, but you don't really, really want to commit to, right?
He was the most popular Kiss option.
But the Tofu though, like
I feel like all of them killed Quinn.
I think actually Quinn tragically got no votes for any of them. Unfortunately,
unremarkable.
He was not kissed. He was not killed. He was
like
not married.
He's like mid laner. He's not part of the team. He's like somewhere there.
Exactly. Especially in this patch, that's definitely the case.
Doing his own thing. But yeah, I mean, I saw that Kiss Cam recently on the stream.
I gave him a nice smooch.
You guys did it great.
We did. We went to the venue because every single game's been going every single series has been going 3 games. So me and Brian took the opportunity to check out the venue.
It was nice.
Put on a show for the audience.
Yeah, well, we saw them doing the Kiss Cam, and nobody was obliging, and we found
matters
into
our own hands.
You kind of decided it was a time to express the feelings.
That's true.
Yeah,
you're talking to me about fantasies. What are your fantasies, Brian?
We'll talk about that off panel, Neil. This is a PG-13 stream.
Fine. We can keep it Dota-oriented then. Then Winter, between these two players and teams, now that we are putting the stakes on the line. Yes, Quest is having to play for their TI lives. Gaimin, storied victors of 2023 DPC Majors. Do you have a favorite?
Quest.
Automatically.
They have the bigger Quest in this game.
God damn it, Winter.
Nobody's ever done it before.
Yeah, Brian is supposed to be the dad joker on this panel.
Yeah, what happened? I have 2 of them now from the side.
The dad sandwich. Talking about fantasies.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree that their journey is much more valuable, but also imagine being the only team. So this is the first year that we've actually had 3 majors in the DPC in quite a while, because last year first major got canceled, so we only had Stockholm and Arlington, and then 2 years earlier than that we only had the 2 majors between Singapore and Animajor. So now to commemorate this 3rd major, let's bring in 2 teams with Snare.
We are here to witness Quest Esports taking on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and it is indeed the 3rd major of the year. But the most exciting thing about this is that this major marks a turning point potentially in Dota. For Gaimin Gladiators, they have the chance to go on to be the team that has won pretty much everything in the run-up to TI. But for Quest Esports, not often do we have a situation where a team gets to control their entire destiny in their own hands. For if they get to the grand finals, as mentioned, that will book their ticket to their international. So if you're a fan of Quest Esports, they need your power, they need your strength, and they need your support. So the team that needs it, of course, let's find out more about them in the form of this quick montage.
From the ground up, we've returned. With renewed focus, we will emerge. The Earth will move under the footfalls of Quest Esports.
Quest Esports, formed very recently in the history of Dota 2, but already making a splash for themselves, becoming renowned and renowned across the world for their exciting and exhilarating play, crazy drafts, and quite inventive playstyle. If you're a fan of Dota, if you want to see new heroes emerge from the scene, make some noise for Quest Esports! But Quest is not alone on stage today. They have an incredible opponent coming right up.
We are here once more. The immovable rocks. On the hazardous shores. Crash against us. The Gaimin Gladiators and be broken.
Over the years of Dota 2, there have been all-time legendary teams, and if they win this event, Gaimin Gladiators will find themselves amongst their ranks. They are currently undefeated on LAN. They are the best team in the world. Give it up for Gaimin Gladiators! The degree of Dota that we're about to witness, y'all might assume that just because Quest Esports doesn't have the degree of pedigree as Gaimin, that this is going to be an easy 2-0. But like the panel mentioned, Gaimin has lost to Quest Esports before, and over the years, every single player in that Gaimin booth has been an underdog. They've been underrated. So the fact that they're here at the top of the mountain means that they cannot afford to underestimate their opponent, because staying at the top is much more difficult than getting there. So now we get to witness what Quest Esports has to offer, because if they win this game, they are one series away from guaranteeing an invite to the International. Let us see if they have what it takes, or if Gaimin Gladiators will continue the streak of dominance they began. Bali, make some noise for this matchup. Let's get into it. Neil and the boys, take it away. Bring us the hype for this upcoming matchup.
Thank you very much, Snare. And yeah, I like the point that you bring up about, at one point, all these Gaimin players were pretty unknown. Honestly, a year and a half ago, probably half their roster, namely like Celery and Tofu, may be the most obscure. And then, I guess, Quinn, slightly more well-known. Ace was probably the most qualified player on this Gaimin squad. But before that, not really on the radar for most people.
Absolutely. I mean, what I like about this team is they're one of the many examples right now that are showing that if you stick together as a squad, it just tends to pay off. Well, you know, these guys, other than Quinn, he's their only new addition to the roster this year. And sometimes all it takes is that final piece to the puzzle in their case, but the foundation of the team remained solid. They had ideas, they had an identity, and they were formulating that all year last year. And it's just cool to see it pay off in a game where we're used to seeing like revolving doors amongst the competitive scene.
Yeah.
I'm tired of that crap. Like this is a team game. This is a relationship you have with your teammates throughout the entire course of the year.
Yeah, it takes a lot of effort to keep staying together through the hard times, and you know, not being able to change the players, but find things that are not working and like fix them within the team. It's like way harder than like look for a new opportunity for them, like from the other player, and hope for like, you know, this guy's gonna come to us and like everything's gonna change suddenly. Like it's way harder job to like have that long-term vision and stick into it in the, you know, in terms of failure.
And more often than not, we see that persistence pay off with all these rosters. Like even the Liquid squad that we saw before, so many of those players were sticking together as Alliance before they got signed to Liquid, and their vision eventually paid off. And now we need to see what Quest's vision is going to be, because is it one of making it to Grand Finals and getting that direct invite to Seattle, or are they going to have a harder journey to make it happen? Their introduction, or rather their new introduction this year, or this tour, is ATF instead of Waiter, but he's slotted in like pretty flawlessly, and I think the Quest DNA is still very much there, because like I said, even Tour 2 as Urdu Thunders with Waiter, They beat Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, they were lacking a CEO, and now they have a CEO. So the team's doing really well with the newly appointed CEO, Mr. Amar the Friendly.
I mean, to me, it's surprising results since, like, I consider that TA was like a greedy position 1 player that they like playing around, kind of like the way, for example, Beastcoast playing around Dream Park. And to me, like adding the Amar, the friendly, this roster was not something that I thought like was the last piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
But suddenly they're proving me wrong, like every time with with their results, especially in this major. They like upper bracket secure like very easily, and they barely lost a map in the group stages, and they like keep dominating.
On a serious note, he does provide them with a lot of experience, LAN experience. Like the other 4 of the players don't really have much experience in terms of high-level LAN, and bringing him in definitely helps a lot with those clutch moments, droughts and whatever, solving the problems within the team.
Especially now that they're in these booths in front of the stage.
Also, like continuing the point with people sticking together, and like I think right now all the teams they're like top 3. What is it, like Liquid, Tundra, and Gaming? Like they're sticking together for years.
Yeah.
Like this Tundra team, they lost qualifiers to the international, right? And they didn't change anybody. They just kept playing, and the next year after, what do you know? They're TI champions. And the same thing happened actually to Wings Gaming as well. They lost before TI6, TI5 qualifiers. They lost the qualifiers. They stick together for 1 year, and they won the next year after.
That was the part I was missing. I lost all the qualifiers, but I didn't stick with my team for another year.
Did you stick together with them?
Damn it! Yeah, I mean, man, once you know the recipe, it's so obvious.
That's the recipe, dude.
Yeah, it is. Just whoever loses qualifiers this year, you heard it here first from Rezo. You did the first half.
Stick together.
Stick together.
I mean, it's a little bit more than that. There has to be a vision, like why, like how are you gonna change, how are you gonna like become better in the next year, and like what are you gonna do about it? You can't just like keep playing and hope for the best that it's gonna resolve itself.
Sure.
But yeah, it's kind of like a recipe.
I mean, if my carry is jetting off for vacation after every boot camp, I'm probably not sticking together with him if we lose.
Who name names?
No.
Okay. Winter throws a lot of shade. And unless you really keep up with the Winter lore, you wouldn't be able to know.
These are
Winter lore. I love that.
Easter eggs for the Southeast Asian viewers, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, first phase, game number 1. Snapfire gets targeted. You were saying Noob wants to play Snapfire. It's not going to happen, Winter. First phase banned out, along with the Morphling. Meanwhile, Quest take out Celery's Enchantress, along with the Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, to that, I feel like if you really want to pinpoint a weakness, I think Noob's hero pool is definitely one of the things that I would try to target. I know we brought up Amanda Friendly that you have to try to take him out of his comfort zone. You don't want him to play like the Timber, the Brood. But at the same time, he does actually have like quite an improved hero pool compared to before. He at least has like 4 to 5 heroes right now.
As long as you have that many per patch, then you're all good.
Yeah.
And I think since he's new to the competitive scene, he's never had to do that. Like as he was coming up in the ranks, he just consistently played Timbersaw, Viper, Razor pretty much exclusively, and Mars. And now, even just adding the Broodmother says a lot about him, at least. It speaks heaps and bounds about his future as a professional player.
Were you surprised that he was able to play Brood?
I mean, I'm just surprised that, to be honest, after hearing the comms at that major on the true side or whatever of OG, that he's... I mean, I don't know if he's doing this on his own volition, like he just knows I got to do this if I want to stay relevant, or somebody else on the team is saying, hey, Broodmother's pretty broken. We're going to need you to practice this. And, where the degree of respect comes from there. And I'm really happy to see Gaimin do this. Something they've done throughout the group stage. They did prioritize Timbersaw first pick every now and then. And against Quest, it's even more important because of the Amar, the fellow factor.
This is crazy amount of reserve time being used for first phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you see? Can you